Hey everyone, hope you all going well. Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Summary: for over 2 decades, Earth has teetered on the brink of annihilation, kept safe only by the glittering spectacle of the magical guardians, chosen by enigmatic alien beings known as the Zenith. With impossible powers, dazzling outfits, and enough charm to be idolized worldwide, these guardians stand between humanity and the nightmare creatures called anathema. But for Mai, none of that matters. She isn't interested in magic, or monsters, or saving the world. She's just trying to survive high school, family expectations, and a future that feels more like a trap than a path. The Guardians are just another part of the background noise of a world too strange to understand. Until the noise becomes a scream. When an anathema rips through her reality, Mai is thrust into a conflict she never wanted, where survival means embracing everything she's spent her life running from. A slow-burn dark magical girl-lit RPG with heavy sci-fi influence. The descent begins slowly, but once it starts, there's no going back. Story begins from here. The bus ride through Arcadia's magically sculpted streets was devoid of potholes, bumps, or any other protrusions. It made it easy to lay my head against the window as we rolled through the megacity, and the fact I had the seat to myself also helped considerably. The only real interruptions to my attempts at resting were the constant clamor of my classmates, talking and laughing, the slow, rolling stops and starts of the bus as we pushed through traffic, and the occasional tight turn. Still, looking out the window, I was reminded of how beautiful the megacity was. The towering buildings were all sleek curves of a futuristic architecture that somehow captured grace and majesty while still being functional. Even the sunlight curved off the metal and glass buildings in gentle, shining waves instead of the harsh glare normal skyscrapers reflected. Outside of the city center, Arcadia's districts had more natural buildings that conformed to the various cultures making up the city, but here, it was the future made reality. I sighed to myself. Sometimes, it was easy to forget I was literally living in a city crafted with magitech, the fusion of magic and technology the alien Zenith had gifted to humanity's chosen. Hey, Shrimp, a voice suddenly appeared next to me. How come you get a seat all to yourself? My breath caught as my stomach tightened painfully. I opened my eyes and slowly turned to my left, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in my chest. The American girl next to me had perfectly curled blonde hair flowing down to her shoulders. Her Japanese-style high school uniform was identical to mine, an onyx blazer with silver trim covering most of her white button-up blouse. The skirt matched the blazer, thin silvery lines forming a checkered pattern. Around her neck, a blue bow marked her as being a first-year high school student like me. As far as looks went, she was a natural beauty. Her generous curves combined with the perfect smoothness of her face, driving most of the guys in class crazy for her. Even her viridian eyes had a vibrant brightness to them. In all, Katie Bennett was the perfect American beauty. If only she weren't such a bitch. An eyebrow raised after a moment, putting a dangerous edge to her otherwise soft and perfect face. What, you just going to stare, Cyclops? She snickered. Didn't realize you were a mute now. My hand instinctively went up to the medical-styled eye patch over my right eye, and although my mouth opened slightly, I couldn't seem to find any words. A lopsided smile stretched across her face at the motion, and I hurriedly lowered my arm back to my side. Ah, don't be embarrassed, she laughed. It looks better like that. Besides, Cyclops is a much better name than Crazy Eyes. My cheeks burned faintly, but I ignored the sensation and looked down at my hands, forcing them flat against my lap. I could feel my heart beginning to beat faster, so I tried to focus on regulating my breathing. In, and out, slow, and steady, no anxiety, just peace. Oi, Mai-chan, I asked you a question, she poked my arm hard, the familiar honorific dripping with sarcasm. Why is it you of all people get a seat alone? I shrugged, not entirely trusting my voice to work. If it weren't for last week, I would have been at least able to say something neutral and hopefully get her to leave me alone. Now, though, I was reduced to meek passivity, trying my best not to set her off. Again, whatever, Katie finally scoffed, eyes trailing over me. So long as you don't think avoiding me is going to get you out of our promise. We're best friends now, aren't we? The very thought of nodding made bile rise in my throat, so instead I just turned to look at her slightly, hoping that was enough of an acknowledgement. Her smirk returned, and her hand moved to brush back some of my unkempt black hair, fingers teasing one of the loops of my eye patch resting behind my ear. I almost slapped her hand away at the invasive touch, but I forced myself to remain still, my teeth clenched together painfully. She smirked with smug satisfaction, gave my ear a light flick, and then finally removed her hand. So long as you remember. She stood up and quickly scooted back to her own seat a few aisles ahead. Quickly, I readjusted the 2 loops behind my ears, making sure the patch was on firmly. Then I brushed my bangs back into place so my right eye was mostly hidden again. My nerves were screaming at me, and I couldn't keep my hands from shaking slightly. I tried to return my thoughts to the city, but the moment was ruined. Standing up to Katie's constant bullying a few weeks ago had been a mistake. I should have realized she had too much pride to simply back off, especially when I had told her off in front of her cronies. Katie had only taken it as a direct challenge to her status, and she had been quick to retaliate. Now, she had all the leverage, leaving me desperately trying to figure out another plan. Until then, I would just keep pretending to be terrified into submissiveness. Feeling my heart still racing, I closed my eye and forced myself to slow my breathing. Pretending. I'm just pretending, I lied to myself. It wasn't much longer before the bus stopped inside a parking garage, and our teacher, Mr. Tuju, stood up. He was young, his dark hair pulled back into a ponytail that revealed his handsome features. His glasses and crisp, slightly messy suit gave him a scholarly look while still remaining casual. Combined with his youth and passionate rambles, I knew that at least half the girls in class had a crush on him to some degree. I remained ambivalent. While I liked his teaching style and how he mostly left me alone, I also hated how he seemed oblivious to things. Things that might make him poke his nose in my business, but... Alright, everyone, listen up. He shouted above the clamor. Remember, you're representing Sakura High during this field trip. I expect you all to be on your best behavior. Furthermore, do not forget to meet up with everyone at the end of each hour. We'll be going through the mall floor by floor, working our way down. Do not go ahead under any circumstances, understood? A chorus of various forms of yes and at least one no echoed out. Mr. Tuju seemed mostly pleased and started the process of excusing people starting at the front of the bus. I stood up, grabbing my half-filled backpack from under the seat and putting it on while I waited my turn in the seat furthest back. The bus cleared out fairly quickly, everyone excited to be able to go shopping at one of the biggest malls in the city as a field trip. I probably would have been too if I had any money. Mr. Tuju barely spared me a second glance as he gestured for me to get up, turning to leave himself. I followed behind him, pausing only to give a slight bow and murmured thanks to our bus driver, an older Korean man with a grandfatherly visage. He earned my thanks with a smile and nod, and I quickly hurried out into the dim light of the parking garage. My classmates had already separated into their respective friend groups, chatting to each other excitedly as Mr. Tuju and the 2 parents who volunteered to chaperone our little excursion did a quick head count. Considering how short I was, it was probably a good thing nobody was standing close by. All right everyone, Mr. Tuju said. We're on the 3rd level right now. The other classes should be at the other parking garages working their way to the middle of the mall as well. Now go, have fun, and be safe. Try to stick in groups of at least 2 if you can. Almost everyone was already on the move on the word go, and I was no exception. I followed the rest of the class to one of the sliding glass doors that opened for the mass of 32 students, leading into a long hallway and another set of doors. On the other side of those, the mall opened up. I walked in quickly, took a quick right followed by a left at the next intersection, and tried not to slow down my hurried walking pace even as my eyes bulged at the sights I was seeing. The interior was a combination of white, gunmetal gray, and onyx black materials, all smooth and exceptionally shiny. What wasn't made of solid color was created out of rippling glass that reminded me of water. It felt more like walking into a futuristic museum than a mall. Rows of storefronts spiraled out around me, offering an amalgamation of things from clothes to electronics to books. Sculptures and carefully tended plants gave life to the area, and even though I was barely into the mall, there were already dozens of people moving about or lounging on benches near greenery. And the water features. There were fountains, of course, but the biggest thing was the constantly flowing water. All along the floor there were thin rivulets of water running under portions of the ground, outlining the various pathways. On storefront walls, water trickled from the ceiling along glass tubes and joined the various floor rivers. In some areas, the various rills joined together and bubbled up into small ponds uncovered and open to the air. It was less of a mall and more of a sci-fi garden that happened to be built around stores. I had seen pictures of the mall before, but visiting in person was something else entirely. Forcing myself to continue walking, I grabbed my phone from my blazer pocket, unlocked it, and took a quick look at the map I had pulled up earlier. At first glance, the various stores made an almost impossible mandala of the floor plan, but just looking at the major pathways made the area look much more manageable. Still, it was a labyrinth of a design, and I was happy I researched the place ahead of time. I kept my head down as I worked my way to the center, where the food courts were. A covert glance behind me assured me my quick turns had eluded Katie or anyone else who might have wanted to follow me. I would have to keep my eye out for our school uniform, but considering all 4 classes of my grade were wandering the level, the odds of Katie finding me among the crowd seemed low. Sudden shrill laughter broke my concentration, causing me to stumble. Looking up from my phone, I saw 2 women in casual jeans and sweaters standing near a storefront. "Oh my god, you would totally be so cute," one said to the other, giving a small push. "Oh, stop it," the other responded, giggling as she grabbed her friend and pulled her away. They left, revealing a tall, rectangular mirror surrounded by a small moat of uncovered water. It stood near the wall of a clothing store I didn't recognize, and next to the mirror was a cardboard cutout of an adorable-looking girl. She had on a frilly pink and white dress in the style of a fairy, gossamer butterfly wings extending from her back. Excessive amounts of ribbons, hearts, and lace adorned the dress, knee-high boots, and pristine gloves the color of snow. The girl's hair was a matching pink, and the pupils of her eyes were in the shape of 2 lines that curved to make the outline of a heart without touching in the middle. I recognized the image of the girl, of course. It was Hope Fairy, the #1 ranked magical girl in the entire world. The cutout of her had her arm extended, her signature wand with a pink flower on its tip pointed at the mirror. There were numerous magical girl posters, cutouts, and advertisements throughout the city, but I'd never seen one that looked quite like this before. Intrigued, I approached the mirror, now making out the words on a speech bubble poking from the cutout's head. "Wonder what you would look like as a magical guardian. Tap the mirror to find out." Magical guardian, of course, was the proper term for what they were. After all, more than just girls were chosen by the Zenith. Still, only guys tended to be called guardians, though some of the girls who went for more esoteric archetypes in their costumes and powers preferred the term as well. Feeling more curious, I walked over to the mirror. I figured it must have been one of those smart glass mirrors that took your reflection and simulated clothes on top of it. From what I'd heard, they were pretty advanced pieces of magitech, rendering a full 3-dimensional reflection, but it wasn't too surprising to see one here considering this was such a big mall in Arcadia, a city literally made of magitech. As I got closer to the mirror, I saw a blinking circle in the middle of the glass. Above the circle in pink letters were words that sent a shiver down my spine. "Would you like to make a contract?" Something about the words felt sinister. Maybe it was just the shows I had recently been introduced to where becoming a magical girl always came with a price. In reality, I'd heard the contract was simply a promise on the MG's behalf to fight against the anathema wherever they may appear. It wasn't some trick or monkey's paw, just an oath to use their newly granted powers to protect and help others. At least, as far as I knew. I stood in front of the mirror for a moment longer before I reached out a hand to touch the button. I'd never really considered the possibility of becoming one before. After all, everyone knew it was pretty much a lottery who ended up being chosen. Not to mention the idea of fighting literal creatures constructed of nightmares and profaned mythos was well, I didn't consider myself especially brave, and I had no illusions of what fighting such monsters would be like. Still, the mirror was a fairly advanced piece of magitech, and I was curious to see what kind of clothes it would put on me. I looked up from the button into the mirror and froze, finger hovering over just before touching it as my blood chilled. The girl in the mirror wore the same school uniform as Katie plus some opaque black tights, but that was where the resemblance ended. The clothes fit snugly around her, accentuating her complete lack of curves. Combined with her short and skinny stature, she looked more like a younger girl cosplaying as a high schooler. Her hair was an inky black, going slightly past her chin in length. The girl's right eye was covered by a medical-styled eye patch, mostly obscured by the long bangs swept over it. Her left eye was a bright azure blue, shining with an unnatural, vibrant gleam that marked her as mana-born. The vividness of her eye color gave a stark contrast to everything else about the little girl. My throat felt suddenly tight. I hadn't exactly been avoiding mirrors unless I had been subconsciously. It wasn't that I absolutely hated how I looked or anything. In fact, the uniform scaled down to such a tiny body not even 5 feet tall did look cute. The problem wasn't how I looked so much as it just was me. The reminder of the things it didn't show but still reflected. The hint of gauntness in the cheeks, the opaque black tights that did nothing to conceal stick figure legs, how tight the blazer was wrapped around to fit properly, the dark circle forming under one eye. It dredged up darker things I didn't want to think about. I was the memories hinted at but not shown that made the bottom of my stomach drop out. I stared at my reflection a bit longer. Then I took a deep breath and pulled my finger away. This was stupid. Fantasizing about things would get me nowhere. Why play dress up when it was hard enough just trying to make it through every day? I turned to go, but as I did, I had the sudden, intense feeling of someone watching me. It felt more visceral than any gaze I'd ever felt before, enough to make my skin prickle. Instead of continuing my turn, I looked back into the mirror, searching for whoever was leering at me. In the corner of the mirror, the reflection showed a small hedge behind me. Sitting on top of it was an odd, undulating blotch of shadows the size of a small animal. I squinted at the mirror, trying to make out the weird form, and as I did, two pure red eyes opened up, shining like droplets of blood. I let out a gasp, twirling around. Nothing stood on top of the hedge. My heart beating in my throat, I slowly looked back into the mirror, but the shadowy form was gone. Cold sweat formed on my spine as I shivered. I looked around, but the people walking by and sitting on benches seemed blissfully unaware. I licked my dry lips and forced myself to start walking, pulling out my phone to look at the mall's map again. It was probably nothing, just stress, anxiety, and lack of sleep. Yeah, how many hours did I get last night? 2. I must be more tired than I thought. Rubbing at my uncovered eye, I forced myself to dispel the apparition. Maybe it was even part of the mirror, like a trick or something. That would actually make more sense. It was probably some sort of Easter egg they put in, a reference that I just wasn't recognizing. I let out a soft chuckle to myself, shaking my head as the thought helped me calm down. Between magic and magitech, there were dozens of weird phenomena around the city. Holograms with reactive ice, force fields used for a myriad of things, and even magical girls themselves jumping onto rooftops or running by in blurs of motion that outsped cars were all fairly common occurrences. No need to get worked up over something so small as a strange reflection. It took me another few minutes to make my way to the food court. It was more or less a ring of stores surrounding a picturesque garden that belonged outside of a Victorian mansion. Waist-high hedges made alcoves where benches and tables were stationed, painted with vine and moss motifs that made them blend into the environment. A large fountain was placed in the very middle of the courtyard with dozens of the covered rivulets leading to and from it. A statue of a fairy stood in the fountain, its outstretched palms pouring water down around it. As I made my way to the fountain, I started looking around. A few students had already made their way to the food court, taking more straightforward paths than I had, but none matched who I was looking for. To pass the time, I looked back down at my phone and checked my messages. Finding no new texts, I bit my lip softly. Had something come up? Maybe one of her friends dragged her off somewhere. No, she wouldn't ditch me, would she? My. A sudden voice behind me lilted cheerfully. Fingers pinched into the sides of my stomach, and a squeak of surprise escaped me as I whirled around. Lily Parker stood there, a triumphant grin on her face. She had on the same uniform as me, but her blazer was tied around her waist. As one of the best members of the track team, she was built with lean, defined muscle that only enhanced her casual beauty. Slender and modestly curved, she carried herself with a confidence I envied. Her sunflower blonde hair was in its regular ponytail, but it was her mischievous sky blue eyes I was fixed on. It wasn't quite a squeal of surprise, but it'll do for now. She raised a hand to her chin thoughtfully. Although, maybe there's some other places I could pinch to get the proper reaction. Lily. I glared half-heartedly at the Australian girl as I blushed. She laughed and then wrapped her arm around my shoulder, pulling me along with her. Kidding mostly. Anyway, I'm starving. Let's go get something to eat. Burgers sound good. It's my shout, yeah. I grumbled beneath my breath, trying to ignore the sudden clawing pang of hunger that went through my stomach. Thankfully, the ambient noise of the fountain covered any noise it might have made. I disentangled myself from her and started pulling off my backpack to get out my wallet. Just a large fry for me, I tried to say with a nonchalant shrug. I'm not that hungry. Don't be like that. Lily groaned. You're going to make me feel like a glutton if you don't at least have a burger. And I said it was on me. Come on, let me spoil you once in a while. I gave a tight smile and shake of my head in response, extracting $2 of my $7 and handing it over mournfully. I could have bought 2 entire loaves of white bread for the same cost, but I couldn't just buy nothing without being rude. Lily rolled her eyes at me as she took my money with a sigh. All right, fine. Why don't you find us a table, and I'll pick up the food for us. I gave a quick nod, and she left, weaving into a particularly thick crowd of people to a fast food spot. A quick look around revealed a smaller table with 2 stools, and I quickly claimed it, setting my backpack down next to me. While I settled into wait, I let my fingers trace the moss and vine patterns on the table, marveling at the details on them as my mind wandered. Lily was from one of the other classes in my grade, and she was easily the nicest person I knew. Of all the students in our school, she was the only one who was outright friendly to me. She was more or less a star in whatever sport she was participating in, making her incredibly popular. So popular, even Katie mostly left her alone outside the occasional barbed comment. Even then, it barely seemed to faze Lily's bubbly personality. I wasn't quite sure why Lily hung out with me or how it even all started. Besides a brief encounter after school where I gave her a can of juice I had been saving, we hadn't really had any real contact. Then, the next day at lunch, she had suddenly barged into our class, pulled a desk next to mine, and started talking to me like we were childhood friends. At first I had assumed it was some sort of prank, but in the following weeks she had gone out of her way to greet me, and she continued to come and eat lunch with me 2 or 3 days of the week. But that was more than enough for me. Her cheerfulness was infectious, and even her continuous attempts to sneak up on me had become endearing. We didn't get to spend much time together considering how many friends she had pulling her around everywhere, but I looked forward to it every time she went out of her way to find me. It was like stepping outside of a stuffy room into sunlight and fresh air. I traced the table patterns for another few minutes until Lily came back and sat down, plopping 2 overstuffed takeout bags on the table. I raised my eyebrows, and she scoffed. What? I gotta keep up my carb intake. Or was it protein? Whatever, I'm a growing girl, yada yada. She handed me my large fries and a napkin that I took carefully to avoid spilling any on the table. I forced myself to slowly take 1 fry at a time and chew them thoroughly. My stomach was screaming now at the smell of the food, and I tried to clench my core to keep it from making any noise. Meanwhile, Lily pulled out a burger from a bag and unwrapped it. It had 2 patties on it with greasy bacon strips poking out underneath the bun, and melted cheese spilled over it all in a golden glow. My mouth watered as she began to tear into the burger, and I forced myself to look back down at my fries. Hey, what happened to your arm? Lily asked suddenly with a frown. I blinked, and looked to my left forearm, where the sleeves of my blazer and blouse had ridden up slightly, showing some gauze wrapping. Quickly, I pulled my sleeve down. Ah, burned myself cooking. I used the rehearsed lie, ignoring my stuttering pulse. Some oil spat out at me. Gah, hate it when that happens, Lily shook her head. Wasn't too bad a burn, I hope. No, I quickly continued with relief. Just a little splotch. Silence followed as I picked at my food and Lily ripped through her own. So, you play any more Magical Girls Sunset, Rebellion? She finally asked between bites. I'm still stuck on the 3rd dungeon's boss, that freaky spider mantis centaur thing. I started, eyes shifting to the side. Yeah, I'm on the 5th dungeon now. How? She sputtered, almost spraying food over the table. I only introduced you to the game, like, 2 weeks ago. I don't really have any electronics but my phone, I shrugged, ignoring my growing embarrassment. Combined with the city's free Wi-Fi, it makes it easy to play whenever. Anyway, the arachnomantis isn't that hard. You just need to play a magical girl with high enough agility to dodge its attacks. It has too much strength and armor piercing to tank directly, but even a level 22 star with S rank in agility growth can outspeed it. She finished her burger in record time, and I briefly wondered if she even took the time to chew. Man, she groaned, stretching out. I never should have introduced you to the world of games. I've turned my sweet, innocent little Mai into some kind of creepy, shut-in nerd. I fought a grin trying to stretch onto my face. Keep talking like that. I turned my nose up at her haughtily, and I won't offer to use my 5-star blade princess to carry you through the fight. Her eyes widened comically, and she clapped her hands together as if praying as she bowed her head down deeply. Mistress, please, tell me what you desire. Do you need a moist towel for your noble hands? A foot rub perhaps? 7 gentle head pats? I let out a barely restrained huff of laughter that only grew in intensity as Lily continued offering me gradually more and more outrageous things ranging from a lifetime supply of spam to a carriage pulled by armored kangaroos. It finally culminated with the keys to a shiny new Australia and its throne. Australia isn't a monarchy anymore, I pointed out between giggles. Ah, but that could change, she smirked, eyebrows waggling with uninhibited intent. My queen. That finally got me laughing all out, and Lily joined in. I could feel muscles I didn't know I was holding tight relaxing, and I let myself fall into the growing warmth in my chest. It was a rare feeling, something more than just gentle happiness. I felt content, like everything was as it should be. Somehow, Lily always seemed to know how to coax that out in me. When our laughter finally died down, Lily had a radiant smile on her face, tilting her head to stare at me. Self-conscious, I raised my hand to start curling the hair behind my right ear. What? I asked. Nothing, she shrugged lazily. I was just thinking about how full I feel. That burger really did a number on me. I don't think I can finish the other ones I got. How about you take them so they don't go to waste? My stomach begged me to accept, but I forced myself to frown at Lily as conflicting emotions rolled through me. I'd seen how much she could eat before, and there was no way just one burger would be enough for her. Lily, I began to protest. Ah, drinks. She smacked her head lightly. I forgot to get drinks. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. I'll get you something too, no worries. After only a few steps she stopped, turning back to me with a salacious smile. You know, if you were Queen of Australia, I suppose you'd need a royal consort. Therefore, I offer this humble body of mine to you, my. Go, I shouted, cheeks burning. She let out a wicked laugh and skipped away. I watched her leave, then let out a sigh as I looked back at the food she'd left me with. She was always trying to buy things for me, especially food, and it made me feel like a leech. I did not have the money to pay her back, and it wasn't like there was anything else I could really do to make up for it. I really just wanted to be her friend, not some burden she had to always look out for. Some friend I am. Another gurgle from my stomach made me wince. Giving in, I reached for the bag and opened it up. I blinked at the sight of 3 different wrapped burgers of some sort, and my mouth began to water. I took the first one, unwrapped it, and bit into it without so much a second glance. If you bought these for yourself, then why are there pickles and onions? You'd only eat vegetables if I physically shoved them down your throat. I let out another sigh, deciding it was best to just abandon myself to my ravenous impulses. 1 double quarter pounder, a crispy chicken burger with spicy sauce, and some kind of fish sandwich later, I finally wiped my hands clean on the napkin with a content sigh. My stomach felt a little bloated, but there was no way I was going to pass on stocking up if given the chance. Regardless of my conflicting feelings on the matter, I wasn't in much of a position to turn Lily down. Besides, she really would just throw the leftovers away. She'd done it before. She'd also made it a habit to foist an exorbitant amount of food on me only to disappear for a few minutes afterwards, never sticking around while I ate. I'd never quite figured out what that was all about. Waiting for her to return, I pulled out my phone, checking the time. It had been almost 20 minutes since we arrived, meaning we had at least another 30 minutes before we had to leave and meet back with our respective classes. The rest of this floor was mostly shops that were out of my price range, meaning they had a price range, so I'd probably let Lily drag me around while she shopped. It was the next floor down that had a dollar store. Hopefully I could stop there and pick up some things before we met up again. No way, Lily's voice interrupted my thoughts, making me jump. All 3 of them? She asked as she sat down. Where do you even put it all? You're tiny. It's a known law of reality, I argued, pretending my face wasn't cherry red, that a girl's stomach size is directly proportional to how cute they are. True, but that doesn't explain everything. Lily whined, sliding over a can of off-brand soda to me. The only reason I'm not fat is because of sports. What kind of secret are you hiding to stay so skinny? A tightness pulled at my guts as razor thoughts began to worm through my head. Shame flooded through me, mixing with the self-disgust at my weight. I pretended not to be bothered, but my smile still faltered for a moment. I tried to recover it quickly, swallowing down the sudden sour taste in my mouth. I must not have been quick enough, because Lily's eyes widened slightly and her smile dropped off her face almost instantly. Way to ruin the mood, my. Everything was just going so nicely, and we can't have that, now can we? It must be that huge brain of yours. Lily tried to quickly recover, waving a hand absently. All those calories go straight into your multidimensional strategies. Seriously, you take one look at a boss fight and somehow know exactly how to beat it. Must be sucking all your energy away. Yeah, I agreed weakly. Well, when I have freeloaders like you on my team, it does take a considerable effort. Hey, that's mostly true, but her smile returned as she began to protest. Well, look who it is. An icy voice said suddenly. My two favorite classmates. I felt every inch of myself freeze. Slowly, I forced myself to turn around, dread already creeping up through my veins. Katie stood there with an amused smile. Behind her, I saw Aiko, one of her many followers, texting on her phone. Our gazes met for a moment, but she hurriedly looked away. Aiko was one of my classmates who went along with whatever Katie did but tried to mostly stay on the outskirts of it. It was a passive sort of involvement. In my mind, she might as well have been as bad as Katie herself. Yo, Katie, Lily drawled impatiently. You need something? What, can't I just drop in to see some friends? Katie laughed, moving to stand right beside me. Her presence made my skin crawl, but I forced myself not to react, looking down at my lap. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me. Katie had never come near me when Lily was nearby, not after the first few attempts had garnered a frosty reception. Something had changed to give her the courage, and I know exactly what it is. Fear suddenly paralyzed me, and I couldn't seem to find my breath. Seeing some friends, huh? Lily countered, looking around in an exaggerated motion. Didn't realize you had any of those around here. Katie laughed with an arrogance that made Lily scowl. Then, Katie slowly lowered her hand onto my shoulder, giving it a hard squeeze. Oh, don't you know my Chan and I are practically inseparable? Why, she's one of my closest friends. The easy smile on Lily's face disappeared, and I felt my heart drop as her eyes narrowed. Isn't that right, my Chan? Katie asked me quietly. Go on, tell her. I wouldn't want there to be any misunderstandings. Fear slithered down into my belly as I looked up in alarm. Lily met my gaze with a cold look I'd never seen on her before. For a moment, there was nothing I could do as my heart pounded in my head. Slowly, I forced myself to clench my teeth together. Yeah, I managed to choke out. Katie's a good friend. Lily rocked back in shock, and I looked away. I didn't want to see the hurt or betrayed look on her face. Meanwhile, Katie was practically glowing with smugness. I wanted to go find a hole to go crawl in as I could practically hear the death throes of my only friendship. But what choice did I have? Maybe this way I at least had a chance of repairing it one day. Anyway, Katie said, her silky smooth voice sounding like a serpent. I just wanted to remind my that she promised to go shopping together with me on the next floor. That's all. My heart sank further. I risked a glance up at Lily when I suddenly felt Katie's hand reach up and begin twirling the end of my hair behind my right ear. The feeling was so invasive, so wrong, that I could feel the bile rise in my throat. I forced myself to bear the disgust, clawing my fingernails into my thighs beneath the table to stop myself from moving. At the sight of Katie's familiar touch, Lily's eyes ignited with something in them. She didn't move, but I could practically feel the heat washing over me. Katie let out a sigh after a moment and removed her hand. I tried not to let out a breath of relief even as impotent fury exploded inside me. How dare she? What the hell was I doing? She couldn't do this to me, treat me like some toy, ruin my friendships, play with my hair. What was the point of going along with her whims if this is what awaited my every moment? I should get up and slap her, video be damn. I'll see you in a bit Katie sang out as she twirled around and left our table with an absent wave. Aiko moved to follow, only stopping for a moment to give me a pitying look. I wanted to tell her where she could stick her self-serving pity, the coward, to slap her and tell her she was part of the problem. She turned away before I could do anything and hurried after her master, leaving Lily and me alone. In the silence that followed, I could feel my head pounding with pressure promising a coming stress headache. I clenched my hands together tightly, and the anger slowly drained from me, leaving me feeling nothing but exhausted and utterly disappointed in myself. I chanced a glance up at Lily only to see her looking off to the side, her face a stony mask. My heart fell and shattered on the ground. I didn't blame her. I'd seen that Lily and Katie hadn't gotten along before. Now, Lily probably thought I had betrayed her. She'd never really seen how Katie really treated me. All of this was my fault, anyway. It had been selfish to try to keep close to Lily knowing it would paint a target on her back, that Katie would naturally go after her as well. Maybe it was better if I just stayed away from her after all. Lily, I began, my voice quiet. My Lily said at the same time, and both of us stopped. Then Lily took a breath and, system warning, Anathema emergence detected. Reality usurpation imminent. I blinked as a square message appeared with vivid clarity in the center of my vision. The message read itself in a screaming chorus of a dozen discordant voices that made my skin crawl. A second later, the alarms in the mall went off in the loud droning of what sounded like air raid sirens. The sound made a primal dread rise in me, a hollow chill spreading through my body that sent goosebumps rising on my skin. Briefly, the memory of every anathema emergence drill we'd done in school flashed through my head. System message. Emergency shelters have been opened. Please make your way to the nearest shelter by following the arrows on the ground. Remain calm and proceed in an orderly fashion. Reminder. Once a shelter's emergency shielding is enabled, it cannot be disabled without proper authorization. Do not manually activate unless under immediate threat of breach and the auto-engage systems fail. Estimated time until usurpation, 9:59. Everyone in the food court winced as the next message bloomed, the mall's Magitech warning system sending the message to every person's head simultaneously. As the message read itself, I recoiled in horror as voices read the final number. 10 minutes. Arcadia was one of the 7 most advanced island cities in the world created by the Zenith themselves. The early warning system was supposed to give a minimum of 30 minutes before an attack. I looked at Lily in shock as the warning alarms continued crying out only to find her earlier expression replaced with fear. Below us, motes of ethereal green light formed into arrows along the floor beneath various groups of people, pointing towards promised safety. There was a paralyzed few seconds of stillness in the food court where everyone seemed too shocked to move. Then, almost at the same time, people began to panic. Chairs were knocked over as people threw themselves to their feet, shouting as they pushed their way forward. People began to push, yelling as bottlenecks in the miniature hedge maze formed. Somebody screamed, and I stared at the chaos, unable to shake the utter, debilitating terror I felt. I'd never been caught in an anathema usurpation before. Even in Arcadia, with all the fancy Magitech shielding crystals, they still happened, but there was always plenty of prior warning. Normally the area was easily evacuated, quarantined, and then cleaned up by MGs and the magical soldiers who dedicated themselves to killing anathema. Some MGs even live-streamed their fights. Sure, usurpations weren't a daily occurrence, but a half-dozen every month were to be expected. But now I was in the middle of one, and for all the drills we'd done at school, none of it helped with the fear. It was so thick inside me I could feel it coiling through my rib cage and wrapping teeth around my heart. Every racing pulse pushed into those knife points, teasing my chest with sharp pinpricks of terror. My lungs suddenly felt tight, and I struggled to make myself breathe. I snapped back to reality as Lily shook me, leaning in close with a worried look on her face. I sucked in a deep, quivering breath, giving her a shaky nod. She responded with a reassuring smile, but her eyes were alert, snapping back and forth as she watched the chaos around us. She gave me a gentle pull, and I pushed myself up from my seat, grabbing my backpack and shouldering it as an afterthought. Don't worry, we're actually not in as much danger as it seems, Lily said after a moment, flashing me a quick grin. Just follow my lead, okay? This isn't my first usurpation. I snapped a look at her in shock, but she just chuckled. Another time. For now, we wait for our arrows to appear and there we go. As if on cue, glowing arrows of light bloomed beneath our feet along the ground. Grabbing my arm, Lily began pulling me along as we began running along the path the arrows created. It surprised me how quickly the food court had begun to empty out, but there were still people like us just getting to their feet and following their own arrows as they appeared. The arrows were a form of Magitech, made to help with evacuations. They were like an active GPS, creating a constantly updating path to the nearest available shelter. Each group of people got their own customized pathways in an attempt to avoid bottlenecks between fleeing people. So long as the arrows were green, we were on track to make it before the usurpation took full effect. While it made it look like everyone was running around in a panic, it would hopefully stop people from getting trampled and shelters from overflowing. We sprinted past stores, turning in seemingly random directions as we trusted the arrows with our lives. Lily could easily have outpaced me, but she stuck by my side even if she did let go of my arm after a minute. As far as I could tell, we were making good time. My mental map wasn't perfect, but I did remember the general location of the shelters in the building from when I looked up the floor plans the previous night. We'll be fine. 10 minutes isn't much time, but the shelter isn't far. At most it'll take a few minutes to get there at full speed, even following this indirect path. Even if the shelter is at capacity, the stairs are nearby, and we could get to the ground floor's mega shelter entrance. We're fine, everything's going to be. Brian, the voice of a young girl shrieked, the cry broken by sobs. Lily and I stumbled and came skidding to a stop. Then another wail cried out, and Lily burst into motion down a path towards the sound. I followed after her blindly as we took a turn the arrows weren't pointing to. Lily moved quickly, faster than I'd ever seen her move before. I did my best to follow her but lost ground in a matter of moments. We took another turn in the sleek mall and found ourselves in front of a store selling stuffed animals. A young, elementary-aged girl stood there whimpering, looking around. When she spotted us, she practically collapsed, clutching a stuffed bear to her chest. Lily slowed down as she got there, crouching down to the girl's level. I caught up to her seconds later, breathing heavily. "Hey there, sweetie," Lily gave a reassuring smile. "What's wrong? What are you doing here all alone?" The girl sniffled and wiped snot from her nose, her lower lip quivering. "Mommy and Daddy told us to wait on the bench with the nice store lady while they got food, but then the alien alarm went off. Everyone started running around and the lady ran too. Nobody would stop to help me." She looked to be on the verge of tears again, and Lily reached out her hand, offering it. "That's all right, how about we help you? We'll take you to the shelter. Your mommy and daddy are probably waiting for you there. Come on, we can go together, and you can tell me all about the cute teddy bear you have." The girl hesitated, looking between the two of us. "What about Brian? Who's going to help Brian?" "Brian," Lily tilted her head. "Who's Brian?" "He's my brother," she whimpered. "He was supposed to wait on the bench with me and the lady, but he wanted to go to the store with the footballs and baseballs. I told him not to go, but he snuck off and—" "Shish, it's all right honey," Lily reassured the girl, rubbing her shoulder gently. "Do you know where the store is? We can go get him together." "We had to cross the place with all the food and the pretty fountain," she said, looking up at Lily as she shook slightly. "It was crowded, and Mommy wanted to eat somewhere quieter." Quickly, I reached into my pocket, pulling at my phone. The internet was out, as it always was during an usurpation, but I still had the third floor's map pulled up. I scanned over it, looking for our location based on our path so far. I found us quickly, and then started looking through the different stores on the other side of the food court. "Found it," I said after a moment, and Lily looked up at me in surprise. "There's a sporting goods store across the food court. That must be the one." Lily gave me a wide grin, and I saw something warm but unfamiliar flash across her face. "Nice job, all right, sweetie, how about you come with us? We'll pick up your brother, and—" "Wait," I interrupted without thinking, my heart leaping into my throat. Lily turned and gave me a questioning look. I bit my lip as I studied the map again, thinking about what the system message had said. To my surprise, it popped back into my mind, showing the remaining time. 8 minutes, 32 seconds. Below our feet, I could see new arrows had formed, but the previous green had gained a yellowish hue. As the alarm continued to wail, cold logic began to form in my head at a furious rate. Doubling back, finding the girl's brother, then running to the shelter. There wouldn't be enough time, not if we dragged the girl with us. She wouldn't be able to keep up the pace. Maybe one of us could make it to the store, find Brian, and then run to the shelter, but it would be cutting it close. The only way it was possible would be taking a straight line route from location to location, relying on everyone else to already have cleared out. The problem was that the person who went would have to know the mall's map well enough to get straight to the store. Which meant, the realization hit me as I considered our options. I ran it through my head once more, but came back to the same conclusion. Swallowing, my legs felt shaky as I forced myself to meet Lily's searching look. There was only one option if we wanted to save both of the kids. And I was not about to abandon a little boy to the anathema. "We won't make it if we take her with us," I finally breathed out. "She wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace we'd have to go." Lily's eyes widened at my words as she glanced back at the girl. She seemed to think about it for a moment, then gave a simple nod to herself. Looking back to me, I could see the determination on her face. "All right, here's what we'll do," she said quickly, her voice a little breathless. You'll take our little pumpkin to the shelter, and all." I shook my head quickly, and she stopped. "Lily, you can't even navigate in video games with a mini-map that shows your location," I pointed out, trying to keep my voice from quavering. "You'd only get lost. I'll do it. I'm the one who always ends up navigating for us in games." I can get there and back to the shelter in time. She opened her mouth to argue, and I held up a hand. 7 minutes, 55 seconds, I pushed. We don't have time to discuss this. It has to be me. Just wish me luck. Lily hissed out. She searched my face for something, but after a faltering moment, she simply got up and wrapped me in a tight hug. I squeezed her back, hoping she couldn't feel my body shaking. He might not even be there, she whispered in my ear. But we have to try, I murmured back. When you get to the shelter, can you make sure they don't panic and activate the emergency shield? I've heard horror stories. Over my dead body, she promised, hugging me so tight it was painful. Lily pulled away from me after another quick second, giving my shoulders a tight squeeze before she reached into the pocket of the blazer still tied about her waist. She pulled something small out and pushed it into my hands. Here, take this. And no matter what, promise me that if you see the arrows turn orange, you turn back. No matter what. I looked back into her eyes as she stared into my own. My stomach turned as I realized she meant I should leave the kid if I couldn't find him in time. I kept her gaze, ignoring the clenching in my chest. I promise, I lied. For another breath, neither of us moved, and I swallowed the bitterness in my throat. Then, I turned on my heel and sprinted away from my friend, praying I wouldn't have to betray her. I followed my mental map, twisting through the maze until I reached a main pathway, and then I beelined it to the food court. As I did, I looked at the object Lily had pushed into my hand. I almost tripped when I realized it was a switchblade in matte black. I quickly regained my balance and pocketed the knife into my blazer. Why did she have a knife with her? For that matter, were switchblades even legal in Arcadia? I considered it for another moment, decided it definitely didn't matter at the moment, and kept moving. I'd just have to ask Lily later. If there is a later. I ignored the chill that thought brought along as I entered the food court proper. It was eerie seeing it empty, tipped over tables and half-eaten meals littered around. I ignored the feeling and started sprinting through, taking the most direct route I could see. It didn't take me long to make it through now that there weren't people adding to the confusion of the area. By the time I got to the store, I was out of breath. Quickly, I brought back the message telling me the time remaining with a focused thought. 5 minutes, 27 seconds. The arrows were orange now, but I ignored them as I kept moving. Hopefully Lily could forgive me. Please be here and just come out immediately. I rushed inside the shop, taking a quick look around. The store itself was a medium-sized, all-purpose sporting goods type, offering miscellaneous things for a variety of sports. Rows of shelves held everything from footballs to rock climbing gear. I started looking through the aisles quickly, trying to slow my breathing enough to speak. Brian, I called out. Are you here? Brian, your sister sent me. Come on out, you're not in trouble, but we have to go. I'll take you to your parents, so please, just come out. Nothing happened for an excruciating few seconds. Then I heard a shuffling sound, and from underneath a clothing rack containing football jerseys, a small boy pulled himself out. He was sniffling, and he looked up at me with a scared, uncertain face. He was cute with his messy swath of blonde hair, and he had on a simple blue shirt with stripes and cargo shorts. I felt my heart soar seeing him safe, and I gave him a relieved smile, holding out my hand in an offering. There you are. Now come on, I'll take you somewhere safe and. Brian rushed over to me and gave me a tight hug around my legs. I blinked in surprise, then quickly moved to comfort him, giving his back a gentle rub. It was so scary, he sniffled, and the sirens are so loud. I want mommy. I know, I hushed him softly, gently pushing him away to look in his eyes. So how about we go find her, okay? We can even run the whole way as long as you hold my hand. How about that? I saw his face light up, and he gave me a big smile missing a few teeth. I grinned back, offering my hand. He took it, and we went to the store entrance where I stopped and waited. Sure enough, arrows appeared along the floor. They were a dark orange hovering on red now, but that still meant we could make it as long as we hurried at our best speed. The message in my head told me we had 4 minutes, 2 seconds left. My heart was going a mile a minute, but I felt a fierce satisfaction as I opened my mouth to tell Brian we were going to start running. Then the alarm stopped. A moment later, the lights in the mall flickered off, and the arrows beneath us disappeared, leaving us in darkness. Emergency alert. Power supply compromised. Primary shielding station offline. SOS has been sent. Shelter in place until rescue arrives. As the alien message popped into my head, Emergency lights switched on, illuminating the area in dim, crimson light. Sweat formed on the back of my neck, and my hands were suddenly clammy. Desperately, I thought of the message with the time limit, trying to see how much time we had left, but nothing appeared. Brian whimpered, huddling closer to my side. The sound of a brief and intense static crackle rippled out without warning, scratching at my bones. I snapped my head to look at the source of the noise and saw that in the middle of the air above the food court were trembling lines of inky shadow spider webbing out from a single point. It looked like glass cracking, but somehow the cracks reached out in all directions and not along a flat plane. The void black cracks wavered unnaturally, and as I watched they began to spread and branch off with more of the staticky bursts. Emergency alert. Multiple usurpation rifts detected on the following floors. Basement 1, Floor 1, Floor 2, Floor 3, Floor 4, Floor 5. Miasma quality, 150. Miasma density, extreme. Guardian command alerted successfully. System going into low power mode. This will be the last message. My throat went dry. I started backing up into the store, pulling Brian along with me. Another crack formed in the area above the food court, and as I watched, the cracks seemed to pull open at their origin point, opening it into a jagged hole that peered into nothing. From that dark space, a dark shape fell, landing on the floor of the food court with a dull thump. I quickly turned, pulling Brian with me to the very back of the store, behind the counter with the cash register. I crouched down, moving Brian into the corner as my pulse pounded in my head. He opened his mouth to say something, and I quickly covered it, putting a finger in front of my lips in a shushing gesture. He stared at me with wide, quivering eyes and nodded. I slowly removed my hand from his mouth, furiously trying to think. We're screwed. We are so screwed. That thing that had dropped from the rift was definitely one of the anathema. They were monsters that sought out humans and killed them without hesitation if you were lucky. Now that it was in our world, it would start searching immediately, possibly even working with others of its kind to set up a nest. We could try to stay and hide, hoping the creatures somehow missed us, but for all I knew, they had super hearing or something. Brian was doing his best to remain quiet, but small, desperate sounds were still escaping from his mouth. No, there was no way we could wait it out, especially not with one of those monsters so close. Besides, waiting brought the risk of even more of them showing up. That left either sneaking by the thing, which was even more unlikely to work, or... I swallowed. A distraction. That could work. I just needed the tools to make it happen. Planning and analysis were always my strongest abilities. Right now, I needed to rely on my instincts and act. There was no time for second guessing, no time to carefully deliberate on the correct course of action. I had to take what I knew and what I was good at and make it work. I can do this. I have to do this. I turned to Brian, trying to put on my most confident smile. Stay right here, I whispered to him seriously. I'm going to try to find something in the store. Whatever you do, don't move or make a sound, okay? Tears started spilling down his face, but he gave me a nod, clamping his hands over his mouth. He was shivering, and the sight broke my heart a little bit. I gave him another reassuring nod, then moved, working my way around the store while keeping low to the ground. I kept my eye on the window, looking out in the direction of the anathema I had seen, but the hedge walls of the food court were high enough to block my view. I was more scared than I'd ever been in my life. So scared, it was hard to breathe. It felt like my rib cage was crushing my lungs, and a permanent spike of anxiety sat in my chest. Still, something in me screamed that I couldn't sit still, that I had to move. If I didn't, it wouldn't just be my life on the line. And there was no way I was going to let that little boy die. I found what I needed almost immediately. There was a bin filled with balls from different sports, and I reached in, grabbing a few baseballs as I shouldered off my backpack. I put 4 inside, and then palmed a 5th. I kept moving, shouldering my pack once again. Those would work for the distraction, hopefully, but I wasn't going to leave anything to chance. In the worst-case scenario, I'd have to fight, or at least hold off the monster while Brian ran, which meant I needed a weapon. I paused in an aisle of the store that held baseball bats, and after another indecisive second of consideration, took an aluminum one. I knew I wasn't strong, in fact, I was downright frail, and I wasn't confident in how useful it would be. I kept looking, hoping to find something that might fit me better. As I moved past climbing gear, something caught my eye. It was an ice axe, packaged in thick plastic layers with a protective sheath wrapped around its head. My eye widened at the sight. Those things were used for ice climbing, meaning they could puncture things. I wasn't sure if Anathema had armor, but if they were anything like what I had seen online or in games that featured them, it seemed likely. Quickly, I grabbed 2 of the axes, discarded the bat, and then crawled back to the counter. On my way, I saw a box on the floor with pictures of some kind of volleyball-like game on it. A new idea formed, and after rearranging my loot between my hands and backpack, I started slowly pushing the large box back behind the checkout counter with me. When I arrived back, Brian let out a small squeak of relief beneath his hands, and I gave him a smiling nod, hoping it didn't look too strained. After a quick glance above the counter to make sure there was nothing in sight, I ducked back down and got to work. First, I needed the axes. I grabbed at the packaging, looking over it as I tried to figure out the best way to get it open quietly. I almost slapped myself when I remembered Lily's knife. I grabbed it from my pocket, figured out how to pop out the blade, and started making cuts. Going slowly, I tried to minimize the crinkle of the plastic as I punctured through it and cut. It still made some noise, and I made sure to pause and listen every few moments. The only sounds were my soft but heavy breaths and Brian's muffled noises of panic. The first axe took me the longest to get free, but the next went much quicker. Once I had both of them out, I picked one up and gave a few light swings, getting a feel for its heft and how to best grip it. When I was satisfied, I started opening up the volleyball box. Seeing me with the ice axe, Brian's fear seemed to settle slightly as he watched me work curiously. My knife helped me make quick work, and inside the box was exactly what I hoped for, a huge, gangly net folded up in a thick heap. I pulled it out, unwinding some of it but doing my best to keep it bundled enough that I could still carry it. Okay, 2 weapons, a net, and baseballs. Is there anything I'm missing, or anything that could improve what I already have? The axes are decent, but if I'm close enough to use one, I'll be in danger from getting hit by whatever I'm fighting. I'm not strong or fast like Lily. All I have is my mind, and whatever strategy I can cobble together. Once we do this, there's no room for mistakes, no second chances. If I screw up, I die. Brian dies. I forced myself to slow down, fighting my instincts that screamed at me to run. Instead, I took a closer look around the counter we hid behind. It had little cupboards I hadn't noticed before, and I opened them. There was a variety of miscellaneous things inside from cleaning supplies to duct tape. I grabbed the tape, because duct tape might as well be Magitech with how many different things it could be used for. As I went to close the cupboard, I noticed a broom leaning in the corner next to Brian. An idea bloomed in my head, so I grabbed the broom. Grabbing the bristly head of the broom, I unscrewed it from the wood pole. Then I grabbed one of the axes while lining it up with the pole, using the duct tape to attach them together. I had to unpeel the tape from the roll slowly to avoid making too much sound, but even still I didn't manage to avoid it completely. Every time I pulled some off too quickly, I winced at the noise and paused to listen, continuing only when I was sure nothing was coming for us. When I finished, I looked at my improvised weapon. It looked ridiculous, the long wooden pole with the tiny ice axe attached to one end. It was the world's wimpiest looking scythe, but it would at least allow me to swing the ice axe down on something from a relatively safe distance. I took the other ice axe and put it in my backpack with its head sticking out, closing the zipper around the handle. Hopefully that way I would be able to reach over my shoulder and pull it out quickly. I slipped on my backpack and then grabbed my makeshift scythe in one hand, the baseball in the other. Finally, I bundled the net under my left arm. I took one last moment to gather myself, taking a few deep breaths. How long did that take? 10 minutes? Less. Feels like it was forever. I shook my head. The stress and anxiety were playing with my head. Everything was going as well as could be expected. My plan had come together nicely, and now the only thing left was to put it into action. I grabbed my phone from my pocket after a moment of reshuffling items. There was no service or internet, but the map was still pulled up, so I took the time to memorize 3 different paths to the shelter. Once I was sure I had the paths memorized and could picture them clearly in my head, I tucked my phone away. Ignoring my terror, I turned to the little boy. He seemed a little more calm now after watching me get everything ready. Okay, I whispered to him, giving my softest smile. Here's what we're going to do. You're going to follow right behind me. When we get to the door, I'm going to throw this baseball and distract whatever might be out there. Then we're going to make our way to the shelter as quietly as possible. If something finds us, you run and find a store to hide in, okay? Don't come out or make a sound until I find you. I paused, then quickly added in a quieter voice. Or someone else comes looking. If it's somebody calling out saying they're here to help, go to them. Otherwise, stay hidden no matter what you hear. You understand? He gave me a jerky nod, and after fumbling my items around, I managed to free a hand to rub the top of his head gently. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Now, let's go. I started moving, still crouched and making sure Brian followed. He stuck to me like glue, and I made sure to pay extra attention to my scythe's length to not bump it into him or any of the shelves. We made our way to the entrance, and I paused, looking around at the food court. The weird rift thing had disappeared from the sky, and the mall was silent as a graveyard, which was not a comforting analogy to make. Stupid brain. The way looked clear, and so I carefully set down my weapon and transferred the baseball to my right hand. As I did, I caught my reflection in the glass of a nearby display. I looked scared, of course, but my eye there was a determination that gleamed behind it that I'd never seen before. As I looked on in surprise, I found my hand reaching towards my eye patch. Screw it, it's not like anyone is around to stare anyway. Might as well go all out. So I pulled off the eye patch, tucking it into my blazer pocket as my right eye quickly adjusted to the dim red of the emergency light. My reflection peered back at me, my left eye a bright azure, and my uncovered right a sanguine red, both gleaming with the mark of someone affected by Manhwa while they were still developing in the womb. The two different colors were just due to mundane heterochromia, but being Manhwa-born meant they both had a vivid sheen to them. The combination ended up causing people to stare or sometimes outright stop me to take pictures. I'd taken to wearing the eye patch to avoid the attention since elementary school. I'd still gotten looks, of course, but the medical-style eye patch had stopped all but the most intrusive from asking questions, afraid it was an injury and, therefore, a taboo topic. Of course, that hadn't stopped Katie when we had first met in middle school. She'd poked and prodded around the topic, finally taking to calling me Cyclops Girl. Then, at the start of the current school year, she'd grown the courage to outright pull off my eye patch in the middle of our lunch period. After that, word had spread through the grade quickly. Freak, crazy eyes, demon girl. Katie had gotten creative with the names. From a distance, it was all just stupid, low-tier bullying. But that didn't make it cut any less, and even small cuts could bleed someone out eventually. My vision finally finished adjusting to both the dark and using both eyes again, so I shook the thoughts from my head. Now wasn't the time to be introspective. It was time to move. Carefully, I stood up, still searching for movement. Seeing none, I took a breath, pulled my arm back, and threw the baseball as far as I could, aiming at a store window on the other side of the food court. I wasn't particularly strong and never really practiced throwing, so I just arched it the best I could, hoping it would slam into something and make noise. It did not disappoint. Maybe I had underestimated the effect of fear-induced adrenaline and the strength that came with it, because I watched with shock as it flew all the way across the food court. It fell short of the store I aimed for, but then it bounced off the floor with a noisy thud and ricocheted into the window. The baseball slammed into the glass, and the entire window shook noisily in its frame, echoing through the empty mall floor. Triumph flooded into my veins, a wild grin stretching over my lips as four shapes suddenly blurred from the shadows, rushing to the sound. I got the vague impression of something dog-like with an unnaturally long tail, the sound of claws scrabbling on the tiled floor as they moved. My heart leapt into my throat as one of the shapes appeared from behind a half-wall of hedges along the food court's outer perimeter, directly where our path to the shelter was. The shapes moved about as quick as a normal canine running at full speed, but made no sound other than the clicking of their clawed feet. I waited, making sure there were no others, and then moved, jerking my head at Brian to follow. I kept my scythe close and the bundled net in my left hand ready as I led Brian to the hedge walls, skirting along the perimeter of the food court away from the direction I'd thrown the ball. My heart felt like it was trying to tear through my chest, but I ignored it as I crouched shuffled along. When we got about a quarter of the way around, I took another careful look above the hedges but saw nothing. I moved, breaking from the cover of the wall and headed to a pathway that led between stores. From there, I knew if we took a right and followed the maze of storefronts for a while, it would eventually lead us directly onto a path to the shelter. Brian stuck close, all but clutching onto me as we moved. I led him along, trying to ignore the storefronts we were passing and the thought there could be any number of anathema hiding in them. If they were hiding inside, there wasn't much I could do about it but be alert and ready. We made slow but substantial progress. My path was designed to take as many turns as possible, utilizing the small alleyways created between the stores. That way, we wouldn't find ourselves on a long straightaway where anything could see us from far away. Before every turn, I stopped and looked down the hall, forcing myself to observe for at least a minute before continuing. With the size of the mall, it felt like I was going through a city more than anything else. Brian kept up well, and I made sure to give him a reassuring smile every time we waited at a corner. I had no idea how the kid was holding it all together so well when I barely was. Maybe he was just in shock. Maybe I was in shock. Whatever, it didn't matter too much as long as we were making progress. At the halfway mark, I paused to catch my breath, taking a little more time as I watched our next pathway for movement. Seeing nothing, I stepped out, turning to give Brian another reassuring smile. For the first time, he gave me a shaky smile back, and an anathema stepped out of a storefront 10 feet behind him. It was about the size of a small wolf and borrowed the same shape, but instead of fur, it had a slick black carapace covering it in armor, sinewy red muscle poking out between the plates. The thing's tail was serrated and hung limply behind it at nearly twice the length of its body. As the thing stepped forth, it turned to me. I blinked as my gaze met what looked almost like a giant eel's head. Its unassuming, derpy eyes stared back, lidless and unmoving. Then it opened its mouth, and I realized its head wasn't that of an eel but a lamprey. Teeth lined the interior of its suction cup mouth, and it let out a shrieking hiss that bounced around weirdly in the shorter passage. Brian started to flip around, but I was already moving. The lamprey wolf hurried to move as well, scrabbling and slipping over the tiles as it tried to find traction to leap at us. I threw the net over Brian's head at the thing, grabbing his shoulder and pushing him behind me once the net left my hand. "Run!" I yelped at Brian, my voice cracking even as I readied my makeshift scythe for a swing. The monster managed to take a step forward only for the messily unwinding net to entangle it. Its legs caught in the various layers of webbing, and it tripped forward, crashing to the ground. As it did, I grabbed my weapon with both hands and swung down. The head of the ice axe smashed straight into a piece of carapace and then threw it into flesh. I felt the squish of meat being punctured through the broom pole, and I suppressed a shudder. The thing let out an undulating hiss of pain, spitting gray slime over the ground as it tried to stand, only for its legs to get further enwrapped in the net. It still managed to slide itself forward, only for the excess netting to catch its back legs as well. Between the smooth tile of the ground and its tangled limbs, it couldn't seem to get to its feet. I pulled up on my scythe, drawing it out from the monster and sending an arc of black ichor onto the wall and ceiling. Then I swung down again. And again, and again. The ice axe punctured through the thing's body a half-dozen times before the creature finally started tearing through the net with its claws. I pulled my scythe back, fear sending a shock of lightning through me. Suddenly, I realized the ice axe wasn't piercing deep enough to reach anything vital in its body. I had to aim for the head if I wanted to kill the thing before it got free. I adjusted, aiming for half a second before swinging down the scythe again, aiming directly at its head and neck area. There was a sudden blur, and the monster's serrated tail whipped up and wrapped around my weapon. Then it pulled with unnatural strength, and my scythe went flying. I stumbled backwards, reaching behind my head and grasping the ice axe that was sticking out of my backpack. My fingers were slick with sweat and slipped around the thing, unable to find a good grip. Cursing, I pulled off my backpack and ripped the axe clear, tossing my pack to the side. Before I could flip the axe around to grab the handle, there was a ripping sound as the monster tore itself free from the netting. It leapt at me, bowling straight into me and slamming me into the ground. A gasp of air escaped my lungs even as my head was thrown back by the whiplash into the tile. Pain exploded through my head and back, dyeing my sight red. I blinked the color away, but when my vision cleared, the thing was standing over me, its head hovering above my stomach. Somehow, I was still holding onto the ice axe, and I fumbled with it, trying to work my hand down from the head to grasp the handle. I pushed against the ground with my feet, trying to slide myself away from the monster. It stared at me for a second before it pulled its head back, opening its maw in a victorious shriek, and then it plunged its face onto my stomach. Dozens of serrated teeth undulated in rapid succession to claw into my skin while something sharp and abrasive ripped through my blazer and shirt and into the flesh of my navel. The beginnings of a scream escaped through my clenched teeth as it tore into me. Finally my right hand found a grip on the axe and what felt like a serrated knife plunged into my stomach, and I screamed. Tears came to my eyes as whatever impaled me began to tear a route inside of my guts. Dark edges closed in around my vision as a burning pain clawed into me. After another few churning twists, the knife-like object withdrew from my belly in one quick, smooth motion, and I gasped at the sudden sensation. I tried to look through the blurriness covering my sight, my abdomen spasming in a sharp, burning pain. I found the creature still latched onto me, its lidless eyes meeting my own. Suddenly, its neck undulated, and I felt a sudden suction as it began slurping up my blood and guts. The thing was eating me. Something inside my head snapped at that realization, and I let out a scream that cracked my throat as a whole new agony flooded my body. Panic and desperation flooded through me at the sheer intrusiveness of the sensation as my guts were sucked out. I tried to grab the thing's head with my left hand and push it off, but I couldn't find any purchase on its slick skin. I switched tactics, instead using the feeling of the monster's head to aim, and I swung the ice axe at it. The axe pierced the thing's neck, and its entire body spasmed, the suction faltering. The brief reprieve gave me time to pull the axe back out and adjust my aim. Its tail swung up from behind it, and I knew it was going to try to whip my ice axe away. Before it could, I swung down again, and the axe plunged through its head, this time directly above its eyes. The monster's entire body stiffened, going completely still. Then its teeth suddenly unlatched from my belly even as the thing fell on top of me. I could hear myself whimpering as I pulled the axe out, and swung down again at its neck. There was no reaction as it bit deep, but I didn't stop. I kept swinging, stabbing holes into the thing until my arm grew weak. I could hear myself gasping for breath as I lay there, the creature's corpse resting on my lower body. For a while, I didn't move. Every heaving breath of air caused my stomach to rise and fall, sending shocks of pain through me. I tried to slow down my breathing the best I could, and the pain gradually began to lose some of its bite. When it went from excruciating and paralyzing to only reducing me to tears, I began trying to slide myself from under it. The movement caused my abdominal muscles to contract, and I choked on more sobs as I forced myself to continue until I was finally free. I wiped at my blurry vision, trying to regain my composure. From where I was laying, I tried my best to look around for Brian, but I didn't see him anywhere. He must have ducked into a store and hid like I told him. That was good, because I was sure my screams had echoed through the hallways. Hopefully the maze of the mall had bounced the sound around enough that it would take time before more creatures found me, but I couldn't waste even a second. I needed to move, and to do that, I had to assess the damage to my abdomen. I felt panicky fear rise in my throat as I pushed my head and shoulders up off the ground to see my wound. There was a hole through my blazer and blouse on the area around my navel, showing skin and flesh scraped raw. In the center was a noticeable hole, and even as I watched, blood bubbled up from it with each of my breaths. Soft, mewling sounds of pain started escaping me as horror washed through me. Bile rose in my throat, and I forced myself to hold it down, not wanting to know what kind of pain vomiting would induce. I let myself lie back on the floor, closing my eyes. I couldn't stop myself from whimpering weakly as I gently moved my hands over my wound and felt a hot, sticky warmth. I tried to put a little pressure on my wound, but the slightest push sent stars across my vision. My weak, pained noises gained a raw, shrill sharpness to them. As I tried to regain control of myself, I realized that even though the monster hadn't hit anywhere vital, it had still ripped through my guts. If I tried to move, the pain it would cause would almost certainly make me pass out. I was stuck, bleeding out, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I'm going to die, I realized, and tears spilled down my cheeks. I felt myself choking on weak sobs as I tried not to agitate my belly. I had killed an anathema, an alien abomination, but so what? What did it matter if I was going to die anyway? I had saved Brian, but now what was going to happen to him? Would he really be safe with more of those things prowling around? I'd failed in every single way that truly mattered. And Lily, God, Lily, I was never going to see her again, her blonde ponytail bouncing whenever she ran, her mischievous grin when she surprised me. I was never going to get to play more games with her, to watch her run at her track practices, to see her smile at me again. I really wanted to see her smile again. Something inside my heart fell apart. I let myself cry in uncontrolled, choking gasps, ignoring the throbbing pain that came with it. My sobs were utterly undignified sounding, all snot and choked whines, but I didn't care. It didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered anymore. Dimly, I heard the pitter-patter of something against the tile floor, and I almost let out a mirthless laugh as it grew nearer. So much for bleeding out. At least I wouldn't have to suffer much longer. The pattering steps grew nearer with an odd, hopping cadence, and it was only when I heard it stop near my head that I decided to open my eyes and face whatever had come to finish me off. At first, I thought I was looking at a stuffed animal. A pure white, floppy-eared rabbit sat near my head, staring at me with red eyes. The rabbit was huge, the size of a fully grown cat, and even as I looked at it, 9 foxtails unfurled behind it, gently waving back and forth. As I looked at the thing in confusion, I noticed that instead of solid pupils, both were black circles that held a 7-pointed star made of 7 straight, overlapping lines. Everything about it was overemphasized and artificially perfect, exactly like a stuffed animal was. The rabbit's head suddenly moved, tilting slightly as it continued to stare. "Congratulations!" A woman's voice resounded through my mind. "Your actions have not gone unnoticed. The Zenith have recognized you as being a capable fit to become a magical guardian and continue defending humanity." I blinked, completely failing to understand what was happening. I went over the words in my head again but couldn't seem to process them. The rabbit's head tilted to the other side, and the woman's voice came back to me. "It appears your conflict with the anathema has left you in a critical condition. I should inform you that if you choose to become a magical guardian, you will gain access to resources capable of preventing your eventual demise. As you seem to be losing blood and consciousness, I will skip the rest of the introduction and get straight to my one and only question." The rabbit's heptagram eyes began to glow with crimson light, and I felt a cold chill down my spine. "Would you like to make a contract?" I could feel my breathing pick up as I wondered if I had finally lost my mind. "It would be best if you tried to remain calm," a woman's soothing voice washed over me. "Hyperventilation will only aggravate your wound further. While not an imminently fatal wound, it is still best to keep you in as perfect health as possible." What are you?" I whispered, my voice quivering. It paused for a moment, then an ear twitched. "Perhaps some explanation is required after all." "Very well, I am an entity created by the alien race you know as the Zenith. As for what I am, the closest equivalent humans have is that of a highly advanced artificial intelligence. Although the proper explanation is much more complicated, you may think of me as an AI formed by both magic and unrivaled technology. I was created in order to assist humanity in their fight against the anathema. Humans have taken to calling us familiars." Recognition dawned on me. MGs always did seem to have weird little mascot animals that got advertised with them. Even the few magical girl shows I'd seen had featured weird but cute-looking creatures who ended you giving the girl their power. A flare of pain brought me back to the moment, and I suppressed a shudder. I was starting to feel cold, and I was covered in a sheen of sweat from the fight and pain. I looked back at the rabbit. "I don't understand," I whispered. "Why me? I'm not special, or strong, or anything like that. So why me?" The familiar's fox tails swished back and forth. "On the contrary, the Zenith determined some time ago that you would be compatible with magic and be capable of serving in a vital role as a magical guardian. Otherwise, I would not have been created. Each familiar is personalized from inception to be a match for their potential guardian, you know. I have even been watching you for the past 23 days, gathering more information and performing a final assessment. After your recent actions, I decided further observation was no longer necessary." "Oh," I replied weakly. The pain in my stomach was growing, sending sharper spikes through my body. The adrenaline from the fight must have been fading too, because exhaustion was starting to pull at me, and a nap sounded really good. If it weren't for the sharp bouts of agony, I was pretty sure I would have passed out already. Perhaps more questions should wait until a later time. The familiar's ears perked up slightly. "You are injured, though I have limited ability to tell how badly without forming a contract first. I would highly suggest you make a decision on my offer swiftly." All of it was so sudden, it felt surreal. No fanfare, no gradual build-up, just bam, fight an anathema, almost die, and now an alien creature was offering me a power most would kill for. It was too much, and I wanted to ask 1,000 questions, to pinch myself and make sure I wasn't dreaming. The familiar, however, was right. I didn't have much time to think through this. I was lying on the ground, helpless and bleeding with monsters roaming about. If I wanted to survive, I would just have to accept this as reality and move on. So I bit my lip, and forced my brain to work through the situation. Becoming a magical guardian, wasn't this exactly what everyone dreamed of? Besides the gaping belly wound, of course. If I accepted, I would be able to use magic. Magic, as in fireballs and flying and well, pretty much anything, really. The laws of reality would become more like guidelines, suggestions that I could scoff at. Accepting would basically make me into a superhero, an icon idolized by modern society. Oh, and I would survive my mortal wound too, according to the familiar. As far as sign-up bonuses, that was pretty good. Naturally, seeing only benefits, I knew there had to be a catch. Nothing was free. Nothing. What's the catch? I asked in a whisper. There are 3 stipulations to the contract. The first is by and large the biggest reason people do not accept. In becoming a magical guardian, you pledge to use your powers to fight the anathema and protect humanity in its struggle. This means for the rest of your life, your fate will be entangled with pain, suffering, and death. You must realize that you cannot be a light in the darkness without immersing yourself in those very same shadows. Even should you not fight the anathema directly, you will still be working in some way to alleviate the suffering they cause, and in doing so, expose your very soul to the tragedies of a war without end. Her words made me shiver, eliciting an accompanying wince and hiss of pain. I rolled the words over in my head quickly, only taking a second to consider them. It was such an easy decision, and I felt a sour taste rise in the back of my throat when I realized why. All right, next condition. There was a pregnant pause, and I looked back to the familiar when it didn't immediately reply. Time may be short, but perhaps you should consider it more thoroughly. It suggested carefully. The fear of death may be influencing your decision, but I did consider it. I let out a weak shout, slamming my fist down on the tile impotently. I don't think you understand. My life, it hasn't been good, all right. The idea of fighting anathema scares me, but at least it would be a fight. For once, I would have the power to make a difference, to stop just surviving. Tears began to blur my vision, and I clenched my teeth. Every day, it's always the same thing over and over again. Take the hits and just roll with them. All I've ever managed to do is just survive. I even tried to stand up for myself, and it only made things worse. Can you imagine what that's like? To come face to face with how helpless you really are. How futile it all is. To actually wonder what the point of living is if it's just never-ending pain. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting against a rising hysteria. How many times had I lied to myself that things were okay? That one day, things would change. That I would eventually stop feeling utter disappointment every morning I woke up. I'm just so tired of being helpless, I whispered. I just can't anymore. I can't keep trying and losing. The fox tails behind the familiar lowered down to the floor, and it gave a slow dip of its head. I wiped my eyes on my sleeves, and after a few seconds of silence, it continued in a somber tone. The second condition is more vague, but it states that you will not abuse your new powers. Things such as needlessly harming other humans, hampering other magical guardians without reason, or using your power in a tyrannical manner. You are expected to be a beacon of hope, not a monster. This rule is more flexible due to its far-reaching nature, and warnings will be given if it is perceived you are potentially breaking it. That's fine, I shook my head. Wasn't planning on world domination anyway. Yes, the feminine voice in my head gained a hint of dry sarcasm to it. Though your friend's lust for the conquest of Australia is potentially worrying. I blinked. Did it just wait? How did it even know about the third and final stipulation? It interrupted my thoughts, as that you agree that no matter what, you will not attempt to break the laws of magic. There are a few, but they simply cover what you can and can't use certain magics for. Time and mind magic would be examples. Generally, don't actively try to destroy reality or enslave another, and you'll be fine. A more detailed explanation will be provided if necessary. Reasonable. Just yeah, all of that sounded like bad news anyway. Okay, I'm fine with all 3 of the rules. Excellent. Know that breaking any of these stipulations is grounds for the stripping of your power and any assets you may have acquired during your time as a magical guardian. If all 3 stipulations are agreeable, then I will ask my question one last time, and you will answer. Then we can begin saving your life. Wait, what do you mean, we? I asked. What exactly happens after the contract is formed? Familiars act as a magical guardian's personal assistant to not only guide them through their new abilities but also aid them in whatever they might request. Essentially, you will have a magical AI in your head whose only purpose is to help you for the rest of your life. That is why familiars are personally customized to each magical guardian candidate. Extensive information gathering was done to make sure our personalities would be complementary and so I would be aware of the various aspects of your life. Oh, I said, a sudden paranoia rising in my chest. How much do you know about me exactly? There was a pause, and I felt my throat grow tighter. It is not an exaggeration to say the zenith or eons beyond humanity's capabilities. Anything posted online or kept electronically pertaining to you has been acquired and researched. Once active observation began, it is safe to assume that if there was an electronic device capable of monitoring you, it was hacked to do so. Phones recorded conversations, cameras your activities, and etc. The only place not monitored directly by me, spellcraft, or technology was your home, although internet activity was logged as stipulated by the accords signed with humanity. Anger and panic rose in me at the thought of them spying on me, but the familiar's voice quickly continued. I am aware humans value privacy dearly. The main purpose of the information gathering was not to pry, but to make sure you would be a suitable magical guardian. The amount of power that comes with being one is too much to give to a candidate without first making sure they would not abuse it. If it makes you feel better, I promise not to bring up anything that might be considered an overstepping of boundaries. My purpose will be to help you in your duties as a magical guardian, not judge or pry into your personal life. What you choose to share with me and bring me into will be completely up to you. I swallowed. I really didn't like that the thing seemed to know so much about me, but it made sense. How else were the zeniths supposed to determine if people met their criteria? It made me uncomfortable, but in the end, it didn't matter. If the familiar really promised to respect my boundaries. Fine, I whispered, wincing in pain. I guess that works. The creature's head bobbed up and down. Then, if you accept the previously explained rules, the gentle voice prodded. I took a deep breath as I met the familiar's eyes. I could feel fear inside me, but I couldn't quite figure out why. I ignored it, knowing that it didn't matter anymore. I'd made my decision, so I gave a serious nod to the creature offering to change everything. There was a breath, and then it asked its question. Would you like to make a contract? Yes, I replied. And then I fell through the floor. I yelped as the sensation of dropping sent fear into my throat. Shadows enfolded my vision as I plummeted downwards into absolute darkness. My back hit something painlessly, and there was a shattering sound. I saw glass shards glinting in the shadows as they began to descend with me, only for everything to come to a jolting stop, frozen midair. Then I began to fall back the way I came. Instead of flying through the hole I smashed through, I splashed into lukewarm water face first. It was only about an inch deep, and there was some kind of featureless ground beneath it. I sputtered as liquid filled my nose. Pushing myself up, I coughed a few times, trying to get my bearings. All I was able to make out was darkness, and as I stood on my feet, my eyes widened, and I quickly looked down at my stomach. There was no wound in it, and even my clothes seemed utterly devoid of damage. Frowning, I gently touched my belly, but felt nothing amiss. I took a few tentative steps forward, the gentle swish of water parting around my shoes the only sound. There was nothing around me but an endless expanse of emptiness and shallow water. A second later, there was the crackle of electricity, and a sudden purple light bloomed in the shadows with the intensity of a lightning flash. I brought a hand up, shielding my eyes as they adjusted. Squinting, I was able to make out a vague pillar shape of harsh purple light rising from the water and into the sky. Something about the light called to me, beckoning me to ignore my confusion, and so I made my way towards it. My vision adjusted as I neared, and I saw the pillar was created from strands of electricity shaped like thorned vines. The energy had a pitch-black core with a violet outline, giving it an unnaturally eerie look. While the frozen, perfectly sculpted lightning was beautiful, something about the thorned vine shape each electrical arc had gave me a deep sense of isolation, maybe emptiness. Tightly entangled as the vines were, it almost felt like they were trying to keep something away. I peered at the amethyst lightning vines, and I found myself slowly moving around the pillar-like shape they formed. Even though they were thickly intertwined, I could see through portions deeper into its column, and an oddly colored shape poked through the holes. I finally got to one portion where the vines hadn't bunched together as much, and I peered inside the small window formed by their absence. My heart stopped. Suspended several inches above the ground and wrapped in the tangle of thorned electricity was a young girl. She was naked, showing a petiteness that edged on dangerous. Her skin was smooth and pale as a porcelain doll. Even though she wore nothing, the lightning entangling her somehow provided the perfect amount of modesty, as if artistically placed. Her hair was raven dark, falling in straight, silky tresses down to her hips, and it framed her too soft sleeping face in a dark veil. I stared at the girl, wondering what I could do to get her out of her prison. Suddenly, she took a sharp, shuddering breath. Her body spasmed slightly against the vines, but they held tight with an electric crackle. Slowly, Her eyes fluttered open, meeting my own. Heterochromatic eyes of azure and scarlet met mine, and I realized the girl I was looking at was a reflection of me only with longer hair, alabaster skin, and her pupils. They were shaped like crescent moons, the darkness of them drawing me in. Suddenly I was lying back on the floor of the mall. Sharp, silvery pain exploded through my skull, and I let out a groan as I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to will it away. System update. Soul gem formulation successful. Reflection room stabilized. Contract ceremony complete. Mana resonance recorded at 124%. System access granted. Gate access granted. Credentials updated. Error. Unable to unlock astral shift. Blacklight protocols are in effect. See familiar for assistance. Pre-contractual accomplishments found. Rewards have been applied. The message that visually appeared in my head rang out in discordant voices, followed by the familiar's feminine voice in an excited tone. For some reason, its words also appeared at the bottom of my vision like subtitles. Obtained Magical Guardian Starter Bonus. Welcome to the world of magic. Obtained 150 points. Saved. 1 defenseless child. Reward. 10 points. Accomplishment rewards received for sacrificing yourself to certain doom to save another. Reward. 100 points. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 1. Reward. 10 points. Total points. 270. Unique augment available. As the pain and messages in my head faded, I looked to my left to see the familiar still sitting in the same position. To my surprise, its pure white visage had changed. Near the tips of each of its tails and ears was a swath of black fur that formed a ring. Between its eyes, more black fur had formed the symbol of a crescent moon, and its previously heptagram-shaped pupils had changed to a matching shape. Contract successful, my familiar said. As your bonded familiar, I will begin my role as companion and advisor, answering questions and making recommendations based on your personality, background, and requests. I now have a link to your senses, so give me a moment to look over your vital O. There was silence, and I raised an eyebrow as fear rose in my throat. What? I asked in a panicked voice. How bad is it? The injury itself is serious but manageable. It's just you have a rather unusually high pain tolerance. I felt my heart rate lower, and I glared at the creature for nearly giving me a heart attack. It didn't seem to notice. Very well, I believe our best course of action would be to skip the immediate introduction and use some of your points to purchase items capable of healing your injury. Afterwards, I will explain in further detail your new abilities. Is that acceptable? I guess. I furrowed my eyebrows. But what do you mean by purchase? Magical guardians are rewarded with points for a variety of activities such as defeating anathema, completing quests, and saving people from danger. With these points, you can access what is called the arcane system and purchase everything from spells and abilities to more mundane physical items. Clothes, weapons, and technologies from beyond your imagination are now a simple expenditure of points away. Wait, I stammered. Quests. Defeating monsters. And didn't that notification earlier have a level on that anathema I killed? Isn't this just like a video game? Very much so. In fact, I think you will soon be pleasantly surprised by some aspects of your new power. Regardless, your health and safety take precedence. It has been less than 13 minutes since the first rifts formed and 2 minutes since you defeated the Fomorian Hound. Getting you healed into a shelter as soon as possible would be ideal. 2 minutes. That wasn't possible. We'd had a whole conversation, and the explanations hadn't been that short. I sense your confusion, my familiar said somewhat smugly. Due to the time-sensitive position we were in, I elected to send my words to you as instantaneous blocks of information and let your brain process them as if we were speaking normally. This means my parts of the conversation have essentially been said at the speed of thought. Therefore, the only time that has passed has been when you were speaking or considering your choices. To anyone observing, you were having a very quick conversation with yourself interrupted only by momentary bits of silence. Oh, I stammered. That's actually incredibly useful. It does strain your brain somewhat, so outside of combat situations, I will simply speak to you normally. However, we can discuss that later. For now, let us begin by saving your life. And how exactly do we do that? I asked. Do you teach me a healing spell or something? No, the feminine voice replied with undisguised glee. There is only one way we can save you at the moment. I raised an eyebrow, curious at my familiar's excited tone. We go shopping. I'm sure you've heard of magical guardians summoning items from thin air. It is a fairly well recorded and discussed phenomenon. Yeah, I trailed off slowly. It would have been hard not to hear about it with all the videos people constantly took whenever an MG did well, anything. In the clips I'd seen, the MG would make a dramatic motion, a glowing magical circle of light would appear, and some item would pop out of it. People had theories about what was really happening, but I'd simply chalked it up to magic and moved on. Yes, well, they are making use of what is called the gate, and it is one of the two major boons you have access to now. Simply put, it is an interdimensional network of magic that allows guardians to purchase something with points they have earned. The item is then teleported directly to the guardian from the zenith. Half-second delivery or your money back. I squinted at my familiar, trying to see if it was joking or not. It stared back with unblinking eyes. The feeling of hot, sticky warmth spreading beneath my hands drew me back from the moment. Okay, I finally groaned, shifting as my wound throbbed. What do we need to do? How bad am I hurt? I am sorry to say your injury, while not immediately fatal, is extensive. Fomorian hounds consume their victims in a way similar to how lampreys eat. Using the suction cup of their mouth and teeth, they dig into the flesh. Then they use their serrated knife tongue to rasp away any protective layers before they puncture and gouge into their victim. Whirling their tongue around, they mulch the flesh within the wound to be easily sucked up. Right now, your intestines look like they went through a blender. I felt an intense nausea rise in me as I stared in horror at the rabbit. It seemed entirely unconcerned by what it had just described. I swallowed, the pain of my injury becoming more prominent as I thought about it. Is there anything I can even buy to fix that? I asked, my heart in my throat. Of course, there are items that fit any number of situations. It is not an exaggeration to say there are millions of different items and vaults in total. As such, I have taken the liberty of selecting what I believe to be the best options. First, I would recommend unlocking the First Aid Vault Common for 100 points. With that, you will be able to purchase the 3 items needed to stabilize your condition and begin the healing process. The total cost will come to 140 points. Would you like more information on the individual items, or just do it? I shook my head, the pain in my stomach bubbling up in intensity. First Aid Vault Common unlocked. Minus 100 points. Purchased. Pain Relief Inhaler. Minus 10 points. Purchased. Emergency Clot Spray. Minus 10 points. Purchased. Greater Restoration Gum. Minus 20 points. Remaining points, 130. Words flashed in my vision along with the familiar's voice, and then a spot next to me on the ground began to glow. A magic circle bloomed into existence with deep violet light. It consisted of 2 concentric circles forming a thin ring filled with runic letters. The inner circle was wrapped around a 7-pointed star drawn like my familiar's eyes had been, 7 straight lines intersecting and overlapping. There was a hum from the magic circle, and a small matte black box rose from within its glowing interior. Then the circle dimmed until it disappeared completely. I stared at the box for a shocked second. It really had just teleported in. Open it, my familiar urged. I reached out and grabbed the box. It wasn't big, maybe the size of 2 particularly thick hardcover books placed next to each other. There was a silver button placed in the center, between the seams, so I pressed it. With a click, the top came unlatched and popped open slightly. I pulled and flipped it the rest of the way, forcing myself up slightly as I looked inside. It was filled with some kind of black foam that wrapped around 3 distinct items. The first looked like a simple inhaler, the second a spray paint can with a cone-shaped nozzle, and the third, a purple marble wrapped in a clear plastic wrapper. The inhaler and can were colored black, but both also had some kind of icon on them, a crescent moon with a silhouette of a bunny head around it, both in a metallic silver. First, the inhaler, the familiar said. It operates the same way as a normal one might. It is filled with a fast-acting medication that will target any nerves sending pain signals over a certain threshold. I fumbled the inhaler to my mouth, exhaled deeply, and then depressed the top of the inhaler even as I took a deep breath in. The air that entered my mouth tasted of mint, and was somehow fresh like morning air filled with dew. I held the breath in my lungs as long as I could, and then gasped out, causing my abdomen to move in response. Sharp pain flashed through my stomach only to be washed over with a cool, relaxing feeling. I blinked in surprise as the agony seemed to disappear as fast as it had come. Very good. Next is the emergency clot spray. Press the cone of the nozzle over the puncture tightly and then hold the button on top of the can. Do not release the button until the can stops spraying. The spray itself is a fast-forming foam that will close your lacerated internals. It will also serve the function of helping lock your intestines in place and prevent further agitation. I followed my familiar's instructions. When I pressed down on the nozzle, there was an odd feeling of some kind of thick liquid spraying into my abdomen. It didn't hurt, but it was slightly cold, and the sensation of it packing into me was downright weird. I did my best not to squirm, and the can stopped a moment later. When I pulled it away, I saw a small mound of foam over the injury. It quivered slightly, and then seemed to lose its viscosity, slipping off me until only a thin seal over my injury remained. Excellent, my familiar said. Finally, you have the gum. Remove the wrapper, place it into your mouth, and chew. As a greater restorative agent, it will work to repair what it can of your internals while also promoting an increase in blood reproduction. Your blood levels should be back to full within the hour. Should you grow tired of chewing on it, you can also swallow it. I took the small little wrapper and pulled out the gum ball. Even the candy had the same silver crescent moon and rabbit head icon branded on its violet surface, and I shook my head as I popped it into my mouth. When I bit into the candy, it didn't explode in flavor but sensation. It was like drinking hot chocolate on a cold winter day, a gentle warmth filling my body with satisfaction. I'd only experienced the taste and sensation once before, and it was a soft, comforting bliss that I wanted to let myself slip into. Unfortunately, I was still in a mall filled with murderous alien monsters. I forced myself to start getting up. My abdomen let out a distant and dull throb, but left me otherwise unhindered as I stood on shaky legs. Only now did I notice the entire lower half of my clothes were covered in either my blood or sticky alien ichor, and I forced myself to ignore the queasy sensation that began welling up. I looked back and forth down the hall in a quick check, but found nothing coming. As swiftly as I could move, I stumbled to my backpack, picking it up and grabbing my discarded ice axe along the way. Then I ducked into a clothing store, crouching near the back while keeping a view of the outside. Now that you are mobile and we have a moment, my familiar said from seemingly nowhere. May I suggest going through a small portion of the introductory tutorial? There are some important matters that must be discussed. What do you mean? I hissed, looking around for the rabbit. I was very loud about how much pain I was in. More anathema are probably coming, and we need to find Brian. Where are you, anyway? It is unlikely more are heading this way. The mall is made of a hyper-sound absorptive material to prevent echoing and excessive noise pollution, a necessity due to its size and layout. Except for the hallway you were just in, the noise would not have traveled far. The only rooms you must worry about noise traveling in are the larger, more open rooms such as the food court. Otherwise, you can rest easy that any noise made will not escape your immediate vicinity. Oh, I frowned. Now that the rabbit mentioned it, the noise of the mall had been oddly subdued when I was going through it earlier. Besides, most anathema don't respond to human screams unless they have a specific reason to. Why? I asked, furrowing my brow. Because a scream means they are winning. I shivered as a chill went down my spine. As for where I am, the quick answer is that I exist within you now. Where you are, I am. I can create an apparition of my form in your vision, but only you will be able to see me. If you wish to spend some of your magical energy, your mana, I can also produce a physical manifestation. My enchantments will still render me invisible to all who I do not wish to see me, but it does allow me to move about independently from you. That's really cool, actually. Indeed, I am quite the catch, as it were. A breathless, surprised laugh left me, and I felt my shoulders relax slightly. Now, you expressed your wish to find the child you were protecting first. This seems like a reasonably safe decision. From what I observed before the contract ceremony, he ducked into the toy store across from you. Unless he has moved, he will still be there. I bit my lip softly as I looked at the store's exit. Are you sure there's no more of those monsters coming? Reasonably. Unless a random patrol comes through this area, it should be clear. After anathema enter through their rift, they work in a preset search pattern. Only the stronger and more intelligent deviate, neither of which should be active at this stage. I swallowed. So far, I hadn't really had a choice but to blindly trust what my familiar had said. I didn't have a reason not to, but that didn't help the unreasonable fear swirling in my belly. I didn't want to go back out there, to throw myself into danger again. The memory of that thing's tongue stabbing into me and swirling. A blender, my familiar had said. It looked like my insides went through a blender. I shivered, trying to keep the phantom sensation away. I'd almost died a slow, painful death only a few moments ago, and now I had to go back out there and potentially face more of those things. I hated that I was scared, that the anxiety and terror were beating me into meekness. It was the same, suffocating feeling I got whenever Katie was near. Trying to push the fear away, I reached blindly for a thought that could give me the courage to move. The image of Lily giving me a bright, laughing smile, her eyes filled with mirth flashed through my mind. And then the image of Brian, scared and hiding, hands clamped over his mouth as he cried. Suddenly I was moving, my fingers clenched so tightly around the ice axe it hurt. I had someone to protect, and I had someone to get back to. What more could I possibly need? I moved quickly, hunching over slightly as I crossed the hallway and went into the toy store. It was one of the smaller ones with only an aisle or two, its few shelves lined with various action figures and dolls. The only real place not in view of the entrance was behind the cashier's counter. I stopped halfway in and knelt, setting my ice axe down. "Brian," I called out gently, "it's me, the girl you were with. I'm okay, and the monster is gone now. Come on out, we've got to keep moving to the shelter. Your mommy and daddy are probably waiting for you." I waited as a shuffling sound came from behind the counter. A few seconds later, Brian's head popped out. When he saw me, he let out a cry and came running. I caught him as he leapt into my arms, wrapping his arms around my neck. "I was so scared," he whimpered. "I thought the monster got you." "Shish, it's all right," I gently rubbed his back, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Don't you worry, I took care of the monster." "You did?" he asked in shock, pulling away and looking at me with wide eyes. "Yup," I gave him a false grin of confidence, doing my best to channel what Lily would have done. He was a real meanie, but I managed. That seemed to settle him down, and his look of shock and fear turned into awe. I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile as I considered my next moves. I had Brian with me again, but now I needed to talk to my familiar and figure out how we were going to get to the shelter. While I didn't know much about magical girls beyond the shows I'd seen, I did know most tried to keep their real identities hidden for a variety of reasons. I'd also heard that after they did one of their infamous transformation sequences into their magical girl outfit, there was some kind of magic that made it so people wouldn't recognize them from their normal appearance. Unfortunately, I had no idea how any of that actually worked, which meant I needed some privacy to converse with my familiar again. I wasn't keen on the thought of people finding out I suddenly had access to magical powers. I could easily see how that would go, and I had enough problems to deal with already. I gave Brian a quick squeeze on the shoulders. "Now, how about you go hide back behind the counter? I'm going to get some more things ready before we leave, just like before. I'll be right here, but I have something I need to take care of quick, all right?" He seemed unsure, but after I gave him another quick round of reassurances, he left. "All right," I whispered at the familiar in my head. "Now what do we do? You said something about a tutorial." "You know," my familiar replied, "you don't have to actually speak aloud to talk with me. Simply direct your thoughts at me, and I will hear them." "You can read my thoughts." "Only if directed at me," my familiar emphasized dryly. "As for what to do next, while I would like to give you the introductory tutorial, your unsafe location demands a more expedited approach. Thus, after one short task, we should work on getting you to the shelter." "Okay," I replied with a frown. "That's fine, as long as it doesn't take too long. And you're still talking aloud." "No matter. Some magical guardians prefer to do the same. Moving on, this is the first matter of importance. You must give me a name as I currently do not possess one." I blinked, then felt my cheeks beginning to warm. Oh, I'm sorry, I never really even asked. I suppose I shall forgive you, as you were slightly preoccupied bleeding out. However, we should formalize a name form. It will make things easier." "Alright," I thought about it before I continued. I don't mean to be rude, but you are female, right? Your voice is feminine, I mean, but I don't really know how genders work with creatures literally made by magic. My personality was created based on a feminine archetype as it was determined to be the best match for you, but I do not possess a true gender in the physical sense. Should you wish, I can switch to a more masculine voice." "No, that's fine," I hurriedly said. "I like your voice. It's soothing." She didn't respond, but I got a weird sense of satisfaction from her silence that made me smile. I tried to start thinking of names, but none immediately popped into my head. She was a rabbit, but with 9 fox tails. So a kitsune rabbit, it would need to be some kind of mystical name, then. Other than my familiar's crescent moon-shaped eyes, there wasn't really anything else to. No, that would work. What do you think of Celine?" The Greek goddess and personification of the moon. Yes, that will do nicely. There was an undertone of approval in her voice that made me grin wider. Very well then, Celine's voice whispered through my mind. Maybe it was my imagination, but her voice seemed stronger now, like there was more substance to it. With that settled, we must prepare for the trip to the shelter. Because you are already fairly close, I would suggest you manifest me and use me to scout ahead as you move. Low-level anathema will be unable to detect me, and I will be able to communicate with you telepathically. Shouldn't I get some spells or weapons or something? I asked. I didn't like the idea of going back out there with only my ice axe, especially not when I had access to this gate thing. There are a variety of reasons why I would recommend waiting, the first of which would be that you only have 120 points remaining, and it costs 100 points to unlock even the cheapest options of weapons or spells. I would highly recommend postponing any additional purchases until after the tutorial when you have gained a proper understanding of your options. Using your remaining points now would only serve to limit your future options. I mulled over the idea. What she was saying made sense, but at the same time, I was a magical girl now. If I had access to magic, it felt like I should utilize it. It felt weird to just ignore it. Do not worry, Celine said suddenly. I am confident in my scouting abilities. If you wish, I can go ahead right now and make sure the path is clear. If it is not, we can always revisit purchasing protective measures. All right, I sighed. Just be careful, all right. Your concern for me is appreciated, she responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. But I assure you, I am safe. This usurpation started at a lower tier, and hasn't been going on for long. No anathema should be high enough level to even detect me, and even if they could, they would be hard-pressed to catch me. Barring any aberrants, of course. I didn't know what an aberrant was exactly, but if Celine was confident, well, she'd already made me a magical girl and saved my life. There was no reason to start doubting her now. Besides, if I ignored the fear pounding in my heartbeat, she was right. She was literally an expert on what she was talking about. If she thought saving my points and using her to scout was the way to go, then I would. Okay, I nodded. So, how does this work? You'll feel a sensation, simply allow it, and I will do the rest. Before I could ask what that was supposed to mean, I felt it. It was like an odd warmth that started in my chest, swirling around slightly. It grew in strength until it finally paused, and a tendril of the warmth seemed to reach out, touching my heart tentatively. It took me a moment to realize it was waiting on me, and I forced myself to relax, letting the sensation proceed. The tendril made contact with my heart, and the warmth inside me flashed hotter. Then it disappeared, leaving a cold void where it had resided. I shivered as exhaustion washed through me. It wasn't a lot, but it felt like I'd suddenly done a sprint, the energy only now leaving my body in one sudden rush. I pressed a hand to the floor to steady myself even as the sound of pattering feet made me look to the side. From behind one of the few shelving units in the store, Celine stepped out and looked at me. Excellent, I will now scout out the path as well as all the stores along the way. I suggest you get Brian ready to travel. With the mall's sound dampening, you will be able to run without worrying about the sound you will make. I do feel the need to inform you that I can only scout up to the shelter's entrance hallway. All shelters in Arcadia have cameras equipped with the ability to see through invisibility, and I do not wish to give away your identity as a guardian unless you state otherwise. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, I nodded. Celine dipped her head, and then blurred. One moment she was there, and the next she was simply gone. I recoiled slightly in surprise. Then I simply shook my head and picked up my ice axe, adjusting the straps on my backpack. Celine hadn't been kidding when she said they wouldn't be able to catch her. I couldn't even see her move. Brian, I whispered louder as I stood. Hey, we're going to get going now. The boy scurried back out from behind the counter. I smiled, trying to reassure him as he walked over, head snapping around nervously. His eyes lingered on the store's shelves almost longingly, but then he scampered the rest of the way to me. I followed where he had been looking and saw an action figure of some magical guardian on a display. He was wearing red, knight-like armor, a fierce smile on his face. I hesitated, thinking about it, then decided it didn't matter. I grabbed the figurine and held it out to Brian with a smile. Here, I said, giving him the action figure. Why don't you hold on to him? I'm sure he'll bring us luck. The kid practically beamed at me as he took it. I glanced back at the display to see the price, intending to come back later and pay for it. My eyes practically bulged out of my head at the $100 price tag, and I suppressed a suddenly nauseous sensation in my stomach. Maybe I could pay them off with marketing or something now that I was a magical girl. I've cleared a path and all the stores along it, Celine's voice rolled through my mind. Follow my instructions on which turns to take. I do not have a direct link to your senses while manifested, so please inform me whenever you take a turn. You will have to speak to me through thought now that we are separated. Roger, I directed the thought to her. When I didn't get a response, I assumed it worked. As an afterthought, I fished my eye patch out of my pocket and put it back on. Strangely, the thought of being around a bunch of people without it bothered me more than the fact I was still covered in blood and alien goop. All right, Brian, I said to him when I finished adjusting the patch's straps around my ears. The way to the shelter is clear. Hold my hand, and we'll run there together, okay? The awe at his new toy disappeared back into nervous anxiety as he looked up at me. I held out my free hand toward him, and after some more hesitation, he took it. Forcing myself to ignore the pounding of my heartbeat, I stepped out confidently into the mall. Brian looked at the body of the anathema I had killed, making a choked sound, and I quickly started walking away, picking up the pace and pulling him with me. He stumbled after, and I settled into an awkward jog as I gripped his hand tightly. Celine started giving me directions, and we wove through the mall. The whole way, my pulse was racing in a painful staccato, and I couldn't stop myself from looking around wildly at each turn. Celine blurred by on occasion, rechecking our surroundings with dizzying speed. Brian's short legs slowed down our escape considerably, but he seemed to be trying his best. As we took another turn, I saw a sign on the wall pointing in the shelter's direction, and Heart soared. We were going to make it. Somehow, it had been less than 20 minutes since the first rifts formed. It all seemed like so much longer. Scavenging in the store, our escape, the fight, and then the contract. Even though 20 minutes seemed relatively short to me, I got the feeling Lily was going to kill me for being gone so long and worrying her. The thought of getting to see her again made my eyes start to tear up, and I felt my pace quicken slightly. We went through the hallway just before the one leading to the shelter's doors, and I briefly took in its details as the material of the hall changed to something shiny and metallic. Signs covered the walls, each pointing in the direction we were going and proclaiming it as leading to the shelter. There was a door halfway down leading to a stairwell, and opposite of it was another door that simply said security personnel only. We passed by them, heading to the end without stopping. We took the final turn to the shelter, and what I saw made me stop dead in my tracks. I looked down the hallway at the shelter doors, and all the relief in me turned to horror. This is a nightmare, I thought to myself. There's no way. I found myself walking forward as if in a trance. The hallway wasn't long, no more than a few dozen steps until it stopped at a large set of thick double doors made of metal. Next to them was a glass screen for a device of some sort, but I didn't bother examining it too closely. My eyes were glued to the doors. No, I whispered to myself, my voice slowly growing in desperation. No, no, no. I sprinted to the doors, letting go of Brian's hand and the ice axe as I slammed my fists against them. No, I cried out, my lower lip wobbling. You assholes, you can't do this. My fists bounced off impotently, never even touching the metal of the doors. Instead, they hit the translucent barrier just in front of them. I pressed my palms against it, looking it over unbelievingly, but the pale, green light covered both doors in an unyielding shield of shimmering energy that hummed against my skin. I stared at the emergency shield, knowing that with it engaged, the shelter was completely locked down from opening. You promised me, I whispered as I fell to my knees, leaning my head against the door's barrier. Lily. Celine finally said after a minute. It would be best if we get somewhere secure to make further plans. The glowing shield over the solid metal doors hummed at me. It didn't make sense. There was no sign of damage. That anathema had tried to enter the shelter. So why was it active? They activated the emergency shield, I thought to her numbly. Why would they do that? It is not unheard of for people to panic and override the automated systems to engage it, Celine answered somberly. The shield is very powerful, something that only incredibly strong anathema could breach. Knowing this, they think it is better to be overly cautious and turn the shield on, even if it does condemn any potential survivors outside the shelter. She wasn't wrong. I mean, every drill we'd done at school, they made a point of saying the emergency shield was impenetrable, and that it would only come down with the deactivation code. Which was why nobody was supposed to turn the shield on manually, especially when the shelters were specifically designed to be capable of letting stragglers in without endangering anyone. The entrances were built like airlocks, 2 sets of reinforced doors with a room between them. That way, if people arrived after the usurpation began, the outer doors could be opened, letting people into the airlock room. Once inside, the outer doors would close, and then the interior ones would open. People could safely enter or even leave the shelter without ever offering a direct access route to the anathema. But now that the shield was enabled, nobody would be getting in or out. "There's nothing I can do as a magical girl?" I asked, a dull buzz in my head. "No, not without the codes. They are automatically generated and sent to Guardian Command when a shield is activated. It stops magical guardians from arbitrarily attempting to rescue groups of survivors without authorization or a plan to properly evacuate the people inside." I stared at the doors in silence. I know this is difficult, but we should move," Celine said, her voice soft. "Brian is getting scared." I stiffened, looking behind me. Brian was a few steps behind where I'd collapsed in front of the door. His eyes were wide and confused as he clutched his action figure to his chest. He was shaking as he stared at me. I cursed at myself silently, standing up and wiping the wetness from my cheeks. "Hey, come here," I said, gesturing. He ran up, throwing his arms around me in a tight hug. "Why aren't they opening the door?" he asked me. "What's that glowy thing?" "They must have had an emergency," I told him, hugging him back tightly. "It means they're safe, but we're going to need to find somewhere else to hide." "But I don't want to be out here anymore," he cried, pulling away to look at me. "I want mommy and daddy." I felt myself start choking up, and so I cleared my throat before I continued. "I know, but don't worry, I protected you from one of those things already, right? I'll definitely do it again. Besides, we have your lucky charm with us now, don't we?" He didn't seem entirely convinced, but he still managed a hesitant nod. I gave a weak smile, standing and pulling him along as I left, stopping only to pick up my ice axe from where I'd dropped it on the ground. We started back down the hallway with the stairwell and room with the security-only sign. Celine was standing in front of it, staring at us. I almost tried to cover Brian's eyes to hide her until I remembered that even when manifested, she was invisible to anyone she didn't want to see her. "This room is unlocked and empty," Celine said. "It would make a good spot to hide while I give you the introductory tutorial to your new powers. I do not believe we will be able to make it much longer without encountering more anathema, and so you must be prepared." I swallowed, the thought sending a shiver through my body. I gave Celine a nod and made my way to the room. The door opened, leading into what looked like a break room of some sort, illuminated in the red emergency lights like the rest of the mall. There were vending machines, a couch, and a small coffee table with chairs around it. There was another doorway leading into a room filled with monitors and a third leading to what looked like a small bathroom. I closed the door behind us as we entered, and Brian let go of my hand to run over to the couch. The door had a lock on it that I turned, but I decided to move the coffee table in front of it, too, just in case. With that done, I let out a sigh. It wasn't much, but somehow the lock and barricade made me feel better. "Serviceable," Celine said, and I turned to see her sitting on the chair in the monitor room, looking at me. "We should have plenty of time to go through the tutorial here, which we will need because we've reached the limit of instant telepathy. From now on, my words will be coming to you in real time, as if we are speaking normally. If you would get settled, we can begin immediately." Celine, I trailed off, struggling to arrange my thoughts. I just risked my life and almost died just to get to my only hope of safety and find it sealed off. I'm tired, angry, and I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to do next. My only plan was to get to the shelter, and now I've got nothing. "I understand," she replied in a soothing tone. "Things are not ideal, but there is another option. We head to one of the other shelters in the building. This mall was designed knowing there would be many people on every level, which means each floor has a shelter. I would suggest we attempt for one of those after you have outfitted yourself." I sighed. She was right, but the feeling of having my hope crushed still lingered in my chest. Still, it wasn't over yet. Brian was relying on me, and if I did nothing, both of us would die. There was no other option but to keep moving forward. I took a deep breath, nodding to myself as I turned to Brian. He was curled up on the couch, playing with his action figure. "Brian, I'm going into that room for a bit," I said, pointing to the monitor room. "I'll keep the door open, so come in if you need me. If you, hear me talking to myself, ignore me. I just make plans better when I talk out loud." He gave me a nod, but didn't really seem to be paying attention too much. The blank look in his eyes was shell-shocked, and I didn't blame him. I walked into the monitor room, setting my backpack down even as Celine gave up the chair for me, jumping onto the desk in front of the blank monitor screens. "All right," I whispered, making a conscious note to keep my voice down for the rest of the conversation. "Let's go through this tutorial, then, if it means I'll be able to take on anathema afterwards. It will most certainly help, especially considering we have skipped many aspects of being a magical girl that should have been dealt with already," Celine said. "The tutorial itself is mostly a lot of information on your new capabilities, and it covers quite a few topics. Luckily, you already have a basic understanding of the special mechanics involved that will greatly assist your growth." "Mechanics?" I asked. "What do you mean? You observed earlier that certain aspects of being a magical guardian were similar to things you have experienced playing video games. This is not a coincidence. As humans are an unattuned race and cannot access magic normally through willpower alone, the Zenith developed an advanced piece of magitech to give humans access. This device is called a soul gem. During the contract ceremony, it was teleported into your brain and attached. As a side note, it is also where I now reside." "You teleported a piece of technology into my brain," I interrupted with a furious whisper, eyes bulging. "Indeed, I assure you, there is nothing to worry about. There has yet to be a fatality from the process. At any rate, more information about the soul gem can wait until later. What you need to know right now is that you have access to magic through an interface specifically designed with humans in mind. This interface is designed to translate many aspects of using magic via use of a familiar medium. Without further ado, would you please think of the word status while putting a measure of will into the thought?" "Status," I tried, still trying to process the whole teleported into your brain bit of information. "Status. Name. My karaoke alias, none. Level. 1 points, 130. Health. 73% mana, 162 305 min. Basic. Origin. Hidden. Aspect. Hidden. Class. Locked signature, unawakened. Statistics. Strength. 10. Dexterity, 10. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10. Willpower, 30. Spirit, 1. Permissions. Grimoires Vaults. Abilities Augments. Egg G: Efic ESKH Sis ER. Unique augment available. First Aid Vault Common. Inventory. Weapons Equipment. None. I stared at the box that appeared in my vision. Wait, I had a status menu now. I knew this would be a pleasant surprise, Celine said smugly. Considering your aptitude at Magical Girls Sunset, Rebellion and the amazing playtime you have racked up in a short period of time, I am confident you will adapt quickly to the system. Wait, just wait, I pressed a hand to my head. I need a moment. I took a slow, deep breath, ordering my racing thoughts. Okay, first, what does Magical Girls Sunset, Rebellion have to do with anything? Isn't it just a game? Yes and no. While it is a widely popular game, it was also designed to mimic many aspects of being a magical guardian. Monsters in the game are based on anathema, players use characters based on actual guardians, and the stats that are managed directly resemble the stats guardians possess in reality. For this reason, many attempts are made to get guardian candidates to play the game. Do you recall the special bonus you acquired when you first logged in? I blinked. Yeah, I got the option to pick a free 5-star character, so I picked Blade Princess. Wait, are you telling me that bonus was because of you? Indeed. Celine bobbed her head up and down. It was determined that giving guardian candidates a very rare character choice not only incentivized them to continue playing but also allowed us to see what style of character you would play as. In a way, the entire game is a soft way to scout out the capabilities and mindsets of candidates without any real-world risk. I shook my head slightly. Okay, but what's with this status menu? Why do I have it? As I said earlier, it is an interface designed to help you manage the capabilities provided to you by the Zenith. While not a perfect representation, it simplifies many aspects of magic in a way that allows humans to use it. As a fairly primitive race, many restrictions and mechanics had to be put into place to even allow humanity rudimentary access to magic. Thankfully, video games, especially role-playing games, provided a perfectly functional medium. Celine's tails began to swish excitedly. Your soul gem offers access to 2 major things: the gate you are already familiar with, and the arcane system, or simply system for short. A big part of the system is it allows you to simply purchase access to various spells and abilities. Instead of it taking years to learn even the most basic of magics, the knowledge is directly sent and stored into your soul gem for use. Instantaneous access and control with none of the work. A good analogy is to imagine a computer. Instead of coding a program entirely from scratch, you are simply downloading a pre-existing program to use. My eyes widened. That was insane. Now that I thought about it, books always did seem to paint actually learning magic as a long, arduous process. What magical guardians were doing was practically cheating by comparison. The Zenith had decided to entirely skip the step of even trying to teach us magic and were just giving it to us. Which begged the question. Why? I finally asked. Why are the Zenith doing this for us? Why give us so much power? The anathema are an existential threat. Celine's eyes took on an eerie gleam. Existential. As in, a threat to all existence, not just humanity's. To let humanity fall without a fight would be to give the anathema another foothold to use in their never-ending quest of consumption. They are predators, and reality itself is their prey. I shivered, and gave a nod. All right, so the Zenith gave us magic through the system, and we use points to buy access. Why not just give us access to everything at once? 2 reasons. The first reason is simple. Complete access without first adapting to magic would make your head literally explode with magical energy. Soul gems do not start at their maximum potential for this reason. Instead, they grow with their users by absorbing magical energy, better known as mana, as experience or simply express. As soul gems grow, your physical abilities increase too. Meanwhile, the point system is designed to restrict what spells you can access, forcing you to earn points by doing tasks that also help your soul gem mature. Between the two, your physical and magical abilities remain in check without surpassing your limitations. Okay, what about the second reason? It's the same reason you wouldn't give a gun to a toddler, really. Celine's 9 tails somehow gave a simultaneous and distractingly cute shrug. Except instead of a gun that shoots bullets, imagine spells capable of ripping apart the fabric of time and space. By allowing a gradual introduction to magic, the Zenith, human authorities, and other guardians can all keep an eye on how any one individual is using it and stop those who abuse their powers. Oh, I said, feeling a little dumb. That makes sense. Great, now we can begin with the status menu. I would recommend we go through the items from top to bottom, for the most part. Even if you are familiar with RPGs, some aspects require further information or might be different. Sure, I'm still new to gaming, anyway. I only started Magical Girl Sunset Rebellion 2 weeks ago, and before that it was just whatever Lily was interested in at the time. I trailed off as my thoughts turned to her, my stomach clenching. Was she safe? She had said she wouldn't let anyone activate the shelter's shield, and yet. I shook my head. Now wasn't the time. I could think about it as much as I wanted later. Right now, I was still trapped in a mall with monsters, and I needed to get Brian and myself to safety. Beginning from the top then, Celine had seemed to sense my distracted thoughts, waiting to continue until I looked back at her. Name is, unsurprisingly, your name. Alias is what your magical guardian name is. Regarding that matter, would you like me to refer to you as a magical guardian, or magical girl? While functionally the same, it does have implications on your appearance and future branding style. Magical girl is fine, I waved my hand. Though that might change depending on what my costume ends up looking like, I guess. How does all that work, anyway? Don't I get a whole transformation thing? Do I get to pick what my outfit looks like? Celine went silent and completely still. Not still as in staying in one position, but still as in not moving at all. Every aspect of her was frozen, even her tails that never seemed to stop wavering behind her had stopped. It was like somebody had simply pressed the pause button on her. Celine sat there, staring at me, and panic began to rise into my throat. Celine, I asked with alarm, letting my voice raise slightly. What's wrong? Are you okay? Slowly, her tails began to move again. She blinked her eyes a few times. Apologies, she said, her voice strangely tight and subdued. Regarding your transformation, I would prefer to explain slightly later, if that is all right. It is a complicated subject that would only distract from the matters at hand. I watched her, sudden worry tightening my chest. I wanted to ask her what had just happened, but well, Celine was supposed to be my advisor now. If she thought it was best to wait, then I would trust her. Still, the fact that a simple question had caused her such a visceral reaction bothered me. Sure, I finally said with a frown, eyebrows knitting together in worry. As long as you're all right. She dipped her head to me in acknowledgement. Continuing where we left off, then, your alias is your magical girl name. It is how you will be referred to when discharging your duties. You are free to come up with your own name, but sometimes, a name is suggested by another guardian. It has also become an informal tradition for the guardian who names another to take on a more nurturing and protective role, like that of an older sibling. The idea of gaining another older sibling made my stomach turn, but I ignored it. I assumed Celine was talking about a brother who actually cared about their family and not, well, whatever dad had twisted my brother into. Celine didn't seem to notice my distaste at her comparison and continued. Next is level and points. Both are self-explanatory as indicators of your current experience level and amount of points you have. Experience and points can be earned through a variety of activities, though the biggest source is defeating anathema. Other things such as system-issued quests, helping civilians, and generally creating happiness also contribute. I can get stronger by making people happy? I asked incredulously. The anathema feed on negative emotions. By fostering positivity and ideals of joy, peace, love, and serenity, it makes the anathema weaker and diminishes their ability to tear rifts in reality. It is why the Zenith decided to promote the genre of magical girls with how the system expresses itself. The dresses, frills, and sparkles all do their part in actively combating the anathema by inducing more wholesome emotions. As such, adorable, magic-wielding warriors ended up being the best way to combat them in their entirety. Wait, I felt a small smile try to stretch onto my lips. Are you telling me we're killing eldritch monsters with cuteness? Yes, I had to cover my mouth to hide my smile as I gave Celine the most serious nod I could manage. Right, no, that makes sense. Please continue. When you earn enough experience, you level up. This gives you 10 stat points to spend on your statistics however you wish. We'll get to those soon. Health and mana track the overall healthiness of your body and your magical energy. Your health is still recovering, but should reach your current maximum soon. Speaking of health, you should swallow the Greater Restoration Gum now. It will still function just as well being dissolved by your stomach, and I imagine the flavor has gone flat. Oh, so it had. I swallowed the gum, immediately missing the cozy sensation it had sent through me. Skipping the basic section for now, Celine continued, we have statistics. They do not represent your normal physical abilities, but rather how much of a boost you gain after you do your transformation sequence. By raising these stats, you will grow stronger. Please note, when you are not transformed, only a small fraction of these stats apply. While it still can be a noticeable boost, it will never reach the superhuman levels of your transformed state. I wanted to ask what transforming was exactly. I mean, I'd seen the infamous magical girl transformation sequence in shows before, where light surrounded the girl and clothed them in cute outfits, but I was curious to know what it meant in reality. How did it work? Why did it happen? And would my previous clothes really just disappear before my outfit materialized on me? Those and a dozen other questions bubbled up inside of me. Remembering Celine's reaction earlier, though, I instead just chose to give her a tip of my head to keep going. The stats are as follows. Strength determines your physical strength and damage with strength-aligned items. Dexterity determines your finesse with various things, how well you move, how graceful you are, and your damage with dexterity-aligned items. Your speed slightly increases as well as you become more proficient in moving the most effective way possible. Vitality is how much health you have, how sturdy you are, and your physical resistances. Agility determines how quickly you move and your reaction time. Willpower determines the raw power of your spells and the size of your mana pool. Every point in willpower adds 10 maximum mana. Spirit determines your finesse over spells, meaning how quickly you can cast them, how easily you can modify or aim them, how well they penetrate through magic resistance, your resistance to hostile magic, and your mana regeneration rate. Every point in spirit adds 5 mana regeneration per minute. Celine stopped, giving me a moment to mull the explanations over. Strength, dexterity, and vitality were all what I expected to see from my experience with games. Agility was interesting though, as it increased speed and reaction time. I suppose it made sense, as reaction time would be necessary for someone as their own speed increased to beyond what humans could normally process. Willpower was basically strength and vitality rolled together except only for magic, and spirit was the same way but dexterity and agility combined. I was slightly surprised there weren't more stats governing magic considering I was a magical girl, but I wasn't going to argue. More condensed stats meant less agonizing on what to spend my level up points on. Next, we have permissions. The Grimoire and Vault section shows what you have spent points to gain access to. Grimoires and vaults can be viewed as catalogs for magical spells and physical items respectively. You must unlock them to first buy the items they contain, just as you did with the First Aid Vault Common. The Common tag indicates its rarity as the first of 6 known tiers, each tier providing a selection of better items or spells but also costing more. Every 100th level you reach, you'll unlock a higher tier of purchasable vaults, grimoires, and their corresponding items. Some people prefer simply calling them by their tier number, but others enjoy the rarity tags as it makes things seem more game-like. What are the other rarity tags? Common is the first tier, then rare, masterwork, arcane, legendary, and mythic. There is also a second set of tags used for more esoteric items. The arcane system, while useful, also has some oddities. Magic is not something that can be entirely codified or neatly labeled, and as such, the system sometimes does surprising things in its translations. The esoteric rarities are used to help label such idiosyncrasies. I resisted a frown. It didn't fill me with confidence that I was placing my life in the hands of something that had what even the Zenith considered oddities, especially when they were the ones who made the thing. The next section is your abilities and augments, together commonly referred to as your skills. Slightly different from spells, abilities do exactly what they prescribe without being able to be modified. They can cost mana to use or have a cooldown period before they can be used again. Augments are the passive or toggleable versions of abilities, constantly being active. Each augment takes away from your total mana regeneration rate, even when not in use. You can have a total of 7 abilities and 7 augments, but acquiring them is slightly different. They are only unlocked through raising your level, your class level, or the corresponding stat requirements. Many require a combination, and once unlocked, they must also be purchased with points. Can I see the requirements of them in advance? I asked, wondering how far I could plan ahead. Only on the most basic, well-known skills, Celine replied. The system keeps most abilities and augments hidden until the person has either unlocked them or is simply missing stat requirements. The Zenith have attempted to patch this quirk, but have been unsuccessful. There are information brokers who specialize in collecting such knowledge and selling it. As such, it can be quite lucrative to sell any details should you acquire a rarer skill. I nodded as I glanced back at my status menu, frowning. I've been meaning to ask, but what's with the creepy-looking red text in the Grimoire and Vault section? And why do I have a unique augment available, for that matter? Unfortunately, Celine sighed, those both have to do with the basic section that we skipped. We'll get to that in a second. Back on abilities and augments, know that both have levels of their own that increase through use. Their max level is limited by either your level, or your class level. I squirmed. I really was getting curious now about some of the things we were skipping, and seeing 2 entries on my status menu with colored text bugged me. It made something inside me itch not knowing. Finally, your inventory is just a list of any weapons or equipment you have purchased and currently have on you. Please note, it does not function like a video game where you magically can store things inside of it. Other than the basic section, that concludes the status menu. I should note that you can customize how your status menu appears at any time, as well as create additional sub-menus. Any questions on what we have covered so far? Having none but the ones I'd already expressed, I shook my head. As for the basic section, let me simply say that I have hidden both your origin and aspect, as knowing them will only cause further questions that we simply do not have the time to properly explore. Both are very important and have far-reaching implications, but I truly believe it is in your best interests to simply skip the explanations on them for now. Is this acceptable with you? I do not relish the idea of hiding information, and if you insist, I will reveal them and their meanings to you. Celine seemed sincere in her words, and I watched as her tails twitched slightly, almost in nervousness. I thought about it for a second before giving a gradual nod. I think it's okay for now, I said the words slowly, still trying to decipher my own feelings as well. But maybe only because you told me. I think because you said you were hiding something but explained why you were doing it, I'm okay with it. It worries me that it seems to be a big deal, but well, you're supposed to be the expert. It would be kind of stupid not to trust your judgment, I guess. Celine gave me a deep, relieved nod. What I can tell you about them is that they provide bonuses. For you, your origin gave you a special grimoire. While you cannot currently use it due to the issues I am keeping from you, it will undoubtedly provide an invaluable edge in the future. As for your aspect, it gave you a unique augment that we can explore momentarily. The next field, class, is locked until you reach level 10. Class refers to your combat style, and choosing one gives you bonuses as well as unlocks specialty grimoires, vaults, and skills. Many games have similar systems, as you are aware. Nodding, I wondered what kind of class one would end up going with. Normally, I played quick, dexterous types, but I wasn't sure how that fit with being a magical girl. Celine resumed speaking, pulling me from my trance. Finally, your signature or signature magic refers to your entirely unique magical ability. All guardians have one, but no two are the same due to no two individuals being the same. While your signature magic is still technically magic, it is not something that will ever be truly replicated in a grimoire. Signatures are incredibly powerful and capable of almost anything from actually stopping time to temporary invincibility. They do not function by the normal rules or limits of magic, and as such, are incredible resources. So it's like my own original superpower? I asked. Exactly. For now, though, it will remain unawakened. Unlocking your signature can take an unknown amount of uninterruptible time, and is best done through the proper facilities with the proper observational tools. Certain signatures can be hard to figure out or downright dangerous to their owners without knowledge about them. Yeah, I agreed, thinking about some of the crazier superpowers I'd seen in shows. That might be for the best. So, what's next? That's the entire status menu. I think I have a good idea of what's going on now. Yes, there is still the issue of the transformation sequence that Guardians have access to. She trailed off, then let out a soft sigh. The official name of your transformation sequence is your astral shift, and it is currently locked due to reasons beyond our control. As such, the benefits of your stats are greatly reduced. You will also be missing out on the significant protection your conjured outfit would provide. For now, the best resources to rely on would be the gate and whatever you can purchase from it with points. While not ideal, it is manageable. I peered at Celine carefully. It really didn't make me feel good knowing she was keeping secrets, even if she told me she was doing it. Something about not knowing was starting to bother me on a fundamental level. Maybe it was because I relied so much on making plans just to get through even the simplest of days. Without the proper knowledge, though, how was I supposed to figure out what to do? No, I shook my head at myself. I was thinking about this the wrong way. Celine had already saved my life and was most definitely trying to help me. If she wasn't telling me things, it was because it might actively hinder my chances of staying alive. Besides, as nice as talking about the role-playing game mechanics had been, it didn't take away from the fact that we were still in an usurpation zone. As time went on, only more and stronger anathema would start flooding the area. Already, our relatively brief conversation felt like too long. Okay, I said, gathering my thoughts. So, have a slight boost to my physical abilities now, and each level will help with that. I also have 130 points left to spend, and that unique augment. That's what we're working with, right? Celine looked at me for several moments. You are taking this remarkably well, but yes, that is the gist of it. As such, I would recommend unlocking a weapon vault and buying something. The vault will cost 100 points, leaving 30 for the weapon. That should be more than enough to purchase something capable of ensuring your safety on the journey to the first floor's shelter. Judging by your playstyle in Magical Girls Sunset Rebellion, I would recommend dexterity and agility-based weapons. 2 enchanted blades or a spear would fit you well. Why not a spell? Wait, no, if my stat bonuses are reduced, any spell I use would be much weaker than normal anyway. Plus, if I ran out of mana, I'd be left without a weapon. Correct. Celine nodded. Even if your transformation weren't locked, a conventional weapon with an enchantment is the best option for now, as spell casting does require some explanation. I nodded and went back to thinking about her analysis about my playstyle. She had a point that I did play characters that were usually more focused on speed, but this wasn't a game. Remembering how hard it had been to fight with my makeshift weapon, how tough it had been to even hurt the anathema, it made me feel less than certain. I had no idea how to actually use a sword or spear beyond stab them with the pointy end. Ideally, I needed something that wouldn't make for a long, drawn-out fight. What exactly are those enchanted weapons you mentioned? What would they do? With access to only common quality gear, it won't be anything too special. You could get a weapon enchanted with sharpening, making it capable of slicing through low-level anathema-like paper. Alternatively, something more flashy like a fire or ice enchantment would be equally viable and effective. The only thing to consider is enchanted gear will draw from your mana. As you do not have much currently, you won't be able to keep the enchantment active for long. Right, and if I ran out of mana, it would take a long time to regenerate it. Which would only be more time for more anathema to come in. I went quiet as my mind worked through the problem. A weapon that I could use without much training, one that I could confidently use to take out anathema without drawing out the fight. The problem was that I knew nothing about weapons. My only real experience would be using what I'd seen in movies or games, both of which I'd only really been into for a few months now after Lily had insisted on showing me all sorts of her favorites. A memory flashed through my head, of popcorn and an endless movie marathon, and suddenly I knew what kind of weapon I wanted. It wasn't traditional and probably broke the entire magical girl image, but right now, it wasn't like I really looked like much of one anyway. It would be me using the weapon, not whatever magical girl persona I might want to cultivate later. It could work, but it all depended on the answer to my next question. Celine, I asked carefully, how do you feel about guns? Guns are effective, Celine hedged, and are generally only employed by the MSDs, the magical soldiers who are outfitted with zenith technology from magical guardians. There are only a handful of other magical guardians who use actual firearms as their signature weapons. I hesitated, not understanding the problem as I shrugged. Okay. Guns are generally bad for optics. MGs are supposed to be bringers of hope and peace, to make people feel safe. Swords and magic are of fantastical symbology, the imagery of heroes that gives people something to believe in. Guns conjure more realistic and sober feelings, ones of war and conflict. I know, but I don't know how to use a sword or anything like that. Besides, without stat bonuses, would I really be able to effectively use them? Celine seemed to think about it for a moment. I see your point. My only issue is that I have some concerns about certain things I am not telling you, and the addition of guns will almost certainly make some of those issues worse. Knowing this, are you sure this is the path you want to choose? I know the idea of branding is the least of your concerns right now, but I assure you, I wouldn't recommend a path if I didn't believe it was possible. Stat bonuses or not, the melee weapons you have available will most certainly be capable of getting you to the shelter safely. I chewed on my lip as I thought about it. If I saw a magical girl running around with a magic staff or sword, it definitely wouldn't look out of place. But a gun, it wouldn't look natural, sure, but I don't think it would scare me either. In fact, something about the juxtaposition of a frilly dress and a gun made it seem less militant and more supernatural. If it's just the image you're worried about, I said. I don't think the image of a magical girl running around in a dress and gun would be that bad. No, in fact there is a fairly distinct market for the asymmetrical imagery of cuteness combined with guns. Moreover, the girls with guns genre is quite popular in itself. In fact, I believe the general population would look favorably upon the imagery alone, but it will still cause complications that involve things I am keeping from you. I let out a frustrated sigh. It was getting to the point where I just wanted to make Celine tell me everything now, consequences be damned. Still, she was the advisor. Ignoring her decision to keep secrets after seeing how uncomfortable it made her would be stupid. Whatever it was, it would have to wait, and I'd just have to take her word for the possible effects it was having. Okay, I finally said. That's frustrating, but okay. I guess my question is why can't I just use guns for now and then decide on something else later? I can't transform, so it's not like I'm committing anything to my image anyway. That is certainly an option. Just be aware you would be spending a significant amount of points to unlock the vault and purchase any weapons plus ammunition. How much are we talking about? Unlocking the kinetic handgun's common vault would cost 100 points. Then, depending on the weapon and ammunition choice, it varies. What would be the cheapest option? For 2 points, you can get a 5-shot revolver loaded with normal ammunition. Only 2 points. I recoiled. Shouldn't a gun cost more? No. Keep in mind this is an unattuned and unaligned firearm, a mundane item you could purchase in the real world for a relatively low cost. Beyond the lowest level anathema, it would hardly make a dent. Unattuned and unaligned? I asked. Unattuned items mean they cannot be enchanted, they are utterly mundane and capable of being produced by humanity without zenith technology. Any item that is not magitech is most likely unattuned. Unaligned means it would not benefit from your stats. Most vault weapons are aligned by default, meaning as you grow stronger, they will as well depending what stats they are aligned with. For example, buying a strength-aligned sword would make it grow sharper, sturdier, and heavier to offset your strength bonus. It would essentially always feel the same weight to you, but in reality, it would be heavier and therefore more potent as you swung it at opponents. How would that work for guns? Same as for a bow and arrow. Faster and stronger projectiles with more kinetic power. The weapon itself would also gain some benefits to durability, but this is a digression. Right, I shook my head. What kind of gun would you recommend? Before finalizing your weapon choice, could we take a look at your unique augment? Depending on its effects, you may reconsider your decision. I sighed. It was obvious Celine felt really uncomfortable about handing me a gun and was trying to get me to choose anything else. I wanted to respect her opinions, but I also wasn't keen on fighting a supernatural monster up close and personal again. She had a point, though, that depending on what special bonus the system decided I should have, it could change things. Alright, what exactly does my unique augment do? I don't know. I stared at Celine, her tail swished back and forth innocently. What do you mean you don't know? I squinted. I mean that due to some of your starting bonuses, you get an entirely unique augment. Unique, as in, specific only to you. Unique items, skills, vaults, grimoires, and spells are highly coveted. Your special circumstances have netted you both a unique augment and grimoire. The only problem with that uniqueness is the description provided by the system as well, see for yourself. A second later, a text box appeared in my vision. Demonic Eye of the Sable Waif. Oh, ye whom hath suffered, be at ease. Forsaken, spurned, ostracized, thy trials hast not been in vain. In thy heart, the sloth sin trills the song of slumber, eternal and sacrosanct. Yet, thou hast persevered and carried on through reproach and barb, through worry and woe. O waif of sable, awaken now the power that hath whispered truth and lie. Sing now thy song of sorrow, thy haunting melody. Open thy forbidden eye, the accursed source of scorn and enmity, and see. Become in part the demon thou hast been painted, and find wretched aspect turned to peerless power. I squinted, then reread the description. Then I read it again. And again. Celine, I don't even. Yes, Celine agreed. More or less my thoughts as well. This would appear to be one of those oddities I mentioned the arcane system having before. Due to the unique aspect of the augment, it seems to have taken liberties in its description. Liberties. Celine, it doesn't even say what it does. Also, what's with the bold text? What does it mean by sloth SNN, waif of sable? Sloth sin could pertain to a number of things, but is most likely referencing something you have done or experienced. Contextually, it would appear to be something unfortunate and major that you have suffered but persevered through. I thought about it for a second, and then realization hit me. A sudden, cold shiver went down my spine. I found myself grabbing my left forearm reflexively even as my mouth went dry. Regardless, Celine continued, seeming not to notice. Waif of sable is, of course, something I won't explain right now, but it will make more sense in time. As for the augment itself, it seems to pertain to your red-colored eye. Even not knowing what exactly it is, I would recommend accepting it. Wait, what? I recoiled. It's called demonic, and says to become in part the demon. What part of that sounds like a good idea? It is colorful language but is nothing to be worried about. No augment has ever been detrimental to its user. I believe the proper term for its description would be flavor text. Still I trailed off. Looking over the description again, I was uncomfortable with how much it knew about me. Sure, it was the arcane system that knew these things and not a person, but it still felt wrong, like it had pried into my life and secrets without asking. I also didn't like that it was centered on my eye, the stupid thing that had made me stick out in the first place and caused me so much Oh, that description was eerily accurate. The unique augment is one of your starting bonuses, Celine interrupted my thoughts. Less than 5% of magical guardians receive this particular boon, putting you in a rare and enviable position in this regard. There is no merit in declining the augment, even if the description is unusual. In time, I expect the description will even make more sense as more information is made available to you. Besides, once you have taken the augment, I will have full access to its actual capabilities and can explain them to you. I sighed. She was right, as usual. If it was a tool specifically tailored to me, then there was no reason to shy away from it. Alright, how do I accept it? Think about accepting it with some measure of will. Be warned the transition might be difficult as it seems the augment is magically modifying your eye. The sensation may be uncomfortable. I would also remove your eye patch, as it may only work while using your right eye. I nodded, and took a deep breath, removing my eye patch. Except, I thought, the box detailing the augment disappeared. I waited, but when nothing happened I turned to Celine to ask what was going on. Then I began to feel it. It started as a heat behind my eye and slowly started to grow. Then the heat became jagged and sharp, turning into pain as my vision flashed white. There was the sudden sensation of something engraving a pattern into my eye, and I choked down a scream as the pain increased to agony. My hands clutched at my eye even as I squeezed both shut in reflex. My fingers felt something warm and wet overflowing, trickling down my face even as the tortuous sensation reached a crescendo. And suddenly it disappeared, gone as fast as it came. I gasped for air, sweat trickling down my face even as my head pounded with a dull ache. "Are you all right?" Celine asked, her voice holding a measure of panic. "I apologize, I did not expect it to be that painful." "Yeah," I gasped. "Yeah, I'm fine, just give me a minute." Even without the pain, the phantom sensation it left behind made me shudder. It was a good minute or two before I opened my eyes, and when I did, I found a text box waiting for me. Demonic Eye of the Sable Waif. Level: Max. Original Sin: Sloth. Displays health, mana, astral shift duration, dress durability, status effects, map data, overlays, and visual assist elements when activated. No restrictions. No mana cost. Keyword: lullaby. Locked, 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 locked. "Oh," Celine said in surprise. This is unexpected." "What do you mean?" I asked. Before continuing, you should clean up your face. Do not be alarmed, you are quite fine, but some blood has leaked from your right eye. I touched a hand to my cheek, and my fingers came away red. My throat felt suddenly tight, but I tried to listen to Celine and ignore the fact I had just cried blood. Looking around for a moment, I realized there wasn't really anything I could use to clean my face besides my uniform. With a sigh, I used my sleeve to rub at my face vigorously. Better. A small smear of red left, but it will do. Now, for your augment. I suggest you try it out by saying the keyword in your mind or aloud. It will be easier to explain from there. I rubbed at my face a little more even as I thought lullaby. Instantly, semi-transparent things appeared in the corners of my vision. I tried to flick my eyes to them only for the objects to follow my line of sight. Thankfully, when my eyes reached the corners, they stopped moving and I was able to look at them. In the bottom left of my vision was the outline of a body. The entire thing had a slight off-green, yellowish color to it except for the stomach which had a small spot of black. Over the center of the body was 75% written in the same yellow-green. Next to the body outline was a blue horizontal bar filled almost 2/3 of the way, 193/300 displayed on it. Meanwhile, in the top right of my vision was a circular portion, displaying some sort of map. There was a blue arrow in the center of it, and after squinting a little, I realized it was displaying the map of the mall's 3rd floor. Wait, isn't this a what do you call it, a heads-up display? A HUD, yes. Now that it is unlocked, I can see its full capabilities. It not only will display your status in real time, but also a variety of other functions. For instance, the mini-map in the top right. If you have looked at a map of a location, it can accurately depict it as well as update it in real time based on your location and the direction you are facing. With map data, you can also place a waypoint on it, and directional arrows will appear in your vision guiding you to your target, much like how the arrows appeared for the shelter. The body silhouette in the bottom left shows your health and any injured areas, and the blue bar is an accurate representation of your current mana. There are a variety of other functions your HUD seems to have, but all in all, this is an enormous gift. I looked at Celine for a minute, my heart falling as I took in her words. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to fight down the frustration in my voice. "This doesn't help me fight at all. All it does is show me a couple of things that I could see anyway if I just opened my status menu or pulled out a map. I thought this was supposed to be some sort of special augment made specifically for me, but what part of this is custom made or even all that rare?" "Well, for one thing, it already predicted your affinity for firearms." I blinked. "What?" "The arcane system seems to have recognized that you had an inclination towards guns and has manifested your unique augment in a way that reflects this. Instead of spoiling the surprise, I will simply say things will become more clear once you have one. Needless to say, I am 100% behind the decision now that you have this augment." I looked at Celine, trying to understand what she could be talking about but nothing came to mind. Yet, she had done a complete turnaround on her opinion. "I don't understand." I shook my head, squeezing the bridge of my nose to relieve some of the building pressure in my head. This seems just like a utility passive, and honestly, not all that great of one. Let me help put it into perspective. An augment with as many functions as yours has is normally only available at the tier 2 or higher, meaning it would be rare quality. That means simply unlocking the skill would be difficult, and purchasing it would require an estimated 10,000 points at minimum. Even then, it might not have all the functions yours does. Meanwhile, purchasing a cybernetic vault, an eye, and the corresponding brain augmentation for it would cost around 5,000 points if you went for the cheapest option. My eyes widened. If killing one of those Fomorian hounds was only 10 points. And all of that is practically nothing in the long term. While the point cost is certainly a big milestone and out of reach for you, many MGs could afford it without too much effort. One of the biggest things is what it says at the end. It has no requirements and no mana cost. Requirements refers to class and stat requirements. Sure, all MGs could theoretically afford the augment, but it only would get offered if they met the minimum stat and/or class requirements. The cybernetic option, meanwhile, would mean they are physically altering their body and brain with technology, something that has many potential benefits but also has risks both real and imagined. A shudder went through me. Now that Celine mentioned it, the idea of actually removing pieces of my body and replacing them with technology made me a little squeamish. So not only do you get an augment that has more capabilities than any other augment of similar nature, but there's more. It has no mana cost. 0. All augments are supposed to take away a certain amount of your mana regeneration to function. For there to be one that doesn't require any is almost unheard of. You can use this with literally no downside. But wait, there's more. Those locked boxes in the description. Normally, an MG's aspect gives them additional bonuses at certain levels. Your aspect is what gave you this unique augment, however, meaning that like other MGs, at levels 10, 25, 50, 100, 250, and 500 you will unlock even more functions. This entire HUD is only the first level, and you don't even realize half of its purpose yet. I assure you, this is just about the best combat upgrade you could have asked for. Okay, I said, raising my hands in surrender. I just don't understand how this is supposed to help me in combat. Don't worry, you will see. I squinted at Celine. Was that pun on purpose or? Okay, so guns, then, guns, Celine nodded sagely. If I'm not mistaken, your only real experience is what you have seen in movies and the video games you've played. Yeah, though I've only played a few shooting type games at Lily's house. Thinking of her brought another wave of worry and a sense of betrayal. It wasn't realistic or even fair to feel like she had done anything wrong, not when in all likelihood she had tried to stop whoever activated the emergency shield. Still, I couldn't get her words out of my head promising to keep anyone from using it. We'd all heard the horror stories of survivors locked out, dying because somebody had gotten scared for no good reason. It was practically the stuff of nightmares. And now I was living in one. I shivered, and forced myself to reorient on Celine. According to Zenith records, you may have played relatively few, but you did spend a fairly prolonged period of time focusing on first-person shooter games and even tried a few on your phone. During that period, you even had a fairly extensive search history on guns. May I ask what prompted your interest? I started, feeling a blush come to my face. I guess it started when Lily showed me a movie series. This guy loses his dog and I don't know, it was just the first time I had really seen a movie like that. I remember thinking how cool it was that he could just pick up any gun and be powerful, maybe. I haven't really seen movies or shows beyond what Lily's shown me, and that was my first real experience seeing guns in action. It was just cool. I don't know, it sounds stupid when I say it out loud. Nonsense, Celine's tails bristled. Do you think other magical guardians don't choose their weapons and clothing based on what they feel is cool? Is not all fashion, all trends and societal standards simply what people perceive to be cool? If you like something, you should own it. Nobody has the right to dictate whether you can enjoy something. I nodded. They really aren't all that girly, though. I hope that doesn't completely ruin the whole magical girl image. Well, Celine began dryly, I guess we can always color them pink. A huff of laughter escaped me, and Celine seemed to perk up more. Now then, guns. Do you have any preferences for your first firearm? Not pink, I smiled. But otherwise, no, I don't think I know enough, so I'll trust whatever you think would be best. Very well, for 100 points, you can unlock the kinetic handgun's common vault. I would then suggest the Umbra P30 Model A. It holds 15 9mm rounds, offering a high capacity with little to no recoil. Capable of being enchanted and already dexterity aligned, it is capable of handling a variety of ammunition types. I would recommend the Silverbane bullets for now, costing 1 point per 15-round magazine. Silverbane. I frowned. What do they do? Silverbane bullets are made of special alloys that are complete poison to anathema. Simply put, anathema form their bodies of corrupted mana, pulling it into a framework. Silverbane ammunition specifically resonates in a way that rips apart this framework, destroying them at a base level. Even if the bullet does not hit any vital areas, the creature is still destabilized significantly. In other words, with these bullets, almost every hit will still do significant amounts of damage. That sounds really powerful. My eyes bulged. Why would I use anything else? As anathema get stronger, their core framework increases in sturdiness as well. Think of it as a video game. Even though you are dealing a flat amount of damage, they begin to get defensive values that either reduce or completely negate the damage done. Silverbane rounds need to penetrate inside the anathema to be effective, so significantly armored targets can prove problematic. This is where different types of Silverbane bullets like the armor-piercing variant or enchanted rounds would be used. Some anathema are also significantly weaker to metals besides the silverite that makes up Silverbane ammunition. Oh, so what other types do I have access to? Currently, very few. Most enchanted or enhanced rounds are locked behind separate vaults. The only reason Silverbane rounds are offered at all is because they are considered the standard for Magitech guns when used for killing anathema. You could purchase normal 9mm ammunition, but it would be much less effective. The cost would be cheaper, however, at 1 point for two 15-round magazines. I would still recommend against this as there are very good reasons why Silverbane bullets come as the standardized ammunition type and are offered without needing to unlock an additional vault. Yeah, that makes sense, I nodded. How much is this gun going to cost? 10 points, and it will come custom modified for your hand size and physical strength. With your remaining 20 points, I would recommend purchasing an enchantment for the Umbra. For 15 points, you can get it enchanted with a lesser rune of sound suppression. Finally, as all purchases from the gate must arrive in boxes that take time to open, I would recommend purchasing 5 more magazines of ammunition to have on you. This would give you a total of 90 bullets to take out anathema counting the magazine the Umbra comes with. I forced myself to think it over for a moment, but didn't find any flaws in her reasoning. Granted, I didn't really know much about guns besides what I'd read online and managed to retain, but everything still seemed to make sense. Okay, let's do it then. Kinetic handguns common unlocked. Minus 100 points. Purchased. Umbra P30 Model A, enchanted. Minus 25 points. Purchased. 9mm Silverbane Magazine X5. Minus 5 points. Remaining points. 0. Warning. 0 points remaining. Contact nearest magical guardian for assistance. Code phrase, empty night. A heptagram of violet light bloomed into existence at my feet. In its center, more light condensed into a vaguely box-like shape, and then with a flash, turned into a solid briefcase of carbon fiber, banishing the heptagram into disintegrating motes. I looked at the case as I dismissed the pop-up messages. What was with that warning? I asked as I got up from my chair and crouched down to the gun case. Ignore it, Celine said with an annoyed tone. It is just some meddling put in at the request of the human nations. They believe magical guardians who reach 0 points are in an unusually desperate situation and should seek help. The code phrase triggers a quest to incentivize other magical guardians to assist. That doesn't sound too bad, I shrugged. I mean, I am kind of in a desperate situation, aren't I? Yes, but with most forms of communication being down when within a usurpation zone, it is sort of a useless message. That, and usually the message is a suggestion, not a command. Just ignore it for now. I frowned, wondering what she meant about it usually being a suggestion, but I continued with opening the box. Inside was a matte black pistol and 6 magazines, all set into dark foam indentations. The pistol looked well, it looked pretty much like other guns I had seen. Sleek, metal, and if I was being honest with myself, cool. Something about its heavy but streamlined design did give it a more advanced look than some of the other guns I'd seen, however. The only other thing I noticed was Umbra embossed along the slide in silver along with a crescent moon symbol between the grip and the gun's slide. And now to reveal the other half of your augment's power. Please pick up the gun and point it at the wall. It is unloaded with the safety on, but please handle it carefully. I reached down and gingerly lifted the gun. It was heavy wasn't necessarily the right word, but maybe weighty. I could feel how solid the gun was, how dense and compact it was built. More than just the physical weight, something about holding the pistol made me nervous. In the back of my mind, something seemed to click that what I was holding was a dangerous weapon, something that could take a life with just the pull of a trigger. Click, boom, and then death. That simple. I forced my grip tighter, willing my hands not to shake as I pointed the gun at the wall, being hyper-aware of where the muzzle was aimed. I couldn't completely suppress the small tremors as I held a gun for my very first time. Following Celine's instructions, I aimed at the wall. New images popped up in my vision, on my HUD, and I blinked in surprise as I took them in. Slowly, my heart began to beat faster in excitement as I realized what I was looking at. In the bottom right of my vision, an outline of my pistol appeared along with the numbers 0/15. That, however, was secondary to what took up the middle of my vision. There was a small circle with a dot in the middle, sort of like a minimalistic bullseye, and I stared in shocked recognition as I moved the gun slightly. The dot and circle followed along wherever I pointed the pistol, separate from where I looked with my eyes. I have a targeting reticle, I exclaimed, blinking. Indeed, Celine replied cheerfully. As I said, your augment predicted your affinity for firearms. While the real-time status functions are nice, the targeting reticle is invaluable. With it, it will matter much less that you have no experience in actually using firearms. Your accuracy will be drastically increased, and target acquisition will be trivialized. As the reticle is directly linked to your stats and weapon, it will even change in size to give a prediction where your bullet has potential to hit. I stared, waving the gun a few times and watching as the outer circle of the bullseye-style reticle expanded with my quick movements and shrunk when I held the gun steady. It was literally like I was in a shooting game now. I almost felt stupid that I hadn't realized it before, that HUDs in video games always had crosshairs or targeting reticles to use even when not aiming down the gun's sights. To say this has optimized your combat potential would be an understatement. While it won't automatically make you a perfect marksman, it will allow you to effectively use guns with supernatural proficiency. I kind of feel like I'm cheating, I said, my voice quivering in hesitant awe. Exactly. Celine's tail swished back and forth. This augment is part of your special starting bonus, 1 less than 5% of MG's gain. While other augments can provide similar targeting functions, none have the full functionality that yours has or are as accurate. I would also like to remind you that the arcane system decided this was your most optimal and completely unique choice, a manifestation of your very self brought out. It wasn't the Zenith that chose this for you, it is what the system recognized in your personality, magic, and your very sense of self. Trust me when I say there is nothing to be ashamed of. This is part of what makes you unique, and in time, you will understand just how special of a magical girl you really are. My cheeks flushed at her words, and I lowered the gun. Something rose in my chest, warm and powerful, and my throat tightened slightly. This augmented offered such small and simple bonuses, but that was what also made it so powerful. Instead of having to spend years of practice learning to use a gun, drilling for countless hours just to accurately hit a target, I could just point and shoot. I didn't even have to look down the sights to see where I was going to hit. And all of that was mine. My power, my strength. It was part of my soul made manifest by magic. The warm feeling in my chest bloomed stronger, and, for the first time in a long time, I felt something very much like hope. Now then, Celine said. Let's get you familiar with handling a gun, and then we can begin to make our way to the next shelter. I nodded firmly, and focused all my attention on my familiar. She let out a small cough as if clearing her throat. Very well, let's start with the basics. First of all, guns are not toys. Arcadia Grand Central Mall, Floor 3 shelter. 5 minutes after emergence alarm. It really wasn't that big of a deal, Lily smiled awkwardly at the two parents thanking her for the 5th time. No, really, the man in front of Lily insisted with watery eyes. You saved our little girl. I don't know what I would have done if anything happened to our Lucy. Lily decided to just give a reassuring smile and nod. Finding the parents had turned out to be an easy task considering they were waiting right outside the wide open doors of the shelter, pleading with the mall security in charge to go and find their children. When they saw Lily running with their little girl in tow, they had all but broken down in relieved sobs as they rushed out to hug their daughter. Then they realized their son wasn't there. And you're sure Brian is on his way? The mother asked, still clutching Lucy to her chest. Lily felt the corner of her mouth quirk up slightly as she looked back through the shelter's doors. Lily and the family had been ushered inside the shelter, but had refused to move further inside along with the rest of the crowd. The mall security guards in charge all seemed young and a little lost, and so they had allowed it after the quick explanation that they were waiting for people. My friend Mai knows what she's doing, Lily gave a cocky smile. She's the most reliable person I know. They might cut the timing a little close, but they'll make it. That didn't seem to alleviate the parents' fears much, but there wasn't really anything else Lily could do to convince them. Lily turned back to look down the hallway leading to the shelter, and forced herself to remain still. It was hard, because all she really wanted to do was sprint out there and look for Mai. It was a completely idiotic idea considering Lily had no idea where she would even begin looking. Deep inside, Lily knew Mai had been right, as she always was. Even though Mai was shy and unassuming, she was one of the smartest people Lily knew. Behind Mai's gleaming sapphire eye was a quiet cunning that was constantly calculating. More than once, Lily had experienced Mai do something for seemingly no reason, only to find out her action had solved multiple problems before some of them could even manifest. The only problem was that Mai tended to have a blind spot in regards to her own well-being. Lily, a familiar woman's voice called, and Lily looked back into the shelter's interior. Ms. Toma, Lily's homeroom teacher, walked towards her. Lily could see deeper into the shelter's futuristic white interior where a crowd of people were nervously talking in groups. The biggest groups were made of the 4 classes from Sakura High. The teachers had already done their headcount, but Lily had just given a wave to Ms. Toma instead of joining everyone else. Idly, Lily noted that Mai's homeroom teacher was talking to some of the chaperones and teachers instead of waiting at the entrance. It made Lily's eyes narrow slightly, but she didn't let it show on the cheery expression she gave Ms. Toma. "Still waiting for Mai, are you?" Ms. Toma asked with a gentle smile and concerned eyes. As far as Lily was concerned, Ms. Toma was the perfect teacher. She was warm and kind, and always dressed in clothes that matched her personality, like the simple blue dress and yellow cardigan she was currently wearing. Her face was round and soft, and lent to her empathetic impression. She had an uncanny knack for understanding what was going on, and more than once Lily had been caught off guard by her teacher's insight. Really, she was completely the opposite of Mai's useless homeroom teacher. "Yup," Lily answered with a nod. "Should be any minute now." Ms. Toma glanced at the fidgeting parents, then back to Lily with a relaxed grin. "If it were anybody else I might be more nervous too," Ms. Toma replied, "but from the way you talk about her, I'm sure she's already on her way back." Lily felt her cheeks redden as she scoffed and folded her arms defiantly. "I don't talk about her that much." Which was mostly true. Although, Ms. Toma had stopped Lily after school a few times to have heart-to-heart talks like she seemed to do with all her students, and Lily had spent most of the time talking about Mai after they became friends. Still, Lily hadn't been gushing about Mai or anything, had she? "I said the way you talk about her," Ms. Toma giggled, and Lily's face burned hotter. "Honestly, she must be pretty impressive to make such an impression on you and not even be in our class." Lily shrugged, not sure what to say. As she did, she noticed the parents had been taking in every word of their conversation and seemed to relax a little. Lily blinked as she realized how effortlessly Ms. Toma had calmed them down without even speaking a single word to them. Lily felt a little bit of pride surge in her chest, and she smiled. "Anyway," Ms. Toma said, pulling up her hand to check her watch. "There should still be a little over 4 minutes left, so there's plenty of time to." Suddenly, the lights went out. "Emergency alert. Power supply compromised. Primary shielding station offline. SOS has been sent. Shelter in place until rescue arrives." Cold washed through Lily as the notification appeared in her head. In the shelter, the lights flickered back on, but outside, red emergency lights bathed the hallway in dark shades of scarlet. A sudden chill went down the back of Lily's neck, and she felt her mouth go dry. Inside the shelter, a few people let out shouts of surprise. Then, the second message appeared. "Emergency alert. Multiple usurpation rifts detected on the following floors. Basement 1, Floor 1, Floor 2, Floor 3, Floor 4, Floor 5. Miasma quality, 150. Miasma density, extreme. Guardian command alerted successfully. System going into low power mode. This will be the last message." Ms. Toma's eyes went wide, her calm expression wiped clear. There was the sudden sound of something heavy moving, and Lily turned to see the double set of shelter doors beginning to shut. The mall security guards who had been outside quickly ran in, their eyes big with fear. Lily heard the parents let out a cry of despair from beside her, and something inside her clicked into place. Mai was out there with those monsters. Skinny little Mai, who had been trembling with fear even as she made the decision to split from Lily. All to save a kid, and all without a second thought. Mai, who never complained to Lily about anything even though Lily had heard plenty of rumors about the bullying she was going through. Mai. A jolt of electricity went through Lily, and she didn't hesitate. She moved towards the closing set of doors, kicking off as quickly as she could. She wasn't about to abandon her friend out there, not when she already had failed to help her so many times. Screw directions, Lily would just have to find a map on the wall and go from there. Before Lily could take more than 2 steps, a hand clamped around her arm in an iron grip and pulled her back. Lily almost fell from the sudden balance shift, and turned a wild look behind her. Ms. Toma had her hands wrapped around Lily's arm, and she had a sickened expression twisting her face. Her eyes, though, were steel. Lily, no, Ms. Toma almost whispered. Her voice was flat, but Lily could hear something wavering beneath the facade. Let me go, Lily hissed, trying to tug her arm free. I'm not leaving her out there. I can't do that, Ms. Toma replied. Lily, it's my job to keep you safe. I'll be right back, I promise. Lily shouted, her voice shaking. I'm not leaving her out there alone. Beside them, Luce's father seemed to finally register what was happening and turned to run out the shelter doors. 2 of the mall security officers grabbed onto him as he rushed the doors and pulled him down. He let out a cry of anguish as he fought but couldn't struggle free. Meanwhile, Lily felt another pair of hands grab her other arm, and she turned to see a 3rd officer standing in front of her. She didn't want to accidentally hurt Ms. Toma, but she was sure her teacher would understand. So Lily wrenched at their grips, throwing her weight away from them. She managed to slip from the security guard's hands, but, to her surprise, Ms. Toma held firm. When Lily was stumbling and unbalanced from the maneuver, she pulled on Lily hard, twisting Lily into a bear hug against her chest. Lily let out a frustrated growl as she tried to pull herself free, but Ms. Toma held firm. A few seconds later, Lily heard the shelter doors shut with a loud boom. There was a whirl as heavy-sounding gears turned, and then a loud and distinctive clack as something locked into place. Ms. Toma finally let Lily go, and she stumbled away from her teacher, looking at the large set of double doors. They were shut, and Lily felt her heart fall as she looked at them in horror. No, wait, it wasn't over yet. Lily remembered that shelters were designed with 2 sets of double doors and a room between them like an airlock. That way, people could be let safely in and out as necessary. That meant Lily could still get out to help Mai. All she had to do was find the console. Lily's eyes snapped to the large touchscreen next to the doors. Lily, please listen to me. Ms. Toma pleaded, her voice cracking, and the uncharacteristic tone shift made her stop in her tracks. Lily shot her teacher a look in surprise. She had tears in her eyes as she walked slowly over, putting a trembling hand on Lily's shoulder. Lily glared at her, fury kindling into a bonfire in her chest. There's nothing we can do but wait for her to get here, Ms. Toma said. If you went out there you would only be putting yourself in danger. I don't care, Lily replied hotly. I know, but I do. And I think so would Mai. Lily felt her breath disappear as the words hit her like a sledgehammer, and she recoiled slightly from her teacher. Her best chance is to either hide, or sneak here, Ms. Toma continued, her voice quiet but firm. If you go out there, you could get hurt, and even if you did find her, more people would just draw extra attention. There's nothing we can do to help except trust in her. Slowly, Lily felt the rage in her begin to deflate, leaving her standing there impotently clenching her fists tight. Ms. Toma was right, and inside, Lily knew she hadn't been thinking. Again, even though she wanted to rush out there and find Mai, she had no idea where she would even be at this point. No, going out there in a blind panic was just asking to get herself killed. Ms. Toma is right, a voice suddenly joined in, jolting Lily out of her thoughts. She turned to see Mr. Tuju, Mai's teacher, moving to join them along with the other 2 teachers. Lily felt her eyes narrow at the young, suave-looking man, if he could even be called that. He had to be barely out of university, yet he still wore a formal suit in black that was perpetually slightly messy. Lily knew that most of the girls in her class and on the track team swooned over him and loved the way he constantly was pushing up the glasses on his nose. Yet none of that changed the fact that he was utterly useless in Lily's eyes. No, maybe worse than useless considering his inaction was a form of passive encouragement. She still remembered his words when Lily had brought up Mai's bullying. His casual dismissal, saying that he would have noticed such a thing. That, and if it really was happening, Mai would have reported it herself. Useless idiot, Lily thought for the 100th time as he continued to speak. Right now, it's important to stay inside the shelter, he stuttered, his words coming out a little too quickly. Nobody goes out, not unless it is an emergency. If somebody comes to the doors, we can always open them. Right. Lily felt herself studying him. His hands were constantly adjusting his tie or fidgeting with other parts of his outfit. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and even though he had on his usual overly smooth expression, his eyes darted around and twitched at every little movement. Scared, huh, Lily thought to herself. It wasn't that surprising, really. He was the youngest teacher here even if he did like to dress up like he was better than the rest. Still, it was a little embarrassing to think someone like him could tell Lily what to do. She shifted her eyes to Ms. Toma, who gave a sideways glance at Mr. Tuju before returning to Lily with a slight nod. Lily let out a hiss of air between her teeth, but remembered what she had discussed with Ms. Toma about Mai's teacher, and she forced herself to not snap at the man. Whatever, Lily turned, walking towards the touchscreen where the mall security guards were standing. I'm at least going to look at the cameras. You can stay and make sure I don't open the doors or whatever. The 3 mall cops had moved protectively in front of the console but looked at each other in surprise. Cameras, one of the guys asked the other. There's cameras. Lily stared aghast at the guards. It was only now that she realized how young they all looked. Still, weren't they supposed to be trained for this? They had tasers and guns for God's sake. Yes, Lily said slowly, giving them a serious look. How else do you think we would be able to tell if people were trying to get in if we didn't have cameras? One of them began, looking nervously at the others. We were all kind of new. The usurpation training only happens once a month when a magical soldier is free to train people in. All of you are new? Ms. Toma asked, standing beside Lily with a confused expression. Yeah, another replied with a helpless shrug of her shoulders. Our supervisor was supposed to be with us, but he had to go down to the 2nd level to help with a shoplifter. Lily stared at the 3 and shook her head in disbelief. Whatever, Lily sighed in exasperation. It's not my first usurpation, and I had a magical soldier tell me all about how shelters work, so just get out of the way. Ms. Parker, that is no way to talk to your elders. Mr. Tuju said with a frown, pushing up his glasses. Lily quirked an eyebrow, looking between the 3 college-aged guards and Mr. Tuju. Sure, sorry, now can I please show you what's going on? I hardly think that's appropriate, Mr. Tuju crossed his arms. We teachers have all been through usurpation training and know how shelters work. It would be best if you left this to us. Lily looked at him blankly. Then she turned away from him and walked the rest of the way to the touchscreen console, Ms. Toma following as Mr. Tuju sputtered. The little girl's parents hurried after her, and the mall guards got out of Lily's way as she reached the screen. Vaguely, she heard the others joining behind her, but she ignored it as she peered at the menu. The console was a simple touchscreen about the size of a large computer monitor with big option menus lit up on it. Lily knew she could access all kinds of information from the menu like how many people were in the shelter, temperature controls, food rationing calculations, and even how much was left in the water supply. She ignored those and tapped through the menus until she got to the outer cameras. The system itself would have automatically switched to them and made a noise if it detected movement, but Lily wasn't going to wait for that. The screen flickered and changed to several pristine views of the hallway leading to the shelter doors. Lily felt her stomach tightening when she saw there was nothing out there, but she forced herself to ignore it. She glanced at the parents huddling behind her, and she moved to the side slightly to give them more room to see. They gave her shaky but grateful smiles as they took position next to her. Lily noted that on the camera menu there were options to open either the outer or inner doors along with an option highlighted in bright red that said emergency shield. Instantly, she felt herself tense up. When you get to the shelter, make sure they don't panic and activate the emergency shield. I've heard horror stories. Mai's quiet voice went through Lily's head, and she moved her body slightly, making sure she could physically block access to the option if she needed to. We already have training in shelter operations, Lily heard Mr. Tuju speaking to the mall guards behind her. So perhaps it would be best if we took charge for now. Of course, one of them quickly replied, relief evident in his voice. Just tell us how we can help. Well, Mr. Tuju floundered, and Lily forced herself not to roll her eyes. Why don't the two of you go to check on if anybody needs anything? Ms. Toma cut in, addressing the security guards. Food, water, medical attention. One of you should stay here to keep an eye on the cameras, though. Mr. Carpenter and Mrs. Mills, you two are senior teachers, so perhaps you would have the most luck keeping an eye on the students and making sure they behave. The barracks room should be big enough to keep them herded. Lily was slightly surprised as Ms. Toma took charge and the other teachers nodded in agreement and began moving. The other two teachers did have seniority on her, but seemed fine with her taking charge. Maybe it was the calm assurance in her tone, or the way she had phrased it as a suggestion, because it seemed to work. Quickly, the shelter's terminal became less crowded. Ms. Parker, you should join the other students as well, Mr. Tuju said, clearing his throat. I assure you, Ms. Toma and I will keep a lookout for Miss Kuroki. Lily bit back another hot response. What was wrong with this guy, seriously? That's okay, Lily said dismissively. I'll stay here. Lily could practically feel the stunned silence behind her, and she felt a small amount of petty satisfaction in his reaction. Miss Parker, that wasn't a. It's fine, Miss Toma interrupted smoothly, her voice firm. She's just worried about her friend. She can stay and keep watch with us. There was an exasperated sigh, but Mr. Tuju opted not to argue. Lily kept her eyes glued to the screen, watching and keeping count of the minutes in her head as they passed. Every single one felt agonizingly long, and more than once Lily found herself having to remind herself to breathe as she watched the monitor, waiting for anything to appear. Come on, Lily thought to herself. Where are you? Arcadia Grand Central Mall, Floor 3 Shelter. 10 minutes after power loss. Lily had to force herself not to tap her foot against the floor as she stared at the camera. The other security guards had rejoined the small group around the console. Mr. Tuju had urged her to back away from the screen so others could get a better view, but Lily had simply ignored him once again. She was already off to the side of the screen and letting people see it. She wasn't about to back away, though, not when that button was there for anyone to press. Most of the other people in the shelter, including all the students, had gone further inside the shelter to the barracks or one of the other rooms the shelter was split into. Mr. Tuju had suggested again that Lily leave to join them, and it was all Lily could do to provide a polite no thank you after Ms. Toma had given her a look. Lily could practically feel the man's annoyance, but she really couldn't care less about what he thought. So Lily continued staring at the screen, wondering when would. Suddenly, something appeared on the camera, and a loud, shrill beeping sound came from the console to alert everyone it detected movement. Lily's heart lurched into her throat with joy only to come crashing down as she saw the form that came around the corner. There was a cry of dismay from someone as the shape stalked its way down the corridor in slow, shuffling steps. The thing was tall, so much so that it was hunched over in the hallway. It looked vaguely humanoid, but as if it was poorly shaped from pale, featureless clay. Its arms were long enough to touch the ground, and its fingers were jointless, undulating things. The monster was horribly emaciated, so much that its ribs were practically poking through its chest. The worst part, though, was the face. It had no eyes, only big, empty sockets. Below, was a giant, lipless mouth that took up a full third of its head, and it was stretched into a mocking grin wide enough to show its gums. The monster's teeth were perfect human teeth, but upscaled to fit its gaping maw. Lily stared in shock as the camera highlighted the creature with a box, and then displayed something next to it. Lesser pale man. Known levels, 10 to 15. Next to Lily, people began talking all at the same time. What the hell is that thing? One of the mall guards gasped. No, the mother sobbed and fell into her husband's arms. Holy. Lily tuned out the clamor as she watched the thing. For some reason, it looked oddly familiar. No, it was familiar. It looked just like one of the monsters in Magical Girl Sunset, Rebellion. In fact, it was almost completely the same. Lily watched in confusion as it took long, shuffling steps forward. As it got closer, Lily began to hear something coming through the speakers in the console. Everyone quiet, Lily snapped, and the noise died down. Then, as the thing finally stood in front of the outer shelter doors, the noise became clear. It was giggling. Lily felt her heart rate increase as she listened to the barely contained trilling sound. It sounded so human, so innocent, it was like listening to little girls giggling, and it made Lily shudder. Slowly, the creature reached a hand out to the shelter's outer doors, and placed it against it softly. Its two long fingers squirmed, wiggling like worms against the metal. All the while, the giggling continued, a sound so perfectly childlike it was wrong. TT, that thing's trying to get in. One of the mall guards shouted, his hand already on his holstered gun. Don't panic, Ms. Toma said calmly. The shelter's systems are designed to automatically assess threats. We'll be fine as long as we remain calm and... The creature suddenly pulled both its arms back, and then slammed them into the door. A loud bong sound came through the touchscreen, but the outer door appeared completely undamaged. It tried again and again, but still didn't even manage to leave a mark. Lily let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. The monster was freaky. Everything about it seemed to make her skin crawl, and the giggling was setting her teeth on edge, but it really was fine. Sure, it was scary, but if it couldn't even dent the door. It's trying to get in. The mall guard yelled. We need to do something. It's fine, Ms. Toma tried to assure him. It isn't even damaging the... It's going to call more of those things. He insisted. The sound. If more show up, it'll only be a matter of time before they get in. We need to do something. There was a silence as he looked around at everyone with a pleading expression. Suddenly, Mr. Tuju stepped forward slightly, pushing up his glasses, and Lily saw his hand shaking. There's an emergency shield, Mr. Tuju stuttered. But... No, Lily whirled on him in absolute fury. Don't you even dare. The automated system is in charge of that. What if it's broken? The panicking security guard insisted. What if it's not working? What if this thing isn't like the rest of them? The female guard tried to place a hand on his shoulder to calm him down, but he shook it off. Lily felt her pulse pick up as she looked into the guy's wide eyes. Slowly, Lily moved to face the small crowd of people watching, placing herself in front of the monitor. She clenched her fists tight as she made sure her feet were firmly planted. We can't put everyone in danger. The guy continued stuttering. We can't know that the system is working. It's our job to protect people. We need to turn it on, just to be sure. Derek, you need to calm down, the female guard said shakily. We aren't supposed to touch that button unless it's absolutely necessary. Everybody knows that. It is necessary, he hissed, pointing at the screen behind Lily. That thing isn't normal. It's giggling. I mean, just look at. He trailed off, and then his outstretched finger began to tremble. Lily watched as everyone followed his pointed finger. Their faces went collectively pale, and it was only then that Lily noticed the sound of the monster hitting the door had stopped along with the giggles. Keeping an eye on everyone, Lily slowly turned to look at the screen. The thing had its face right in front of the main camera, taking up the entirety of the screen with its overstretched smile and pristine teeth. The thing's empty eye sockets bore into the camera with a hungry emptiness, and it slowly opened its mouth. Gon, it asked in a deep, distorted voice, and Lily recoiled as she recognized the Japanese word. Did that thing just speak? Lily fought against the terror that jittered along her spine, her mouth suddenly dry. Was that normal? Lily wasn't sure she had ever heard of one talking before. And the word it chose. What did it just say? Derek asked. What did it say? There was a moment of stunned silence before anyone spoke. Meal, Mr. Tuju replied, his face white. It just looked at us through the camera and asked if there was a meal. As if it could hear Mr. Tuju, the monster then began to shake slightly, and the giggling returned. Slowly, it grew in intensity until it became something unhinged. Its enormous mouth opened in an all-out laugh that sounded like a chorus of little children laughing in disharmony. Screw this, Derek shouted, and he lunged for the touchscreen. No, fear and anger flared inside of Lily as she saw him move, and she reacted on pure instinct. Lily spun to face him, holding up her fists in a faux boxing stance as she snarled. She felt her heart pounding as she stared him down. She glared at the man in defiance, undisturbed by the fact that he had at least 7 inches and over 50 pounds on her. Derek stumbled for a second, his eyes wide as he looked at her in surprise. Back off, Lily growled. No way in hell am I letting you press that button. Derek stopped in his tracks, seemingly unsure what to do as he looked Lily over. Ms. Toma stepped forward, gently grabbing his arm even as the female security guard moved to do the same on his other side. When his eyes went back to the giggling creature on the screen, Lily saw something in his gaze harden. Derek rushed forward, pushing Ms. Toma away. She let out a cry as she stumbled and fell, but Lily didn't have time to help her as Derek grabbed her shoulder and tried to push her out of the way. He was too close for a proper punch, so Lily instead curled her fingers into claws and grabbed onto his hands, gouging into them as she braced herself in place using the wall. Lily felt her nails dig in deep, and Derek let out a cry, stumbling back as he looked at his hands. Lily could see bloody scratches on them, and felt a wet warmth on her fingers as she replanted her feet. Her heart was racing faster now, and she could feel the adrenaline rushing through her veins. Lily saw the female guard had tried to catch Ms. Toma and only partially succeeded, sending them both sprawling on the floor. The other guard just watched with a shocked expression, his mouth moving but no sound coming out. "Bitch!" Derek cried out, his face twisting with desperation and fury. He came at her, and Lily prepared for him to try to push her out of the way again. Which is why she was entirely unprepared for the punch he threw right at her face. Lily heard Ms. Toma scream as the security guard full-on punched her in the side of the head, and light burst her world into white. The next thing Lily knew, she was sprawled on the ground. Pain exploded through her face across her left eye, and as she tried to get up, her motions felt strangely disassociated. She let out a groan as her brain began pounding against her skull in throbbing agony. Her arms felt wobbly as she pushed herself to her knees. The punch from the guard had been forceful enough to throw her a few feet to the side of the console, judging by the blurry image of shoes in her vision. "Warning!" A clear, synthetic voice called out. "Engaging the shelter's emergency shield system will prevent any person from entering or leaving until rescue arrives. Please do not engage unless the automated threat system is non-functional and the outer door has been breached. Activating this system without cause may be prosecutable in court. To confirm activation of the emergency shield, please press and hold the accept button for 5 seconds." Lily looked up through her swimming vision and made out Derek in front of the screen, his finger poised to press the button. "No!" Lily screamed, and she launched herself forward into a flying tackle at his knees. She managed to knock him down to the ground, but her face slammed against the side of his legs as she followed, sending another jolt of pain through her head. Instead of entangling herself, she wrapped herself tighter around his legs as he tried to push her off. A moment later, Luce's father and the female guard were suddenly there to help Lily, pinning Derek's arms to the ground. He kept trying to kick his legs free, but Lily held firm even through the growing nausea. "Let me go," he cried out. "You're going to get us all killed." He struggled a little more, and Lily felt a hand on her shoulder. "I'll take over," the third security guard said, his voice shaky. "You can let go now." Lily turned to look at him, and it took a moment to see his serious expression through her blurry vision. Slowly, she disentangled herself, and the man was quick to take over by kneeling on Derek's legs. Lily pulled away, rising on shaky legs, and it was all she could do to stay standing. "Lily," Ms. Toma called out, and Lily turned to see her limping closer. "Are you okay?" Lily blinked, but gave a shaky nod and smile as Ms. Toma reached her and gently grabbed her face. Gently, Ms. Toma began examining Lily with a worried expression, but Lily just grinned in response, not wanting to give away the throbbing pain on the left side of her face. Her lip also hurt, and she had the faint taste of blood in her mouth. "It's all right," Lily tried to assure Ms. Toma as her expression only grew more distraught. "Just a little." Confirmation received, the synthetic voice said. "Activating emergency shield." Lily whipped around in shock, horror flooding through her. Mr. Tuju stood in front of the touchscreen, his finger extended and trembling slightly. Everyone else looked at him in stunned silence, and even Derek had quit struggling. Lily looked at Mai's homeroom teacher with incomprehension. Everything in Lily seemed to fade away, until there was only an emptiness left. Slowly, Mr. Tuju reached up to his glasses, pushing them up his nose. "Protecting our students is our top priority as teachers," he began shakily. "If there's even a chance of danger." Hate ignited inside Lily, burning so hot it hurt, and she let out a scream. Suddenly the pain, the nausea and dizziness, none of it mattered anymore. She launched herself at the coward only to have Ms. Toma clamp her into a hug from behind, holding her back. Lily reached out towards him, clawing at the air, trying to get to him as she screamed incoherently at him. Mr. Tuju took a step back, his face twisted in a grimace as if he was in pain. "He just killed Mai." The thought echoed in Lily's head, and she couldn't make it stop. Lily struggled against Ms. Toma, and although Lily could hear her speaking, the words were somehow hollow and meaningless. She fought and fought, but couldn't manage to get free, to get at the bastard who just stood there, looking like he was the one hurt the most. Lily struggled, putting all her boiling rage into her attempts to get free. But she couldn't do anything, no matter how much she tried. "I never can." Eventually, the anger began to drain from her, and what strength it had brought faded. Her legs gave out beneath her, and she found herself falling into Ms. Toma's hug. With the anger giving way, the dam on the rest of her emotions burst, and tears welled up in her eyes as she let out a choked groan, unwilling to let herself cry. Ms. Toma turned Lily around, pulling Lily against her chest tightly and gently rubbing at her back. I promised her, Lily seethed, bitter and angry tears escaping her. I promised I wouldn't let anyone activate the shield. I promised. Ms. Toma said nothing, and just kept rubbing at Lily's back. It took a long time for Lily to finally pull herself together. Slowly, she extricated herself from Ms. Toma's grasp. Lily's legs were still shaky, and Ms. Toma kept a steadying hand on her shoulders to make sure Lily was steady before letting her go. Ms. Toma winced as she stepped back slightly on her route, and Lily suddenly felt shame well up inside her for making Ms. Toma hold her back even though she was injured. Lily heard soft crying and turned to see the parents on the ground holding each other tight, their daughter held between them. Elsewhere, the other male security guard was hauling Derek away with a firm hand on his arm. The other teachers had come out sometime during the whole ordeal as well. The remaining female guard looked over Lily, giving a sympathetic wince when her eyes landed on her face. I know some first aid, she said. There's a medical room further in. I'm not leaving, Lily said hoarsely, taking slow, careful steps back to the console screen. The cameras showed the hallway was now empty, but over the outer doors of the shelter, Lily could faintly see a translucent barrier of pale green energy flickering. She looked to the side, and glared when she saw Mr. Tuju standing a few steps away. She would make him pay. She'd make sure of it. How about you grab us a couple chairs and bring the first aid kit here? Ms. Toma asked the security guard. I think we'll wait here. Lily heard the woman leave, and she stared at the screen. Lily ground her teeth together in annoyance as her balance continued to waver, and her legs refused to harden from their jelly-like state. The soft crying from the parents made Lily's heart clench as it continued unabated. She had to clear her throat a few times before she could speak. It'll be okay, Lily said, her voice strangely empty as she tried to reassure them. You'll see, Mai will come with your son, and even if she can't get in, she'll figure something out. She'll keep him safe. Lily heard the teachers speaking in the background, Ms. Toma explaining quietly to them what had happened. She could practically feel them looking over at her as Ms. Toma described Lily fighting off the security guard. When Ms. Toma got to Mr. Tuju activating the shield, there was a silence until he cleared his throat. It might seem cold, he said in a subdued voice, but 2 lives simply don't outweigh. Even as Lily turned to face him, words hot on her lips, she saw Ms. Toma spin and slap him hard enough to make him stagger back. The sound was loud enough that it echoed throughout the whole room. He looked at her in shock, holding his cheek gingerly. Ms. Toma stared at him with fury in her eyes. Shut up, she said calmly, her voice ice cold. Leave. That was it. That was all she said, and yet it was clear there was no room for argument, no alternative. Mr. Tuju's face flushed in anger, but he chose not to say anything. Ms. Toma turned away and continued talking to the other 2 teachers like nothing had happened, and Lily found vicious satisfaction welling up inside of her along with a newfound respect for her teacher. Lily turned back to the screen and watched, leaning against the wall for balance. Mai will be okay, Lily thought. She has to be. Arcadia Grand Central Mall, Floor 3 Shelter. 18 minutes after power loss. Lily held the bag of ice against the left side of her face, wincing as she watched the blank monitor. She was sitting in a chair now along with Ms. Toma and the parents. The mall cop lady, Mary, said Lily had gotten away from her fight with what was going to be a nasty black eye, split lip, and probably a concussion. Ms. Toma, meanwhile, had twisted her ankle when Derek had pushed her out of the way, but it was nothing too serious. Mary had brought some weak painkillers and ice for both of them, and now they were all waiting by the console. Mary had claimed she was too restless to sit and was instead entertaining endless questions from the little girl, Lucy, but Lily had noticed Mary had positioned herself slightly behind Mr. Tuju, who was still sticking around for some reason. Lily's eyes met with Mary's briefly, and Lily gave a grateful nod that Mary returned. Lily's head was throbbing, but the medicine was helping. Now that the adrenaline had truly faded, though, Lily felt exhausted. Even though the fight had been so brief, it had taken a lot out of her. She made a mental note that she would have to get stronger, and maybe it was time to start the martial arts classes she'd been planning to take. Maybe she should send Sergeant Kelly, the magical soldier she'd met in her previous usurpation, a message and ask for recommendations. Lily missed the woman who she had spent only a few hours talking to. Maybe it was because Lily had shown interest and asked questions unabashedly, but Kelly had been happy to answer them and joke through the entire ordeal. That, or maybe Kelly had guessed at what Lily was thinking of doing and wanted to help her. "It won't be easy," Kelly had said, flicking her scarlet hair out of her eyes. "It definitely wasn't for me, but if you ever need anything, shoot me a message. I'd be happy to help out." Lily let out a sigh, her eyes fluttering closed. It had been naive, she knew that now. She had thought she had plenty of time to build herself up, to train. Lily assumed that being at the top of the track team was already a good start, but now it was painfully obvious she was wrong. One stupid little punch and she had been down on the ground. She was so much further away from her goal than she thought. Beep. The sound of the shelter's movement alarm shot Lily's eyes straight open, and she was out of her seat and lurching to the console. She almost fell, but managed to catch herself on the wall as she looked with wide eyes at what the cameras were showing. My! She let out a trembling gasp. At the far end of the hallway, the adorably tiny figure of Mai had appeared, her hand grasped by a little boy. Lily felt joy surge through her as she let out a little laugh of disbelief. As the crowd joined her, the parents let out a cry, and Lily felt a fierce grin stretch up onto her face. She had desperately believed that Mai would make it, and somehow, she had even managed to bring the boy the whole way with her. 20 minutes of sneaking past anathema, of surviving, and somehow, Mai had done it. Lily's growing elation died when she saw Mai come to a sudden stop, staring at the doors from the far end of the hallway. It was only then that Lily began to take in a few details. First, she noticed the ice axe Mai was carrying, and the black stains covering its blade. Lily's eyes began to make out even more flecks of that same black sprayed across Mai's clothes. Then, Lily noticed the small hole in Mai's black blazer over the stomach area and the much darker stain around it. Lily felt her heart seize up as she looked over her friend, her eyes widening. Is that her blood? Lily thought, a wave of cold washing over her. Is she hurt? Mai, for her part, simply started taking slow, walking steps forward. Her mouth moved a few times, but no audio came through the console. Lily watched Mai's face twist in desperation as she sprinted to the front of the doors, letting go of the boy's hands and her ice axe. She ran to the doors and started slamming on the magical barrier, shouting soundlessly. Lily watched as Mai crumpled against the barrier, falling to her knees and leaning her head against it. She stared at the barrier with a vacant look of disbelief and did not move. The inside of the shelter was dead silent. Hazily, Lily felt someone's soft hand wrap around her own as another grabbed her shoulder, squeezing tightly. Lily just blinked numbly at the screen as she looked at her friend. She looked at the options on the camera feeds, and saw both the audio and speaker ones were grayed out. Still, she moved her finger and tried to press them over and over again. Maybe it was some kind of failsafe that activated with the shield, cutting the audio for some reason. Still, Lily wanted to at least hear the outside. She wanted to know what kind of words Mai was using to curse her with. Even though Lily could feel warmth dripping down her cheeks, she only felt gutted. Mai had trusted her, had somehow managed to survive against monsters and might have even been hurt, and yet Lily couldn't even do one simple job. She clenched her hands tight and refused to look away. She would burn everything that happened into her memory. Mai suddenly stiffened, looking away from the doors and back to the boy she had left halfway down the hallway. Lily watched as Mai wiped at her cheeks, the devastated look on her face disappearing beneath a shaky smile as she quickly stood up, gesturing to the boy to come closer. He ran to her, throwing his arms around her in a hug, one hand clutched around an action figure of some sort. Mai held him tightly, responding slowly when the boy said something to her. The boy looked like he was on the verge of tears, and yet a few more words from Mai seemed to calm him down. Lily stared in wonder at Mai as she simply took his hand, giving him another weak smile and began walking away. Lily couldn't understand how Mai was recovering from the situation so quickly. Somehow, Mai was even managing to put on a brave front for the boy and seemed more concerned about him. Lily watched as Mai almost idly picked up the ice axe she had dropped, and then she disappeared around the corner with the boy. Lily let out a shaky breath, then slowly turned around. The other teachers must have heard the movement alarm, because they had appeared. Ms. Toma was holding onto Lily's shoulder and hand, trying to give a reassuring smile. The parents looked equal parts relieved and horrified, but they weren't looking at the screen anymore. Lily followed their gaze. Mr. Tuju stood a few steps back from the group, his face ashen. A sheen of sweat made his face shine, and he swallowed as Lily looked him in his eyes. He adjusted his tie, straightening it as he took in a deep breath to speak. Instead of rage, Lily felt something cold and sharp form inside of her as she looked at the person who locked the two out of the shelter. He hesitated, seemingly lost for words. I'm sorry, but it was the only way. Lily stared at the teacher in disbelief. That was what he had to say for himself. After what they had just seen. Lily shook her head and turned away. Fuck off and die, she whispered, sitting back down in her chair. There was silence, and Lily noticed none of the teachers jumped on her for saying it. A second later, she heard footsteps going away. Ms. Toma sat down in her chair next to Lily, a gentle hand still on her shoulder. She didn't say anything, and Lily closed her eyes. Beyond some whispering, the silence was nice, and Lily felt like a small amount of weight was lifted. Mai was still alive, there was that much, at least. Still, she couldn't get the image of Mai's unbelieving, distraught face out of her head. Of the dried blood soaked into her clothes. Lily forced herself to go over the images again and again, analyzing them. Mai had seemed to be moving fine, at least. Maybe the injury hadn't been that bad, then. It was impossible to tell just what had soaked her clothes considering the blazer and skirt of their uniforms were black, so it could have just been more of that black substance. What was that, anyway? It looked like blood, but was the wrong color. Wait, if it had been on Mai's ice axe and she was wounded, did she fight one of them? Holy shit, did Mai beat an anathema? A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Lily opened her eyes to see the little girl, Lucy, standing in front of her. I just wanted to thank you, she said, shifting nervously. For saving me, and for your friend saving my brother. Lily blinked, then looked to the girl's parents. They both had trembling expressions, but they gave her a genuine, thankful nod. Something in Lily's heart cracked a little at that, and she had to clear her throat as her emotions surged. Hey, Lily said, trying to put on her usual grin for the little girl. I told ya, my friend was awesome, right? Yeah, Lucy agreed, nodding vigorously. Mom and Dad didn't believe me when I told them a pirate girl was keeping Brian safe. It took Lily a moment to figure out what she meant by that, but then she remembered Mai's eye patch. Lily let out a bubbling laugh as Lucy's parents looked at their daughter, aghast. Lily felt some of the tension drain from her body, and it took her a minute to stop long enough to respond. Well, she's not quite a pirate, Lily chuckled. But it does look quite cool on her, doesn't it? Lucy nodded with a toothy grin and then took a few skipping steps back to her sitting parents. They gave Lily an apologetic look that she waved off. Mai would probably have thought it was funny too, even if she was self-conscious about her eyes. A moment later, Lily felt a gentle squeeze on her hand, and she turned to see Ms. Toma giving her a gentle smile. You okay? She asked, her soft eyes searching. Lily took a breath to recenter herself. I'm fine just. Lily trailed off, not really sure how to describe what she was feeling. Guilty, ashamed, furious, what word could even encapsulate all of that? Ms. Toma just nodded, seeming to understand. I suppose this is the part where I tell you nothing that has happened has been your fault, Ms. Toma smiled weakly. And the sole responsibility rides on us adults. But I promised her, Lily quickly shot back, looking up at her teacher. I told her. And when somebody tried to turn on the shield, Ms. Toma interrupted. Who was it that stood in the way? Was it any of us teachers? Was it one of the security guards who should be responsible for the safety of the people in the shelter? Lily went silent, then let out a sigh. It doesn't change the fact that Mai is trapped out there. No, Ms. Toma agreed. But you at least shouldn't feel guilty about anything you've done. You stood up to somebody older and stronger than you for a friend you wanted to protect. I don't think I could be more proud to call you one of my students, honestly. Lily felt her face flush, warmth blooming in her chest. She wasn't sure how to respond to that, so she just sat there silently. Lily, Ms. Toma said, lowering her voice. I know we've had conversations about how you felt like some of your friends were less than genuine. Like they were just getting close to you to help themselves. I also know that's why you value your friendship with Mai so much. She wasn't in our class, and doesn't care about sports or popularity from what you've told me. It's not just that, Lily shifted uncomfortably. She had no reason to even talk to me, let alone do what she did. It was a nice gesture, Ms. Toma agreed. I just want to make sure you know that Mai isn't your only friend. You have other people you can lean on. Lily looked up at the teacher and gave her a grin. Well duh, I got a super badass homeroom teacher who slaps other teachers on my side too. Language, Ms. Toma said with a huff of laughter. But it's not just me. Sophie and Suji have both been missing you. Lily blinked. What? They thought they might have done something wrong, so they asked me for advice. I told them you were just spending time with another friend, and they seemed relieved. They both really look up to you. I don't even really know them outside of track, Lily said with a confused frown. When we have lunch together with the other girls, they usually don't talk that much, either. I think you underestimate yourself, Miss Toma said. I've been to a few of your track meets, you know. Even though both of them aren't at the top of the team, you're always there cheering them on. I imagine it's made an impression on Sophie because she competes against you in many of the same events, and you still cheer for her and celebrate when she does well. And Suji, well, not many people pay attention to the longer distance events or even stick around to watch them, so think about how much it means to her that you cheer her on for every single lap. But, and as for why they don't talk that much, Miss Toma continued. Your lunch groups usually have the top club members. They probably feel a little out of their league or not popular enough to really pitch in. Lily was quiet for a long while, chewing over what Miss Toma had said. Anyway, Miss Toma said, I just wanted to make sure you knew you have people you can talk to. I don't know what's going to happen with Mai, or how she's going to react when this is all over, but you do have people who care for you. Lily gave a weak smile, looking back to the touchscreen in the empty hallway it showed. It didn't go unnoticed by Lily that Ms. Toma had phrased everything like it was already certain Mai was going to be okay. That was just like her, though, recognizing the best in everyone. It really baffled Lily how Ms. Toma always seemed to know what to say. Lily was about to ask how she was so good when the movement alarm went off. Instantly her attention returned to the monitor, as she rose and closed in on the monitor. Everyone else was only a step behind her. On it, she saw Mai and the kid round the corner, walking over to the door. Lily's mouth went dry as she watched, wondering what Mai was going to do. Mai stopped a few feet from the door, looking around at it for a moment. Then her head tilted slightly, and she turned her head to look directly at the camera. Lily prepared herself to see her friend's hate and despair. Instead, Lily saw Mai giving a gentle smile. Even weirder was the boy, who had a big grin on his face as he looked at Mai excitedly. Lily watched as Mai pointed to the boy, then herself, and then gave a thumbs up. Lily stared at the screen dumbly for a moment, then realized what Mai was doing. Somehow, she knew the shelter had no audio with the emergency shield down, and so she was trying to communicate with hand signs. Lily's attention snapped back to the monitor as Mai began her next message. She pointed at the hole in her blazer, then made a waving motion, like it was no big deal. Mai seemed to hesitate for a moment, then she held up her ice axe, pointing to it with a free hand. She made a faint swinging motion with the axe, then held up a finger in an unmistakable one. Lily felt the bottom of her jaw drop open. Is she the security guard? Mary stuttered. Is she saying she fought one of those things? No, Lily replied, a fierce smile lighting up her face. She's saying she killed one. As if to emphasize the point, Mai drew a finger across her throat, in a slitting motion. Then she repeated the motions of pointing to the kid and herself and giving a thumbs up. The kid who was watching also gave a thumbs up. Lily shook her head in dumbfounded disbelief that he seemed to be in such high spirits. Mai tilted her head again, seeming to think before giving a wave around them, gesturing to their surroundings. Then she held up a 3. Pointing at herself and the kid, she then used 2 fingers to mime a walking motion, gently waving them back and forth while they pointed to the floor. Finally, she held up 1 finger, then pointed to the shelter's entrance. Lily frowned. She's saying they are on the 3rd floor right now, but she's going to the 1st floor shelter. Why not the 2nd? Shelters on each floor are built on opposite ends, Ms. Toma explained, blinking in surprise. It's so that floors can have a big and open middle area while still providing good coverage. If somebody is on the opposite end of the shelter, they can just go up or down a floor and be near a shelter. The only exception is the 1st floor, where shelters are bigger and take up an entire basement level. Those have entrances near the middle. So Lily tried to piece together Mai's plan. Instead of having to go down or up a floor and then cross an entire floor to get to a shelter, she's going to go down 2 and head for the mega shelter. Ms. Toma nodded. It'll only be half the distance to cover. Everyone went silent as Mai then started making more gestures. At first, Lily wasn't sure what Mai was miming, then it became clear as Mai repeated it. She made an L shape, then held up 1 finger, then another L, and finally, she made a distorted Y shape with 3 fingers. Lily felt her heart stop as she sucked in a breath as Mai then pointed to the shelter's door. Was this it, then? Was this where my cursed her? All it would take is one finger, and the message would be clear. Lily felt her body tense as she held her breath. Mai made a circle with her forefinger and thumb, the other 3 fingers outstretched at the same time to make the universal OK symbol. She then pointed to the camera and herself and gave a thumbs up with a smile and nod. Lily felt the tension melt from her body, but it was quickly replaced with guilt. How was Mai so kind? She didn't even know what happened in the shelter or if Lily even tried to stop the emergency shield. And yet, Mai seemed to steel herself as she took another shaky breath. Then she gave a wave and started walking away. The boy followed on her heels, and soon enough, they were around the corner and out of sight again. Lily lowered herself back into her chair, shaking her head. Your friend is really something special, the father murmured, and Lily gave a weak smile. You really think she took out an anathema? Mary asked. I don't know how, but yeah, Lily replied. Where else would the black blood have come from? Knowing Mai, she probably pulled off some crazy plan, and I'm guessing she already has more up her sleeve to get both of them to the shelter safely. Lily looked up at the monitor, as she clenched her hands together. Even though Mai could be so clueless about some things, she always knew what to do when things really mattered. Meanwhile, it felt like all Lily could do was give small kindnesses, little reliefs in daily life. It felt like nothing in comparison. I'll get stronger, Lily promised to herself quietly as she stared at the monitor. I'll get stronger, and someday, I'll pay you back for pulling me out of the darkness. I tried to steady my breathing as Brian and I waited at the bottom of the stairwell. Holding the umbra in my sweaty hands, I peeked through the crack of the slightly open door, waiting for Celine to return from scouting the first floor. So far, the plan was working out well. After Celine had drilled me on basic gun safety, she had me practice reloading, aiming, and try some shooting stances. It had done wonders to help my hands stop shaking, but I still felt nervous even holding my gun. After that, Celine had helped me develop a plan. Our only real option was to head to another shelter, and the mega shelter on the first floor was the shortest path and our best bet at safety because the 5th floor lacked one due to the shielding station's presence. Mega shelters had dedicated personnel staffing them as they were expected to not only house residents of whatever building they were in but also people who came in from the street. In other words, the chance of the emergency shield being active was much lower with professional handlers in charge. Unless, of course, they had an actual reason to activate it. After Celine and I had figured out the plan, convincing Brian was surprisingly easy. The second he saw the gun I'd found in the camera room, he'd been all wide-eyed and excited instead of scared. I supposed that from his perspective I had already taken down one with just an ice axe, and now I had a gun, making things even less scary. Even after we'd stepped out from the security room, he'd only gotten a little nervous. We'd made a quick stop in front of the shelter for me to mime our plan to the security camera. Celine informed me that when the emergency shield activated, audio was cut as some high-level anathema could use sound attacks. I kept my pistol in my backpack while Celine kept a lookout because I did not want to have Lily and whoever may be watching asking questions. I also made sure to let Lily know that I didn't blame her. The initial sense of betrayal I'd felt had quickly melted into guilt and worry that sat heavy at the bottom of my stomach. Lily wouldn't have just let somebody activate the shield, I knew better than that. No, chances were somebody took it into their own hands and hadn't given her a choice. I just hoped she was okay and hadn't done anything stupid in retaliation. It wasn't worth her getting hurt, not for me, anyway. The path so far is clear, Celine said, suddenly appearing in the HLL way. I nodded, letting my thoughts drift away from Lily as I looked back at Brian. He was looking shaky, and so I gave him a quick smile that he returned. My free hand went to my blazer pockets, reassuring myself that the spare magazines for my gun were secure on either side. After a deep breath to steady myself, I opened the door and motioned for him to follow as I went into the hallway. The first floor's architecture was much more like a standard, modern mall, all glass storefronts and white tile flooring. As for the layout, it was much like the third floors with a giant circular area in the center and a maze of hallways surrounding it. There was also a wide path leading from the center area directly to the front entrance, giving anybody who might come off the streets a straight shot to the shelter entrance in the middle. I scanned the area, keeping my gun pointed slightly down at the floor as I searched for movement. Between all the signs, reflections, advertisements, and glass, it was hard to see anything. The dim red emergency lighting wasn't helping either. I moved to follow Celine as she scampered down the hall and took a turn. My movement was slower, and I checked through the windows of every store before passing, just to make sure Celine hadn't missed anything, being extra stealthy. We continued like that, Brian following 5 paces behind me while Celine searched ahead. It was slow and painfully tense. I found myself jumping a few times at my own reflections moving in the windows. It was a constant effort to relax my hands from the death grip they kept forming around my gun. The worst part was the noise. The mall was utterly silent except for our footsteps and breathing. It made my heartbeat feel extra loud in my ears. Every step that squeaked on the tile floors made me wince. We turned corner after corner until Celine finally stopped in front of me. One anathema up ahead, another Fomorian hound. Defeating it would be a good chance to familiarize yourself with your gun. I hesitated for a second, fear clawing up the back of my throat. Images of the monster's carapace body and lamprey mouth latching onto my stomach made me shudder, my breaths picking up in speed. "Are you sure?" I thought to her. "The noise and I don't like taking risks, especially not with Brian here." Between the lesser rune of silencing on your weapon and the mall's construction, noise will not be a problem. It would be more of a risk for you not to take this opportunity to use your gun for the first time. Unfamiliarity in an actual fight could be deadly. I thought it over for a second, glancing back at Brian. It felt like there were so many things that could go wrong. Something deep in me screamed that this was a bad idea, to just tell Celine to find another path, but I was a magical girl now. I had a gun, and that voice inside was fear, something I'd told myself to always listen to but never let command me. "All right," I sent, and Celine hopped forward to the end of our current hall, waiting at the corner. I turned to Brian. "Okay, I need you to wait right here for a moment," I whispered. "I'm going to go take care of a monster quick. It might be loud, but don't panic. If I say run, go and hide, okay?" He looked at me with big eyes, and for a second I thought he was going to argue. Instead, he just clutched his action figure tighter to his chest and gave me a serious nod. I was a little surprised at that, but decided to roll with it and move after Celine to the next intersection, pressing myself against the corner and peeking around it. I saw nothing, but shadows shifted on the glass of one of the storefronts. "Third store on the right. It should come out any moment now. Aim for center mass." My throat was dry, but I followed Celine's instructions, aiming down the Umbra's sights at the store's entrance. The outer circle of the targeting reticle shrunk considerably in my vision as I took a proper aiming stance. My heart drummed in my ears, and I tried to slow down my breathing. I double-checked to make sure the safety was off and the hammer pulled back. My hands were sweaty, and I readjusted my grip. Then I carefully put my finger on the trigger and waited. After a few moments, there was more movement on the glass reflections. My breath hitched as the creature's head exited the store, and I forced myself not to pull the trigger in response. Its lidless eyes seemed unfocused as it continued stepping out, completely unaware of me. Slowly, it placed one foot in front of the other. As it began exiting, I aimed for the center of its body. The creature was almost perpendicular in relation to me, giving me the biggest target I could ask for. The reticle changed from black to a glowing red as it passed over the anathema. On my HUD, the outer circle of the reticle that predicted where the bullet could hit was small enough to be completely within the anathema's body, theoretically guaranteeing a hit. I let out my breath, focusing on my aim and nothing else. For a brief moment, fear flashed through me. What if I missed? What if it moved at the last second? What if I made a mistake like I always do? Then it would come for me with claws and its lamprey mouth, and when it finished sucking the life from me, then it would go for Brian. I pulled the trigger. The gun barked about as loud as a plate breaking, the recoil jerking against my grip, but not nearly as much as I had anticipated. I felt myself jump in surprise even though I was expecting it, but I forced myself to continue. My targeting reticle expanded briefly, and I adjusted it back onto the monster's body, pulling the trigger again and again. There was nothing else but the jolt of the gun in my hands and bright flashes of light that briefly interrupted my view as I opened fire, constantly recentering my aim in the brief moments between shots. I fired as fast as I could and only stopped after I'd emptied 8 rounds into the thing, a ding resounding in my head. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 3. Reward: 10 points. I stared at the unmoving body of the anathema, wisps of smoke trailing from the Umbra's muzzle. It was sprawled out in front of the store, not even a step from where I'd initially begun firing at it. Black liquid slowly began spreading beneath it. "Well, that went fairly well," Celine's voice came to me cheerfully. "I will scout around us to make sure nothing was heard. Then we can go over your performance." Celine blurred from next to me and disappeared. I kept staring at the body of the anathema, not daring to breathe as I looked at it. My hands shook slightly, and I carefully removed my finger from the trigger as I tried to process what had just happened. It was an anathema. A nightmarish monster that humanity feared, that had ripped into my guts the first time I fought it, that had left me dying, and I killed it so quickly it hadn't even had time to react. Something giddy and slightly hysterical bubbled up inside of me, and I choked back a laugh as I looked on with unbelieving eyes. I could feel my whole body begin to shake, and so I lowered the gun, stepping back behind the corner as I leaned against the wall for support. My breaths started to come out too quickly as I began to hyperventilate, my heart racing in the aftermath. Inside me, it felt like all the fear, anxiety, and helplessness had snapped all at once, rolling through me in quivering waves. It hadn't even been an hour since the alarms first went off, and yet it felt like an eternity. All the hiding, the worrying, the planning, knowing that if I made one mistake, a child was likely going to die because of it. My life or death fight against an anathema, the overwhelmingly raw violence and pain. Making a plan only to see safety sealed away from me. The fear, the constant fear. The sheer helplessness. And now this, killing an anathema in several seconds with just a few pulls on a trigger. I let out a shuddering breath and wiped at my suddenly wet eyes. It felt like a dam had broken, that all the worrying and tension had just been released. Even though I still felt it in me, it didn't feel like a seal wire wrapped around my heart anymore. It felt like I could breathe again. "Are you all right?" Celine asked, appearing next to me. I choked out through a sniff. "Sorry, it was so easy. I almost died the first time and now I guess it's really just starting to hit me now. I'm a magical girl, I can fight them, I can do this, it's just a little overwhelming." Celine tilted her head, watching me for a moment while I regained control of my breaths. "I understand," she finally said. "The only advice I can really offer you is to remember this feeling. You are no longer helpless in the face of the eldritch, no longer condemned to watch. You have power now, my Kuroki. Power to fight and to protect, to change this world and leave it safer. It will not always be this easy, this painless, but try to embrace this new realization of what you are capable of. You are a magical girl now, and you are not powerless anymore." I took a hitching breath and nodded as I let the emotions fade. While I did, I made sure to hit the magazine release on the Umbra's trigger guard, swapping out for a full magazine from my pockets. The movement was a little jerky, but thanks to Celine's training, I managed to slot in the new magazine without too much effort. Forcing myself away from the wall, I looked back to see Brian still waiting further back down the hallway, hiding behind a potted plant. He was looking at me with big eyes, slightly crouched down like he was ready to run. I gave him a thumbs up and gestured for him to come closer, which he did quickly. "Did you beat it?" he quickly asked in a loud whisper. I gave him a soft smile and nodded, and his jaw dropped. I could see the excitement building up in him, so I quickly placed a finger over my mouth in a shushing gesture. "We have to be quiet and keep moving, just like before," I whispered back in a stutter, still trying to recompose myself. "That way they won't notice us, right?" He nodded quickly, but there was still a gleam in his eyes as he looked at me. I turned away, found Celine waiting for me, and then we began moving again. We passed through the hallway with the anathema, and I glanced at it as we passed. The big alien hound had a small pool of black blood forming underneath it, but was utterly unmoving. Its lidless eyes stared at me like it could come alive at any moment, and I didn't quite let it out of my sight until we went into the next hallway. "Now, onto your combat performance. I would say that you did rather well, especially considering your inexperience. Your second hit would probably have killed the creature from blood loss and catastrophic damage, but the third ended its life. You missed your fourth and seventh shots as it was falling. It also appeared to me that you tunnel vision too much on the reticule and firing. You need to keep your eyes open on the whole picture, watching your target's movements and the area around you." I winced. 75% accuracy against a non-moving target from only a few storefronts away with all my advantages felt pretty bad. Sure, it was my first time actually firing a gun, but I still felt like I should have done better. Not to mention, Celine was right about me completely zoning out and while I pulled the trigger. If I had been paying more attention, I wouldn't have wasted the next 5 bullets shooting at its falling corpse. As for your shooting stance and grip, I am not an expert and hesitate to comment too deeply. You did seem to jerk the gun slightly on each trigger pull, but I would chalk that up to being unfamiliar and slightly apprehensive of shooting for the first time. In all, an excellent showing for your first time shooting a gun. Congratulations. I squirmed slightly at the praise, unsure if I completely agreed. Thanks, but that was about as ideal as it was going to get. And how did it only take 3 bullets to kill one of those things? I killed it without it even noticing me or having a chance to fight back. Are guns just overpowered? No, there are a few factors. First, the Fomorian hound was low level. Even then, it is a skirmishing type anathema meant to scout and strike light targets. Combat-focused ones will be significantly tougher. Secondly, while guns let you attack from a range with significant power, you are also spending points on ammunition, something a melee or magic user would not have to do. Third, you have to manage your ammo and reload in combat. Fourth, ranged weapons are much harder to aim and hit with than melee ones. Finally, in close combat, ranged weapons will be significantly harder to wield. I nodded. I guess that made sense, but it was still hard to imagine myself having a sword and taking one down just as easily. Maybe I was just being biased. A sneak attack wasn't really a good way to measure things anyway. Celine continued leading us through the mall, but something felt off. Instead of heading right to the center, it felt like we were continually doubling back, skirting around our destination. Sure, the mall was ridiculously big and practically a miniature city, but I still felt like it was taking much longer than it should have. We turned a few more corners before stopping near what looked like another security office where Celine was waiting for us. Her ears twitched a few times before she sighed. We have a problem, one that I don't see a good solution to. I tilted my head at her slightly, and she seemed to consider her words carefully. The central area leading to the shelter entrance is crawling with anathema. I've been searching to see if there was a way to sneak past them, but have been unable to find one. Even worse, the anathema seem to be stepping up their patrols, blocking off the paths to the other shelters. I'm afraid the only way forward is if you take on the anathema guarding the first floor entrance directly. I swallowed down the fear but gave a hesitant nod. I'd taken down one already, and it would only get easier. If this is what needed to be done to get to safety, then so be it. Okay, how many are there? Celine's red eyes gleamed in the dim light as she looked at me. 14. You will have to face 14 anathema by yourself. Breathe in, breathe out. Think. No, priorities first. After motioning for Brian to stay, I went to the security door Celine had brought us to and tested the handle. It was unlocked, so I took a deep breath and then slowly opened it, gun raised. The room's interior was much like the previous one we were in, just with different furniture. I moved inside, making sure to check the corners first because it felt right and I'd heard it shouted in a video game before. After sweeping through the lounge, attached camera room, and bathroom, I brought Brian in. Closing the door behind me, I let out a sigh. Why are we stopping? Brian asked, looking up at me. I faltered. I just need a minute to plan the next step. You can rest for a moment, okay? He gave me a nod and sat on the couch. I leaned against the wall near the door, closing my eyes. After a moment, I directed my thoughts to Celine. You said there were 14 anathema. As in, 14 near the shelter entrance. Correct. Because of the large open area, I am afraid that the moment you shoot you will be discovered even with the lesser silencing enchantment. I don't know how we're supposed to do this. Is it even possible? Everything so far had been a far shot of a plan, but at least had a chance of success. This, though, congratulations, you've killed 2 anathema, almost died to one of them, and now you get to face 14. It felt like a sick joke. I understand that you have not had time to properly acclimate to your new status, so let me remind you of a few things. You have system access now. You can summon resources with points. Even if you end up hurt after taking down anathema, you can purchase things to heal yourself. You have a gun and an augment that will allow you to kill, on the low end, 3 to 4 anathema without having to reload. You also have an invisible scout and advisor. If you temporarily leave Brian here, you will only have to protect your SLF in a conflict. So my question to you, as a magical girl, is this: what exactly is holding you back? My mouth opened to respond, but nothing came out. Slowly, I clicked my jaw shut and actually thought about it. What was making me give up so quickly? Was it the thought of fighting more anathema? After killing my last one so easily, it wasn't nearly so daunting a thought. I mean, there was always still a chance of getting hurt, but pain really wasn't the issue. Pain didn't scare me, it hadn't for a long time. It did make me apprehensive though, immediately thinking about how to avoid it. Is that it? I've grown so used to making plans to avoid risk at all cost, but that doesn't have to be the case anymore, does it? In fact, I probably have to start taking chances, especially now that I'm a magical girl. If I may, Celine continued, I would suggest trying to look at this situation differently. This may be a little too soon, but many magical girls tend to look at their new lives as if they were playing a video game in order to cope with their new role. Considering your aptitudes, perhaps this would be a better perspective to approach things with. A video game? That's ridiculous, this is reality where. Oh, I guess it made some sense. I did have a status menu now. Stats, abilities, augments, even special items with rarity values. My life really was more like a game now than reality. Sure, I wouldn't respawn if I died, but when had I ever treated my life in a game as expendable? Didn't Celine tell me that they used Magical Girls Sunset Rebellion as a way to test potential guardians? Wouldn't that mean the tactics I'd used in it had some merit in reality? And hadn't Lily told me I got ridiculously far in that game in only 2 weeks? Okay, I can try, but I don't think I have enough experience with games to be honest. Celine's head tilted at me with something akin to confusion. In the 2 weeks of playing Magical Girls Sunset Rebellion, you managed to make progress equal to the top 6% of players. You never died. In that time, you progressed to the 5th dungeon without spending any real-world currency. Even after defeating a dungeon boss, you regularly went back and fought them completely alone as if you were training on them. I shifted uncomfortably. I wanted to get better as quickly as possible, and they were some of the toughest and most reactive enemies, so I figured training on them would be the best way to improve my skills. Most other enemies in the game only had a few attack patterns and were too easy to predict. Indeed, and your repetitive training regimen will prove to be of great value. Your ability to analyze enemy attack patterns is a highly valued skill. Due to the nature of anathema, they tend to have stuck behavioral patterns much like that of a video game enemy. The lower-level anathema especially struggle to deviate from what types of attacks they use. If you know their moveset. My eyes widened. Knowing how an enemy could react was how I made it so far in Rebellion. Anytime I met an enemy for the first time, I would engage it and then dodge at the edge of their range while I watched what kind of attacks they could perform. Once I had them memorized, it was fairly easy to fight around them. If anathema really behaved like that too. Alright, if I was playing this as a game, what would my next step be? I had an escort quest, basically, with enemies guarding the target point. I couldn't take them on directly, not with their vastly superior numbers. Worse, the longer I waited to deal with them, the higher the chance of more arriving. Without being able to take a slow and steady approach, I had to make full use of the tools at my disposal. Which meant using the system and the gate. My system would be a passive help, albeit a rather small one considering I was only gaining a small fraction of the stat bonuses outside of my transformed state. I honestly hadn't felt all that different so far, but I was also only level 1. That left the gate, my magical shopping center. The problem was that I only had 10 points to spend. But that wasn't quite true, was it? If there were 14 enemies, I would have plenty of points to spend after taking care of them. With access to the first aid vault, I also had instant first aid if things went wrong. So long as I wasn't instantly incapacitated or took too serious a wound, I was fairly confident I would be capable of recovering from most things using the Zenith technology. So healing wasn't an issue. That just left the battle plan. If this were a game, I would need more information. Enemy types, terrain, possible escape routes. Those would be the main factors in whatever plan I made. Which meant, I slowly turned to Brian, taking in a deep breath to steady myself. He was sitting on the couch, playing with his figurine. He had a mostly relaxed expression on his face as he played, making quiet sound effects as he made the toy go through different poses. The corners of my mouth twitched in a small smile. Brian, I asked, and he turned to me. I need to go out and, scout the rest of the way to the shelter. It might take a while, but you'll be safe here. I promise I won't be gone long, but you'll need to lock the door behind me, okay? I braced myself for him to panic, to have to explain why it was necessary. So far he'd been remarkably compliant, but it could only last for so long before even he realized I was just faking my way through things and. Okay, he replied with a simple nod. I blinked. You're not scared? I asked, and he gave me an energetic shake of his head. Nope, you're really cool and beat 2 of them already. And you have a gun. You're like a real-life magical girl, so I'm not worried. Something in my chest clenched tightly at that. I ignored the thick swirl of emotions and forced myself to give him a smile. Instead of trying to say anything else, I just motioned him over, and when he was near I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway with Celine. Closing the door behind me, I waited a second before I jiggled the handle to make sure it was locked. The handle refused to move, and I gave a small sigh of relief. I hadn't expected Brian's young age and lack of comprehension of the situation to be so useful, but I suppose it made sense. I had killed 2 anathema, so he probably didn't really understand just how much danger we were both in. Still, I had to make sure to be quick. Even though he should be safe behind the locked and reinforced door this early in the usurpation, I wasn't about to take chances. I assume this means you have a plan. Celine interrupted my thoughts, and I blinked. Right, sorry, I whispered with a wince. I'm still getting used to talking to you in my head. I forget you don't just read my thoughts. Entirely understandable, and no apology necessary. Though, I would inquire as to our next course of action. I tried looking at this like you suggested, I whispered, shifting uncomfortably. So I think scouting out their location first would be the best bet. I need to see what kinds of anathema there are in the terrain before I can plan further. Does that sound? That sounds like a reasonable choice, Celine said, her tails swishing together into one clump. Shall I lead the way? I nodded, and then we were off. This time, we moved much faster without having to take time for Brian. It also made moving through the mall that much eerier. The dim red light made the dark reflections around me constantly shift, and I felt myself unconsciously clenching my gun tighter. Still, we managed to make it to a hallway that opened directly to the floor's central area relatively quickly. There was a big planter holding a tree right near the opening, and I shuffled up to it in a crouch, looking around the area through the tree's leaves. What would have been a fairly open space with a high ceiling was littered with food carts, booths, and kiosks selling various types of merchandise. Banners and signs advertising a myriad of items crowded the place, making the winding paths all the more complicated. It reminded me more of a chaotic marketplace than anything else. Various pillars and planters only made the entire thing even more haphazard, and it was hard to see almost anything from where I was crouched. That didn't stop me from spotting a few forms slinking around, and my stomach clenched tightly. I saw 1 or 2 of the hounds I'd already faced on the prowl, but my eyes quickly went past them to a figure twitching in the darker shadows. It was vaguely humanoid but crouched over on all fours with a bent back. Covered in slick black skin that blended them with the darkness, it was hard to make anything else about them out, but I did see it had large hands with thick claws made of bone. The creature stood oddly still compared to the hounds, only giving an occasional shudder at seemingly random intervals. What are those? I asked Celine in my head as I kept my gun at the ready. Some type of ghoul most likely. A striker type, making it slower than the hounds, but their claws are not to be underestimated. Higher level ghouls can tear and chew through metal like paper. Any other types besides the hounds and ghouls? And where is the shelter's entrance? The shelter has a large stairway leading down to it in the direct middle of the room but isn't visible from here. There are 2 other types of anathema here. The first you can see if you look up. My eyes snapped to the ceiling, searching for new enemies. It took me a moment to make out a lump lying in a particularly deep spot of darkness. It was fairly far away from me, and I had to squint to even get an idea of what I was looking at. As I began to pick out a vaguely insectoid shape, I felt myself tensing up even more. Is that a giant wasp? Or something similar? A flying type that shoots stingers at people from a distance. Agile and hard to hit, but fairly weak otherwise. I shuddered. It wasn't that I had a major fear of bees or anything, but the idea of one the size of a cat firing giant needles into me was more than a little nauseating. Okay, what about the last one? Unseeable from here, but there was only one that I saw. Imagine a giant gorilla with chitinous armor. I would estimate it to be a bruiser. It should be slow and inflexible, but it will take quite a bit of damage to put it down and is quite strong. I nodded. So with the hounds, ghouls, wasps, and gorilla, there were skirmishers, strikers, flyers, and a bruiser. Celine putting classifications on all of them actually did help, especially if I considered them like video game enemies. The hounds and wasps would be my biggest concern with their speed. Everything else, I would theoretically be able to keep at a distance and shoot from relative safety. But that still left me without any real plan to take them all down at once. Celine, can you get a count of how many of each type there are? And also what stores make up the perimeter? Maybe there is something we can use. Of course. Give me a moment. She took off, and I made sure to keep careful watch while I waited. While I did, I tried to piece together a plan in my head. Ideally, I needed something to take out as many of the fast movers as possible. If there was some way to trap them or funnel them to take away their number advantage. I mulled it over until Celine reappeared, skidding to a stop next to me. 1 gorilla, 3 wasps, 4 ghouls, 6 hounds. As for the stores, there are clothing, electronic, fast food, liquor, book, antique, gardening, and appliance shops. I frowned as I let my gaze sweep over the area one more time. It was a good collection, but without a plan. My eyes stopped on a fire extinguisher attached to one of the pillars. Next to it was a small photo booth with a stepladder leaning against it, and I felt my eyes widen as I looked between the two objects. Celine, how much can I really use from the stores? Will I get in trouble for taking things from them or anything like that? Not as long as it is used to combat the anathema. Even damaging a building is nothing to worry about and is hand-waved so long as it isn't excessive. Governments have long since set up funds to take care of such things. Legally speaking, you have nothing to worry about. In fact, you actually have more legal protections now that you are a magical girl, but that explanation can wait for another time. Do you have a plan of some sort? I nodded, my mind racing with possibilities. I thought through the plan a few more times before I nodded. It was definitely gamey, but if Celine was right about what low-level anathema were capable of. I think I have a plan. I shifted slightly. But it might be a little cheesy. It took a lot longer than I would have liked to get everything set up. A lot of it was sneaking around and waiting for anathema to pass by, which, while nerve-wracking, was apparently not all that dangerous. Celine had informed me that low-level anathema weren't very good at actually searching for people and were more of just an initial scouting force. As the usurpation went on though, higher-level ones with better senses would start coming out. As it was, low levels tended to rely mostly on sound and sight to find things. Which turned out to be a huge blessing, especially considering how badly the store had smelled when I was done preparing it. I peeked from behind the counter of the enclosed snack kiosk I was hiding in, glancing at the entrance to the store in question. Thankfully the wasps had stayed near the stairs leading down to the shelter, letting me skulk around the outer perimeter relatively easily to set everything up. Now, all that was left was putting everything into motion. My hands were sweaty enough that I took a moment to wipe them on my skirt. I took a few deep breaths, though the tightness in my chest was making it almost impossible. My throat felt dry, tempting me to grab a water bottle from the kiosk. Your heart rate has increased noticeably, Celine noted from next to me. Is everything all right? I gave her a look, her beady eyes stared back at me. If this doesn't work, I replied silently, glancing back to the store. There is no reason it wouldn't. The plan is well thought out and has reasonably few variables. Even if the plan were to fail, it would only mean the fight would be more difficult. By no means would it be unwinnable. After another deep breath, I nodded, shoving the tension down into my stomach. A quick double check of my HUD gave me 82% health, almost 250 mana, and my fully loaded Umbra with an extra round loaded in the chamber. While we were preparing, I had also spent 3 points on more ammunition, bringing me up to a total of 127 rounds split between 9 magazines. With 1 loaded, 3 in each side pocket of my school blazer, and the final 2 in the side pockets of my backpack, everything was prepared, and I was as ready as I could be. I wonder if this is the part where I pray for a miracle. But that wasn't quite right, was it? After all, I was supposed to be the miracle now. I turned to Celine, staring into her crescent-shaped pupils as I gave her a nod. Let's begin. Celine moved in a hopping blur, and I watched as she entered the store. I made sure to stay as hidden as possible while peeking over the kiosk's counter. For a few moments, nothing happened, and I was left staring at the red light reflecting off the mall's tile flooring. Then a loud, ringing alarm went off from within the store. I was watching as Celine activated one of the wind-up alarm clocks we'd placed throughout it. And then another went off. And another. My shoulders tightened as I heard claws scrabbling against tile along with the flap of wings. The white blur that was Celine moving appeared a moment later, leaping from the store just before black shapes dashed from the shadows and came rushing to the disturbance. I recognized most of them as more of the hounds, and they rushed towards the door without hesitation. A moment later, 2 ghouls joined the mix. Now that they were closer, I could make out their emaciated forms. They had off-black skin stretched over pointed bones, and their otherwise featureless head was dominated by a wide mouth with pointed, pale white teeth as long as a finger. They moved on all fours in an odd, jittery gait towards the store, but the hounds made it first. The hounds' paws made little splashing sounds against the floor as they barreled through the store's propped open front door, and soon after the first had entered, the sound of breaking glass began. 4 or 5 of the creatures rushed in before the ghouls arrived. Instead of going through the door, the ghouls crouched down low to the ground, sinewy muscles rippling with tension before they leapt at the large display window. With a swing of their claws mid-leap, they shattered through the glass and disappeared inside. I made a mental note of the jumping movement even as I heard wings flapping. A second later, one of the wasps made an appearance, hovering in front of the now broken window. It was about as big as a cat, and instead of insectoid wings it had 6 that were more bat-like. The creature was mostly covered in thin, pale white chitin with black flesh poking between the plates. The wasp was curled up on itself as it hovered, making a comma shape that pointed its stinger at the window. After a moment of looking into the store, it flew in. The sound of glass breaking had increased now, and at least one of the loud, ringing alarm clocks had been silenced. After waiting another moment and seeing no more incoming anathema, I knew it was time, and so I made my way to the door of the kiosk and opened it. Celine snuck out first, making sure the coast was clear. I left the kiosk, forcing myself not to look around and instead simply scurry around to the back where I'd set up the stepladder. Using it, I climbed up on top to the roof. The mall itself had tall ceilings, especially in the central areas, letting me stand with just a slight hunch thanks to my already short stature. I made my way in a shuffle crouch to the roof edge facing the store, my left hand fumbling with the item I'd had clutched with me the whole time. Celine was waiting for me, watching my back for any anathema that might show up. So far, the plan was going perfectly. Phase 1 had been simple enough, sneaking around and collecting various analog alarm clocks from the antique and appliance stores. Then we'd taken them and hidden them throughout the Target store before we prepared the trap itself. Next, Celine had gone in and used her tails to set off all the alarms before joining me. Celine had told me not all the anathema would come, unfortunately, as they would instinctively delegate the task, but by my count, we'd gotten around half of them, maybe more. After we were sure we'd gotten as many as possible, I would climb on top of the kiosk, and then the final act would begin. My heart was well and truly racing now, and I fumbled a few times with the small metal rectangle before I managed to flip open its lid. Pressure had built up in my head into a constant, throbbing pulse, but I chose to ignore it as I used my thumb to ignite the small lighter in my shaking hands. I took one last moment to aim, held my breath, and then threw the lighter towards the store entrance. The liquor store entrance. Earlier, when I had just finished hiding the alarm clocks behind various glass bottles throughout the store, I had taken extra time to open up various bottles and splash them around as well as empty them on the floor. Others I'd just opened, waiting to be spilled if an anathema knocked it over. By the end, the store had been thoroughly soaked with a thick lake of alcohol covering the floor. It had even begun leaking outside the door into the area around the store's entrance. So I watched the lighter spin through the air, wondering how much better this was going to work because the anathema had decided to go inside and start smashing bottles, soaking themselves in even more alcohol. The lighter's small flame gleamed across the pool of liquor at the entrance, reflecting the flickering light for a moment before it landed. Then a sea of fire flared to life. It spread into the store, and a moment later there was a flash of light along with a crackling roar as the interior ignited, flaring light into the dim mall. Quickly, I aimed my gun at the entrance, but I felt my eyes widening. Warmth blasted into me in a wave, and I shivered as I watched the fire grow into a frenzy. Shadows played out in a frenzy of moving shapes across the mall as the anathema in the store went berserk. After a few moments of the fire crackling, there was a shriek as the burning form of a ghoul jumped out of the store and onto the ground, writhing in the flames completely engulfing its body. I aimed, but stopped myself from firing when I noticed it fall to the ground a moment later, twitching for a few seconds before going still. A chime resounded in my head, making me flinch. Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 5. Reward: 10 points. Flames snapped and consumed the inside of the store for another few seconds, but no more of the creatures managed to find their way out of the inferno. The dark shadows spasming from within the store began to slow and then go still, and more chimes began to go off, making my eyes widen. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 2. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 1. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 3. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 3. Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 6. Defeated Giant Cavern Wasp, Level 3. Total reward: 55 points. New point total: 72 points. Congratulations, you've leveled up multiple times. You are now level 3. Stat points available, 20. I watched the conflagration with awe, my throat suddenly dry. Celine had told me she thought these particular anathema might be especially susceptible to fire, and I had expected it to be effective, but this. A shrill alarm suddenly went off from within the liquor store, and through the broken window, I saw white foam begin to spray within. The fire immediately began to dim, and I let out a sigh of relief. Celine had assured me the fire suppression system would be part of the backup power supply and would activate, albeit only after the fire had been going for a while, but that hadn't stopped me from worrying about burning the whole mall down. Incoming, Celine informed me, and I twirled around in time to see shapes moving towards me. From where I was on top of the kiosk, I had a fairly clear view of the central mall's chaotic marketplace. The two fluttering shapes of wasps were hovering above the stairs leading down to the shelter. Around the rest of the area, I saw two more hounds darting towards the squealing fire alarm along with the last two ghouls. I couldn't tell if they had noticed my position or not, so I quickly aimed first at one of the two wasps. After taking a second to steady the reticle on the gently bobbing form, I fired. They were relatively far away from me, farther than I'd ever shot anyway, and so I wasn't holding out much hope of hitting them on my first try. However, because they were able to fly and attack from a range, they were number one on my list of things to kill. So instead of waiting to see if the first shot hit, I fired twice more in quick succession. My umbra bucked in my hand slightly, letting out definitive cracks as it fired. With Celine's help, I'd disabled the silencing enchantment as stealth was pointless in this fight, and the sound was much sharper than earlier. It made me flinch, each shot rattling through my bones. For just a second, the shock of the much louder sound combined with the muzzle flashes made me lose focus of my targets. I quickly reoriented in time to see both still in the air but now headed toward me. I realigned the crosshair as I aimed down the iron sights, and then shot again. This time, I took a quick second to reacquire the shape and adjust before I let loose more shots. It created a careful rhythm of fire, pause, fire, punctuating the high-pitched whine of the fire alarm. After the fifth shot, one of the wasps lurched in midair before falling to the ground. The other seemed to realize the threat, and twirled behind a pillar. I kept my gun aimed at the pilar, waiting for it to come back out, but it seemed content staying hidden behind cover. Meanwhile, I heard the distinct sound of claws clacking against the floor beneath me, signaling that the hounds arrived. I kept a careful watch on where the two wasps had disappeared but changed to aiming at the edge of the kiosk's roof, waiting with a held breath. There was more clacking and even the sound of some objects being knocked over, but nothing appeared. I hesitated for a second before I slowly made my way over the roof's lip, and peeked over. One of the hounds was on its hind legs, stretched towards the roof but unable to reach it. The other was pacing behind it, looking up at me with its lidless eyes and smushed face. I felt a fierce grin stretch across my face as a laugh bubbled up inside of me. It had been a gamble, going on top of the roof, but sure enough, it worked. Ever since Celine had told me that lower-level anathema were dumber and acted a lot like simplistic video game enemies, I had wondered just how much I could abuse that fact. After I had told her my plan and asked her if it would work, she had agreed, saying the only immediate real threat would be the wasps. With such a high number advantage on their side, the fight itself was rigged from the start to be unfair. So, instead of facing them head-on, I had decided to go with the age-old video game tactic of cheesing it. I wasn't exactly sure how the term had gotten its name, but even with my limited experience in gaming I knew it referred to using a strategy that circumvented a challenge by abusing game mechanics or the simplicity of the AI controlling the enemy. I figured the fire trap in the liquor store was just a good strategy, but standing slightly higher than them and using them as a shooting gallery while they stared dumbly at me. Definitely less fair. Unfortunately for them, I absolutely did not care. I lined up my sights on the face of the hound trying to claw its way up and pulled the trigger. Black ichor exploded out from the hole that appeared in its head, and the thing fell onto the ground with a dull thud. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 2. Reward, 10 points. The other hound began scrabbling, moving in an erratic back and forth motion but was too stupid to find cover. I quickly snapped my gun to its center mass and let loose. The first bullet tore into it just behind its front leg, making it stumble. The second and third followed in a trailing line down its torso, causing it to fall. I failed to register it was going down in time and fired a fourth that went into the floor beside it. The hound twitched slightly, as if trying to get up, but even I could see by the quickly expanding pool of blood under it that the thing was done. I checked my HUD, saw that I only had 3 bullets left in my gun, and ejected the magazine. I let it fall to the roof as I quickly reached for another, glancing back at where I had seen the wasp. Nothing appeared to be moving in the air, and my eyes snapped back to the ground as the 2 ghouls finally finished navigating the mess of the mall's central area. I smiled as they stopped a few feet away, staring as if unsure how to get to me. Even as I grabbed a fresh magazine, though, I noticed one crouch down slightly, its emaciated muscles rippling. My eyes widened, alarm flashing through me as I recognized the move. The ghoul launched itself in a flying leap at the roof of the kiosk, and I let out a yelp as the claws sunk into the flimsy material of the wall near the top. Falling back onto my butt in surprise, I fumbled with the magazine, trying to slot it into the gun and missing a few times with my shaking hand. I forced myself to slow down and finally managed to slot it in with a satisfying click. I quickly aimed at the roof just as the ghoul's head appeared above it right in the center of my iron sights. A pull of the trigger, a flash of light and crack of miniature thunder, and black gore exploded from the back of the ghoul's head, its neck snapping backwards violently. Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 5. Reward, 10 points. The ghoul's body fell, and I quickly scrambled back into a crouch, looking for the second ghoul. Above you, Celine cried out, and I looked up in time to see the wasp from before had crawled across the ceiling from behind the pillar and was now only a dozen or so feet away. It released itself, spinning with a flare of its wings as it oriented on me, and I had time to look into its giant, snake-like eyes before its stinger pulled back slightly. On pure instinct, I threw myself into a dive. The wasp shuddered, and the stinger shot out as fast as a professionally thrown baseball. It whizzed past me, and I knew only my last-second maneuver had saved me. Unfortunately, it also launched me directly off the kiosk's roof. I fell in my twisting dive, my brain scrambling to try and make sense of the suddenly rising floor in vain. My body slammed into the ground mostly on my right side, and a shock of pain screamed through my entire right torso. The magazines in my blazer dug into my stomach with sharp edges, and I only barely managed to stop my head from snapping into the floor. There was a moment of disorientation as I gasped, trying to regain my breath. Through the pulsing pain along my entire right side, I managed to process that I was now on the ground. Right where the rest of the anathema would be able to get me. Panic shot through me as I scrambled to my feet, and I felt a few of my magazines slip from my pockets and clatter onto the floor. I looked up in time to see the wasp reorienting on me. I started moving just as it undulated again, shooting another stinger. It flew past me and sunk half of its 6-inch length into the floor with ease. Fear sent adrenaline rushing through me, and I sprinted as fast as I could, raising my gun and firing a few unaimed shots in its general direction. The wasp jittered in the air in a weird pattern, and then with a shudder, regrew the stinger it had shot before flying after me. I ducked behind a pillar as it fired again, and when I heard it crack against the concrete, I spun out of cover, aimed, and unleashed a rapid-fire barrage. The wasp dipped down before moving in the same pattern it used before. I tried to follow its movements as I shot, but ended up trailing after it. I clenched my teeth together as everything missed and rolled back behind the pillar as its stinger regrew. A quick check on my HUD showed I only had 5 bullets left, and I reached down to grab a new magazine. As I did, I saw movement and looked up in time to see the ghoul I had lost track of come tumbling through a clothing rack a few feet from me. I had half a second to scramble to the side before a clawed hand ripped through the pillar where my torso had been moments ago. Its claws dug a half-inch deep furrow into the concrete, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. I stumbled away, twisting to aim across my body. I didn't bother to even bring the gun up properly before I unloaded the rest of my bullets in a one-handed grip. The creature flinched a few times as bullets ripped through, but it reoriented and rushed after me. I pressed Umbra's magazine release, reaching for a replacement as I backpedaled from the ghoul. The wasp circled around the pillar, shuddered, and I felt a sharp, stinging pain flash across my right ankle. I bit back a cry, my hand reaching for the magazines in my left pocket only to find it empty. I dimly realized that they must have fallen out when I landed even as the ghoul took a lunging leap at me. I ducked to the side, letting it sail past me and slam into a clothing rack. My hand found a magazine in my right pocket and began slotting it into the Umbra as I continued running. The wasp was ready for me, though, and I ducked as it fired another stinger that whipped past my head. My gun's slide clicked as I finished reloading, and I spun to face the ghoul. It had just finished reorienting on me from its failed leap, and was beginning to start another charge, its too wide mouth opening with a clicking hiss. My reticle turned red as it hovered over its body and I unloaded into the creature, not stopping until it came crashing into the ground in a heap. Vaguely, I recognized a ding resound through my head as the kill notification came in, but I was already throwing myself into a stumbling run. A stinger flew right in front of me, and I flinched mid-step. A slight twinge of pain flared through my wounded leg as my foot hit the ground weirdly, and I slipped slightly. It took me a precious moment to regain my balance, and my instincts screamed at me to keep moving. I stumbled into another run as another whoosh of air and crack of tile flooring let me know the wasp missed again. I took the chance to aim at it and fire, but it flew into its weird, jerky evasive pattern again, causing every shot to miss. I managed to make it behind another pillar just as it shot back at me, and I pressed myself up against my cover. My breaths were coming out heavily now, but I knew I had no time to waste. As I peeked around the pillar, the wasp took a wild shot that went into the pillar. Taking the chance, I aimed at it, but instead of firing, I watched as it immediately evaded, and something in my head clicked. Whenever it evaded, it moved in the exact same pattern it had the previous times, making an upside-down 4 with its path. I pulled myself back behind cover, waited for the sound of concrete cracking as it tried to hit me, and then I leaned out of cover to aim once again. This time, even as it was mid-movement, I targeted my reticle at the end of its pattern, and fired a quick burst just as it slid into the end of its maneuver. 4 shots, and it went crashing to the ground in a twitching mess. As it tried to reorient itself on me, I took time to aim at its body. With 2 shots, the slide of the Umbra clicked back as I got the confirmation chime. Quickly, I reloaded my now empty gun, eyes searching around me. A sudden chittering roar had me spin around in time to see a small booth be smashed to the side as the gorilla anathema made its entrance. The thing was big enough that I had no idea how I hadn't seen it before. It was 7 feet tall on all fours with big, tree trunk arms thicker than my torso. Its entire body was covered in dark scales, and it had a vaguely reptilian face with 3 bulging eyes independently looking around. Covering the monster's back were dozens of forearm-length tentacles. Its arms ended in stumps, making them more like giant clubs than anything else. As the monster saw me, its 3 eyes all snapped to focus on me, and it let out another chattering roar, taking a step as it began charging. A squeak escaped me as the giant rushed forward, and I responded by opening fire with my gun. The nice thing about it being so big was that I didn't really have to aim all that much. The targeting circle on my HUD was completely within its massive frame, and so I just let loose. I was halfway through my magazine when I realized that the thing wasn't even flinching, and I pushed my legs to start moving. I ran, aiming for a pillar and running past in my best sprint. I made sure to duck through a small maze of different stands, trying to get as many obstacles as possible in its way. After I passed the pillar, I took a sharp turn past a small booth selling t-shirts. Hoping there were plenty of things between us, I spun around, heart racing as I prepared to snap fire at the thing. Surprisingly, the gorilla was nowhere in sight. It took another moment before the thing lumbered out from behind a pillar, its stubby back legs and arms propelling it forward in a slow and awkward gait. It looked around for a moment before it found me. Letting out another roar, it began another charge, but calling it a charge was generous at best. I was pretty sure it wasn't moving faster than I could at a light jog. Catching my breath for a moment, I raised my gun to aim at its head. If it was just tanking my normal hits, then I would have to go for its weak point. Compared to the rest of its body, however, it was a comically small target. It was then I noticed that my hands were shaking from the mixture of adrenaline and fear pumping through me. Between the shaking and my heavy breaths, my reticle was large and jittering all over the place. I tried my best to steady my aim, but couldn't seem to make the trembling stop. Doing my best to aim through it, I took a careful shot. The shot completely missed, and I bit back a curse. In the time it took to steady myself and aim, it had managed to close most of the distance. Instead of giving in to panic, I simply turned around and ran in another zigzagging line through various obstacles. Then I turned back and tried to get around in its head again. And then again. After repeating the tactic and missing for the 3rd time, I felt frustration rising in me. My nerves were way too jittery, and so instead of continuing my weird shoot and run target practice, I decided to just empty the last of my magazine into its torso. Sure, the thing was big, but if I put enough rounds into it, I was sure it would go down. I emptied my gun with a roar of thunder. To my surprise, the creature was still coming at me like nothing had happened, and so I reloaded with the last magazine from my right pocket. This time I made sure to take at least some time aiming between shots so that none of the rounds missed. I got through another 9 rounds before a lucky shot punched through its skull, whipping its head back. The gorilla fell to the ground in a thundering heap. I only lowered my gun when the kill notification flashed across my vision along with all the other notifications I had put off. Defeated Lesser Monstrous Gorilla, Level 8. Defeated Giant Cavern Wasp, Level 2. Defeated Giant Cavern Wasp, Level 4. Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 6. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 3. Total reward, 45 points. New point total, 137 points. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You are now level 4. Stat points available, 30. I swept my gaze around looking for further movement, searching for the next anathema. My, Celine's sudden voice made me jump. My, it's over. You've done it. What? I asked, blinking as Celine slowly came hopping over to me. All 14 anathema have been eliminated, and from my scouting, no more are approaching. Well done, Mai. The way to the shelter is clear. I stared at her for a second, watching her fluffy tails gently swish back and forth before the meaning behind her words finally washed over me. Trembling, I lowered my gun, staring at the body of the gorilla. My breaths were still coming out quickly, and it was only now I noticed a faint ringing in my ears from all the gunshots. I forced myself to close my eyes, working to steady my breathing as the tension slowly drained from my body. It was over, and I had won. It doesn't feel too bad, I said, gently touching the wound on my calf. One of the wasps had scored a lucky hit while I was fighting, but thankfully it was only a glancing hit. The edge of its stinger must have just caught my leg, leaving a long, diagonal cut along my calf through my tights. It didn't feel especially deep, and careful prodding didn't cause much more than just a slight discomfort. The worrying part was how much blood had soaked into my tights around the gash and had spread to my foot. Glancing at my HUD, my health was hovering around 70%. The accompanying body outline, or health map as Celine called it, showed a yellow-orange line along my right ankle, a black spot on my stomach from my first fight, and some faint yellow blotches along the right side of my body where I'd fallen. Strangely, pressing on my right side didn't yield any pain either. Celine hopped next to where I was sitting on the ground. Seeing my confused expression while I pressed against my sides, she cocked her head at me. The pain relief inhaler you took is still in effect for another few hours. Unfortunately, the greater regenerative gum is no longer in effect, so you won't be healing anymore. The laceration on your ankle will continue to bleed and is serious enough to require stitches. Oh, I mumbled to myself. My thoughts were coming to me in a jumble now that the battle was over. I figured I had at least a little bit before the adrenaline fully drained from my system, owing to the fact that I didn't feel that much safer. Sure, I had just killed 14 anathema, but I was still in the middle of an usurpation. There were plenty more around, and more could drop in at virtually any time. With nothing left between you and the shelter, I would recommend not purchasing anything to heal it. Blinking, I turned to look at Celine questioningly. When you enter, the people within will undoubtedly be concerned about your appearance and blood. If you had no visible wounds, it would be highly suspicious, and some might catch on to your status as a magical girl. With a grimace, I nodded. I was spattered in black droplets of anathema ichor from the first hound I killed, and everything around my stomach was soaked in my own blood as well. It wasn't incredibly noticeable due to the dark colors of my blazer, but my blouse beneath was dyed deep scarlet. Looking through the small hole through my clothes, I frowned. Sometime since I'd used the emergency clot spray, the weird foam had disappeared, revealing a patch of pink-looking skin. Gently, I took my hand and pressed against it. Other than a slight tenderness, there was no pain. Which made sense, because of the pain relief inhaler. Right, I shook my head, trying to clear my head as I forced myself to stand up. I was starting to lose steam, but I still had plenty to do before I was well and truly safe. My legs wobbled slightly, and I forced myself to ignore them as I tried to focus myself. Okay, I said aloud. First, get back to Brian. May I suggest retrieving the ammunition you dropped? Celine asked. It would be best to consolidate what few resources we have available. Oh, yeah, I trailed off, taking a second to reorient myself. As I tried to get my bearings, glowing arrows made of viridian particles formed along the ground, and I blinked. I've taken the liberty of making waypoints on your HUD. I've also placed markers on your minimap showing all your empty magazine locations. I would recommend picking them up for now. Why? To hide any evidence I might be a magical girl. I asked as I started following the arrows. Partially. You can also reuse the discarded magazines. Refilling them with ammunition is cheaper than buying individual magazines. I nodded as I reached the first spot. There was an X icon on the small, circular map in the top right of my vision, and when I reached it, I found the empty magazine a few moments later. Shrugging off my backpack, I started to place the magazine inside only to stop as I saw the symbol on the metallic black rectangle. Set within a silver circle was a crescent moon, 2 bunny ears poking off the circle. Are you trying to work on branding even for my magazines? I asked, vaguely recalling Celine mentioning something about it before. Indeed, if you have a different symbol that you would prefer, please let me know. Developing your personal brand as a magical girl is an important step, and it would be good to start early. I shook my head a little as I moved on. It still didn't seem real to me, being a magical girl. Sure, I had just fought and defeated a ton of anathema, but all the realities of what it actually meant, of how my life would be changing, it just felt surreal to be thinking about. But that was something to worry about later. For now, I had to finish my mission. Collecting the remaining magazines didn't take long, though it was long enough to make me aware of how sweaty I was as the air turned chilly. I took a moment to do some management of my ammunition, consolidating the rounds from my half-empty magazines. In all, I ended up with 3 full mags, and one with 14 bullets left slotted into my umbra. By the time I'd finished, my head was starting to feel clear again. The razor wire pressure of the situation had fully settled back around my lungs, and I was moving quickly. Thankfully, getting back to Brian was uneventful, and the door appeared untouched. I knocked on the door firmly, making a little pattern out of it, and waited. After a few movements, the handle clicked, and the door slowly opened. Brian peered through the open crack, a terrified expression on his face that turned to joy and excitement. I gave him a gentle smile, pushing the door open, entering, and closing it behind me after Celine darted inside. "You're back," Brian exclaimed, almost hopping up and down. "Did you fight more of them? How many? Are we leaving soon?" I looked over at him with a tight smile. In the back of my head, I'd been worried that leaving him here would somehow have gone horribly wrong. Even though I hadn't really had a choice, the idea of him getting scared and leaving to find me or an anathema simply getting lucky and chancing upon him had gnawed at the back of my nerves. Somehow, though, everything had turned out more or less fine. Even now, he seemed more excited than scared. All that was left was to talk to Celine before we headed out for hopefully the final time. I managed to find a safe path to the shelter, I told Brian gently, deciding to spare him the details. "We'll head out in a few moments after I use the bathroom, okay?" His eyes went big, and he nodded. I started making my way to the bathroom when he let out a sudden gasp of surprise. "You're bleeding." I looked down at my leg. Sure enough, my shoe was thoroughly soaked now, and I was leaving small bloody footprints. Panic rose in me until I checked my HUD and found my health sitting at 67%. Moving around had probably aggravated the wound, but I wasn't in too much danger of bleeding out. "Probably. It's just a small cut," I gave him a tight smile, trying to reassure him. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt, and I'll be able to get help at the shelter." Brian didn't look entirely convinced, but he gave me a nod anyway. I moved into the small bathroom, Celine darting inside before I shut the door. Letting out a sigh, I took off my backpack and set it on the floor as I took a look at myself in the mirror over the sink. A girl stared back at me, her shaggy, medium-length hair damp with sweat. My too pale face was speckled in droplets of black, probably from my first anathema encounter, and a smudged red streak ran beneath my right eye. Although my eyes looked alert, the muscles in my face were tensed, giving me a frayed and desperate edge. It was a familiar face, one I recognized instantly. I was nearing the end of my rope. With the shelter in sight, perhaps it would be good to discuss how to hide your status as a magical girl. "Assuming you wish to keep your identity a secret for now," Celine said, and I gave her a little nod. "Very well, I think simply hiding your gun and ammunition in your backpack should suffice. Barring any insensitivity, I doubt they will search it." "What do you mean?" I whispered. "You are a teenage girl arriving at a shelter with a young boy and are covered in blood. It has been over an hour since the usurpation began, and I believe anyone would correctly assume you have been through quite the traumatic experience to survive. While they may be curious as to how you managed to stay alive, they should leave you alone if you simply tell them you do not wish to talk about it. This is a mega shelter as well, meaning it has a small but professional security team managing it. Their protocols regarding survivors reaching the shelter should be quite clear. They won't think I'm a magical girl for just managing to survive this long. No, the biggest reason is that you are coming in injured and unadorned in a costume. Most would assume that if you were a magical girl, you would be in full regalia and simply dropping off a civilian before returning to fight. Because they do not know of your special circumstances in being unable to transform, the logical conclusion will simply be that you are a resourceful survivor. Although, that will draw different kinds of attention from the people within. I gave a nod. That made sense. Misdirection had been my go-to method for avoiding attention for a long time, and it had always worked best when I had something else more attention-grabbing prepared. Though coming in as you are will pose the problem of them attempting to give you medical treatment. When they see the hole in the abdominal region of your clothes, they will be very curious as to what happened and why you have no injury. I would recommend stopping at a clothing store along the way to replace your blouse and perhaps blazer as well. My eyes went down to the fist-sized hole over my belly button. As I began to give a nod, I suddenly remembered my backpack and why I had even brought it to the mall in the first place. I crouched next to it and started removing things after I set my gun down. The ice axe, the empty magazines, and even the baseballs I'd first taken to use as distractions with Brian. At the very bottom was what I was looking for, a set of neatly folded clothes. Taking a second look at my outfit, I decided that I could probably pass off keeping my blazer with a little creative remodeling of the whole. Sure, the lower half was still soaked in dried blood, but passing that off as belonging to an anathema instead of mine shouldn't be too hard thanks to the blazer's dark coloring. The scarlet-stained blouse would have to be changed, though. Clothes? Celine asked, peering into my backpack from her perch atop the sink. I hummed in confirmation, only half paying attention as I pulled out the clean blouse. I've been keeping a spare outfit ever since Katie started spilling things on me, and with this being a field trip, it seemed like she might take the opportunity to. I trailed off as I slowly started to realize what I was saying. Heat flashed across my cheeks and my mouth suddenly felt dry. Slowly, I turned to look at my familiar. Her bright red eyes and crescent pupils stared back, tails fanned out behind her but otherwise completely still. I had only observed you for 23 days before our contract, Celine said, her voice oddly quiet, but she did seem to have a penchant for clumsiness. Around you. My throat was tight as I stared at my familiar, and I swallowed. I don't want to talk about it, I thought to her, not trusting myself to speak. The tips of her tails slackened and fell slightly. She gave a bob of her head, but said nothing. I turned away from her back to my blouse and found myself clutching it in a death grip. After another moment, I cleared my throat. Do you mind turning around? Or how does this work with you in my head? While manifested, my primary senses are tied to my constructed body, Celine began, her normal, soothing voice returning. While I have access to your vital information, I am unable to access your visual or auditory senses directly. Simply turning around will suffice for now, but when I am not manifested, I will endeavor to cut off direct sensory feedback in the appropriate situations. Okay, I said, giving a quick glance back to make sure she was turned around before I started changing. It's probably a little weird to want this when you're kind of stuck in my head, huh? Not at all. It is fairly normal for new guardians to wish for clear and strong boundaries. Though, as a magically constructed artificial intelligence, many human concerns simply don't apply to me. It is more a matter of making you feel comfortable than anything else. Many guardians tend to let the restrictions relax as they become more used to their familiar. We can have a talk at a later time about appropriate boundaries if you wish. Alright, I agreed, finishing getting my blouse situated a moment later. Making sure my blouse sleeve was pulled over the gauze wrapped around my left forearm, I was surprised it had stayed relatively intact since the beginning of all this. Though, I would have to be extra careful to keep it hidden when I got to the shelter. The last thing I needed was them thinking it was a wound I got from the anathema and asking more questions. I gave my discarded blazer a look, now realizing just how grimy and frankly disgusting it was to be putting on something covered in my own blood. Still, it was necessary, so I pulled it back on but left it unbuttoned. Glancing at myself in the mirror, the only thing that really looked out of place was how circular the hole in my blazer was. I went back to my backpack, opening one of the smaller pouches. I pulled out the pocket knife Lily had given me, wincing as I saw my broken phone lying next to it. It had gotten damaged in my first fight against the Hound, something I'd discovered when I was first making room in my blazer pockets for my ammunition. I tried to ignore the small flutter of fear that came when I saw the state it was in, and instead opened up the knife and went to work. With a few creative cuts that took a lot more effort than I was expecting, I managed to make the hole in my blazer less circular. Now, it just looked like a ragged tear, as if something particularly vicious had ripped through it. Damaging my blazer made my heart fall further, knowing it was one of the only two I had, but it was already damaged beyond repair. At least, that's what I tried to tell myself. With that done, I stuffed the knife back into my backpack. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to put my bloodstained shirt into another of my backpack's pockets. Leaving it around to be found later felt weird. Something about the idea of somebody finding it when they were cleaning up the mall after the usurpation didn't feel right. Besides, if Celine was right about them not looking through my backpack when I got to the shelter, I should be fine. The gun would probably raise more questions anyway. So, I said, turning to face Celine as I pulled my backpack back on and picked up my gun from the floor. Anything else before we head out? Brian will have to be talked to and convinced not to tell about your firearm. I thought about it, then nodded. That actually might not be too hard. I can tell him it has to be our secret, and I could get in trouble if he tells anyone. I think I can get him not to mention it. Indeed, he seems quite enraptured with the idea that you are a secret action hero. Reinforcing that idea should do the trick, and I suspect the action figure you already bribed him with will help by his silence. My cheeks flushed, and I shot her a look. Her tail swished behind her innocently. Right, do you have any tips on what to do when we get there? How to act? I believe you acting as you naturally feel would work the best. Guarded, worried, tense, and generally quiet and unwilling to give details should work. Generally speaking, your usual quiet demeanor should prove effective. Wouldn't that be really suspicious? I frowned. Celine tilted her head at me curiously. May I inquire what sort of reaction you think they will have? My brow furrowed as I thought. I guess paranoid and cautious. Once they see me, I think they'll pull me aside and ask me a lot of questions, wanting to know what happened, how bad the usurpation is, and anything else I can tell them. I'm guessing they won't be happy when I don't give them what they want. They'll get a little angry and try to intimidate me then. It probably won't be too bad, but I guess that depends on how far they think they can push me. Celine was quiet for a moment, tails curling downwards slightly. Try thinking of it from their perspective, she said in a weirdly gentle voice. A young girl has just survived out in an usurpation for over an hour protecting a child. She is covered in blood and wounded, and none of them can even begin to imagine the traumatic experiences she must have gone through to survive. I expect their reaction will be much different from what you are expecting. I looked at her for a bit, then gave a shrug. I didn't really understand what she was trying to say, but I trusted her. It seemed to me that what I'd been through was just that, what I had been through. Whatever I might be feeling was for me to deal with on my own, not them, and it didn't really change what they would want to know, or even needed to. Why they might care about anything else was beyond me, but Celine seemed to know what she was talking about. Okay, so just act natural? I asked, failing to hide the edge of disbelief in my voice. Yes, just be yourself and things should be fine. There was something in Celine's subdued tone I couldn't quite decipher, but I decided to just ignore it for now and move on. Anything else? I asked, putting my hand on the doorknob to leave. No, you can store your gun and ammunition inside your backpack at the top of the stairs leading down to the shelter. Keeping the ice axe in your hand should be enough to convince them that it was your main weapon. I will also have to dispel my manifestation before you head down the stairs due to the shelter cameras being able to see me. I nodded. The ice axe was still covered in anathema blood and would look the part. I had forgotten about the shelter cameras, but was glad Celine was on top of it. Alright, I took a deep breath. Then let's get to the shelter. Alright, you remember what we talked about? I asked Brian quietly while I finished putting my gun into my backpack. The stairs down to the shelter sprawled out in front of us, the grim emergency lighting coloring the way in ominous red. We snuck here, and you only fought the one dog with your axe, he nodded vigorously, and I suppressed a smile. Thank you for keeping my secret, I told him softly. Even though the gun helped us, adults might not like that I have it because I'm not old enough yet. So we'll just not tell them about it until I can give it back to the security people. Okay, he replied, clutching his action figure tight. I finished stowing my gun and ammunition, tucking everything into the folds of my spare outfit to hide them and muffle any noise they might make. Reshuttering my backpack and picking up the ice axe, the last thing I did was to pull my eye patch out and put it back on. The second it went over my right eye, my HUD disappeared, and I blinked in surprise. Something to keep in mind for the future, I suppose. I turned to Brian and held out my free hand. He gave a shameless smile and took it, his small fingers warm against my skin. I still felt myself beginning to tense up slightly at the contact, but I shoved the reaction down with the same familiarity I normally reserved for Lily. "All right," I said, taking a deep breath as I looked down the subway-like entrance. "Let's go then, shall we?" "Yeah," Brian agreed. I glanced at Celine, who was standing next to Brian. I gave her a nod, and suddenly she began to glow. After a moment, she flashed with a violet light and was gone, leaving behind only a few fading particles. A surge of fear stabbed into me, even though I knew it was irrational, that she hadn't really left me, just dispelled her physical manifestation. Still. "You ready?" I thought, hoping it didn't carry over my anxiety. "Indeed. Let us be off," Celine replied cheerfully, and reassurance washed through me. I took the first steps down slowly, making sure Brian fell into a comfortable pace with my own before I started going at a more even pace. The whole while I made sure to keep my eye on the bottom of the stairs. With Celine not having been able to scout ahead, I felt an irrational nervousness that maybe an anathema had hidden down there during my fight. My fears proved unfounded a moment later as we got to the bottom, greeting me with the sight of a long, empty hallway. About halfway down on the right side was a door with a sign marking it as a stairwell, but that observation was secondary to what I saw at the end of the hallway, and I felt myself let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Logically, I knew it was stupid of me to be scared, but that hadn't stopped the dark whispers inside me from worming their way into my skull about the emergency shield being activated. After all, it had happened once, why couldn't it happen again? What did it matter that this shelter was supposed to be professionally manned? Doesn't personal safety and self-interest always win out in the end? Why would this time be any different? But to my relief, all I saw was a set of large metal doors. A touch-screen panel glowed with faint blue light next to them, and I felt my pace quicken as the urgency I'd been fighting finally broke through. Brian and I ended up all but jogging to the panel, my gait an odd, shambling thing as I tried not to put too much weight on my wounded leg. We reached the panel, and I let out a shaky breath as I saw the button labeled "Call" on it. Quickly, I released Brian's hand and pressed the button, noting how my own were shaking. The sentence "Please wait while security assesses the situation" appeared on the screen, and I felt the impatience rising inside me. I glanced behind me, looking at the long stairway leading up. Even though I knew it was ridiculous to worry about, I couldn't shake the fear that an anathema could come barreling down the stairs at any second. I bit my lip, wondering how long it was going to take before somebody. "We're opening the doors now," a woman's voice suddenly said, and I jumped in surprise as my head snapped back to the panel. Instead of seeing a visual, only the words "Door is opening, please stand back" were displayed. The sound of whirring mechanics and gears suddenly resounded, and I stumbled back as the doors slowly began to slide open. It seemed to move at a glacial pace, slowly revealing a large, empty room of smooth white tile with another set of doors across from us. Relatively bright, uncolored lights illuminated the room, and I found myself squinting as my eye adjusted. Once the doors had slid open enough, I gave Brian's back a gentle push to slide through the still expanding gap. Only once he was through did I follow. Once we were a few steps into the room, the grinding gears behind us stopped for a moment, then began again. I looked back to see the door now closing itself, and I watched the ominous red hallway with bloody footprints slowly disappear behind solid metal. The doors finished closing, and I let out a sigh. A deep buzz suddenly went off, making me jump and raise my eye sac slightly. "Please wait," a synthetic voice echoed in the room. "Scanning in progress. Interior doors will open momentarily." I frowned, but said nothing. "Scanning?" I asked Celine. "Some anathema can disguise themselves as humans, and shelter airlocks are all equipped with scanners just in case. This early in an usurpation, however, it is unlikely one would appear." I carefully tried not to react as realization dawned on me. I'd heard stories of anathema disguising themselves as humans, but I'd mostly discounted it as internet horror stories. Now that I knew that wasn't the case, I had a dozen questions on what other things I'd heard of that might be true. That could wait until later, however, and I mentally filed the information away. What would they do if one was detected? For normal shelters, a special gas containing silverite filings would be released and effectively melt the anathema. Because this is a mega shelter, the same thing would happen, but would also be followed with the deployment of two 20mm Gatling turrets from the ceiling. I blinked in surprise, but forced myself not to look up at the ceiling. I knew they would be watching us through cameras, so I kept myself looking forward. Brian shifted uncomfortably next to me. I squeezed his hand, hoping it came across as reassuring while we waited. The seconds began to stretch into minutes, and as I glanced around, I noticed how stark the scarlet footprints I'd tracked in were on the otherwise white room. Reflexively, I flicked my gaze to the lower left of my vision, only to remember my HUD and therefore health were disabled. Even though Celine hadn't seemed concerned, I was still slightly worried about how much blood I was tracking around. Scanning complete, the synthetic voice finally called out after almost 5 minutes. Interior doors opening. As the doors began to slide open, I felt myself holding my breath. A nervous flutter went through my stomach, and I carefully made my expression empty as the tension inside me ratcheted up to 11. With a familiar methodicalness, I began folding up that anxiety into a small, manageable box as I prepared myself to interact with people once again. It was weird that I didn't have that same serrated anxiety when dealing with Brian, but maybe that was because of how much younger he was. Now, though, at the thought of dealing with a bunch of strangers, it was back in full force. The familiar, bile-tinged barbs swirled in my stomach like they always did when I knew I would be forced to interact with people, and I was ready for the wave of light nausea that washed over me. A moment later, I had it under control and pushed to the back of my mind as I shifted to simply focusing on observing and making mental notes. The doors had opened far enough that one of us could have squeezed through solo, but this time I simply waited. Brian seemed fine waiting with me as well, and I instead carefully looked onwards as the room beyond was revealed. It was another room made of the same clean white tiles, but this one was slightly circular. Across from us were 3 separate hallways that seemed to stretch on a good while. Other than the hallways, the only real thing of note in the room was the people inside. My eyes were instantly drawn to the 4 of them wearing matching uniforms and holstered guns. They wore the ultramarine blue clothes and black bulletproof vests of Arcadian police officers, and I felt myself tense in recognition. My eyes flicked to the last person in the room, a middle-aged man in a suit and a shaved head. His eyes were wide as he looked at us, and he was a good step behind one of the others. The only other thing I saw was one of the officers, a young Korean woman, had a wheelchair in front of her. She had silky onyx hair that fell to the middle of her neck, and a soft face with warm hazel eyes. The second she saw me, she gave me a gentle smile. She started walking forward, pushing the wheelchair with her. An older-looking officer with salt and pepper hair glanced at her as she began to move, his lips twitching in what might have been the start of a smile. Then he followed, and the rest of the officers were right behind him. "Hey there," the Korean officer said softly, giving me a gentle smile as she pushed the wheelchair into the airlock room. "I'm Officer O with the Arcadian Police Department's 2nd Division. It's nice to meet the 2 of you. How about we get you sitting down? That cut looks pretty nasty." Even though she was speaking to me with extra softness, it didn't come across as condescending. Instead, it held a genuine warmth, and a kindness mingled with worry I hadn't heard before. The combination took me off guard, and I wasn't sure how to respond. I glanced at Brian, and saw he was looking at the officers with a relieved smile. I turned back to the woman and gave her a nod, moving to sit down in the chair. Then I remembered my backpack, and I awkwardly started taking it off, being extra careful not to jostle its contents too much while juggling the ice axe in my hand. "If it's all right with you, one of us can hold on to that axe," she said, her voice quiet. "I know it might be hard to believe after what you must have been through, but you're safe now. I promise." I looked up at her in surprise. I had expected a more hardline approach to handing over the ice axe, not what seemed to be a genuine suggestion. More than that, the complete assurance in her voice that she was absolutely convinced I was safe made me want to reflexively push back, to tell her I wasn't. "But I am now, aren't I?" I realized I must have been staring, and I gave myself a small mental shake. Officer O just gave me a slow nod, holding out her hand. Carefully, I reached out and handed her the axe. With both hands free and a little more shuffling, I managed to get my backpack off. I clutched it in front of me, letting it rest in my lap as I turned and sat down in the wheelchair. O handed the axe off to another officer, who gingerly took it while eyeing up the black ichor covering it dubiously. "And what about you?" O asked Brian. "Are you hurt at all?" "No," Brian gave a vigorous shake of his head. "She kept me safe." "I'm sure she did," O murmured, voice trailing off. Then she gave herself a shake, and looked down at me. "Let's get you to the infirmary, shall we?" Or do you want to stick together with I never asked your names, did I? I'm Mai, and that's Brian, I replied, glancing at him. He's been through a lot. He got separated from his family, so I'm not really sure what would be best. Something like surprise flickered through her eyes at that, but it was quickly replaced by the gentleness from before. Next to her, the older officer simply gave a nod. Why don't we get him to the barracks? He grunted, waving at another officer, this one a woman with the glittering bright viridian eyes of a Manaborn. Millie, you mind watching over him? Sure thing, Sarge, she replied, then turned and pointed to the figure in his hand. Hey there, sweetie, is that a Carmen Crusader figurine? My son loves him. Why don't you tell me about him while we go find a nice place to rest, huh? Brian's eyes went big, and a genuine grin stretched across his face. The woman smiled back and offered her hand to Brian. A second later he was holding it and began talking as they moved into the shelter. With a slight jostle, the wheelchair began moving as we followed. I made sure to hold my backpack tight in my lap, trying my best to unobtrusively glance around to keep an eye on everyone. Marcus, I'm going to get her stitched and cleaned up, O said, turning the wheelchair to go down a different hallway from the one Brian was heading. To my side, I saw the man in the suit frown severely. Now wait just a minute, he said, his voice severe. We haven't heard back in almost 20 minutes, and if she knows anything. Maybe some food too, O interrupted, sounding almost thoughtful. Something warm, maybe. The older officer who must have been Marcus simply gave a grunt and vague handwave of affirmation while the businessman sputtered and turned to him. O kept pushing me forward, and none of the other officers seemed inclined to follow as we began down the long hallway. There were plenty of doors, and some of them had small card readers with keypads next to them. Operations, communications, camera room, storage, and a few other labeled rooms went by before we turned into one that had its door wide open. Inside, there were various beds with curtain partitions lining the sides of the room. Small tables and various medical machines were stationed next to each bed, and at the far end of the room was what looked like a door with a keypad. The officer rolled us up to one of the beds in the middle of the room seemingly at random. All right, O said, turning to look at me. After a moment, she went to the curtains and drew them closed around us. I felt myself stiffen slightly when she turned back to me with a serious expression on her face. I know you must have been through a lot, and you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. All I need to know is where you're hurt, okay? I blinked in surprise, but gave her a nod. Just my leg and some bruises. Nothing else. She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Reaching over to the bedside table, she pulled on some disposable gloves from a box. Then she walked over and kneeled down as she started inspecting the cut on my leg. Her fingers reached out to it, then she stopped and looked up at me, as if asking for permission. I nodded, and she started carefully touching it and moving the rip in my tights around to get a better look at the wound itself. Don't forget to act like you are in pain, Celine told me. While they might assume you are in shock or running on adrenaline, it would be better to hide the fact you have already taken pain medication. I flinched and sucked in a breath through my teeth at her next touch. She winced and started moving more gently. Keeping careful watch of her movements, I clenched my teeth and twitched at her prodding, slowly squeezing my backpack tighter. After another few moments she let out a sigh. Well, it looks bad enough to require some staples, she said with an apologetic look up at me. Let me go get you some pain medicine and the rest of the tools. I'll be right back, all right. I nodded, and she got up and left, pushing through the curtain and disappearing. Listening to her footsteps, I waited until I heard her reach the far end of the room. A second later, there was a beep and the click of a door unlocking. After I heard her open the door and close, I shifted slightly in the wheelchair. What should I do about the pain medicine? I thought to Celine. Will it interfere with what I've already taken? You may take it if you wish. The emergency pain relief medicine you took lasts for 4 hours and works through a different methodology and combination of chemicals. Whatever they might give you will only help, and I would recommend taking it. Okay, but why aren't they asking me anything? They're treating me so. Before I could continue, I heard the door open and wheels squeaking along the floor. A moment later, the curtain was pushed aside, and Officer O entered with a small metal cart with various bottles and other objects on it. She gave me a lopsided smile as she grabbed some scissors. Sorry, but I'm going to cut up your tights. Not that they're really salvageable anyway. She went to work opening up a larger hole to get access to my wound. After that, she grabbed a bottle of disinfectant and a cloth. This is going to sting a little, Oh said, and I gave a nod before she went to work cleaning the area around my cut. Ask her why there isn't a doctor doing this, Celine suddenly said as I practiced wincing at pain I couldn't even feel. Curiosity stirred inside me at why Celine was asking, but I decided to follow her lead. I started. I don't mean to be rude, but shouldn't a doctor be doing this? Oh looked up at me with something glittering in her eyes. What, am I not good enough for you? No, it's just I started hurriedly, but she let out a little laugh. I felt my cheeks warm slightly. Kidding, I'm kidding, she chuckled. To answer your question, yes, a doctor should be doing this. Just like a doctor should be stationed at this shelter. Unfortunately, whoever was supposed to be here today didn't show up. So you're stuck with little ol' me instead. Sorry, I quickly replied, looking down. I didn't mean to sound ungrateful, ma'am. She stopped cleaning my cut for a moment and looked up at me, almost curiously. I kept my eyes firmly planted down as my heart rate picked up slightly. A moment later she gave me a soft smile. No offense, taken, she said. Then she gave me a big grin. And don't call me ma'am. Makes me feel too old. Oh is fine, or even Ji-woo. Oh, can sound a little weird with how much it's used in English. And you can't even begin to imagine the jokes the guys at the station give me. Oh no, look who it is, and so on. A choked giggle managed to escape me, and I felt my face heating up more. Ji-woo only smiled wider in response. Oh boy, oh geez, oh great, she went on as she continued cleaning my cut. And then there's the people who don't even do it on purpose. Those are almost worse because I'm constantly looking around every time I hear the word. Honestly, it's enough to make my neck sore by the end of the day. I gave her a grim smile and a little shrug. I think I have some idea of what you go through. She looked up at me, brows furrowed for a moment, and then her eyes widened. Oh, I bet you do, don't you? Where were my manners? I hadn't even considered that. My bad. My lord, it gets old, doesn't it? She managed to draw another subdued giggle from me, and I nodded. Something warm sparkled in her eyes as she looked me over, and she let out a sigh. All right, well, I've got some topical anesthetic I'm going to apply, then we can do the staples. I double-checked the instruction manual, and these staples are fine in water, so we can get you cleaned up properly afterwards without too much hassle. I dipped my head in assent, the smile slipping from my face as she opened a bottle and used a Q-tip to start putting gel over my cut. I bit down on my teeth again, squinting my eyes slightly as I tensed my muscles. Ji-woo glanced up at me after she finished, and she seemed to hesitate for a second. I don't mean to pry, she said, but you have some blood smeared on your cheek under your eye patch. I know you said you didn't have anything else besides some bruises. She trailed off, and I blinked. Oh, no, the patch is just. I shrugged, and after a second of indecisiveness, just decided to lift it. The brightness of the room made me blink a few times, and my HUD popping up into view was almost as distracting. Heterochromia? She asked in surprise, and I nodded. Ah, I think I get it. Probably makes people stare, especially with the bright eye colors Manaborn have. The eye patch is almost as bad, I murmured. But at least they usually leave me alone because it looks medical. People, Ji-woo said emphatically, shaking her head. Sorry you have to go through that. I think your eyes look really pretty, though, so don't assume for a second that people think they look bad. Most people are probably just jealous of how stunning it makes you look. I felt myself blush, and I murmured a half-hearted thanks. She just gave me a sad smile in response and then slowly poked at my wound again. Feel anything? Not really. Good, she said, picking up something vaguely gun-shaped but plastic with a large lever. Now I've done some emergency aid courses, but I'm no professional, so you'll want to get this looked at as soon as the usurpation's over. We'll get you all set up with some paperwork before you leave that'll make getting these removed and any other care free of hassle. I nodded, not that I was too worried. Calling the healthcare policy of Arcadia and her 6 sister islands generous would be an understatement at best, and generally any injuries caused during an usurpation were completely covered. She started carefully pushing the skin together around the gash, and now that I didn't have to watch to make the proper reactions, I looked away. A second later there was a weird clicking sound. Will it scar? I asked absently, eye wandering around the folds of the curtain. Almost certainly, Ji-woo responded with a wince. But with the paperwork I'm going to draw up, I'm pretty sure they'll give you that special anti-scarring treatment or at least remove the scar afterward with some of the zenith tech they have. I looked at her in surprise. Except for what the Zenith had first gifted humanity along with the Sanctuary Islands and the pre-built sci-fi cities spanning them, any technology from the Zenith had to be acquired from a magical girl. That meant they generally reserved using it because of how rare and therefore expensive it was. Jiwoo saw my incredulous look and gave me a pained smile. It's not every day someone survives an hour in an usurpation and makes it to a shelter, she said gently. And when they hear you did it while protecting a child, I'm pretty sure they'll be pulling out all the stops for you. Looking at the almost mournful expression on her face, I wasn't sure what to do. Thankfully, she went back to stapling, leaving me with those words to stew over. Before I could really get further than realizing she was probably right, that I was going to be the center of all kinds of attention I did not need, she stood up, evidently finished as she set down the staple gun. So, you said you also had some bruises? She asked, her voice reserved. Would you feel comfortable showing me where, just so I can make sure it isn't anything more serious? I felt my breathing hitch in my throat, the blood draining from my face. I was bruised all over my right side, and I couldn't let her. It's fine if you don't, she said hurriedly, seeming to have seen the reaction on my face. So long as you are sure it is just bruising. I'm sure you would be in more pain if it was anything more, but adrenaline and shock afterward can do EIRD things. I just don't want anything more serious going unnoticed. I'm sure, I said hurriedly, giving a jerky shake of my head. I just fell, that's all. Okay, Jiwoo said quietly, pausing for a moment. Well, in that case I have some pain medication here. As long as you don't have any allergies, I'm going to give you something just a little stronger than over-the-counter pills. If we're still here in another 4 hours, you can come find me for another. She opened a bottle, shook out a pill, and handed it to me. I eyed it for a second before popping it into my mouth, wondering just how long the usurpation was going to be, anyway. I knew that usurpations outside of the 7 sanctuary cities were usually a lot longer, but in Arcadia I was fairly sure they didn't tend to last longer than 7 or 8 hours at most. Considering the concentration of magical girls and magical soldiers on the island, it wasn't surprising they could keep the time down so easily, though. So, now that we've gotten through all of that, how about we get you a shower and some clean clothes? I bobbed my head gratefully. Between the dried sweat and blood, I felt absolutely disgusting. Worse, I was sure I smelled just as bad, but my nose had already acclimated to it. Now that I thought about it, Jiwoo had been awfully close to me and hadn't said anything about it. Heat rose to my cheeks, and I started to push myself up out of the wheelchair. To my surprise, my muscles barely responded, and I stumbled slightly. Whoa there, she held out her hands as if to catch me. Slowly, you've been through a lot, and with the adrenaline leaving you, you're going to be feeling pretty weak and exhausted. Now that she mentioned it, exhaustion was creeping into my muscles and thoughts behind the slowly easing tension. My chest still had that familiar tightness that any amount or hint of social interaction brought, but it was getting hard to outright ignore the fatigue. Still, I couldn't afford to just let my guard down completely, so I gave Jiwoo a shaky smile as I shouldered my backpack. She gave me one last critical look, then jerked her head in a follow-me gesture, pushing through the curtains. I followed after her, and we wound up going down the hall until we reached an intersection with a hall leading to our right. We took the turn, and she turned to look over her shoulder. The shelter has 3 basic wings. The left one that we were just in is for administrative and essential services. The middle one is the residential, with the various sleeping rooms, common areas, washrooms and such. The one on the right is storage, maintenance, and all the other things that don't really fit with the first 2. Generally, we ask that people stay out of the left wing. Now, there might be some people in the halls, and if anyone tries to bother you now or later, just let me know, okay? Yes ma'am, I replied reflexively. She looked over her shoulder at me but said nothing as she turned the corner, and I followed. Sure enough, there were a few people walking through the extra-wide hall or otherwise just hanging around. I felt my pulse rise, and then spike dramatically as anyone who saw me stopped whatever they were doing to stare. I turned my attention to the ground, staring down as I hurried after Jiwoo, whose steps seemed to have quickened noticeably. Suddenly, I was all too aware of how awful I looked in that moment. I choked back the anxiety crawling up my throat and just focused on walking as people looked at the sweat-soaked, bloody girl in ripped clothes. As we passed, I heard some whispers begin, and I forced myself to try to ignore them. One foot in front of the other, I hurried after Jiwoo, hoping the showers weren't that far. Nevertheless, some of the louder and less considerate people's whispers came through. Holy shit, a survivor. This long into an usurpation. Damn, looks like she's been through hell. Idiot, of course she came from outside the shelter. How else would she get hurt like that? No way man, you go ask her how she did it. That officer looks like she's ready to bite my head off. Man, that girl's going to be so messed up. Hope she has a good therapist. I heard she saved a boy, too. They're keeping him in the 4th barracks, but he has an officer keeping people from crowding him. Think we're going to see her on the news after this, telling her story. They always love getting survivor stories, and I bet she's got one hell of one to tell. PFF'd, she probably just got lucky. That or sacrificed someone to save herself. Did you see her leg? Damn, that's gnarly. My cheeks began to burn as I tried to ignore the attention. Thankfully, we reached a set of doors a moment later. Ji-woo led me into the one marked for women, and only after we took another turn did I finally look up. It was a fairly simple but long room with sinks along one wall and shower stalls on the other. Each stall was divided by 2 separate curtains, giving a small changing area separate from the actual shower. Ji-woo walked down the line of showers for a moment, as if checking to see if any were occupied. When she was satisfied they weren't, she turned to me with a lopsided smile. Sorry about that, people can be real idiots. I shrugged, and the smile fell from her face. Well, why don't you go take a shower? I'll get somebody to keep people from wandering into this shower room while I find you some clothes to wear. There's already towels and soap in the stalls, and I'll bring a trash bag to get rid of your current outfit. I don't think much of it is going to be salvageable, unfortunately. Ignoring the spike of pain that came with her assessment, I bobbed my head in agreement. Then I went into one of the stalls and drew the outer curtain closed. While I set down my backpack on the small bench in the changing alcove, I listened to Ji-woo's echoing footsteps as she left, and I let out an internal sigh of relief when I heard her leave. If it is all right with you, Celine spoke. Perhaps you could remanifest me. Why? I thought with a frown. Even though I have already promised privacy while you adjust to me being within your head, the extra degree of separation might help you feel it more. I'd also like to explore the shelter and look into some things after you are finished. Until then, I can keep watch on your backpack. Oh, all right. I thought about it for a second. Sorry, I know you're not exactly human and don't even care about this kind of thing, but this is all still incredibly new, and it will take time to adjust how you feel as well as think about our partnership, Celine finished, her voice soothing. I assure you, no offenses taken. Besides, being separated when you are not commencing your magical girl duties gives me a chance to observe other humans or even interact with other familiars. Many magical girls operate the same way, and it serves as a good way to gather additional information without revealing yourself to others. As Celine finished speaking, I felt the familiar sensation of warmth condensing and swirling around in my chest before a tendril reached out to my heart. Bracing myself, I let it touch, and was rewarded with the same brief flare of heat that left a cold emptiness behind. This time I was prepared for the wave of fatigue that washed through me, but I felt myself let out an involuntary gasp as it piled on top of all my previous exhaustion. I blinked, and in the span of that microsecond, Celine was suddenly sitting on the little bench next to my backpack. She gave me a swish of her tails and then scampered out, underneath the curtain. I'll stay out here and only keep an eye on your backpack when Ji-woo returns with your clothes. Thanks, I thought back. Then, with a sigh, I began pulling off my clothes. To my horror, it was more of an exercise in peeling them off. Any hope of salvaging them went out the window, and I even put the replacement shirt I'd put on into that category. It was painful knowing how much I was going to pay to replace everything. Still, it was better for my peace of mind to know I wouldn't be reusing clothes that had been soaked in alien blood or my own. The only thing I wouldn't sacrifice was my eye patch and maybe my shoes. The eye patch would go the second I got home for a replacement, but my shoes I hadn't quite given up on. Replacement school shoes would be almost $40, and I was already looking at almost $200 to replace the entirety of my outfit. And unless I wanted to try to make one blazer and school skirt work, I'd need to replace at least those. I let out a frustrated sigh, and then went to work taking off the bandages wrapped around my left forearm. It didn't take me long, and when I finished, I found myself staring. Ah, the regenerative gum must have healed that too, though it still left another scar. After a moment, I gave a mental shrug and stuffed the bandages into the same backpack pocket that had my bloody shirt. If the garbage bag Ji-woo was getting for me was opaque, I'd transfer both with the rest of my condemned clothes. Somehow, that made me feel better about the possibility of somebody looking through my backpack even though I still had a gun in there. I turned on the shower, and waited for the water to heat up. Glancing around, I noted the locations of the small washcloth and soap dispensers in the shower, as well as the towels hanging in the changing room while I waited. After I was sure the water was just short of burning me, I stepped in and closed the curtain behind me. The water splashed over me and it was heavenly. For a while, I just let myself enjoy it, the heat melting the tension out of me. Showers had always been my own personal sanctuary, a place where I could just be without worry. The warmth of the water, the pitter-patter of the droplets washing out any sound, the reassuring solitude like I was in my own little world, all of it let me just stop worrying for a moment, and I cherished the serenity while it lasted. Eventually, my mind wandered to the events of the past hour, and I found myself shaking my head. An hour. It felt like I had been out there for so much longer than that. Every moment of sneaking, planning and fighting, every second a struggle against the fear screaming at the back of my mind. Something bubbled deep in my chest, and I furiously pushed it down. This was not the time to be breaking down. Not when I wasn't truly alone. I grabbed at the washcloth and put myself to work scrubbing. My skin was caked with dried blood starting at my stomach and covering most of my lower half. I made sure to take my time, applying vigorous amounts of soap as I went. It was a little worrying watching the water pooling on the shower floor changing color as I went. I tried my best to ignore it, and just focus on scraping my skin clean. Which ended up taking time. A lot of time. Eventually it became hard to tell if my skin was still slightly stained red from the blood or just from scrubbing it raw. Ji-woo was coming in with a very large bag, Celine told me just as I had finished with my stomach and sat down to clean off the blood on my right calf. Hey Mai, it's me, Ji-woo called out a moment later. I got a bunch of clothes for you to choose from because I wasn't really sure what might fit. I'm just going to pop in for a second to set these down if that's okay. Alright, I called back, huddling into myself slightly as I watched the curtain. I heard the outer one open and after a handful of seconds, it closed again. There, she said, there's an extra bag in there for your dirty ones. I'll be waiting outside for you, but feel free to take your time. Okay, thank you, I replied, quickly adding the last part. All in a day's work, she called back, and I could practically hear the wry grin on her face. I listened to her leave, then let myself unfurl and continue scouring away the filth. By the time I was finished, I was starting to get wrinkled. Worse, the exhaustion had set in fully, giving my body all the strength of jelly and mind all the clarity of cotton. It was all I could do to remain standing without swaying back and forth. Although my muscles weren't aching, my legs felt dangerously wobbly. Worse, I could feel my eyes threatening to just stay closed after every blink. With a sigh, I redid my hair and body with soap one last time before I turned off the shower, stepped out, and started drying myself. The bag sitting next to my backpack was a large black trash bag, and judging by its size, it was absolutely filled with clothes. I unwrapped it to find a small mountain, and started picking through my selection. I could tell at a glance most of the clothes were too big for me, which wasn't a surprise considering I frequented the kids section to find things properly my, prestigious size. Thankfully I didn't have to worry about trying to coordinate any sort of outfit because all the clothes were shades of gray and of the casual wear variety. It took me a while to find things my size, but I ended up with some comfy sweatpants and a hoodie over a long-sleeve shirt. I had to roll up the sleeves and pant legs a little, but the baggy, too long sleeves of the hoodie I left alone to drape over my hands. There was also a pair of slippers in the bag that I put on and found to be of serviceable size. Finally, I pulled on my eye patch almost as an afterthought. With that sorted, I unfurled the extra black trash bag I had found with the clothes. A moment later I had all my bloody clothes wrapped up including the shirt and bandages from my backpack. I thought about it for a moment, then decided to store my shoes in their place. I shouldered the pack afterward, then frowned as I held the closed bag of dirty clothes. I looked from the bag of extra clothes to the used towels, wondering how I was supposed to carry it all. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to just ask Ji-woo what to do, and I left the shower stall. Celine stood on a sink, and her head tilted to the side as she took in my appearance. Seeing myself in the mirror, I was slightly surprised at how different I looked. In the oversized clothes, I somehow looked even younger, like a little girl who was wearing their parents' clothes. Ji-woo didn't so much as give your backpack a second glance when she put your clothes inside, Celine noted cheerfully. Now, if you would be okay with the idea, I'd like to take a look around the shelter. I won't move out of telepathy range, and you can call me back before you go to sleep to continue guarding you. I gave Celine a grateful nod, then headed outside. To my surprise, there was barely anybody in the hallway. Maybe it had something to do with the way Ji-woo was leaning against the wall, scowling at the various doors. The second she noticed me, her expression changed back to a smile. From underneath her arm, she pulled out a folded blanket, and with a deft motion, unfurled it and draped it around my shoulders. Here, she said, gently taking the trash bag from me. I'll trade you. I started, shifting my backpack to hold in front of me along with the blanket's sides. What should I do about the towels and clothes? Don't worry about it, she said, adjusting the blanket about me. I'll take care of it later. Let's get you settled down for now. She started walking and I followed, pulling the blanket tighter around me while I cradled my backpack with my arms. A few people wandered the halls or else happened to be leaving one room for another, and they almost all stopped to stare. I turned away to stare at the floor, and was slightly surprised when we took a hallway turn to the right. Isn't this the admin wing? Yeah, Ji-woo interrupted with a shrug. I got permission to set you up in the guard barracks. I figured that way you might get some privacy to rest. Unless you wanted to be with Brian. No, that's okay, I said, trying to hide the relief in my voice. I'm not really sure how to handle kids anyway. Well, you seem to do a good job, she said softly, suddenly serious as she turned to look me in the eye. I know it must have been tough but you managed. And that's more than most people could have done alone. The intensity behind her words made me uncomfortable, so I just gave a little shrug and looked back to the floor. She turned away a moment later and continued walking. We turned into another room after another minute of walking. It was fairly empty, but along either side were beds built into the walls, turning them into little alcoves with curtains that could be drawn across them. At the far end was what looked like a small kitchen where I saw one of the other officers standing in front of a stove. He had a young-looking face with freckles and sandy blonde hair. He gave me a smile and nod, before turning to Ji-woo. Should be ready to go, he said, turning off one of the burners. Kept them both warm but not too hot. Thanks, Marco, Ji-woo responded, giving him a grateful smile. Go ahead and get settled on a bunk. I'll be right with you. She walked over to the oven, and I considered my options before heading to a bunk in the middle of the room, far enough away that I wouldn't be bothered by anyone entering or next to people in the kitchen area. I pushed my backpack into the far corner of the bunk next to the pillow, shuffled the blanket around me a little tighter, then sat down. I was surprised to find how soft the mattress felt. I looked up as the officer left, and he gave me a little nod as he passed. Ji-woo was right behind him holding a bowl with steam coming off it and a spoon. She gave me a small smile and reached to the wall next to the bunk, giving it a gentle push. A rectangular section popped out, and she pulled it out before flipping it horizontal, turning it into a small bedside table. Here, she said, setting down the bowl. I wasn't sure if you would be hungry, so I just made some tomato soup. Unless you want something else. No, I blinked in surprise. No, that's good, thank you. I grabbed the bowl and spoon quickly. Considering I had only eaten an hour ago, and it had been a big meal, I wasn't feeling especially hungry. Between the anxiety, tension, and exhaustion, I wouldn't have normally even thought of eating. But I also wasn't about to turn down free food. I blew gently on a spoonful of the red liquid before I started digging in. Ji-woo seemed satisfied and went back to the kitchen while I focused on the soup. I couldn't recall ever having it before, but I found myself enjoying its slightly acidic sweetness. The tanginess got to be a little much without anything to break it up, but I could see how pairing it with something else could work well. Once the first spoonful was in me, I found myself digging into the bowl with focus. By the time Ji-woo returned from the kitchen with a coffee cup in her hand, I had already managed to empty the bowl. She blinked in surprise, and I felt my cheeks color. I hadn't thought I was that hungry, either, but once I started. There's more if you'd like seconds, she said, a hint of concern in her voice, and I quickly shook my head. No, I just kind of got carried away, I winced. Sorry. She frowned at me, setting down the cup. There's nothing to be sorry for. Here, I got you something else to help warm you up. I nodded, and quickly traded the bowl for the cup, but didn't immediately drink from it. She gave me a worried smile, and after looking around a moment, sat down next to me on the other end of the bunk. We sat in silence for a while, and I gave the dark liquid in the cup a few gentle blows. The smell coming from it was rich and dark, and although it tickled at my memory, I couldn't quite place it. So, Ji-woo said quietly. You've been through a lot. I take it from the uniform you were wearing you're in high school. I glanced at her, then dipped my head in affirmation. I could feel myself beginning to tense up at where her questioning might be going. Well, after all this is over, there's going to be a lot of people who want to talk to you, get your story and that sort of thing. They won't be particularly gentle about how or what they ask about, because they won't really understand that you've been through an ordeal. Sure, they might actually care about you, but for a lot of them the story will be the important part. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. She leaned back slightly on the bunk, letting out a long sigh. It's not completely people's fault, she shrugged. I mean, except for magical girls and the magical soldiers of the Guardians Association, normal people don't stand a fair chance against anathema. Which means when somebody does beat them, or at least survives them, they see it as a big deal. Something to be celebrated and shared, to spread the hope around. So when word gets out about a high school girl saving a grade school boy and getting him to a shelter, it's going to be a big deal. And when they hear you were injured but also had an ice axe with anathema blood on it. Ji-woo trailed off and I glanced at her. She was looking down at the floor, a dark expression on her face. She stared for a moment, then shook her head and reached into one of her vest's pockets. Retrieving a card, she showed it to me before reaching over and setting it down on the table. That's my card, Ji-woo smiled at me, her voice quiet and impossible soft. If any of them bother you, or you just want to talk to someone, or need anything, really, feel free to give me a call. Anytime, any day. Even if all you want is to say hi and chat about the weather. My chest suddenly felt tight as a dozen emotions suddenly burst forth and started swirling inside me. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears as something caught in the back of my throat. Why is she treating me so nicely? She doesn't even know me. Why isn't she asking about what happened? Isn't she supposed to be finding out how bad the usurpation is? What's out there? Isn't that her job? I don't understand. The whirlwind in my chest refused to settle, so I just gave her a nod and raised the cup to my lips to take a sip and hopefully hide my turmoil. Anyway, she patted her kneecaps, her eyes glittering as her voice became thick with emotion. I just want to let you know, you did something amazing. Even if it doesn't feel like it, you did, because you saved a life. Beyond all the scary memories, I hope that you can be proud of yourself, because you deserve at least that much, and much more for what you've been through. The words I'd never heard before hit me right as I tasted the hot chocolate in the cup. The warm, comforting bliss of the beverage I'd only had for real once before. When my only friend had brought me to her house and made me feel welcome. I managed to swallow the sip, and take in a deep, shuddering breath as my exhaustion, tension, anxiety, and emotions all rolled into one and peaked. Then something in me cracked, and I burst into tears. Ji-woo closed the door to the barracks quietly, making sure the lock clicked shut behind her. Only then did she let her shoulders slump as she let out a sigh. Mai had finally passed out after almost 10 minutes of crying, which wasn't particularly surprising. No, the part that worried Ji-woo was how quiet the girl had been through the whole thing. Other than sniffling, Mai hadn't let out a single sound as she started shaking, tears spilling from her eyes uncontrollably. It was almost as if Mai had been more scared of letting people see her cry than what had caused the tears in the first place. If that wasn't concerning enough, then how she reacted to Ji-woo trying to comfort her certainly was. It was a miracle that Ji-woo had managed to get Mai's permission to bandage the girl's calf afterwards. Ji-woo shook her head. It wasn't incredibly surprising the poor girl had broken down, and in fact it was probably a good sign that she was processing her ordeal. Still, the way she had fallen apart had set off the alarm bells that had been steadily building in Ji-woo's head as she spent more time with the girl. Ji-woo desperately hoped she was wrong, that she was jumping at shadows and what she was seeing was just Mai processing the traumatic experiences she must have faced to survive. But for some reason, Ji-woo couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than that, even if she had nothing but her gut and a few odd observations about her behavior and mannerisms. Even then, it wasn't like Ji-woo had any idea what the problem could be. She could make any number of guesses, but in the end, she just didn't have enough information. With another sigh, Ji-woo turned and went to the command center. It wasn't a long walk, but it did give her a few moments to get her thoughts straightened out. As she slid her access card across the room's security console, she wondered if maybe the person inside would have any insights. Sergeant Marcus O'Malley was already in the room, waiting for her. The command center was a vaguely rectangular room with the far wall occupied by a desk facing dozens of computer screens while a long conference table and chairs lined the length leading up it. Marcus sat in front of the consoles at the far end, typing on a keyboard while frowning at one of the screens, and he looked over his shoulder to give Jiwoo a small nod as she entered. For her part, she didn't waste any time pulling one of the conference table chairs out and throwing herself into it. Marcus plucked at some keys for a bit longer, tapped one of the screens, then let out a disgusted sigh before he slowly spun the chair around to look at Jiwoo. Seeing her slouching against the chair with her eyes closed, he gave a wince of sympathy. "That bad?" his granite and gravel voice rasped. "Not exactly," Jiwoo sighed, rubbing at her face. "Though I did manage to make her cry, so go me, I guess. There's a reason part of the instructions for survivor intake is to get an emotional reaction," Marcus shrugged with a lopsided smile. "Most people just aren't built for life or death situations, and nobody is ever really ready for one. Even though it feels like crap, getting them to cry and at least open up that much is a good thing. Doesn't feel great, but don't go beating yourself up about it." "I know," Jiwoo groaned, frustration creeping into her voice. "But it's not that part that worries me." Marcus frowned and leaned back in his chair. Jiwoo took the moment to gather her thoughts, then turned to face her sergeant. Mai held herself together the entire time, except for the very end. "It was only after I told her how amazing it was that she managed to make it here, let alone do it with a little kid," she broke down. "What gets me worried is that the second she started crying, she also started apologizing to me over and over again. Then when I reached out to hug her, she flinched. Then she just kept saying, 'Sorry,' over and over again." Marcus looked thoughtful for a moment, scratching at his chin. "You think she's just shying away from physical contact after, well, if the boy she brought back is to be believed, going toe-to-toe with an anathema with just an axe?" Jiwoo started but bit back her words as she forced herself to consider the possibility. It was possible, she supposed, and even seemed like the most likely explanation. But that didn't explain all the other little things nagging at Jiwoo. Like how stapling and later bandaging Mai's leg had made her realize just how thin and small the girl was. Or the mannerisms Mai displayed when interacting with people, always bowing her head to look at the floor and apologizing at the slightest mistake. Then there was the outright fear that had flashed through her when Jiwoo asked if she could see her bruises. Even when Jiwoo had first seen her, the girl had looked ready to run or fight at the slightest provocation, like she was some sort of cornered animal. But most of that could be explained by the fact Mai had just been through a traumatic experience and was probably in shock. She had every reason to be on a hair trigger, and it was no surprise how defensive and quiet she was, especially if she really did come face to face with an anathema. And yet Jiwoo couldn't shake that there was something more, that every little interaction had just been the slightest bit off. "I don't know, Marcus," she finally shook her head. "I just don't know, but I did give her my card." Marcus looked up sharply at that, his eyes narrowing. Marcus was one of the few people Jiwoo could count on to get the significance of that. Officers usually carried courtesy cards with their name and their precinct's number on them, but Jiwoo also carried cards with her own personal phone number. It was something she learned from Marcus, and like him, she only ever gave that card out to people she would drop everything to help. For anything else, she gave out the precinct's general card. In a way, it was part of her code, that if she was going to personally offer her help, she really was going to commit to it. Maybe it was idealistic and naive, or even unrealistic, but of the other 6 times Jiwoo had given her card out, she had never come to regret the fact that she had tried to offer help. And Jiwoo had a feeling that one way or another, Mai needed all the help she could get. The silence in the conference room stretched on for a moment before Marcus finally gave Jiwoo a steady nod. "Well, then you've done all you can, and she's in the best of hands if she ever does need somebody." Jiwoo flashed him a grateful smile even as her cheeks colored slightly. Her former training officer always seemed to know the right thing to say, and Jiwoo felt her worries losing their edge. For a while, neither of them spoke, and Jiwoo found herself glancing at the various computer screens as tension worried its way between her bones. She knew what she wanted to ask, but if Marcus hadn't said anything yet, she was afraid to get a confirmation to the answers she thought she already knew. "How about on your end?" Jiwoo finally asked, her voice subdued. "Have we gotten anything back?" "No," Marcus growled, and Jace is screaming at me to go interrogate the girl about what's going on outside. Ji-woo bristled, and her normally warm, chocolate eyes hardened in an instant. It was just their luck that one of the owners of the mall had happened to be on the first floor when the alarms went off. Ever since the usurpation started, Jace had been nothing but an absolute nightmare, acting as if he had some sort of authority in the shelter to make decisions, and he'd tried to insert himself into every situation he possibly could. Naturally, I politely explained to him that the girl wouldn't have come from the basement level where Price's team went, considering it only has offices and maintenance rooms. Which is something he should know considering he owns the place. Ji-woo's eyes softened as she chuckled at Marcus's exasperated expression. Other than that bit of fun, Marcus crossed his arms. I've only really had a chance to hear from Millie about what that boy's said so far. His expression darkened like a thundercloud, and Ji-woo felt herself almost snap to attention. It was rare for something to truly make Marcus angry, meaning whatever he had learned was something serious. Apparently, he all but growled. The boy wandered off from his family and was alone when the alarms went off. That was when the girl came to find him, having encountered his sister. Naturally, that was when the power went out and everything went to hell. Marcus gave Ji-woo a look, almost like he was considering his next words carefully. His very expressive storytelling muddles the next part, but it sounds like the girl fought off some kind of giant dog with the axe she was carrying before the two of them snuck the rest of the way to the shelter. Ji-woo nodded. That much made sense. Still, even if they were taking their time to sneak as quietly as possible, it was weird that it had taken them almost a full hour to make it to their shelter. Though, that didn't take into account how scared Brian must have been and how carefully Mai must have had to handle him. The very expensive toy he'd been holding hadn't escaped Ji-woo's notice, or probably the other offices for that matter, but she was confident none of them were ever going to bring it up. It probably wouldn't even get mentioned in any of the official reports for that matter, because if taking the thing is what it took to help keep the boy from panicking, nobody could fault Mai for. So they did, Marcus interrupted, his voice devoid of emotion. They snuck the rest of the way to the shelter. On the third floor. The bottom of Ji-woo's stomach dropped out, and she sucked in an involuntary breath. Wide-eyed, she stared at Marcus, whose own eyes looked haunted. So we at least know the computers aren't malfunctioning, he said bitterly, and Ji-woo fought down the surge of fury that flashed through her. As not only a mega shelter but also the first floor shelter attached to the building, the shelter they were in was built with a command center that had all kinds of equipment to monitor the status of the other shelters in the building. The idea was that as the biggest shelter with the most stockpiled resources, they would be in a strategic position to coordinate aid if such a thing was necessary. Naturally, the computer system kept tabs on all kinds of information from the other shelters. And that was how Marcus and the other officers had found out that Shelter 3 had activated their emergency shield. Ji-woo's fists tightened as she imagined the scenario almost every human had to have nightmares about at one point or another. She could all too well imagine Mai and Brian running through the darkened halls of the mall, their hopes slowly growing with each turn they took only to have it all dashed away when they finally got to the shelter and saw the shield glowing over the door. If Ji-woo ever got her hands on the idiot responsible. At any rate, Marcus shook himself from his own dark musings. After that, they apparently took their time sneaking around and managed to make it the rest of the way down here without anything else happening. I find that particular bit doubtful. Ji-woo looked up in surprise. What do you mean? I mean, think about the entrance down to this shelter. It's right in the middle of the first floor, and with how big and open the room is, I find it hard to believe it wasn't crawling with anathema. So what? Ji-woo asked with a frown. You think Brian's hiding something? I know he is, Marcus shrugged. The way he just glazes over the later part of his story but is all too detailed about the beginning tells me that much. The only question is if he's doing it on purpose or not. Apparently, he told Millie that the girl left him in a security room once to go scout a path on her own, and that it was really scary being alone, but he managed to be brave just like Carmen Crusader. Marcus let out a little chuckle, and Ji-woo felt her own mouth quirk up into the hint of a smile. By my best guess, Marcus continued. The girl probably did something to draw away the anathema from the entrance, then doubled back, got the kid, and beelined it for the shelter. By the way, her leg was still bleeding, she probably got hurt doing whatever she did to distract the anathema. Ji-woo thought about it, then nodded in agreement. Even though her ankle wound was nothing to sneeze at, it hadn't been particularly dangerous other than the constant, slow amount of blood loss it was causing. It hadn't quite finished clotting when Mai had arrived, meaning the injury couldn't have happened too long before she arrived, either. All of that is to say, we don't really have any more information than when we started, Marcus shrugged. Which, if we consider it has been almost 40 minutes since those two arrived, I'm afraid that means Price's team failed. Ji-woo felt the bottom of her stomach drop out, and she felt herself pale. Just like that, she asked, her voice weak. We're just going to give up on them. There's nothing else we can do, he responded softly. Except follow through on her contingency. We still have her access card, and if nothing changes in the next 4 hours. He trailed off, and Ji-woo felt every muscle in her body tense as she realized what he meant. What about Guardian Command? We can't contact them again and ask if they have any help available. They were pretty clear about the situation when we first contacted them, and Price's security card doesn't give enough clearance on its own, he grunted. No, we can't rely on any help coming in time from that direction. I'm afraid we're on our own. Silence reigned in the command center as both of them sat in their chairs. For a while, neither of the two officers spoke or even dared to look at each other. It had been a desperate plan, the one Price had developed, and she had only been willing to take volunteers with her. Nevertheless, every member of the shelter's security detail had stepped up, and so Price had taken 8 other people with her, 2 having been former magical soldiers like herself. It left the shelter understaffed and at the absolute minimum of security forces, but there wasn't much of a choice in the matter. At the time, Price had been confident they had a decent chance of success. Still, she had left the remaining 5 officers with a backup plan, just in case. If Price and her team somehow failed to fight their way through the anathema and restart the mana generator, the only thing left to try would be sending one person a few hours later when the anathema had hopefully dispersed outwards. In reality, one person sneaking through probably had about as good a chance as the first team did, but it would all depend on just how many anathema had decided to stick around. It wasn't a good plan, but it was better than doing nothing at all. I never thought something like this could happen in Arcadia, Ji-woo whispered quietly. I thought it was impossible, that this was supposed to be a sanctuary. Sure, the occasional usurpation might break through the island's countless barriers, but it's always contained and dealt with. Hell, it's more surprising when somebody does get hurt in an usurpation. This, though it's a little hard to believe, isn't it? It certainly is a shift from how the anathema usually operate, Marcus agreed. Though if that magical guardian we got in contact with is to be believed, the situation is well in hand. It's just going to take them some time to regain control. Which is the one thing we don't have, Ji-woo said bitterly. No it isn't. Marcus looked up at Ji-woo then, his eyes hard. Ji-woo, in 4 hours, if nothing changes, I'm going to follow through with Price's backup plan. But if I want to have any hope of success, I'm going to need all the information I can get. That means waking up the girl and getting as much as I can from her as possible about what she's seen. Ji-woo stiffened, her mouth opening to protest. Marcus interrupted her with a raised hand, urging her to wait. I know, believe me, I do, but if there's even a chance she has any information that could help me survive out there, I need it. However, I do realize what she's been through, so I want you to be there too. You seem to have a decent connection with her, and you can make sure I don't push too hard. Ji-woo slowly shut her mouth, then gave a reluctant nod. Inside, her heart was racing as she thought about how straightforward Marcus seemed to think things were. She wondered if it really even occurred to him how dangerous what he was planning to do actually was, or if he had just chalked it up as his duty and moved on. Though, I suppose I'm not much better in that regard, Ji-woo thought to herself with a frustrated sigh. She knew she wouldn't hesitate to go out there, either. Not with how many lives were at stake. Hell, if Marcus didn't manage to restart the generator, she might just do exactly the same thing. After a moment, she gave Marcus a glance. How much time do they have left? Ji-woo asked, and Marcus swiveled his chair around to check the control station. The system estimates about 8 hours, Marcus shook his head. Then things will get critical for them. Ji-woo winced. 8 hours was nowhere near enough time if the magical guardian was right in his estimates. Not unless they manage to pull out even more miracles out of their magical bag of tricks, that is. If W don't get that generator online, they really don't have a chance, do they? Ji-woo asked, already knowing the answer. Marcus shook his head grimly, then looked up at the ceiling, as if directly at the people responsible. Those dumb bastards who locked Mai and Brian out won't even realize they killed everyone in their shelter the second they activated their shield. I walked through complete darkness, and somehow I knew it wasn't due to a lack of light, but rather, there was just nothing to see. Water just high enough to envelop my toes swished around my feet, the sound gentle and oddly soothing. Even though it was impossible to tell if I was making any meaningful progress in the endless void around me, I continued forward, feeling that I was getting closer to where I needed to be. 343 steps later, I stopped as I felt the hum of electricity and something else. Not a physical sensation but an emotion, almost like emptiness. Loneliness. Slowly, I turned around, and was met with a somehow familiar sight. Thorned vines made of lightning tangled together into the shape of a pillar, the electricity of each vine black at its core with violet, glowing edges. I took a step forward on instinct, and a small portion of the vines shifted, thorns rasping against each other in dozens of small electrical snaps. A window formed in the pillar's webwork, and I looked within to see a familiar-looking girl, naked yet gracefully veiled by some of the vines wrapped around her. She looked just as I had seen her before, a porcelain doll with raven tresses falling to her hips, chained and gently held aloft by the lightning vines. What caught my attention was that this time, her eyes were already partially open. Scarlet and azure eyes looked on, her crescent pupils unfocused. She almost looked like she was sleeping, and her mouth moved ever so slightly as if she was saying something. I walked closer to her prison, straining to listen as I approached. Kanashi, she murmured, her tiny voice velvet soft. Sabashi, kawaii, mo gammon dekanai. Sad, lonely, scary, I can't take it anymore. I blinked, recognizing the Japanese. Even more, I recognized my own voice, but something in it was different. There was a barely noticeable undertone, a bass thrum that gave an unnatural weight to it. I swallowed, staring at the girl for a moment before I worked up the courage to speak. Nand, do she to know? Why, what's wrong? I asked her, my throat tightening as I somehow already knew what the answer would be. She blinked, her eyes slowly opening more fully as she seemed to awaken, her eyes gaining a sheen of focus when she saw me. Gently, she gave me a mournful smile. Taking in a slow breath to answer, her mouth opened and the soft, concerned voice of Ji Woo suddenly interrupted, and the moment shattered. My eyes shot open to be met with the dim light of unfamiliar surroundings. I shot upright with a gasp, my heart pounding. Sweat dripped down my brow as my entire body shook with adrenaline. I could feel my mind racing too fast for any one thought to become coherent, so I forced myself to take a deep breath, slowing my breathing as I began to reorient myself. I was in the bed alcove of the guards' barracks, the thin divider drawn closed. Layers of blankets covered me, more than I remembered tucking myself under, and I let out a shiver as cool air bit at me through my now uncovered clothes. What was that? A dream? No, that room, that girl that looks like me, and those thorns, I remember them from when I first formed my contract. Why didn't I remember until now, though? I frowned, my thoughts suddenly coming to a jarring halt. Wait, remember what exactly? What was I just? Are you all right? Ji Woo asked from beyond the divider. I thought I heard you thrashing around in there. Yes, I replied, hastily brushing down my hair and checking over myself. Just a bad dream. As I did, I suddenly remembered how I had fallen asleep. Panic fluttered through me even as a deep blush warmed my face. Part of me couldn't believe that I had let myself fall apart like that, and I was all too aware of how much of a gibbering wreck I'd been, trying to apologize while Ji Woo tried to comfort me. Even worse was the look on her face when I hadn't managed to stop myself from flinching from her. That's understandable, Ji Woo replied, oblivious to my inner turmoil. When all this is over, you might want to talk to a doctor about that, and the papers we'll give you can help. There was an awkward silence, as if Ji Woo was considering something, but then she just let out a long sigh. Could we talk for a bit? I winced. Reaching to my backpack, I pulled my eye patch out from where I vaguely remembered storing it before I fell asleep. Pulling the straps over each ear, I gave myself one last check to make sure I was at least partially presentable. Then I took a deep breath, and pulled open the divider. Ji Woo was standing a few steps away, and something about her tense, forced smile set my nerves on edge. I felt my breath catch in my throat and decided to just give her a nod. Celine sat on the floor beside her, staring up with gently swishing tails. Just seeing her there made me feel more at ease, and some of the panic lost its keen edge. My gaze snapped back to Ji Woo as she ran a hand through her hair and let out a sigh. I'm really sorry to have to ask you this. I wish there was time for you to process what you've been through, but there are things happening, and we could really use all the help we can get. So if you're up for it, I was hoping I could ask you some questions about what you saw in the mall with a friend of mine. I felt myself relax, my breath leaving in a relieved sigh. That was something I could deal with, especially considering I had expected to have the conversation even earlier. If she wasn't going to bring up my little breakdown, then I was more than happy to indulge her. Besides, I'd had more than enough time to go over the cover story in my head. Nodding at Ji-woo, I began extracting myself from the bedding. As I did, I became all too aware of how sore I felt. The entire right side of my body ached, and my leg muscles felt uncomfortably tight. Meanwhile, my ankle throbbed in a line of dull heat. I did my best to ignore it all, putting my feet into the slippers I'd left outside the alcove. When I stood up, I made sure to do it slowly, forcing down a wince as the heat in my ankle took on a painful edge. "Do you need more pain medication?" Ji-woo asked. "The stuff I gave you before should have worn off by now." "No thank you," I shook my head, testing my weight a little more. "I'm okay." Ji-woo didn't look entirely convinced, but she didn't push the subject. I hesitated for a moment before I turned back to the sleeping alcove. I grabbed my backpack and put it on, not willing to leave it unattended. Ji-woo didn't seem bothered by it, only motioning for me to follow with a tilt of her head. As we left the barrack, I realized there was another thing I had to take care of, and I stopped in my tracks. I stuttered, looking around. "May I use the bathroom before we begin?" Ji-woo blinked, then nodded, pointing behind me. "Of course. Down this hall, 4th door on your left. All the rooms are labeled, so it should be fairly obvious. When you're done, come find the room labeled, Command Center. It's the first room in this hall before the entry area. Give the door a few hard knocks and we'll let you in." I gave a grateful nod, and turned to follow her instructions. Celine hopped after me, and I found myself glancing at her as I took my time walking. For some reason, I felt like I had something I wanted to ask her, something about a dream. The more I tried to pin down the question, the more it seemed to flee my mind. Judging by how I'd reacted when Ji-woo woke me up, I'd been having a nightmare. Which was completely unremarkable, so what exactly had I been meaning to ask Celine about? Frowning, I gave her another look. Nothing came to me, and I gave a mental shrug. It was probably nothing, but watching Celine hop next to me did bring up a sudden question. So I thought to her. "Just how long can you stay manifested for, anyway?" "It depends how much mana you spend to first manifest me, but the general time limit is 1 hour. When your mana is full, however, I can tap into the overflow of what you are regenerating to keep myself manifested. I took the liberty of doing so while you were asleep. Also, do not forget that I can simply appear in your vision as just an apparition, though that will be distinguishable by my form appearing semi-transparent." "Right," I nodded. It was a lot of information to take in at once, but I guess now that we're safe, we have plenty of time for you to teach me everything. Indeed. Celine's tails perked up. After the officers ask their questions, I think it would be best to bring you up to speed on the things you've let me hold back from you. Also, we can begin talking about a variety of other important things, such as your magical girl codename, how to spend your stat points, and the potential vaults, grimoires, and skills you might want. And that isn't even going over things like daily, weekly, and monthly quests, or the rewards you have waiting for you once the usurpation ends. There's going to be so much shopping open to do. There was an infectious giddiness to Celine's voice that made me smile softly, and I felt myself getting a little excited. I'd always liked planning out those sorts of things in video games, figuring out what sort of build would work best for the character I was playing. It was weird to think of my future in those terms, but in a way it made me happier. Imagining myself not as who I was, but as some game protagonist made things seem so much more fun. Exciting. I wasn't quite sure what the correct word was, but it gave my stomach a little flutter of something. All I had to do was get through a few questions first. Then I could spend as much time as I wanted talking to Celine. I found the bathroom without trouble and freshened up. I could have spent some time making my hair less messy, but decided to just wet down some of the more unruly parts. It wasn't really something I cared about, but I figured it couldn't hurt to give a little attention to my appearance. Feeling refreshed and a little more confident, I left the bathroom and went searching for the command center. Ji-woo's directions made it easy, and the door's label reassured me I'd found the right room. I knocked on the door, putting a little force into it like Ji-woo had told me. The door opened to reveal Ji-woo. She gave me a smile, gesturing for me to enter. "Take a seat wherever you feel comfortable. We've got the whole room to ourselves." The room in question was fairly simple at first glance. It had a long conference table with chairs down its length. At the far end though, there was a desk and chair facing a wall of monitors and displays, all of them turned off but one in the center showing a camera feed of the shelter's entrance hallway. My eyes skimmed past all that to a man who was sitting at the conference table, and I recognized the older officer with the salt and pepper hair from before. He gave me a nod, gesturing to one of the seats across from him. I gave a slight bow in response before I went and took a seat, setting my backpack in an empty chair beside me. To my surprise, Ji-woo took the remaining empty seat beside me, giving me a quick smile. Celine, meanwhile, just jumped up onto the table, and I suppressed a grin as she spun around a few times before sitting down. "I'm Sergeant O'Malley," the man across from the table began once I was seated, "and I'd like to start by thanking you for deciding to talk with us. I know it can't be easy, but I can assure you that it is for a good reason." I found myself frowning at that but only gave a nod in response. I wasn't sure what exactly he meant by that, but decided not to ask. Celine reacted in an equally curious way, her head tilting slightly. "So, to begin with, I want to ask if you are familiar with the Usurpation Survival Act?" Sergeant O'Malley asked. "It protects people from actions they take to survive in usurpation," I started, furrowing my brow as I tried to recall what I'd been taught in class. "It says that actions that may otherwise be illegal can be sanctioned if determined to be a reasonable measure used to survive the usurpation, sir." Sergeant O'Malley nodded, eyebrows raising slightly. That particular law was part of the reason I felt so comfortable with my liquor store trap earlier. Theoretically, something like that would be protected under the law, and the Arcadian government would be the one picking up the bill for the damages. That hadn't exactly filled me with complete confidence, considering I knew how slippery laws were in reality, but Celine had assured me at the time that if all else failed, my status as a magical girl would give me immunity. "That's pretty much correct," Sergeant O'Malley agreed. "The reason I bring it up is to let you know that no matter what you might have done, I can almost certainly guarantee you that it will be considered legal. For instance, the ice axe you arrived with. I feel fairly confident you didn't come to the mall with it, meaning you had to, requisition it. Something like that is no problem." I felt my cheeks flush. I'd almost completely forgotten I took that, and while stealing it was such a small thing compared to burning down the store, it still made me blush. One last thing," Ji-woo interrupted me gently. "Normally, this kind of conversation should be done with your parents around, or even a lawyer. I want to stress that this is not a formal interview, and anything you say won't be recorded or reported officially. The only purpose of this conversation is to find out what conditions are like out there, and what tactics you used to survive. Do you understand?" The curiosity in me gained a worried edge to it, something in Ji-woo's voice giving her words a grim undertone, but I simply nodded in response. I glanced at Celine, whose tails had almost stopped moving completely. "Celine, do you know what's going on?" "I do not believe so. There have been a few irregularities about this usurpation, but I deemed them irrelevant to your immediate survival to discuss. Now that you are safe, I am beginning to have suspicions. If you wish, I could analyze the data on the main computer terminal here while they question you." "You can hack computers?" I blinked in surprise. "As a familiar, I share the access level you have as a magical girl. I am capable of interfacing with most Magitech systems. Because the shelter belongs to the Arcadian government, I should have almost complete access to its information." "Oh, then please find out what's going on." Without further comment, Celine hopped across the table and onto the desk at the far end of the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as her tails extended towards the surface of the table and then went through it. Her posture stiffened slightly, and the main monitor with the camera feed flickered for a millisecond. The officers showed no sign of being aware of it, only staring at me intently. "If there is anything that you are still bothered to share with us," Ji-woo continued nonchalantly, "just add, hypothetically, before you say what you did. I'm not really sure if that actually works, but it can't be in all those TV shows if it doesn't, right?" Sergeant O'Malley let out an amused snort, and I gave a small smile even though I wasn't sure what she was talking about. "Yes ma'am," I responded, settling into my chair a little more comfortably as the atmosphere relaxed. "Well then," Sergeant O'Malley glanced at Ji-woo for a second before giving me his full attention. "Why don't we start at the beginning? Tell us what happened, and how you got here. Feel free to take as much time as you need." I nodded, and began telling my rehearsed story starting with getting split up from Lily. To my surprise, I was stopped almost immediately. "Just a moment," Sergeant O'Malley said. "You said you arrived here with your class?" "Yes sir. It was a field trip father, my entire grade. And you were all on the 3rd floor? Yes sir. We were planning on working our way down as the day went on. Sergeant O'Malley and Ji-woo shared a look, and I felt myself tensing up as something unspoken passed between them. They turned back to me a moment later, giving me a nod. Please continue. After a moment of hesitation, I did. When I got to all the prep work I did in the sports store, I noticed Ji-woo's eyebrows raising, and even Sergeant O'Malley looked vaguely impressed, giving a few nods. Then I got to my first encounter with an anathema. That was where I started my editing. The only part that really changed was the anathema actually hurting me. Instead, once it pounced on me, I got a lucky hit with the ice axe and killed it before it could do anything. Other than that, I didn't leave much out. Not about its freaky, serrated tail, or its slick black carapace, or the lamprey tongue it had, or its wicked claws, or… Ji-woo interrupted softly. Do you need to take a break? I looked up in surprise, suddenly aware how tightly my fists were clenched on the table. I could feel myself trembling, and a few spots of sweat had even formed on my brow. Quickly, I pulled my hands down to my lap and gave a jerky shake of my head. And no, sorry, I looked down at the table. Don't be, Sergeant O'Malley replied, his granite firm voice somehow soothing. Those details about the creature could be extremely useful. Again, I found myself frowning, and this time I didn't bother to hide it as I looked between them in obvious confusion. Why would any of that matter? It wasn't like he was out there fighting them, so why would he care about those things? Please, continue, he insisted, and don't leave out any details about what kinds of anathema you saw, or what they did. I started to ask, but found myself trailing off. In a way, it wasn't really my place, and it didn't really matter considering Celine would be able to tell me anything I wanted after this was over. Ignoring the tightening knot in my stomach, I continued, omitting a few key elements. I never had a gun, never encountered the lone hound that I dispatched, and the rest was mostly me sneaking around. When I got to leaving Brian in the 1st floor security room, I said I went to scout ahead and found a bunch of anathema around the main area leading to the shelter. I took my time to explain each type, and found them nodding along. When I saw all of them, I knew sneaking past would be impossible, so I felt myself trailing off. Geez, I knew I wasn't going to get in trouble, but it didn't stop the anxiety tingling across my nerves. Hypothetically, I started, looking down at the table. I might have gathered a bunch of alarm clocks and set them off in a store to serve as a distraction. I glanced up to gauge their reaction so far, but they didn't seem fazed. And hypothetically, it might have been a store with lots of expensive things inside that they would smash when they started looking for the alarms going off. Again, no reaction. It also hypothetically might have been a liquor store, and I might have spilled some of the bottles in advance. Now they were looking slightly confused but still not particularly upset, so I decided to just go for it. And I might have thrown a lighter into the store when all of them gathered inside. Hypothetically. They stared at me blankly, and I held my breath. Then Ji-woo burst out laughing while Sergeant O'Malley just shook his head with a small smile playing across his face. I wasn't quite aware it was possible for my face to feel on fire from embarrassment until that moment, and so I chose to remain quiet while Ji-woo got her laugh under control. Well, she said, eyes glittering. Hypothetically, if you had done that, it would be well within reason. I'm guessing it had the desired effect. I gave a relieved nod. Yes ma'am, the 10 or so anathema lured into the store died. One of the wasps managed to make it out, though, and hit my leg with a stinger before it died. That's how I got wounded. Slipping in the little lie there wasn't too hard. I figured hiding it with a bit of truth that I was embarrassed to admit would make it harder to spot, and neither of the officers seemed to give it a second thought. After that, it was just returning to Brian and bringing him to the shelter. I shrugged. That's about it. Sergeant O'Malley leaned back, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Ji-woo herself seemed to sober up, her smile fading as she looked at him. I risked a glance at the control panel, and my eyes widened as I saw Celine sitting there, facing me. Her head and all her tails were drooped, looking defeated. Celine, what's wrong? It asked them what exactly is going on. It would be worthwhile to see what they are willing to share, and I believe a more personable explanation might be better. That made me raise my eyebrows as concern flooded through me. I glanced back at the two officers, both looking lost in thought. Steeling myself against my nerves, I took a quick breath. Could you tell me what's going on? None of this seems right, exactly. The way you framed everything, it feels like something is happening. Sergeant O'Malley winced, shooting Jiwoo a glance. Biting her lip, she gave him a nod, and he let out a tired sigh. I'll tell you some things, because you deserve to know, but I need your promise that you won't be spreading this around the shelter, he said seriously. I gave him a nod, my breath catching at the sudden intensity in his voice. I wasn't sure why exactly I deserved to be informed on everything, but I assumed it would become clear with the explanation. All right, he sighed. I guess the easiest way to explain this is to start at the beginning. When the usurpation started, do you recall the message about the power supply being compromised? It seemed like forever ago, but I did vaguely recall the message appearing right after the lights went off. I gave a nod, and he continued. Well, the power supply it was referring to was a Magitech mana generator. From my understanding, there are generators stationed throughout Arcadia, and these generators are what power the shielding stations, the things that keep the anathema from opening their portals and creating usurpation zones with little to no warning. They still can open their rifts, obviously, but it makes it much tougher for them. Any portals they open are also much weaker, meaning they can't send in their strongest monsters right away. The entire island is covered with shielding stations, Jiwoo added. Even though they can punch through the shields to make a rift, it takes them a long time, and we can get up to an hour warning in advance. But there was only a 10-minute warning this time, I frowned. They looked at each other for a moment, then O'Malley gave a shrug. There's a reason for that, but we'll get to that in a second. For now, what is important to note is that the generator giving energy to the shielding station suddenly stopped. We think that the reason this happened is because the generator is also responsible for powering the shelters during an usurpation. We don't know why, exactly, but we think that when the shelters started coming online and drawing more power, the computer in charge of the generator must have thought it was being tampered with and triggered an emergency shutdown. The biggest problem this caused is that the shielding stations rely on mana, the magical energy from that generator, Jiwoo said, tapping the table in a slow rhythm. So when the generator went down, the shielding station went offline too. This let the anathema start opening their portals early, as you noticed when the power went out. We were also told that when the generator initiated its emergency shutdown, it caused a surge of mana, which is what tripped the mall's power and switched it to the backups. Understand so far? Yes ma'am, but I don't understand what the problem is. Well, the mana generator is also supposed to power the shelters. It sends the mana to the shielding station, which then transfers it to the shelters. Normally, the generator going offline isn't a problem, as the shelters can just draw from the city power grid. That's why this shelter isn't in some emergency power mode. In fact, the shelters themselves have their own batteries inside them as another backup, just in case. The problem is that Shelter 3 initiated its emergency shield. My brow knitted together in confusion. Why would that? The shield doesn't just cover the doors, Sergeant O'Malley explained quietly. It wraps the entirety of the shelter in a millimeter-thin bubble, cutting through all the material around the shelter. It's meant to protect from anathema coming in from any angle, as I understand it, but it also means the shelter is entirely cut off from the outside. Power lines, air, and everything else has to be provided by the shelter and its battery. Jiwoo met my eyes, and her hand reached out halfway to me on the table. The emergency shield takes lots of power to stay active, she said slowly. Normally, the shielding station itself takes over powering emergency shields when they activate, but ours is offline. That means Shelter 3's shield is drawing the entirety of its power from the shelter's internal battery at an alarming rate. The same battery that is responsible for recycling the air and all the other life support functions in the shelter. Realization dawned on me like a hammer, and the bottom of my stomach dropped. I could feel my heart pounding in my throat as Lily's smiling face flashed through my mind. Pushing past it all, I tried to form a coherent thought. What happens when they run out of power? I asked. The shield will drop, and the shelter will use the last of its power to open its doors. Sergeant O'Malley closed his eyes. They have a little less than 4 hours of power left, by our computer's estimate. Won't the usurpation be over by then? It's already been almost 5 hours, so shouldn't. I trailed off as I saw O'Malley shaking his head slowly. Normally, yes, the magical girls would have the situation cleaned up by then. Even if it wasn't, the MS, the magical soldiers, would be able to do an emergency evacuation. That won't be happening though, for the same reason we only got a 10-minute warning before this usurpation. This usurpation isn't localized, Jiwoo said, her eyes flicking up to meet mine. That's how the anathema got their rifts to open so quickly. They attacked multiple points across the city to reduce the shielding station's effectiveness. Instead of punching through at one specific place, they've essentially tried to attack everywhere at the same time to overwhelm the city's shield network. And it worked. Ji-woo took a small breath, as if steeling her nerves before she continued. As of 5 hours ago, dozens of areas across the island of Arcadia were usurped from reality, and every single magical girl and soldier is already busy fighting to retake control. Slowly, I felt myself sink deeper into my chair, too stunned to speak. It sounds bad, and it probably is, Sergeant O'Malley gave a helpless shrug. Using the communication equipment here, we were able to contact the city's defense headquarters and talk to a magical guardian about all this. He assured us the situation is under control, if not a little chaotic. They're confident they can fend off the attack, but it's going to take them time. That lines up with my analysis, though I do not have access to the situation at large, Celine chimed in. Arcadia is a base of operations for the magical soldiers who get their equipment directly from Guardians, meaning many are stationed here. Besides having overwhelming numbers, dozens of magical girls call Arcadia their home. Breaking through Arcadia's two-fold barrier system will have made sure the usurpations that have occurred are relatively low in intensity. There are even plans in place for scenarios such as this. Right, sometimes, it was hard to remember Arcadia was one of the 7 sanctuary islands created by the Zenith themselves. The city was a literal haven spanning most of the island, and Arcadia was home to people from North America, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, and Oceania. I wasn't too sure how many people lived in Arcadia, but I knew even the smallest of the sanctuary cities boasted a population of over 50 million, which spoke volumes just how safe the city was when the anathema actively targeted large cities. So it did make sense that the anathema were being fought off, that there were safeguards in place, but if this really wasn't some huge crisis. If everything's under control, I began, trying to work through the situation, why can't they send a rescue team to evacuate the shelter? The shielding station, Sergeant O'Malley shook his head. When it went down, it was like ringing a dinner bell for the anathema. They'd been expecting a shielded area to usurp and instead were suddenly given relatively free access. They took the opportunity to immediately start opening rifts all along the perimeter of the area, turning this area into a sort of beachhead for them. They're pushing outwards, making it hard for anyone to come to our aid. From what I was told, everyone is currently tied up trying to keep them from expanding their area of control or putting out other usurpations before they can turn into problem areas and stretch resources even more. The only saving grace of the situation, Ji-woo said, is that we are right at the center, and the anathema are focused on establishing their perimeter and spreading outward. Theoretically, there should be relatively few anathema actually in the mall, and they shouldn't be that strong either. Not if they're sending their best to fight on the front lines, anyway. Which is why we had to talk to you, Sergeant O'Malley said with a sigh. We needed to know what kinds of anathema you saw and how they behaved, because while nobody can break through to us, we actually have a decent shot of resolving this situation ourselves. Now that a few hours have passed, there should only be a few anathema left in the immediate vicinity, and any that are will be the dregs. It gives us an actual chance of sending someone to sneak to the mana generator and turn it on. If we can do that, it should cause an automatic restart of the shielding station, which will not only help stop the anathema from growing stronger but also start powering Shelter 3's emergency shield. I know all of this must be hard for you to hear, Ji-woo gently added, but I promise you, we're going to do our best to save your classmates and everyone else in their shelter. Thanks to what you've told us, we have an even better chance than we did before. Images flashed through my mind of the anathema I'd seen so far, and I felt my breath leave me. Closing my eyes, I directed my thoughts towards Celine as nausea built up inside me. Celine, if they encountered an anathema. Mundane weaponry is still capable of killing anathema, but they would lack the stopping power your Silverbane bullets carry. The chance of them getting injured before putting one down is significantly higher. Against something bigger, like the gorilla you faced, they would have an exceedingly difficult time putting it down without hitting a vital area. I shook my head. Their plan, it wasn't like there was anything wrong with it, but that was just because there just wasn't a better one. It relied almost entirely on luck and stealth, and if they did encounter an anathema, they would have to win as quickly as possible without suffering any injuries. With normal weapons, though, how likely was that? And if they did get injured, what would the chances be that it's an injury they could just shrug off and keep going? Even if they made it to the generator and turned it on, they would still have to sneak all the way back. No, This was all to save hundreds of people, but that didn't change the fact that what they were talking about was little more than a suicide mission. For them, at least. Celine, if you can interface with Magitech, could you go restart the generator? Unfortunately, no. There are security precautions and defenses that prevent magical constructs from accessing critical systems. It is a measure meant to protect against the more intelligent anathema, but it unfortunately also prevents full access to me as well. Okay, how much better of a chance would this plan have if I was the one who went? Their plan itself is based on sound reasoning, and with the advantages of being a magical girl, even without having access to the protection provided by your astral shift, I feel confident in success. Not only do you have better weaponry, access to a variety of first aid solutions, and an augment that gives you incredible combat capabilities, but I would also be able to scout ahead. Even if you could not complete the mission, I see very few circumstances in which you would not be able to retreat if I did discover something insurmountable. I opened my eyes and felt a strange calm set over me as I considered my thoughts. The pounding anxiety and fear in me hadn't disappeared, merely settling into the pit of my stomach and my nerves in a low, keening edge. It was a familiar sensation, the feeling of thinly veiled danger and preparing myself to willingly enter it. It wasn't easy to accept, it never was, but there was no point agonizing about it when it was just the way things were. Besides, when I thought about all those people in the shelter, people like Lily or Brian's sister, what choice did I really have? I was a magical girl now, even if I didn't have all the fancy tools available. Having Celine to scout ahead was already a huge advantage, and that didn't even account for me being able to just summon anything I might need if a problem arose. Sure, it would cost points, but I had over 100 of those to spend on preparations alone. It all felt a little surreal. I had fought tooth and nail to get to the shelter in an effort just to survive. Even becoming a magical girl hadn't really been much of a choice, not when the alternative was dying. Yet here I was, about to propose a plan that would have me walking back out into danger. But maybe this wasn't much of a choice either, not when the alternative was letting somebody go to what could very well be their death, and not when it might mean hundreds of people dying. And not when it meant losing the only friend I had. Well, Ji-woo said softly. Thank you again for sharing with us, Mai. I know you must be worried about your classmates now, but we really do have a good chance at saving them. I'll take you back to the barracks now. Hopefully you can get a little more rest, and I promise to let you know the second we have any news. Can I just have a moment? I asked. Ji-woo nodded without hesitating, and I took a slow, steadying breath. Celine, I want to be the one to go out there and restart the mana generator. Is that okay? I have no objections, but even if I did, you are the magical girl. I am your familiar, meant to help you achieve whatever you wish. You do not need my permission, and I think you may be surprised by just how much authority your new status grants you outside our relationship. Right, I said, giving myself a mental shake. I guess I'm still adjusting. You don't think this is a stupid plan or anything, though? That I shouldn't be risking my life like this? Risking your life is part of your new job description, and doing it to save others is the best reason there is. I can also assure you that if I found something you were planning to be suboptimal, I would let you know. Loudly, perhaps with fireworks, if necessary. I fought down a smile, my eyes flicking to where Celine sat on the desk in front of all the computer monitors. So how do I do this? I'll have to let them know I'm a magical girl, obviously, but the police have protocols in place for protecting the personal identity of magical girls in situations like this, Celine explained, jumping over onto the conference table and sitting down between the three of us. There are also various magics and technology that monitor for anyone who might be trying to reveal such things, though I doubt any of that matters considering how well these two have behaved so far. As for how to tell them, might I suggest something appropriately dramatic? I listened to her idea, my face reddening, but I nodded anyway. Then I slowly turned, looking between Ji-woo and Sergeant O'Malley. I couldn't believe how nervous I was feeling, considering what I was planning to do even later. Still, for some reason this gave me more anxiety than the idea of going back out to face a bunch of anathema. Sergeant O'Malley, Officer O, I stuttered. I'm really thankful for everything you've done for me and I have something else to share, but it needs to remain as secret as possible. Sergeant O'Malley's brow furrowed, and Ji-woo looked even more confused now. Still, she gave me a nod. Of course, like we said, this isn't a formal interview or anything like that, so please share whatever you think might help. I bobbed my head in assent. Then, Following Celine's instructions, I raised my hand dramatically over the table, hovering it over where Celine was sitting. Considering how short I was, even with me sitting in a chair, it looked more than a little ridiculous how high I had to raise my hand, and I felt myself blushing further. Taking a deep breath, I said the next words with as much confidence as I could muster. "Come forth, Celine." To my surprise, violet light appeared on the table beneath Celine, forming into the familiar magic circle with a 7-pointed star. Purple motes began to gather, forming around Celine in a glow as it gradually covered her entire form. Then, with an intense flash of light, the heptagram and glow vanished out of existence, leaving Celine sitting there alone and unchanged. Judging by the way both Sergeant O'Malley and Jiwoo flinched back and were now looking at Celine with wide eyes, though, I was guessing they were now able to see her. Celine's 9 tails slowly unfolded behind her, each one waving independently with a slow, ethereal grace. "Greetings," Celine said, and both of them flinched again. "It is a pleasure to properly meet you both, and I thank you for taking such good care of my magical girl." Slowly, Jiwoo turned to look at me, and it was then that I realized I was going to have a lot more explaining to do. Sergeant O'Malley stood out of his chair and immediately saluted. "Miss," he said respectfully, and I blinked in surprise. Jiwoo seemed to pick up on it a second later, repeating the gesture and leaving me confused. Celine turned, looking between me and the officers. "Some explanation is in order. Officers, I am afraid that my magical girl is entirely new, having only been contracted 5 hours ago. There are a few other irregularities, but it is safe to say she is ignorant when it comes to protocol or other facets of being a magical girl. Perhaps it would be best to eschew formalities in favor of efficiency. Please, sit while we continue this discussion." That seemed to make something click in Jiwoo's brain, and her hand lowered from the salute as she sat back down. Sergeant O'Malley followed suit, giving a frown, and I nervously adjusted myself in my seat. "Irregularities?" Sergeant O'Malley asked, and Celine looked at me. She started, and somehow, I could tell she was only sending her voice to me. "Do you wish for me to continue taking the lead in this? If so, how much do you wish me to share with them?" I'm not really sure what would be best, I thought back. So it makes the most sense if you led. As for sharing information, I suppose tell them whatever you think is relevant. About what's happened in the mall, that is. I hurriedly added the last part, remembering Celine mentioning having all kinds of information on me from scouting me out as a magical girl candidate. While I was pretty sure Celine wouldn't just go spilling whatever personal information she'd gathered, I also wasn't about to take chances. Especially not when I wasn't sure just what she knew or what she might think was best for me. Celine's head bobbed towards me in affirmation, and somehow I got the feeling that she'd sensed the general direction of my thoughts. She turned back to the 2 officers. "Yes, irregularities," she picked up from Sergeant O'Malley's question. "Due to some unfortunate circumstances, Mai is unable to use her astral shift. If standard procedure holds true, then I believe you are familiar with both the term and implications." Sergeant O'Malley gave a nod while Jiwoo's eyes widened. "Wait, but that means that Mai did in fact fight multiple anathema without protection or most of her enhanced abilities." "Yes," one of Celine's tails flicked in annoyance. "Besides using the gate to summon materials, she otherwise fought in a fairly mundane manner. More than that, while the story she gave is mostly accurate, one major point of correction is that the liquor store trap did not get all the anathema. Mai was left to fight off 7 of them on her own, along with a lone hound on the way. Her total anathema kill count currently rests at 16, including the one she killed before I made an emergency contract with her to save her from a near-fatal injury. I'm afraid her first fight to protect Brian did not go as smoothly as originally reported, either." Jiwoo paled, and turned to look at me in horror. Even Sergeant O'Malley flicked in my direction, his face tight. Not really knowing what to do with the attention, I looked down to the table. I wasn't quite sure why Celine had opted to tell them all of that, and the reminder of my first encounter made a knot of nausea swirl in my stomach. Needless to say, while Mai is still inexperienced and only operating with a fraction of the power and practically no protection, she has still exhibited high levels of natural talent, courage, and a unique ability to adapt and overcome the situations placed in front of her. My cheeks started burning as I looked up at Celine in surprise. I knew she was vastly overselling my abilities, that without her acting as a scout and advisor, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything. Still, her words made warmth bloom in my chest, and I shifted slightly. Naturally, with the directness of the current situation, it would only make sense to offer our abilities. My and I believe your plan to have a decent chance of succeeding, but with a few alterations, there will be a much higher chance of success. Sergeant O'Malley gave a respectful nod. Of course, Miss Celine. We would be happy to hear your recommendations. Very good. She paused, for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts. First, I would recommend contacting Guardian Command and getting any updated information we can. Unfortunately, that's not possible, Sergeant O'Malley replied. As you might have noticed, this shelter's security is understaffed right now. We already sent out a group in an attempt to restart the mana generator, near the start of the usurpation. The person in charge, Sergeant Price, was a former magical soldier and technically the officer in charge of the shelter. She left her access card behind, but that card alone isn't enough to engage the communications equipment. I looked up in surprise at the revelation. If they'd already sent people and none of them came back, no, they said it was near the start of the usurpation. They must have made a gamble, sending a larger force to break through the anathema when they would still be relatively weak, if not probably more numerous. It still left them the backup sneaking plan, effectively giving them 2 separate shots at restarting the generator. Knowing that people had already gone and had failed made my stomach muscles clench tighter. I did my best to ignore that, instead focusing on the second part of his explanation. You mentioned before about talking to a magical guardian, I said. But I thought usurpation zones cut off communications. Yes and no, he shrugged. Internet and cellular devices don't work. Radios only work within the zone but tend to be spotty. The only exception is landlines and advanced magitech devices. Mega shelters are built with direct lines to Guardian Command for obvious reasons. I squirmed uncomfortably at having to ask another question. What exactly is Guardian Command? It's the city's headquarters, Celine explained. There, the volunteers of the Guardians Association, who are in charge of the magical soldiers, help coordinate the war on the anathema. Some unbound familiars provided by the Zenith and magical guardians with support skill sets assist from there as well. With Arcadia not belonging to any one nation, Sergeant O'Malley added, you can sort of think of the association as Arcadia's military, but their only purpose is to fight the anathema. Guardian Command is the name for the hub of all their local efforts. That's why mega shelters have direct communication lines there, just in case of an emergency. That is more or less accurate, Celine's tails mimed a shrug. As for the issue of accessing the communications equipment, I am happy to say it will not be an issue. As a magical girl, Mai has all the proper credentials, and the biometric lock will be able to recognize her. I blinked, but then realization dawned on me. If I was remembering correctly, I had gotten a notification after my contract ceremony mentioning something about my credentials being updated. It had said a bunch of other things too, but I'd never really gotten the chance to ask Celine about any of it. I made a mental note, adding it to the list of questions to ask. That certainly makes things easier, Sergeant O'Malley nodded. And I agree, getting updated information would be ideal. Excellent, she paused, as if hesitating for a moment before continuing in her usual serene tone. Assuming we do not learn anything to make us rethink or otherwise abandon the original plan, the next step seems obvious. Mai will be the one to go and restart the generator. What? Ji Woo, who had been looking down at the table with a disturbed expression ever since Celine's explanation of events, suddenly interrupted in a startled voice. She looked at Celine like she was out of her mind. Sergeant O'Malley, for his part, had a grim expression on his face. Ji Woo, he started. Absolutely not, Ji Woo said, shaking her head. You just told us she's operating without most of what makes her a magical girl, and you want to throw her back out there. I felt my hands clench on top of my kneecaps as something ugly flickered in my chest. She wasn't wrong, but there are a few reasons this makes the most sense, Celine continued calmly. First, Mai will be able to use me as a scout, effectively neutralizing all but the most necessary encounters as I can telepathically communicate directly to her. I am also virtually invisible to anathema and utterly silent. Finding an optimal route will be trivial. The mana generator is in the basement level, Ji Woo countered. It's mostly maintenance rooms or administrative offices for them all, but connecting everything is a maze of long, narrow corridors. There might not be any way to completely avoid a fight or even keep Mai hidden, and fighting in confined spaces is not easy even for someone with training. That actually will work for the better. The narrow corridors will give Mai's unique fighting style a decisive advantage. She blinked, looking confused. It took me a moment to realize that I had arrived at the shelter with the ice axe, and she might be thinking that was what I used. I reached to my left, opening my backpack from where I'd set it on the seat. Starting to rummage through it and moving my spare clothes out of the way, I paused as I realized I was about to pull out a gun in front of 2 police officers. I said, then switched to thinking directly to Celine. I won't get in trouble for showing them this, will I? You are a magical girl, and your legal status has been vastly upgraded, Celine sent back to me. Something as simple as owning a gun is trivial. Each guardian has, for all intents and purposes, the same legal rights as their own sovereign nation. It was decided by Earth nations that trying to legally restrict people with almost unlimited capabilities for destruction was a bad idea, especially when they were chosen as protectors by a vastly superior alien race. Instead, the current stance of most nations could be best described as appeasement. Don't interfere with magical guardians and give them whatever they ask for within reason. Guardians also tend to suffer from MCS due to the unique blend of personality traits that qualify them to be guardians in the first place, and placating them generally saves everyone a lot of problems. I wasn't entirely sure what MCS was, but the rest sort of made sense. Aggravating not only people who were trying to protect humanity but also were capable of using magic to cause all sorts of damage seemed like a poor idea. It made me wonder what would happen if a guardian tried to abuse the sort of power and legal immunity they were granted, but that was probably why the Zenith investigated the magical girl candidates so thoroughly beforehand in the first place. So, I gave myself a mental shake. It's okay for me to have a gun. Yes, though like we discussed earlier, the optics behind your choice of weapons is sure to garner an emotional reaction, Celine gave a tail shrug. I would recommend warning them first. Okay, I said aloud, clearing my throat. I'm pulling out a weapon, so please don't be surprised. Both of the officers had curious looks on their faces, and I very slowly and very carefully pulled out my gun. Keeping careful track of where the muzzle was pointed at all times, I gently set it down on the table in front of me. Seeing the gun, both of them froze for a moment, but made no other visible move other than to stare. There was no magazine in it, and the slide was clearly locked open, hopefully making them feel a little more at ease. I felt myself letting out an internal sigh of relief when neither made any comments or moved towards it. As you can see, Celine interrupted the stunned silence. My utilizes a firearm. This is how she was able to defeat all the other anathema even without the majority of her abilities. In long, narrow corridors, Mai will have a distinct advantage of her opponents being unable to dodge. But Jiwoo shook herself from staring at the gun. That would hold true for any of us. Yes, but Mai has an Umbra which utilizes 9mm Silverbane ammunition. The stopping power against an anathema is several magnitudes greater. Against the lower-level anathema we are expecting to face, this will prove a crucial difference. In that case it would make more sense if Mai let us borrow her gun and ammunition, Jiwoo pointed out. We have firearm training and experience that Mai probably doesn't. I found myself clenching my teeth. Jiwoo arguing made me both frustrated that she wasn't listening to Celine but also weird, that she was fighting so hard to keep me safe. It was an uncomfortable, fluttery feeling that gave a weird core to my building frustration. Not to mention, even though I'd been fine with Celine taking the lead, having everyone talk like I wasn't even in the room felt well, not out of place, but dishearteningly familiar. I wasn't sure if Celine sensed some of my emotions, because she looked at me for a moment, then back to the two officers. While Mai does not have access to her full abilities, one that she does have gives her a distinct advantage to the handling and accuracy of firearms. I will not divulge any more information on that matter and am exercising my authority to place this information under a direct permission-only lock. Any sharing or reporting of this is strictly forbidden regardless of the situation without first getting Mai's permission. To enforce this, I will be contacting Guardian Command as soon as appropriate to prepare a haze sealing all information that may be shared or learned of Mai's capabilities during this situation, releasable only with her direct consent. That got a reaction, and both of them stiffened in surprise. There was a sudden tension in the air, and I swallowed. What's a haze? I thought to Celine. A magical contract. They will be bound to it and unable to break its terms whether they wished or not. Not even torture or other magical means will be able to get them to break the terms. Celine, I gasped aloud, causing both officers to react to flinch at my sudden outburst. That seems. This has to do with your unique circumstances, she turned to face me, still only speaking in my head. I understand it may seem extreme without context, but I would also like to point out this will protect them. Nobody will be able to force them to divulge this information. You are still very new to your role as a magical girl, Mai, and I intend to do all I can to protect you. Information on the specifics of your combat abilities, especially your unique augment, needs to stay as secret as possible. Shaking my head, I tried to parse what Celine was telling me. I understood my abilities were an important, personal aspect of who I was as a magical girl, but why all the secrecy? Who exactly was out there that Celine was trying to protect me from? Just general public scrutiny, or... It's fine, Sergeant O'Malley sighed, and I turned to him in astonishment. In a way, this is easier. The haze will warn us if we even come close to accidentally giving away information, and if your familiar thinks it's that important, I'm not about to argue. Besides, it's hardly the first haze we've signed. Ji-woo let out a snort, and I turned to her. All Arcadian police officers sign a haze that prevents them from sharing the personal identities of a magical guardian unless they've labeled themselves as public. It's a general and far-reaching haze, so it isn't as strong or effective, but it does help quite a bit. Besides, if your familiar thinks it's necessary, I have no problems with it. Ji-woo gave me a gentle smile, and again, a warm fluttery feeling went through me. I gave a numb nod in response. She turned back to looking at Celine, the smile slipping from her face. This doesn't change the fact that I still don't think Mai should be the one who goes out there, Ji-woo told Celine. Especially not alone. With reconnaissance, silent communication, and superior weaponry, it only makes the most sense. Even if Mai were to get hurt, she has access to advanced first aid. The only reason she arrived hurt to this shelter was to help disguise her identity. In reality, she can heal most simple injuries in minutes. As for why Mai should do this alone, her access to ammunition and first aid is not unlimited. While Mai has enough resources to heal and arm herself, even one additional person would greatly strain her current reserves. This is also a stealth mission, meaning additional people greatly increases the chance of discovery. Finally, if Mai needs to fight, long narrow hallways will limit the effectiveness of multiple fighters and even potentially endanger her if she needs to run. Ji-woo was visibly clenching her teeth now, giving Celine a hard stare. I felt the frustration reach a critical mass in me. I was a little surprised how well Celine had managed to express all the reasons I myself thought this was the best idea, but I suppose I shouldn't be. She had told me she was my familiar, personally customized based on information gathered on me and my personality, so it made sense she would be arguing the same points I'd thought of. Besides, I really did think this was the best possible plan. Which was part of why it was making me frustrated Ji-woo wasn't listening, even if she was trying to keep me safe. I wasn't sure why that mattered so much to her, even if it did make me feel fuzzy to hear her fighting so fervently, but my safety was not the priority here. Ji-woo, I said, forcing myself to look at her. I appreciate you trying to keep me safe, but I am a magical girl. Even if I'm new, inexperienced, and don't have access to my complete abilities, this kind of thing is what I'm supposed to be doing, and this is the best possible choice. I agree, Sergeant O'Malley added, and both Ji-woo and turned to him in shock. She stands the best shot at doing this without getting killed or even discovered at all. Besides, even if both of us disagreed, it's not like we can do anything to stop her. Miss Celine was nice enough to discuss this with us, but in the end, Mai is the magical girl. We don't have any authority over her, and technically, she outranks us. Ji-woo's hands clenched, and she looked down at the table. Even though she clearly wasn't happy, she had a thoughtful look on her face. I gave Celine a questioning glance. In the sanctuary cities and most nations, magical girls theoretically hold a special rank that is more or less equivalent to a captain in the army, she sent me. It helps them cut through red tape and requisition the supplies or forces they might need. We could have just ordered them to let us do this alone, but that seemed both rude and unnecessary. Ji-woo finally let out a sigh, and I turned to find her looking at me. Mai, if this is what you think is best, she said hesitantly, then all right. I just want to make sure this is what you really want to do. My brow furrowed in confusion. What did it matter if this is what I wanted? People were going to die if I didn't. Lily was going to die. I had the best chance of success, and that was that. Besides, I trusted Celine and even thought she was right. I'd be able to avoid any real danger with her help, and what did it matter if I did get hurt, so long as I was able to save those people? Instead of vocalizing my thoughts, I just gave her a nod. She slumped a little, but still managed to give me a weak smile. All right, in that case, we should probably contact Guardian Command. Maybe they have some update and all this won't even be necessary. Sergeant O'Malley gave a snort at that, shaking his head. As if we'd be so lucky, he said, standing up and walking over to the desk facing all the monitors. I got up and followed with Jiwoo behind me. There was a keyboard on the desk along with a few touch screens displaying various menus. Sergeant O'Malley reached over and pressed a few buttons, prompting a message to display on the main display saying verification needed. Please submit credentials. Okay, the sergeant gestured to one of the screens on the desk where a handprint was now displayed. Just put your hand here and we should be connected. We had an actual magical guardian respond last time, but there's no telling if we're going to get the same person. Before we call, do you remember the name of the guardian? Celine asked, having jumped over to balance on the back of the unoccupied chair in front of the desk. I believe he said his name was Aramachina. Celine froze in that eerie way she'd done before, going completely still as if somebody had pressed a magic pause button on her. Her tail stopped their constant, graceful wavering, freezing in place with unnatural stillness. I felt my heart skip a beat, but before I could ask her what was wrong, her tails resumed their movement. It might have been my imagination, but they seemed to be moving slightly faster than before. Celine turned to look at me. My, she said, and I could tell her voice was being sent only to me. Getting in contact with Aramachina would be ideal. Nevertheless, I would request that I take the lead in talking to him. I apologize, but with the things I have not yet explained, there are subjects that we should avoid discussing. Why? I frowned at her. Magical guardians are, by their nature, very private people. The best explanation I can give is that they act very much like solo players in video games. They tend to only work well in specific groups, and are otherwise incredibly competitive. Sometimes, that competitive spirit can turn into something more hostile. I blinked, but then began to think about it and realized what Celine was talking about. Killing Anathema gave points and experience, and even though I'd barely touched online gaming, I was already all too aware of how selfish people could get when it came to getting the best possible rewards. In the real world, I could easily imagine how that would be amplified. Still, that makes sense, but aren't we all trying to defend humanity from the anathema? Yes, but there are caveats. Gathering points and experience is always more efficient alone if not more risky. Usually, a guardian working solo is also more efficient considering the vast amount of places and people that need to be protected. I mentioned this before, but guardians also tend to have very unique personalities. As with anything, this causes friction, and guardians are hardly monolithic in their beliefs or goodwill. For every kind and selfless guardian, there is also one who is the direct opposite. How did they even become a guardian then? I asked with a frown. Isn't that contradictory? The qualifications are complicated, but the primary ideological requirement is that a person has shown they are willing to fight the anathema and would use their powers to do so. There are, of course, other key traits, but fighting anathema is always the main focus. So long as their personality and behaviors are not overly problematic or unsavory, there is much leeway. I suppose what I am trying to tell you is that just because a guardian is your ally in fighting anathema, they are not necessarily your friend, and they might not have your best interests in mind. And for you. She trailed off, then her head shook lightly. No, this is not the time, and because we should be talking to Aramachina, I suspect he will understand your situation and be accommodating. What I wanted to warn you about is giving away information about your magical girl capabilities. Until I have had time to fully apprise you of your situation, it would be best if I took the lead and you only share what I allow. I understand this seems overly cautious, but all I can do is assure you once again that the secrets I am keeping are to keep you focused on your current predicament. I let out a tired sigh. I trust you, but this secret keeping is getting frustrating, Celine. I get that right now the reason I can't transform and everything else you're keeping from me doesn't matter, but it really doesn't feel great, especially not when it's starting to feel like the things you've been avoiding all have to do with something bad. No, Celine said the single word with such forcefulness that I actually jerked my head back. Her voice rang through my head and I felt my eyes widening as she continued in the same tone. It is not a bad thing. Your circumstances are complicated and are certainly going to bring up challenges, difficulties, and frustrations, but it is not a bad thing. If I was being unclear about that, I apologize. The sole reason I have not informed you is that none of these complications deserve to occupy your time or effort at the moment, not when there is nothing that can be done about them and they aren't causing further issues. Oh okay, I replied, still stunned at her ferocity. I guess that makes sense. There was an awkward silence between us, and suddenly Jiwoo let out a cough. I'm sorry if I'm missing something, but are you two all right? You've just been staring at each other for a while now, and I know you can talk to each other telepathically, but... I felt myself begin to blush, and Sergeant O'Malley let out a laugh. Imagine if officers weren't told guardians could do that, he chuckled, turning to Ji-woo. You do get used to it after a while, guardians just staring into the middle distance or stopping mid-sentence for long moments. My favorites are the ones who talk out loud to their familiars, though. You get half the conversation, and it's fun to imagine what their familiar is saying. Sorry, I quickly replied, my face tomato red. I didn't mean to be rude. No, it's fine, Ji-woo hurriedly assured me. Just wanted to make sure everything was all right. I nodded, flicking my eyes back to Celine. I'm fine with you leading, and I'll make sure not to share anything without asking you about it first. Thank you, she bowed her head. I just want to keep you as AFE as reasonably possible. I nodded at her. After everything we'd already been through, I had no reason to disbelieve her. She'd already saved my life, but more than that, she always seemed to know what I needed. When I'd broken down outside of the shelter at seeing it being shielded, she'd helped me pick myself back up and keep fighting to survive. She'd done the same after my first time killing an anathema with a gun, and then she'd even managed to help me work through defeating 14 anathema at once. No, Celine was more than just my impartial advisor. She was so much more, even if I couldn't find the right word. Besides, it's not like Celine's exactly human. She doesn't exactly see me like everybody else does. Maybe that's why I find myself talking to her so naturally. I certainly don't speak this well to normal people. I pulled myself from my reflection, with a shake of my head. Then I raised my hand, hovering it over the display for a moment. Oh, I blinked. I meant to ask this earlier, but you were talking about this guardian, Error Machina, like you knew him. I have access to vast amounts of information, including dossiers on every magical guardian who exists. It only contains information on their public activities and anything they have willingly made available, but it is more than enough in this case. I am not allowed to give you specifics or the files themselves, but I can make general recommendations or share things accessible by the public. In this case, I am certain he will be an ally. And it won't be a problem revealing myself to him without my transformation. While you should generally avoid it when possible, it is warranted in this case. Also, revealing the personal identity of another magical guardian without their permission is one of the few universal taboos guardians have agreed upon. While not an official rule, there are guardians that would go out of their way to punish anyone who does such a thing out of malice. Still, it is best not to tempt fate, and I would recommend extreme caution showing yourself untransformed to guardians when not necessary. I nodded, taking in one last deep breath to steady myself before I placed my hand on the screen. The main display switched to a scanning screen, quickly followed by authentication approved. Attempting to contact. After a few moments, it flashed, changing once again to show a man sitting behind a desk. The area beyond him was out of focus of the camera, obscuring his surroundings, but that was just as well as my eyes were immediately drawn to his outfit. He wore a skin-tight suit in deep green with darker pieces of gleaming glass-like armor over his chest, shoulders, and gauntleted hands. Glowing lines of emerald lit up his outfit in a pattern almost like circuits, thrumming with light. His hair was another shade of moss green, but his face was covered by a completely featureless and slightly angular black mask made of a shining metal. There were no bumps, protrusions, or even eye holes on it, giving it an intimidating visage. The man's head rocked back a little as the camera came online, his head whipping to Celine. Then he slowly turned to look down at me. Even through the monitor, I could feel a suddenly intense gaze as he took me in. He said nothing, and I shifted nervously as the tension built. Suddenly, his mask split apart into 4 separate pieces, pulling itself apart and across his head to reveal his face. He was young-looking, maybe in his early 20s, and had a light smattering of freckles across the pale skin of his nose and upper cheeks. What really drew my attention were his viridian eyes, the color somehow sharp without having the vividness of a manaborn's. His pupils were shaped like square-looking zeros, and combined with his outfit, it gave him a futuristic and almost robotic look. He was also giving me a big smile with something like boyish glee on his face. Well, he said, leaning back in his chair. Today is just full of surprises. Greetings, Celine dipped her head. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We were hoping you might be able to provide some assistance to a fellow guardian. Of course. He grinned, his eyes actually beginning to glow. Things are a little hectic right now, but I always have time for an adorable new Kahai. Kahai, I blinked in surprise. Naturally, I was familiar with the Japanese term. It was used to refer to a junior in a group, such as an underclassman, but it was weird suddenly hearing it out of the blue. Maybe it shouldn't be, considering how many Japanese terms had been adapted in Arcadia, and magical girls were kind of made popular, if not started, in Japan. In a way, it also was accurate. We were both magical guardians, and I was newer than him, so. Wait, did he just say adorable kahai? But where are my manners? He interrupted my flustered thoughts. I go by Error Machina, or just Error for short. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, I began to give a quick bow of my head. Apologies, Celine smoothly cut in. But my magical girl is currently untransformed and without a codename. Perhaps a name can be excluded for now. He winced, quickly nodding his assent. Of course, my bad, I should have been thinking about that. Give me a second, I'm going to ensure our conversation stays private. He reached into the air, and a green, semi-transparent rectangle appeared. I could vaguely make out buttons almost like those on a keyboard, and his fingers wove across it, dancing so quickly I couldn't follow any of the individual movements. With a final, flourishing button press, the holographic keyboard disappeared, and the already blurry background behind him suddenly became completely shrouded as if a thick film had fallen over it. There we go. I'm at Guardian Command right now working with a few other Guardians and a bunch of operators, so I put up a privacy shell. We should be able to have a conversation now without having to worry about any accidental eavesdropping. That is much appreciated. Celine paused for a moment, her tails twitching. I do not mean to be rude, but I would like to insist on the specifics of this conversation being kept as secret as possible, and I would like to ask for your oath too. He held up a hand, cutting Celine off. A gentle and almost amused smile stretched across his lips. Let me be clear, I do this kind of thing to help people, and I regard helping newbies a sacred task. So not only do I swear upon my soul gem that I will provide assistance while keeping specific details regarding you completely confidential, but I am also happy to inform you the system has given me a few significant quests to help you out. Does that help inform your decision? Indeed it does, Celine's tails loosened in relief. I thank you for your understanding. Before we discuss anything else, perhaps it would be best if we got an update on the situation in Arcadia as a whole and whether rescue will be possible for the shelter on the 3rd floor of our building. Error nodded a few times, and as his hands moved, the holographic keyboard reappeared. Watching his fingers move was weird. It wasn't just that they moved so fast that they were practically a blur, it was almost as if I was watching multiple versions of his hands work at the same time. What I could only describe as transparent after images moved completely unsynchronized with one another in a hazy mirage of motion. I turned my eyes away from the headache-inducing image to face Celine. What did he mean by, I swear on my soul gem? It is the most binding oath a guardian can give without signing a direct hayas. If he were to break his word, he would lose points and a massive amount of experience, most likely resulting in the loss of multiple levels. A portion of that penalty would be transferred to you along with a notification he had broken his word. My eyes widened in surprise, but before I could remark, Error turned back to us, his face somber. So I assume these two officers, hello again, by the way, have already informed you of the overall situation. Arcadia was hit by multiple usurpations at the same time, right? I responded. Yup, dozens of them. As far as that situation is concerned, well, the good news is we have yet to encounter anything stronger than our strike teams, and all of the newest Gen Guardians registered for the Academy have been accounted for. Naturally, we've advised them not to engage, and most seem to be listening. Even those who aren't are sticking to the non-combat roles, thanks to the quests the system sent out. He let out a sigh, leaning back in his chair and tapping his desk in a slow metronome. Before I could ask what academy he was talking about, he continued. We've also managed to recall some forces from the mainlands, giving us almost 800 guardians working together to clear Arcadia. That, of course, doesn't account for all our magical soldiers, and even the Inquisitors are putting in work. 800. My eyes bulged at the number. I had no idea how many magical girls normally called Arcadia their home, but that seemed like a lot. Error must have noticed my expression, because a corner of his mouth quirked upward in amusement. Unfortunately, completely clearing Arcadia is going to be a multi-day endeavor considering how urban it is, he shrugged. I mean, we're talking about practically going door by door or, at the very least, having guardians with advanced detection capabilities sweep through areas. The last thing we want is to leave an anathema behind and risk them creating a nest and starting a rebellion. He gave a shudder, and Celine glanced at me. Rebellions are much more dangerous than a normal usurpation. Instead of opening a rift from their side, the anathema create one from this reality. It lets them bring in stronger forces from the beginning, and with a nest, they already have a base of operations to form more anathema. Which is exactly why we have to be so thorough in cleaning them out. Error agreed. As for your usurpation, well, the biggest problem is that the anathema are fighting tooth and nail around the perimeter of your area, and without the shield generator active, they're able to constantly get more reinforcements. Getting through them is going to take a lot of time and manpower. With that in mind, the higher-ups in Guardian Command made the decision to focus on clearing the other usurpations first. That, of course, is going to take days to properly do. A spark of anger flared in my chest at the implications, and I found myself clenching my hands painfully tight. So nobody's coming, I blurted out, unable to help myself. What about all the people in the shelter who are going to die in a few hours? They just get sacrificed. He was silent for a long moment, the tapping of his fingers disappearing as he stared at me. I wasn't entirely sure where my anger stemmed from, but it gave me the courage to meet his gaze unflinchingly. Eventually, he let out a long, tired sigh. Yes, he said softly. Yes, that is exactly what it means. Clearing a path to evacuate them would take significant resources and might give time for other usurpations to grow drastically worse. Command has decided that in the long run, it might end up costing more lives than it saves. If we could just deactivate the shelter's emergency shield, this wouldn't be a problem, Sergeant O'Malley murmured thoughtfully. But unless I'm mistaken, it requires a physical key. That's correct, Error winced. Deactivating an emergency shield requires both an authorized person and the unlocking key that can only be made at Guardian Command. It's a failsafe to prevent any Guardians from trying to rescue a shelter without proper preparation and resources. Unfortunately, that works against us in this case as I have no way of getting it to you safely. What about sending a magical girl or MS team to restart the generator? Ji Woo asked. Is that an option? They wouldn't be able to make it through the perimeter, Error shook his head. Some of the stealthier girls might be able to do it, but they're all busy popping the nests beginning to spring up. It was one of the first things I checked when you guys contacted me earlier. There was a silence after that, and I felt Error's eyes move to me speculatively. Nobody said anything, and I swallowed as my heart started pounding faster. But I shifted my weight uncomfortably. What if there was a magical girl already in the zone who could restart the mana generator? Error's eyes shone, and a grin spread across his face. Oh, now that just might be possible. I didn't want to say anything to make you feel forced, but yes. You could pretty much do it without a problem, even being level 1. Besides, if you use your familiar as a scout, you can easily avoid anything that might be too strong, and with most of the higher level anathema being sent to the perimeter. I apologize for interrupting, Celine said, her voice weirdly flat. But this is where I must inform you of the things requiring your secrecy. First and foremost, the reason we are talking now is because we had to fight our way down to this shelter due to the third floor's shelter being sealed off. That being said, I also must inform you this was an emergency contract, and blacklight protocols are in effect. Error froze, the smile draining from his face. Slowly, his hands clenched into fists on the table. I could see fury flash across his eyes in a deep, blazing inferno that transformed his face into a venomous glare. The sudden shift of emotion combined with the pure rage he radiated made me flinch, my instincts screaming at me. Reflexively, I looked down to the table in front of me, forcing myself to be as still and small as possible as I bowed my head. My heart raced, and I desperately tried to figure out what had suddenly set Error off. Blacklight protocols sounded familiar, but... Wait, I had heard the phrase before. Right after I'd done my contract, part of the message that appeared in my head said my astral shift was locked because blacklight protocols were in effect. In the chaos, I'd never gotten around to asking Celine about it or any of the other things that message had mentioned. Although, with how evasive she'd been about telling me why I couldn't use my transformation, I doubted I would have gotten an answer. Still, I found myself desperately wishing I knew why Error had suddenly seemed so angry at me. A frustrated sigh finally broke the silence, and my muscles tightened painfully in anticipation. Officers, Error said crisply. I am going to request you wait outside of the room while I discuss some things with my Kahai. Consider this an order, if you must. Sergeant O'Malley gave a salute and immediately moved to leave. Ji Woo gave me a concerned look and opened her mouth as if to say something. I assure you, officer, Error said, his voice glacial, she is not in trouble. We simply have to discuss some things only guardians have proper clearance for. Ji-woo didn't seem completely mollified, but she gave a hesitant nod to him regardless. Shooting me one last look, she left the room. There was another long silence, and then I heard a loud slam. "Goddammit," Error growled, and I risked looking back up at him. There was a hunch to his shoulders as he ran a hand through his hair, and something about his eyes gave him a tired, frustrated look. He paused halfway through the motion, tilting his head as if listening to something. His eyes suddenly widened as he looked back up at me. I flicked my gaze back down quickly, hoping he didn't notice. "Shit, crap. I'm sorry, I'm not mad at you, and I didn't mean to scare you. I have some idea of what you might have been through, not having your astral shift, and even just that much is enough to make me furious, especially when all of this could so easily have been avoided." There was a bitterness dripping from his words, but none of it seemed directed at me. Slowly, I looked back up at him with a held breath. Air had a weak smile on, and he gave me a nod of reassurance. I have had to skip telling her many things in order to prioritize what is directly related to her survival. Celine's tails curled downward. She is aware of information regarding the basic section of her status, why she can't transform, and what exactly these blacklight protocols are. I have, however, made it clear I am keeping this information secret in order to let her focus on the immediate situation. I ask that you honor my decision. Of course, he sighed, sounding tired as he rubbed his eyes. That makes sense. Okay, so you can't utilize your astral shift, but you still made it to the first floor shelter. First of all, that's really impressive. I imagine that can't have been easy. It was not, and we had a child with us. And you did an escort mission. He chuckled, a glint of light returning to his eyes. Now that goes beyond just impressive. You've got me curious what sort of tactics you're using now, but I won't pry. Still, you're going to get so many rewards when this is all over. I raised an eyebrow, and Celine turned to answer. Due to usurpation zones cutting off most communication, active contact with the system cannot be safely maintained. Excluding major milestones or events such as your contract ceremony, you are cut off from receiving system updates such as quests, which, just like in games, are missions you can take for rewards. But I frowned. Then how have I been summoning things? How am I even getting points for defeating anathema if none of the information is being sent out? Clever girl, Error interjected with a grin, making me jump. Most don't even think of that. The simple answer is that when you summon, you actually use some of your mana to send the message of what you need. For lower tier items, it doesn't amount to much more than 1 or 2 mana per summon, but some of the more advanced technology or more expensive items can take a healthy chunk. Basically, the mana you spend is used for punching a hole through the usurpation zone to get the item sent to you. Your contract ceremony released a burst of mana as your soul gem formed, allowing you to get system and gate access in the first place. It is also why you were immediately rewarded for your actions prior to becoming a guardian. As for the point rewards, your soul gem is capable of processing such things and issuing rewards without directly accessing the system. It is sort of like having a computer but no access to the internet. You have many capabilities, but some advanced functions require information not stored locally. Error blinked at that, his mouth opening and closing a few times. I'm actually going to steal that explanation from now on. I could tell you all about how your soul gem actually analyzes those things, but that's a little off topic. The point is, once you leave the usurpation zone, the system is going to dump a bunch of points on you for your achievements. It's sort of the system's way of saying you did what it would normally qualify as a quest, but it wasn't able to give you one. I nodded thoughtfully. It was still strange to be applying so many game concepts to the real world, but in a way it also made things simpler. Anyway, Error said, the grin fading from his face. The generator. Without your astral shift, you're missing out on a lot. With your familiar and gate, you can probably still manage it depending on what you're using as a weapon, but it's going to be a lot tougher. You should still be operating within relatively safe danger margins, but nothing is ever certain in this line of work. So, let me ask you, are you sure you want to do this? He looked at me with an uncomfortable intensity, and I shifted my weight slightly. If I do nothing, hundreds of people die, I shrugged. That would not be your fault, he said pointedly. And nobody could blame you for trying to stay safe. Especially not with everything you've probably been through. I looked at him blankly, then slowly shook my head. Plenty of people could and would blame me. Even if nobody found out, it wouldn't change that it would be my fault for doing nothing when I could. More than anything, I would blame myself. Besides, both he and Celine seemed to think that I'd be safe so long as Celine was scouting ahead. How could I possibly refuse to go? I'm doing this, I told him firmly. I just need to know if there's anything else Celine and I should know. He gave me a long look before letting out his breath. Well, there's not much more I can tell you. The mana generator really shouldn't have gone offline in the first place, but once you turn it back on, the shield station should automatically recognize it has power again and begin restarting. When that happens, it's going to start drawing up a ton of mana, and the anathema are going to flock to it like a beacon, including the high-level ones on the perimeter. This shouldn't be a problem for you considering the mall's shielding station is on the top floor. In fact, it will give you a nice, clear path back to the shelter as all the anathema leave their positions. You'll have 5 minutes before the shield goes up and they return to their original spots. I nodded. That was good to know. If I gave the anathema in the basement a minute or two to head upwards, I'd be able to make it back to the shelter without worrying about any encounters whatsoever. As for any other advice, well, your familiar is more aware of your capabilities and circumstances, so I'm assuming she'll have a few ideas. Other than that, just be safe. I feel bad that I wasn't able to give you the whole new magical girl talk, but we can save that for later. Oh, I know. You should start thinking of your magical girl name. I can't go around calling you Kahai all the time. A lot of magical girls like more flowery names, but anything is on the table, really. I don't suppose you have any ideas yet, do you? Or themes? Not really, I shook my head. But Celine has been putting an outline of a bunny head with a crescent moon on everything I've summoned. He barked out a laugh, and I looked up in surprise. Moon rabbit, he grinned. That could work, even if Sailor Moon already did an obvious reference with the main character. Maybe lunar rabbit, Luna, Lunaria, or something a little darker. Eclipse. That might be too edgy considering how you look, though. He snapped his fingers, eyes glittering as he pointed to me with a big grin. Moon bunny. You know, because bunnies are smaller, cuter rabbits. I'll think about it, I hurriedly said, cheeks warming up. Somehow, I was getting the same vibes Lily gave off when she started teasing me, and I had a feeling he would keep going if I didn't stop him. Whatever you say, Shadow Bunny. Night Rabbit, Moonlight. I should really get going. I looked for an obvious off button as my cheeks burned. Right, he gave me one last sly grin. See you soon, Dark Rabbit. With that, his feed cut off, and I let out a sigh of relief. That went most excellent, Celine declared. Now we can move on to final preparations before departure. Among those, I suggest developing a cover story with Sergeant O'Malley and Jiwoo that will let you leave and return to the shelter unnoticed. Before that, however, we should discuss what to spend your stat and reward points on. I gave Celine a nod, removing my eye patch. I blinked a few times as my HUD flared back to life in my vision. Scrutinizing it for a moment, I found myself frowning. Something about it felt a little off to me, like it didn't quite look right. Celine, can I customize my HUD's layout? Indeed. Simply focus on it with a small effort of will, and the changes should take place. I scrunched my nose in concentration, doing as she said, and then blinked as my HUD briefly flickered out before returning in the pattern I'd been thinking of, except it also had a few additions I hadn't intended. Now, in the top left of my vision was a long red bar with a slightly shorter blue one underneath. The red one had 80% written in the middle of it while the blue one had 300/300ths. Both bars were anchored to a sphere in the very corner of my vision with a crescent moon symbol in its center along with the number 4. In the top right, a semi-transparent circle appeared and the mini-map bloomed within, showing the layout of the shelter I'd been through so far. A small purple arrow marked my position, and a blue dot next to it seemed to show where Celine was. Satisfied with the changes, I walked over to where I'd set my gun down and picked it up. Once my hand closed around it, an outline of its shape appeared in the lower right of my vision, along with 0.15 next to it. I wasn't completely set on the design yet, but it seemed better than before. All I'd really changed was moving my health and mana bars to the upper left while getting rid of the body outline showing where I had been injured. It felt sort of unnecessary considering I would already know where I was injured if it did happen. I was a little unsure why the sphere with the 4 and crescent moon symbol had appeared, though, as it wasn't something I'd been actively trying to add even if it did look nice. Weirdly, some other small cosmetic changes to the HUD seemed to have happened as well, like how the outlines making up the health and mana bars seem to be a smoother, more polished texture instead of the simple flat lines they used to be. Celine, why did my HUD make some changes I didn't intend? Your HUD is an augment granted by your aspect, an integral part of what makes you a magical girl. As such, it seems reasonable that your HUD would adjust itself as you grow into it, even if the changes do sometimes seem minor. I suppose you could say it is reacting to your subconscious, trying to figure out what aesthetics work best. I thought about that for a moment, before forcing myself to slowly accept the explanation. It was hardly the weirdest thing I'd experienced, but the idea that my subconscious was trying out different textures to find what was most visually pleasing felt strange. Okay, I forced myself to move on with a small shake. Next, my stat points. Status, I thought, willing my status menu to appear. Status. Name. My karaoke alias, none. Level. 4 points, 137. Health. 80% mana. 300 5 min. Basic. Origin. Hidden. Aspect. Hidden. Class. Locked signature. Unawakened. Statistics. Strength. 10 dexterity. 10. Vitality. 10. Agility. 10. Willpower. 30 spirit. 1. 30 stat points available. Permissions. Grimoires Vault's abilities augments. Egg G: Efic Esk Sis Er. Demonic Eye of the Sable Waif Max. First Aid Vault Common. Kinetic Handguns Common. Inventory. Weapons Equipment. Umbra P30 Model A, Enchanted None. I looked over the menu, and after a moment shook my head. Again, I felt a weird sense that things weren't quite right. After taking a moment to organize my thoughts and make a few choices, I focused once again, willing the menu to change the same way I had for my HUD. Status. Name. My karaoke alias, none. Level. 4 points, 137. Health. 80% mana. 300 5 min. Basic. Origin. Hidden. Aspect. Hidden. Class. Locked signature. Unawakened. Statistics. Strength. 10 dexterity. 10. Vitality. 10. Agility. 10. Willpower. 30 spirit. 1. 30 stat points available. Skills. Abilities augments. Demonic Eye of the Sable Waif Max. Permissions. Vaults Grimoires. First Aid Vault Common. Egg G: Efic Esk Sis Er. Kinetic Handguns Common. That seemed better. I'd remove the inventory section as it seemed unnecessary, especially considering my HUD would tell me how much ammunition I had on me. In exchange, I made a skills section to separate my abilities and augments into their own columns. I'd also separated the grimoires and vaults the same way under a permissions section. I was a little worried about how long the status menu might get as I purchased more things, but it would work for now. Happy with the new layout, my eyes flicked to my stats. Looking over each of them, I considered my options. Strength was next to useless, considering I was using guns. Willpower and spirit would also both be of limited help considering I wasn't using magic. Sure, I used 1 mana for every bullet I shot when I had the silencing enchantment active, but I had 300 mana with nothing else that would drain it except manifesting Celine. That left dexterity, agility, and vitality. My gun was dexterity aligned, meaning the more points I put into the stat, the more powerful my gun would become. It would also make me better at aiming, reloading, and all the other finesse-related things the dexterity stat governed. Agility seemed equally important, making me and my reactions faster. Meanwhile, vitality would increase my physical resistances and overall health. Practically speaking, that probably meant I would be harder to hurt, and anything that did hurt me wouldn't cause as serious a wound. But that assumes I'm getting hurt in the first place, which seems counterproductive. The question, then, was how much I wanted to rely on dodging attacks, and how much vitality I thought I might need just in case. It was unrealistic to expect me to dodge everything, and I was all too aware accidents could happen. Not only that, but I had to account for ambushes and the fact that I wouldn't be able to dodge attacks I couldn't see coming. Though, with Celine scouting for me. After some more consideration, I made my decision, turning to Celine. What do you think about 15 points in dexterity and 15 in agility? Intriguing, her head tilted. I would be interested to hear your reasoning. Well, strength is useless to me, and without magic, spirit and willpower aren't very helpful. Dexterity and agility are the two most obvious choices, and I don't think vitality would help that much. I have you scouting for me, so I'm unlikely to suffer an ambush. Even if I did want to spare some points, I don't think the few I would be willing to put in vitality would make much of a difference considering I'm only getting partial bonuses without my astral shift activated. By that same reasoning, the more points I put into just dexterity and agility, the more benefit I'll get, even if it is only a small amount. I see, Celine swished her tail sharply. While I don't disagree, I also want to warn you about min-maxing, the method of putting all your points in only a few stats to receive substantial gains. Ignoring some of your stats can cause you to grow imbalanced and helpless against certain enemy types or encounters. While some guardians have made this approach work, they are few and far between. Generally, a more balanced magical girl has more tools, giving them a higher chance of surviving any given situation. That being said, I do believe it makes the most sense to spend your points this way for now, though I will heavily advocate for a more balanced approach in the future. I found myself agreeing with Celine's warning, and made a mental note to spend some of my future levels to balance out my other stats. Maybe I'd even develop a plan for how many points to spend on each stat as I leveled. For now though, this would work. The only other thing I wish to add is that I currently require 180 mana at a minimum to manifest. Each level you gain will increase this amount by 10. You are currently at full mana, allowing me to indefinitely extend the duration I remain manifested. While no anathema should be able to detect me, if I were damaged and dispelled, manifesting me once again would take a significant portion of your total mana. Wait, I looked at Celine in concern. What exactly happens if you do get hurt? Nothing serious. The body the anathema would be hurting is only a magical construct, and if it takes enough damage, it will dispel in a burst of mana. If this happens, my consciousness will simply snap back to your soul gem and I would be none the worse for wear. I could even immediately be manifested once again with no repercussions. Rest assured that I do not even feel pain, and the only way to kill a familiar is to destroy the soul gem they reside in. Which is located in my brain, so there's no real point in worrying about that. Not when anything that could kill you would also kill me too. Precisely. A somewhat morbid thought, but temper it with remembering that while I may have the appearance of a simple stuffed animal, I am actually quite unkillable. For some reason, that did reassure me, and I turned my attention back to my stats, spending my points. Stats: Strength, 10 Dexterity, 25. Vitality, 10 Agility, 25. Willpower, 30 Spirit, 1. I blinked as my status menu disappeared only for my stats section to appear completely alone. I'd never thought about calling up the individual sections by their headers, but I was glad to see it was possible. There was no reason to bring up the entire menu for every situation. Excellent, Celine's tails began to swish eagerly. Now on to what we should spend your reward points on. First, I would recommend a restoration salve to place on your ankle wound. It will be relatively cheap at 5 points, and will only take about 10 minutes to fully heal the wound. As for the rest of your 132 points, there are many options, but I would advise you to unlock the modern Terran clothing comment vault. With it, you will be able to get clothes that not only fit but are also enhanced to provide protection. How much protection? Won't they still just be clothes? Yes, but no. While they will certainly appear little different than normal clothing found on Earth, you will have options of buying enhanced versions created using advanced materials and techniques beyond what humans are currently capable of. This will make any clothes you purchase much more durable, and while they won't be able to stop powerful, direct attacks, they will prove useful against almost anything else. I chewed on my lip, going over it in my head. It didn't sound like a lot, but it was better than nothing. Still, how much would unlocking different ammunition types cost? More offensive options might be helpful. Unfortunately, even the cheapest option would cost 100 points. While I think unlocking specialized ammunition is a fairly high priority, doing so now would leave you only 32 points to use on ammunition. In the event you were injured, you would have precious few points to purchase healing items. Yeah, that sounded like a bad idea. I'd already foregone any points in vitality, and the last thing I wanted was to end up a few points short of buying an item needed to save my life. Besides, the more I thought about it, the more varying my ammunition types seemed like it could backfire. I was still getting used to even holding a gun, let alone using one, and introducing more complicated factors to manage probably wasn't the wisest. Okay, what clothing would be best, then? I suppose we can forego style and appearance concerns considering we don't have to worry about people seeing you. Considering comfort and maximum skin coverage, an enhanced hooded sweatshirt, enhanced jeans, and enhanced combat boots seem best, costing a total of 25 points. Combined with unlocking the vault and purchasing the regenerative salve, you will have 57 points left to spend on ammunition and keep in reserve for healing items. That sounds good, I replied. Let's go for 5 more magazines of ammo, then. Alternatively, you can purchase a box of 100 loose rounds for 5 points to refill your empty magazines. With your 5 empty magazines and a 6th only containing 14 bullets, you would have 26 rounds left over after filling them. 25 rounds if you chamber one and then add another to refill the magazine afterwards, giving you a total of 9 full magazines. Blinking, I dipped my head in acknowledgement. I'd forgotten about Celine telling me it was cheaper to refill magazines, and 100 bullets was almost 2 entire free points of ammunition. Alright, then let's go with all of that. Purchased. Regenerative salve. Minus 5 points. Modern tearing clothing common unlocked. Minus 50 points. Purchased. Enhanced hooded sweatshirt. Minus 10 points. Purchased. Enhanced jeans. Minus 10 points. Purchased. Enhanced combat boots. Minus 5 points. Purchased. 109mm Silverbane rounds. Minus 5 points. Remaining points. 52. 1 violet heptagram and flash of purple light later, I was left with 3 briefcases of varying sizes. Of course, they were all black save for the emblem, the silver crescent moon and rabbit head outline Celine had been putting on everything else. Once you have applied the salve and put on the clothes, I would recommend bringing Sergeant O'Malley and Officer O in to help load your empty magazines. They can show you how to properly do so and might even have some tips. We can also discuss how best to hide your leaving and returning to the shelter while you work. I nodded, walking over to the biggest suitcase. Setting my gun on the table, I flipped the 2 latches on the case and opened it. Inside were 2 indents holding a pair of folded-up jeans and a sweatshirt, both in dark black. Picking up the sweatshirt and unfolding it, I stopped mid-motion. It had the familiar emblem stitched on the back, but what caught my eyes, however, was the hood. Celine, what's with the hood? I asked carefully, my cheeks heating up. Oh, she feigned innocence. A hood can serve as head protection while also being easy to remove if it obstructs your vision. It seemed an obvious choice to me. Not that, I hissed, growing increasingly flustered as I turned to look at her. Lifting up the offending portions of the hood, I jabbed a finger at them accusingly. Why are there 2 floppy bunny ears on it? As I stood in front of the shelter's interior doors beginning to open, Jiwoo walked up next to me. She gave me a quick smile, eyes flicking over me. Are you sure you don't need anything else? She asked, and I gave a shake of my head as I adjusted my backpack straps, the ice axe poking out the top. After I'd put the healing salve on and changed my clothes, I'd invited the officers in. Thankfully, neither of the officers had commented on my hoodie, though Jiwoo had turned to face away from me for a moment, her shoulders shaking suspiciously. Getting them to show me how to refill my magazines turned out to be helpful, too. It wasn't complicated or anything, but they had some tips on how to do it quickly. I also got to see the bullets closely for the first time in decent lighting. The actual bullet was a bright silver color, but the casings were all colored in a shiny, metallic black. Well, except for the silver crescent moon and bunny head emblem that Celine had decided to put on all of them. While we worked, I noticed Sergeant O'Malley seemed to be acting differently towards me. Not in a bad way, but I'd noticed he seemed more distant and only referred to me as Miss. When I asked Celine, she said that was the standard honorific for magical girls, while male guardians just used Sir. After we finished, things progressed quickly. We'd developed the plan for my cover story, which involved placing officers around the civilian wing of the shelter and preventing them from coming close to the security wing or entrance. Sergeant O'Malley had suggested not telling the other officers about me, instead saying that he was the one heading out. While revealing myself to the other officers shouldn't have posed a problem, he and Celine seemed to think it didn't hurt to be extra careful. So, as far as anyone else in the shelter knew, Sergeant O'Malley was the one sneaking out, and Jiwoo was in the command center while the remaining 3 officers worked to keep people quarantined to their wing and away from the entrance. In reality, Sergeant O'Malley and Jiwoo would both be waiting in the command center, monitoring the situation and waiting for my return. After that was decided, the last thing that had happened was Sergeant O'Malley loaning me his gun belt. T hadn't fit, of course, but some creative knots and knife work had more or less fixed it. We'd removed the pistol holster, instead attaching as many of the office's magazine holsters as possible. Altogether, I ended up with 6 magazine holsters strapped across the front of my waist. The other 2 loose magazines I'd stuck into my hoodie's pockets, discovering that there was mesh netting inside that formed a tight pouch I could tuck the end of each magazine into. They weren't the most secure things, but they were definitely better than nothing. Speaking of the clothes, they'd proven to be impossibly perfect. The sweatshirt was slightly baggy, but in a loose, comfortable way. It was also lined with something impossibly soft on the inside, some kind of fluffy wool-esque material. Meanwhile, the jeans were tight, but hadn't required a ridiculous amount of shimmying to get into. Weirdly, the jeans still let me move easily, somehow staying snug without restricting my movements. The combat boots were the most normal item, simply fitting around my feet in a cozy embrace. In all, I was pleasantly surprised. I was used to wearing clothes that didn't quite fit, and I'd asked Celine how the gate seemed to know exactly what was needed. She'd explained that because she was connected to me, she naturally knew all my physical vitals, which included my measurements. Just like whenever I summoned anything else, she was able to put in the correct information and make sure I got exactly what I needed, including any customizations that were decided on. I sighed, adjusting the hood slightly around my head as the shelter doors finished opening. In the end, I'd never gotten a good answer from Celine on why she thought the bunny ears were a good idea. It wasn't that big of a deal or anything, and so I gave up, simply making a mental note to carefully explain what I wanted to summon from now on. Besides, the hoodie did look cute, it just wasn't something I would wear in front of other people in a million years. Well, I guess this is where we part ways, Jiwoo murmured as the doors finished opening. I looked at the woman, feeling uncomfortable. I wasn't sure why she seemed so worried about me, not when the alternative would be one of them going out there. Still, it felt wrong to just leave her without saying anything. "I'll be careful," I said, causing her to blink before she looked at me and gave a strained smile. "I know this is your job," she said. "But at the first sign of trouble, the kind that you might not be able to handle, just remember you can always turn back, okay? Saving those people is important, but taking a risk and getting yourself hurt isn't going to help them either." A flutter of warmth tingled through me along with another emotion I couldn't quite identify. It was a little thing, but potent, as if it was condensed into a small, burning ball of something. It made my throat tight, and so I simply gave Jiwoo a nod before I stepped forward into the airlock, Celine hopping by my side. Even without the doors opening completely, it still took a small eternity for the interior doors to close and the exterior doors to open. I took the time to shove my emotions down and refocus on my mission. As the outer doors finished opening, my eyes were drawn to my health bar, and I frowned. "Celine, why is my health only at 84%? I thought to her, aiming the gun down the empty hallway as I stepped out. "The damage from your first anathema encounter was not fully repaired," Celine responded. "While the greater regenerative gum was able to heal your immediate wounds, it didn't truly restore your intestines to full functionality. The fix is functional but will not hold up in the long term. As such, your maximum health is effectively reduced. Do not be alarmed, as getting proper treatment after the usurpation will be relatively easy." I shivered at the memories, pushing myself to keep moving to the stairwell doorway while aiming at the stairs leading to the first floor. Thankfully, no anathema came down, and we were able to slip into the stairwell without incident. The stairs only went down one level, and we reached the bottom quickly. Without hesitating, I crouched next to the door as Celine to slip through before I carefully shut it. Then, I waited, flicking my eyes to my minimap. Celine informed me that my minimap also filled out as she went through places, something I hadn't noticed happening before. Even as I watched, the shape of corridors and rooms began to fill out at a quick pace. I tried to ignore my nerves as I waited in the silence, but my hands started to get sweaty around the grip of my gun. Trying to distract myself, I focused on what the map was actually showing me. From the shape I could see so far, the basement really was a maze of long, narrow hallways, and I briefly wondered what the architect was thinking. Maybe it had to something do with them trying to cram as many of the mall's utility and non-commercial rooms off the main floors as possible, but it still seemed rather haphazard. The blue dot marking Celine seemed to finish scouting after 5 minutes or so, as it turned back and started heading back to me. When the dot showed itself right outside the stairwell, I opened the door, letting Celine hop through. "How does it look?" I whispered. "Only a few anathema are patrolling the hallways, and most are types you have already faced. A few of the bigger office rooms contain larger groups, but those appear to be remaining stationary. We have a relatively clear route directly to the generator room, though I wasn't able to scout the room itself." The door there remains intact, which is not usually a problem, but this one is built from material that can contain any ambient mana that leaks from the generator. Wait, what do you mean normal doors aren't a problem? I can phase through most solid objects so long as they remain relatively still and are not too thick. It destabilizes my physical form, however, reducing the time I can remain manifested unless I am given more mana. Oh, I shifted from one foot to the other as I mentally changed tracks. Did you find any signs of the group they sent before? I found bullet casings and blood, both anathema and human. While there were no bodies, the amount of blood in certain places does not suggest a positive outcome. But if there were no bodies, I trailed off, giving Celine a questioning look. There were no bodies because the anathema feed on mana, and while humans are unable to use mana, they still generate small amounts. Their bodies would have been devoured as a source of strength. That, or taken to a nest where their biomass can be converted more directly, though that seems unlikely as I have seen no signs of a nest. I paled, forcing myself to give Celine a nod as I tried not to dwell on the images her explanation conjured. Okay, do you have a suggested route then? Indeed, we should be able to arrive there with relatively few encounters. I paused at that. That was ideal, but at the same time, what about taking out some of the anathema patrols as we go? I gave her a nervous glance. I mean, just the ones that are alone. With the narrow hallways, I'd have the advantage, and getting some more points and experience seems an excellent idea. Celine's tail swished excitedly. Getting easy points when possible is always a wise course of action. I also believe that the layout of this floor will make the sound of your firearm quite difficult to directly pinpoint from a distance. Alright, let's do that then. I reached for the door, placing my hand on the handle. Before I opened it, I gave myself a moment to steady myself, steeling my resolve. Only once the fear and anxiety prickling beneath my skin was smothered to a manageable level did I throw open the door, following Celine as she began hopping down a path. The halls of the basement were dark, bathed in the dim scarlet light of the emergency lighting. The pale white walls and bleached tiles would have normally given the hallway a sterile, almost hospital-like appearance. With the red light reflecting off the flow, it instead seemed ominous and slightly eerie. The fact that we passed through some doorways with their doors broken down didn't help either. That, and the narrow hallways were only wide enough for two people to walk down if they were willing to walk uncomfortably close together, adding a claustrophobic feel to the atmosphere. I did my best to ignore the foreboding impression the basement gave off as Celine began navigating me through the maze, and it wasn't long before she stopped me at a corner. A hound is about 20 meters ahead, facing away. Peeking around the corner, I saw the creature stalking away from me. Holding my breath, I stepped into the hall, taking my time to aim with both hands. With the hound facing away from me, there was only one place for me to target. Even though it didn't seem like a particularly vital area, I was pretty sure a bullet entering through its backside and traveling down the length of its body could be devastating depending on how far the bullet penetrated. I tried to keep my breathing and hands steady, letting the ring around the dot of my reticle shrink to a small size before I squeezed the trigger. Even with the silencing enchantment active, my umbra let out an impressive crack that echoed through the confined space, making me jump slightly. The anathema seemed just as surprised, stumbling and falling to the ground as my bullet hit straight on. It scrambled, clawed feet skittering on the tile floor as it turned to face me. When it was halfway through the turn, showing me its entire side profile, I let loose another shot. The targeting circle was bigger this time, making me worry I might miss. I was rewarded with another flinch and speckled spray of dark blood. The hound finished turning to face me and began closing the distance in an awkward, limping run. Targeting its head, I started firing, giving myself a second between shots to recenter. The first shot missed while the second hit a leg, causing it to fall to the floor and lose momentum. Taking the extra time as it pushed itself back to its feet, I aimed before letting loose a third shot. Black ichor splashed from its head, and the hound fell to the ground in a motionless pile. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 3. Reward, 10 points. New point total, 62 points. I let out my breath, as exhilaration surged through me. The hound had barely been able to take more than a handful of steps, and it had only taken me. I checked my HUD, 5 bullets, 5 shots and only one of them had been a miss. Sure, the anathema didn't have much room to dodge, and it was quite literally a straight shot, but it still felt like I might have gotten better. Plus, 5 bullets was only a third of a point to replace. If I could keep up that level of accuracy, ammunition wouldn't really end up costing me as much as I first feared. Excellent, Celine commented with a flourish of her tails. Good job at not panicking when it turned. Your discipline is improving fantastically. Shall we move on to the next one? A happy warmth flushed my cheeks, and I gave Celine a nod and meek smile. After I swapped my magazine out for a fresh one from my hoodie pocket, we took off. The next one she took me to was another hound, but this one was heading towards me. The moment I turned the corner with my gun raised, it began to run the 30 or so meter distance. Thankfully, the hallway was long, and I took a moment to try centering on its head. The slight bob of the hound's body as it ran made it hard, and as it reached the halfway mark, a flutter of panic pushed me to start shooting. I fired 5 times in rapid succession, leaving my ears ringing. The hound fell in a limp, sliding sprawl that left a trail of black blood across the ground. Defeated Fomorian Hound, Level 5. Reward, 10 points. New point total, 72 points. As the pounding of my heart settled, I noticed the point reward. Frowning, I turned to look at Celine. Why don't higher level anathema give more points? I thought to her as I reached into my hoodie's pocket and pulled out my previous, partially spent magazine. Point values and how they are calculated is a complicated subject. Celine watched me as I ejected my current magazine. Working swiftly, I started refilling it with bullets from my other magazine while Celine began her explanation. The simplistic answer is that anathema have a relatively low level variance of 5 to 10 levels before they evolve or upgrade into a new type. This results in a new name as well. For example, Fomorian hounds are only found between levels 1 to 5. On reaching level 6, it would evolve or upgrade, possibly being reclassified as a greater Fomorian hound. This new type would naturally have a higher point value. Because the level variance in any one type is usually a fairly small range, it was decided to average the amount of points awarded between the threat posed by an anathema type's maximum and minimum leveled versions. How different would a greater Fomorian hound be from a normal one? I asked as I finished filling up the magazine. I slotted the full one back into my gun, stashing the now almost empty one back into my pocket. As an upgraded type and not evolution, it would mostly just be an all-around better version. This gets into the more advanced subject matter of modifiers like prefixes. Essentially, a modifier added to a name only shows a change in the type of anathema, not the general species it hails from. The anathema might have a new ability or trick, but modifiers are generally added to denote a difference in stat values more than anything else. Anathema with a modifier usually don't even look much different than their normal counterparts. So the name is the only thing that really matters when it comes to point rewards. At least, for what I should be paying attention to. Simply put, yes, one important thing to note is that the experience you earn for defeating an anathema is not averaged like points are. Defeating a higher level anathema will always give more experience than a lower level of the same type. I suppose that made sense. From a gaming perspective, the stat difference between a level 5 hound and a level 1 couldn't be that much either, so applying an averaged value to the reward points seemed reasonable. I had some other questions like how an anathema's threat was determined exactly, but that could wait until later. Refocusing myself back on the task at hand, I turned my attention to my minimap. How many more single patrols are there? I asked as I looked at the winding hallways. Only 2 more. The rest are in larger groups or are too near one another to realistically take out without potentially alerting them. Okay, lead the way. The next was a ghoul, like the ones from the first floor, but instead of patrolling, it was standing eerily still in a dark corner, head tilted at an impossible angle. I don't think I would have noticed it at a glance without Celine's forewarning. Luckily, it was looking down another hallway, not facing me. Moving slowly, I took my time to properly line up my sights. It was a little over 20 meters away, about the length of a tennis court. My pounding heartbeat made it difficult to still my aim. Forcing myself to slow my breathing, the targeting circle eventually shrank to only envelop the ghoul's head. Slowly, hoping to not jostle the gun and disrupt the circle, I squeezed the trigger. The single shot shattered the silence, and black ichor sprayed the wall behind its head. Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 8. Reward, 10 points. New point total, 82 points. 4 levels above me, and it only took 1 bullet. In a way, I guess it made sense. Even if I wasn't using a gun, a sword strike to the head would have a predictably similar outcome. Besides, if this was like the games I'd played, 4 levels wasn't a big difference, especially not when it came to how sturdy something was. Shaking my head, I moved on, following Celine to my last target. The final anathema was another ghoul, this time shuffling towards me down the corridor. I kept most of my body covered behind the corner as peeked out and aimed, taking only a brief moment before I opened fire at its center mass in a rapid barrage. From 15 meters away, it didn't stand much of a chance, barely having time to react as the bullets tore into it and sprayed the hallway with blood. On my sixth shot, it flinched violently before falling to the ground. Defeated Forsaken Ghoul, Level 7. Reward, 10 points. New point total, 92 points. Once again, giddy triumph surged through me. It was astonishing how different this felt compared to when I was with Brian. Before, it had been all about survival, each moment desperate and hurried. I had thought this would be the same way, especially considering how much more rested on my shoulders this time. For some reason, though, I felt much more calm. Sure, I still felt the stinging fear, especially right before I shot at an anathema, but it felt so much more manageable. That, and there was something else hiding behind it, another sharp, almost expectant feeling. Why does this feel so different? Is it because the only thing that will stop me from turning on that generator is dying, and Celine and Air Machina have already pointed out how unlikely that is to happen? Is it because even though there's so much more pressure, so many more people relying on me, this time I was prepared for it? Expecting it? Or was it that I had a personal stake in it this time, and I would not allow myself to fail? Anything but success wasn't even an option I was willing to consider, and because success meant me also surviving, there was nothing to worry about. I would live, the people in the shelter would live, Lily would live, and that was all I was willing to accept. I shook my head. In the end, the reasoning wasn't important. Not right now, at least. Crouching down, I pulled off my backpack and opened a pocket, taking out the box of ammunition. Celine, can you scout out the path one more time and tell me what to expect while I refill? Of course. She took off, and I hurried about my task. With the 25 loose bullets in the box, I was able to keep one round chambered in my Umbra and refill both magazines I'd used so far back full with 8 rounds left over. It ended up taking me longer than I wanted, the dim red lighting making me fumble a few times. Celine returned before I finished, though she let me work in silent concentration. When I was done, I put my backpack on and looked at Celine. Anything. The way remains clear. Once we reach the door, open it slightly and leave it that way while I scout the room. Nodding, I followed her as she hopped off. It took us a while to twist through the maze, but we reached our destination without incident. The door itself was made of a silvery metal with an odd gloss that looked vaguely familiar. It came to me a second later as I realized it looked exactly like the material my Silverbane bullets were made of. Silverite, was it? Next to the door was a handprint and keycard scanner. Placing my hand on the scanner, there was a low humming sound before it let out a beep, the screen turning green as a loud click came from the door. Reaching out to the door handle, I pushed the door open a crack, letting Celine squeeze through. I wasn't sure what to expect from the room inside, but my minimap informed me it actually opened up into a fairly large room. Interestingly, there were also what looked like pillars lining either side, though I wasn't sure what purpose those would. Celine blurred back through the opening, skidding to a frantic stop. Close it now, quietly, her voice came to me in a forceful whisper. My muscles tightened all at once at the seriousness in her voice, and it was all I could do to stop myself from slamming the door closed on reflex. Carefully, I followed her instructions, pushing the door closed and gently releasing the handle until the lock clicked shut once again. What's wrong? I turned to her worriedly. What is it? Celine sat on the ground, her tails flicking around in agitation. For a moment, she didn't respond, which only sent my heart pounding faster. There is an anathema in there, Celine finally answered. It must have come directly through a rift into the room, as it is too big to fit through the door even if it broke it open. Though the knowledge I was given on anathema types is hardly all-encompassing, I know this particular anathema is strong. Very strong. It must have been drawn by the ambient mana in the room from when the generator shut down. Okay, I swallowed. So what do we do? Celine turned to me, her tails curling downward. I do not think you understand, Celine said gently. There is a general rule regarding anathema when comparing strengths. If they are within 5 levels of you, the difference is negligible. If they are 6 to 10 levels higher than you, they will be a tough opponent to be faced with caution. 11 to 15 levels and you are facing a challenging opponent who you must prepare extensively for. 16 to 20 levels and you are essentially facing a boss monster, a deadly serious fight you should not attempt alone. Anything more than 20 levels above you will most likely have such a significant disadvantage that attempting to defeat it is impossible. This rule is based on, of course, magical girls who are utilizing their astral shift and the stats it provides. Alright, I nodded slowly. How high of a level is this anathema? Without a kill notification, it is impossible to tell exactly. However, based on my limited database, it is most likely in its 20s, though I would suspect the lower end. Even so, this means it could be anywhere from 16 to 25 levels above you. A chill went down me as the implications hit me fully. Even if I had my astral shift, it would still be in the near impossible range. As it was. Besides, I think you are all too familiar with how dangerous this particular anathema can be. I blinked, giving Celine a confused look. Do you remember your conversation with Lily about how far she was in Magical Girls Sunset Rebellion? About the boss she was stuck on? I frowned in thought, then felt my eyes involuntarily widen. She was still on the third dungeon, which meant the Arachnomantis, I whispered in growing dread, and Celine dipped her head in acknowledgement. I stood there, my mind racing at the implications. There was an actual boss monster in there, in the room that held the only hope of saving hundreds of people. More than that, it was a tough boss, and the first time I'd beaten it, it had been a close fight even with other players helping me. Sure, I'd gone back to train on it alone after I'd gotten a bunch of levels, but even though I'd managed to solo it multiple times. Something clicked in my head, and I felt my breath catch for a moment. Slowly, my heartbeat began to calm down into something manageable, and I found myself looking at Celine. Celine, you told me earlier low-level anathema tend to stick to patterns like video game enemies. Would the Arachnomantis use the same moves and attacks as the one in Rebellion? Mostly, she hedged. Still, this is the real world, and all anathema are capable of improvising in what are colloquially called common-sense attacks. Something like a quick, close-range attack such as a bite or punch is always on the table. With how complicated a creature the Arachnomantis is, I suspect it might be fairly limited to its observed behaviors, but it would still outclass you far too much too. Celine, I cut her off. How many times did I fight the Arachnomantis in Magical Girls Sunset Rebellion? How many times did I fight it alone and win? Celine shifted from one foot to the other, hesitating. 6 times, Celine admitted. The last 2 you managed it without taking any damage. And the only reason I stopped going after it was because it wasn't giving good enough rewards anymore. Celine, I literally know all 12 attacks it uses down to their names. Even if it can improvise, it hardly matters when I won't be staying in range. You still don't have the combat experience or stats to do this. You also won't be dodging with the SMPLE press of a button but with your physical body. One hit, one simple mistake could prove catastrophic. Even if you dodge, you will tire, especially without your stat bonuses. Even if you were transformed and benefiting fully from your stats, this still would be nearly impossible. You would be facing an anathema of a higher caliber completely alone in face-to-face combat. Yes, I would be. I paused, taking a deep breath. And I know this isn't a game. That's exactly why I have to do this. If I don't, hundreds die. Celine's tails drooped down, her head lowering. This is too dangerous to do alone. Please, reconsider. I crouched down in front of Celine. Even though I could feel the fear inside me making my heart skip the occasional beat, it felt like a distant, unimportant thing. I gave Celine the most reassuring smile I could. I know you're worried about me, but this is something I have to do. And I think I have a plan, one that, if it works, will make it so at least half the fight isn't even a challenge. She seemed to perk up at that, raising her eyes to meet mine. Besides, I whispered aloud, giving her a soft smile. I'm not doing this alone. At that, Celine went motionless for a moment. Then, her tails raised, and she gave me a deep nod. I can't exactly argue with that, I suppose, Celine sighed, her tails giving a flick. Very well, then, let's figure out how to defeat a boss. 5. The plan was simple, but I found myself wishing we'd been able to prepare more, like getting more points to unlock better ammo. 4. Unfortunately, Celine had told me there were no other easy patrols to target, the remaining ones containing too many anathema to safely handle. 3. Which did nothing to alleviate my anxiety, even with Celine helping me develop my plan further. 2. Every muscle in my body felt tight, like wires about to snap. 1. I placed my left hand on the door handle, licking my dry lips as my chest constricted around my lungs. Go. I threw the door open, immediately using my foot to push the now empty box I'd summoned earlier in front of the door as a makeshift doorstop. A wave of cold air hit me as my gun snapped up to point into the interior of the room, but it was utterly devoid of motion. I flicked my eyes over the layout, taking in the details Celine had warned me about. It was a long, rectangular room, maybe 2 soccer fields in length and 1.5 wide. Pillars lined the length, 3 on each side. Each one had blue metal tubes running along them from floor to ceiling, a mesh wire cage enclosing them. The ceiling itself stretched up high, easily the height of 3 average rooms stacked together. With only a few red emergency lights to illuminate the entire room, shadows veiled the majority of the space. I tried to keep my eyes on the ceiling, squinting to adjust to the poor visibility, but I couldn't help but notice the ground. Splashes and sprays of scarlet, semi-reflective liquid painted the floor in puddles and footprints. There were copper-colored bullet casings littered around, and I spotted a few dark shapes that might have been discarded handguns. Even having heard Celine's warning, I felt my throat constrict. I forced myself to remain calm, searching the ceiling as I aimed through the doorway. My eyes caught on a few silvery threads crisscrossing across the ceiling and tops of the pillars, and egg-shaped masses of the material were stuck in various corners. There were a few splotches of webbing on the floor too, almost like a ball of the material had been thrown and exploded on impact. My eyes caught on a shape near the farthest right pillar, and I almost took an involuntary step back. It was big, though the shadows and distance made it hard to properly gauge its exact size. I could make out the vague shape of many limbs curled up around a large body, all covered in a slick black, armor-like material. Moving at a slow, deliberate pace, I took a few steps back, carefully measuring out the distance before I settled into a crouch. Celine sat next to me, already in position just to my left. Slowly, I raised my gun and set my sights on the form. I couldn't make out the specifics of my target in the curled, shadowy mass, so I simply settled for getting my targeting reticle to be as small as possible in its direct center. When my reticle stopped shrinking, I let out my breath in a gentle, controlled exhale. Then I fired 16 bullets in half as many seconds. The noise was deafening. Even with the lesser silencing enchantment, the gunshots echoed and bounced through the narrow hallways like thunder. The muzzle flashes were practically blinding in the dim lighting, forcing me to squint. I tried to let none of it distract me as I focused on keeping my shots on target. The shape of the anathema twitched as my shots bit into it, some of them drawing sparks as they skipped off chitinous plating. My Umbra's slide clicked back into the empty position before the last shell casing hit the floor. Blinking through the sudden lack of strobing muzzle flashes, I saw the form of the creature writhe, uncurling itself as it dropped to the floor with an unearthly grace. As it rose to its full height, I found my eyes widening. The arachnomantis was mostly a half-spider and half-mantis creature, but there were human features mixed in that gave it a twisted edge. The lower half of its body was like a giant spider but covered in dark, chitinous plating. Each of its 8 legs tapered off into blades that clicked against the tiled floor with each movement. Where the spider's head should have been was where the mantis portion began, a torso sticking upward in a centaur-like fashion. The torso itself was more human-looking, petite with gentle, feminine curves. It was covered in more black chitin that stuck closely to its figure, accentuating its too thin, alien form. The arms themselves looked like that of a mantis, double-jointed and ending in wicked, serrated scythes of gray metal. Finally, the anathema's head was human-shaped, but had the fanged mouth and 8 eyes of a spider. The gleaming black orbs reflected glints of red light, almost like eldritch pupils searching for prey. The arachnomantis set those eyes on me and let out a screeching, chittering hiss. I shuddered, suppressing the wave of disgust and fear that rolled through me. I'd seen the arachnomantis before, in Magical Girl's Sunset Rebellion, but that was on a phone screen. In person, the eerie mix of features was nothing less than horrific. Trying to push through the overwhelming sensation, I held my left hand out to my side, glancing in the same direction. Celine sat there, at the ready, each of her 9 tails curled around a magazine. I'd bought another 9 in preparation for the fight, and the second I beckoned to her, she slapped a fresh magazine into my palm. I released my spent mag, pushed the new one in, hit the slide release, adjusted my aim, and opened fire again. The arachnomantis had just finished landing, taking its first step toward me. This time, my aim was off-center as I targeted the side of its body. More specifically, I was targeting its legs, trying to do as much damage to them as possible. Although they weren't very big targets, the way they were spaced next to each other gave me a fairly decent chance of hitting at least one as the monster skittered towards me. My second magazine went as quick as the first, and I barely noticed myself ejecting it as I tried to see what damage I was doing. Between the distance and the lighting, it was almost impossible, but I had the feeling between my rapid-fire approach and its chitin plating, I had yet to make a real dent. Which is why it's a good thing I bought a lot of bullets, I thought to myself as I finished reloading and resumed firing. The arachnomantis wasn't sitting idle, charging towards me as it shrieked in protest. The closer it came to me, the bigger a target I had, and I saw one of my bullets spark against its armored leg. It was tempting to switch to targeting the anathema's torso, especially as its gleaming side legs and arms drew looser, but I forced myself not to panic. Another 15 bullets went by, and this time I saw the legs spasm as some shots seemed to punch through its armor. Just as I finished reloading my fourth magazine, the arachnomantis reached the doorway. With its spider lower half and long, arcing legs on either side, it was too wide to fit through. It was also tall enough that if I was standing, I would only come up to where the spider half began turning into a torso. It hunched down to see me through the entrance, chittering in rage as it stretched out one of its overly long arms in a lightning-quick stab. I almost fell backwards as the scythe's tip shot towards my face, but forced myself to remain calm. The blade fell a half-meter short, leaving the arachnomantis awkwardly stretching an arm through the entryway. It clawed at the floor, cutting a furrow through it with ease as it tried to reach me. Shrill panic and excitement rushed through me as I lifted my gun, aiming at the arachnomantis's head now that its legs were obstructed by the doorframe. With my slightly shaking hands, my reticle was huge, but at the relatively short distance it hardly mattered. The first few shots blasted against the plating of its head, at least one penetrating as it screeched in pain. The arachnomantis skittered backwards, pulling away from the doorway, and I put the rest of my fourth magazine's shots into its torso as it bobbed its head in a wild, evasive motion. As the arachnomantis continued retreating back into the room, I reloaded and returned to firing at its legs. A sudden crisp, cracking sound snapped out along with a mist of black blood as one of my bullets seemed to find a joint and blow through it. The anathema's second-most forward leg to my left went limp, making the creature stumble to the ground. I took the opportunity to target the forward-most leg specifically, aiming at another joint as I emptied my fifth magazine. The arachnomantis screamed in pain as my shots landed, bullets punching through chitin plates. It pushed itself away, scurrying as fast as it could in the direction of the pillars. Reloading into my sixth mag, I changed targets, aiming for the legs on its other side. The anathema reached the first pillar, dipping behind it. With how wide the arachnomantis was, it could only really hide the center of its body, leaving its legs exposed. I aimed my shots carefully, slowing down my rapid fire to a more methodical cadence as I tried to avoid hitting the pipes lining the pillar. It wasn't hard considering the arachnomantis had stopped moving other than the occasional twitches its body bobbed up and down in a weird undulating motion that. My eyes widened in recognition, and I quickly emptied the rest of my mag, grabbing my seventh and slotting it in with a hurried motion. "Get ready," I told Celine, getting up from my crouch as I moved closer to the door. "It's..." The arachnomantis suddenly threw itself out from behind the pillar, lurching in an awkward, off-balance manner as it moved to the center of the room with surprising speed. Then it spun, turning so the back of its spider abdomen faced me as it pushed itself upwards, almost as if tensing its muscles. I moved, sprinting into the room just as the arachnomantis shot out a stream of webbing at the door. My run turned into a dive, and I managed to just clear the entryway as the webs hit the doorframe. I landed on the ground hard, the magazine holsters around my waist digging into me painfully. Scrambling back to my feet, I turned in time to see the arachnomantis finish coating the doorway in a thick barrier of silky webbing. Celine had made it through in time, sitting at my side with 3 more magazines still clutched in her tails. I found myself shivering as the cold air of the room bit into me, but my eyes were fixed on the only entrance and exit the room offered. We were trapped now, and I felt fear stab through me as the second phase of the plan began. Even if it was all going more or less like Celine and I thought it would, I definitely hadn't appreciated just how terrifying it would be. The idea of being confined with a monster whose arm sides were as tall as I was hadn't really sunk in until now. My body thrummed with nervous energy, filling me with a painful, electric edge that clawed into my muscles with every beat of my heart. I snapped my attention back to the arachnomantis as it spun to face me, letting out a triumphant hiss. It staggered forward, blade legs clicking against the ground as it charged. I choked down a yelp as I stumbled into motion, sprinting in a curved arc that would put pillars between us as I continued firing. My targeting reticle went wild, growing huge as I moved while trying to aim at the anathema's legs again. Even with 2 of its legs out, the arachnomantis was fast. The only thing that saved me was the pillar I put between us, forcing the arachnomantis to try and circle around. Now that it was closer and obstructed by the pillar, it offered the perfect target. Shots pinged off its chitinous armor and leg blades alike, but even in the dim red light I saw some bullets putting holes in it. Unfortunately, the arachnomantis was still faster than me, and in the time it took me to empty my mag, it managed to catch up. It raised both of its scythed arms above its head, and I recognized the motion. It was the same pose it took in Rebellion right before it used its falling scythe attack. I tried to dodge like I would in the game, pushing my muscles to their limit as I leapt to the side as swiftly as I could manage. Scythe blades fell a moment later, the blades coming within centimeters of hitting me as they smashed into the tile floor. The scythes dug deep into the ground, and I continued running towards the next pillar as the arachnomantis had to stop and pull its arms free. Ejecting my empty mag, I held out my left hand. Celine came in a blur of motion, slapping a new one into my palm that I quickly loaded. At least, I tried to, but my frantic sprinting made it hard to get the ammunition properly slotted into the magazine well. By the time I managed to fumble it in, the arachnomantis was back in range of me. This time it twisted its upper body and pulled back an arm, preparing to execute a cone-shaped sweep. I stuck my foot out, stopping my forward momentum as I juked back towards the monster. The attack was a frontal 120-degree arc, and I sprinted at the arachnomantis at a slight diagonal, aiming to avoid the strike by escaping on the far edge of the attack. There was a whoosh of air as the blade sliced behind me, stopping just before it would have hit my backpack, and my heart skipped a beat even as I passed into touching distance of the arachnomantis's legs. I went skidding to a stop, pointing my gun directly at one of its joints and fired from an arm's length away. Black blood exploded from the unarmored portion as I emptied half my mag in a roar of thunder. The arachnomantis let out an alien, hissing scream, stumbling as its leg went limp. Changing targets, I shot the rest of my bullets into another leg. My umbra clicked empty, and I ejected the mag even as I resumed my dash away from the anathema. It recovered by leaning heavily to one side, pulling in the legs facing me close to its body. I was already running parallel to it, and I hurried in an all-out sprint to avoid the coming attack. I cleared the space just as it slashed out with its legs, blades arcing out along the entirety of its flank. I kept moving, a 9th magazine appearing in my hand that I quickly loaded. I heard the arachnomantis skittering as it turned to continue chasing me, and I looked over my shoulder. It was moving slower now, 3 of its legs almost completely limp while a 4th trembled with every step. I let out a short, relieved breath as I realized it was barely keeping up with me running at full speed. As long as I managed my distance. The arachnomantis suddenly stopped, hunching backwards and raising both arms above its head, blades pointed at the ground. I felt the bottom of my stomach drop, and I quickly changed courses in a full right-angle turn. The arachnomantis was preparing to unleash an attack every rebellion player feared, a straight-line charge of the arachnomantis furiously stabbing its arm scythes downward in a storm of frenzied blows. Getting caught in it would be like being hit by a bus with a blender attached to its front. The arachnomantis charged, and it was suddenly quick, like the leg wounds I inflicted didn't even matter. Even as I changed my course, the distance was closed impossibly fast, and a scythe blade stabbed into the ground less than an arm's length away. As the arachnomantis pulled its scythe out, the upward arc of the blade raising caught me on my right bicep, and I felt the sharp edge dig into my arm as I was suddenly thrown into a spin. I let out a cry of surprise as my world twisted, landing on the ground with a violent jolt. The fall took the breath out of me in a harsh, painful gasp. The sudden impact and pain was too much, and I felt my gun slip from my grasp and go clattering away. I barely had time to mentally register that while the anathema had thrown me away and to the side, I was still in the path of its rampaging legs as it blurred nearer. I forced myself into a disoriented, awkward roll, barely avoiding the needle-point strikes as the arachnomantis rushed past me. Sucking in a gasping breath, I pushed myself to my feet, searching in the darkness for my umbra. My right arm ached from where I'd been hit, but when I tried to search for a wound, I found nothing but some frayed threading on my hoodie's sleeve. My bicep throbbed, but I otherwise seemed unhurt. The arachnomantis recovered from its charge, turning to face me. I started backpedaling, abandoning my search for my gun as I kept my eyes on the anathema. Celine, I can't. I cut off my thought as the arachnomantis caught up to me, aiming a powerful but slow stab at me. I stepped to the side, twisting my body as I avoided the lunging strike. It recovered, pulling in an arm as it aimed a quick, flicking attack I recognized as its decapitating slash. Trusting my instincts, I ducked, and the side whooshed above my head. I popped back up even as the arachnomantis was mid-motion on its next attack. It was strange how telegraphed the strikes seemed, my experience in rebellion guiding me to know how to dodge every strike. Still, even with that knowledge, it took everything in me to focus on recognizing the preparatory movements and then dodge, only escaping each strike by the narrowest of margins thanks to the arachnomantis's superior speed and reach. Double impalement. I jumped to one side as two blades tried to stab me, sucking in a breath as they almost slashed open my stomach. Cross strike. I twisted to the side to dodge the vertical slash, then ducked underneath the follow-up horizontal attack from its other arm. Ankle sweep. A jump brought me clear over the blade, but I landed awkwardly, stumbling as I recovered. 10-side rain. It brought down each arm in quick, alternating stabs at the ground, forcing me to side-skip back and forth in the brief moment that one side withdrew and the next came in. Execution. The relatively long wind-up on the next attack gave me time to duck forward, dodging underneath the two diagonal arcs at the bottom of the X shape they made. Deadly embrace. With me now crouched closer, the arachnomantis flowed into a grabbing hug with both scythes. Chaining the attack from execution, it had almost no wind-up, and horror flashed through me as I realized I had no escape route from the two blades closing in behind me. Desperate, I dove forward underneath the spider body of the arachnomantis. I landed in a painful slide along my stomach's magazine holsters and found myself under the anathema, surrounded by a cage of blade legs on either side with its huge, arachnid body hovering above me. I scrambled forward, pushing myself across the floor even as the arachnomantis raised its body high into the air, getting ready to slam down on top of me. With its wounded legs, the motion took long enough for me to crawl out just before it slammed itself into the ground. The force of the body slam cracked the tiled floor beneath it, and I suppressed the surge of terror the sound sparked. I pushed myself to my feet and began running as the arachnomantis stood, damaged legs trying to help as they pushed uselessly at the ground. It gave me time to make some distance between us as I went for another pillar. I gasped for air, sweat dripping down my brow as I ran. The flurry of attacks had only been seconds long, but my lungs were burning from the effort of evading the blistering pace they came at me with. Combined with all the running and dodging I'd already done, I knew I was tiring too quickly. Open your right hand. Celine suddenly shouted into my mind. I followed her instructions, and a second later she was hopping next to me, tails extending to push my umbra into my waiting palm. The second my fingers closed around it, I felt some of the terror in me retreat, the sharpened spike of anxiety each breath was bringing suddenly becoming blunted. I spun around, now backpedaling as I reacquired the arachnomantis in my reticle. The anathema had just finished getting back to its feet and was halfway through its turn to face me. I fired, the familiar, slightly subdued roar of my umbra echoing through the room. Bullets tore into the arachnomantis's legs and side, causing it to screech in pain. I managed to empty my gun before it finished its turn and came after me. Releasing the mag, I instantly found a new one in my left hand that I proceeded to slot in as I backpedaled past a pillar. "This is your 10th magazine," Celine informed me. "I have 2 more that fell from your sweatshirt pockets. Then you will be down to the 6 in your holsters." I gave a mute nod in response, slightly surprised I hadn't noticed the magazines falling out. Gripping my umbra tighter, I watched as the arachnomantis came at me. It had slowed down again, and over half of its legs looked to be barely functioning, the damaged ones only gingerly touching the ground with each step. At its current speed, I was fairly certain I could outpace it if I was running, but only barely. I moved my reticle, doing my best to also use the umbra's sights as I targeted the arachnomantis's main body. I'd dealt enough damage to the legs, and now it was time to start focusing on killing it. My reticle shrunk noticeably when I took the time to properly aim with the pistol's sights, the circle shrinking to fit the anathema's torso. I fired, positioning myself a few meters behind the pillar to keep it between the anathema and myself. My shot struck the arachnomantis in a quick but steady rhythm, bullets punching into its chitinous armor. It let out another chittering scream, scythe blades raising in front of its body in a makeshift shield. One of my shots pinged off a blade in a flash of sparks, ricocheting into the ground in a puff of dust and tile fragments. Emptying the rest of my bullets into its unguarded legs, I let Celine slap my 11th magazine into my left hand and reloaded. The arachnomantis took the opportunity to continue closing the distance, reaching the pillar with a final lunge. It tried to circle around, but its wounded legs seemed to be hampering its horizontal movement, allowing me to keep circling the other direction and keep the pillar between us. Now that the anathema was chasing me around the pillar at a short range, I returned to shooting at its torso. Its sides weren't wide enough to hide its entire body when it held them in a guard position, though it did require careful aiming to hit the exposed portions. An idea flickered through my mind as I looked into the anathema's 8 eyes, and I quickly flicked my gun up, shooting a single shot towards its head. Being a relatively small and constantly moving target, I wasn't surprised when I missed. The arachnomantis, however, reacted by raising both scythes to block me from a headshot, leaving its body completely open. Triumph surged through me, and I let loose a rapid barrage that emptied my mag. A lot of the shots outright missed due to our constant circling, but I saw some strike the torso in misty sprays of black ichor. The arachnomantis shuddered, changing to guard its torso once again. Celine handed me my 12th magazine, the last she had, and I slammed it in. Taking another wild shot at the arachnomantis's head, it once again flinched, but didn't change guards. Another 2 shots, one actually striking its skull and whipping its head to the side, and the monster finally switched to covering its head, which only earned it another 12 bullets targeted at its torso. Releasing my empty magazine, I moved my hand to the holsters around my waist. Earlier, I'd practiced using them in front of Ji-woo and Sergeant O'Malley while they coached me. They'd had me go through the motions at least 100 times, and I found myself pulling a magazine free and pushing it into my umbra with little issue. It did, however, slow down my steps a little, and the arachnomantis took the moment to surge around the pillar. Instead of facing it head-on, I spun, sprinting away at full speed towards a pillar at the far end of the room. Only when I reached it did I wheel around, reacquiring the anathema in my sights as I once again placed a pillar between us. It went skidding to a stop in order to avoid ramming into the pillar, and I jumped on the opportunity to get more bullets into its briefly stationary form. As we began circling one another again, I found my boots sticking to the floor in some places. It was a slight thing, only occurring around a certain portion of the pillar, and one of my steps seemed to hit a bullet casing, sending the copper-colored object pinging across the ground. Something set off warning bells in my head, but I kept my eyes on the anathema, forcing myself not to glance down. I continued shooting, but when I'd circled to the other side of the pillar, I let my eyes flick down to where I'd felt the slightly sticky sensation. My eyes widened when I saw what I'd been standing in, stomach clenching as a wave of nausea rolled through me. A large puddle of scarlet liquid gleamed, footprints etched into the blood. Dozens of copper bullet casings sprinkled the pool, shining in the carmine light. I snapped my attention back to the anathema, reloading my gun as I tried to redirect my thoughts. My attention had only been split for a second, but in that moment, the arachnomantis had gained some ground on me, forcing me to pick up my pace. My throat felt tight as I found myself circling back into the blood, and I noticed my targeting reticle had gained a noticeable quiver to it. Forcing myself to continue firing, I tried to ignore the nausea in the pit of my stomach. Celine had warned me about the blood, and I'd even seen it when I threw open the door. I'd managed to subconsciously overlook it until now, but standing in it, knowing it belonged to the team who'd come before me. My attention was suddenly back on the arachnomantis as it skipped a step back, retracting both sides before it suddenly surged forward, stabbing at me from either side of the pillar as it executed its twin piercing lunge attack. Both blades sprang towards me, and I strangled down a gasp of surprise as they pulled up short only a hand's length away from my face. I took a hasty step backwards on reflex, trying to put more distance between us even though it physically couldn't get closer with the pillar in the way. The stickiness of the floor pulled at my boot, and I overreacted to the slight sensation, pulling my boot away with too much force. My backward step landed with most of my weight on it, and sharp, cylindrical objects pushed against the sole of my boot as I stepped on multiple bullet casings at the same time. My weight came down on the awkward footing, and my ankle twisted painfully as the casing slid underneath my foot, taking my balance from me. And then I suddenly found myself in an uncontrolled, backwards fall. I landed on my backpack, cushioning my fall marginally even as the few objects stored within stabbed against into painfully. I scrambled up into a sitting position, planting my left hand on the ground to help push myself up. It landed directly in the puddle of cool, sticky liquid I was now sitting in, and I pulled my hand away in horror, trying to get my bearings even as I felt the blood soaking into the back of my jeans. The arachnomantis had just finished stepping around the pillar, now only a few meters away with nothing between us. It closed the distance in a flurry of clicking steps, and I felt my heart stop even as I aimed my gun in a futile gesture. There was no way I was going to be able to effectively dodge from my sitting position. Even as my reticle flicked towards the anathema, I knew it was useless. Short of a lucky shot, nothing was going to stop the monster. The arachnomantis raised a scythe blade, aiming to impale me on the floor, and I let out a choked scream as I saw the blade descend. In that moment, a blur of motion flew past me as Celine launched herself directly at the arachnomantis's head. Her body flashed with purple light, becoming visible to the anathema just as she landed on its face and kicked off it with all the force she could muster. The kick didn't even budge the anathema, but seeing the flash of light combined with an unknown object hurtling towards its eyes seemed to make it flinch, and the scythe's downward trajectory shifted. The blade slammed into the ground next to me, barely missing my torso, and the arachnomantis let out a hiss of frustrated rage as it turned to face Celine. I wasted no time, pushing myself backwards and away from the anathema as I tried to regain my feet. That seemed to draw its attention, however, the arachnomantis's head whipping back to face me. It took a step forward to chase, but Celine was suddenly in motion again. Hurtling towards the anathema as she bounced from a leg to an arm and then finally to its face, her tails shooting out in a contemptuous flick on each of the arachnomantis's 8 eyes. It hissed in fury, stepping backwards and swinging wildly at Celine's falling form. She managed to twist in mid-air, narrowly dodging before she landed. She went back on the move immediately, hopping back and forth in front of the arachnomantis in a blur of motion as the anathema continued trying to stab her. I took the opportunity Celine had given me, pushing myself to my feet. Pain shot through my right ankle as I stood, and I let out a gasp as the sharp sensation made my eyes water. I must have twisted my ankle worse than I originally thought, but I forced myself to ignore the jagged edge of agony as I got to my feet. Trying to hurry as much as I could, I started limp running to get the pillar back between myself and the arachnomantis. I clenched my teeth through the pain each step brought, raising my gun as I tried to retarget the anathema. Celine was hopping around in front of it, even using its stabbing arms and legs to bounce off and flip through the air in wild, flashy maneuvers as her foxtails fanned out behind her like streamers. Huffing for air as pain and exertion clawed into my lungs, I aimed, trying to steady and shrink my targeting reticle while Celine distracted the monster. The arachnomantis hissed in an alien roar, a deep, basso tone entering its voice in a familiar sound that made my muscles clench. My eyes widened even as the anathema pulled its arms back, scythes poised in a distinct pose as it reared up, and its front 2 legs raised off the floor to bring their blades to bear as well. Celine, get B. Before I could finish, the arachnomantis launched its 4-fold scythe storm attack. In rebellion, it was an attack easy to predict and dodge away from due to the distinctive audio cue. The attack was a barrage of strikes that would do massive damage to anyone caught in it, almost guaranteeing death to any player who got caught. Thankfully, it was a fairly easy move to avoid if you knew about it ahead of time. Celine, however, didn't manage to escape in time. The arachnomantis slashed at Celine in a flurry of arcing strikes, each attack surging forward at a speed I'd barely follow. Celine hopped from side to side, dodging 2 low stabs and then taking to the air in a twirling flip as 2 blades tried to pincer her. Landing in a flourish of her tails, she barely hopped over a low cut, actually landing on top of the blade briefly and using it to jump higher as another slice followed up. The arachnomantis's arms came arching down at her airborne form in diagonals, and Celine twisted her tails together in a violent twirl that sent her spinning from their path at the cost of her momentum. For the shortest of moments, she hung in the air as if suspended by invisible wires, her scarlet eyes meeting my own in that frozen second. Then one of the arachnomantis's blades shot past and cut her clean in half. I screamed as her 2 halves were flung away from each other, purple light glowing from each piece and spraying out in fading motes of light. I opened fire in a roar of thunder as horror washed over me. Celine's body parts hit the floor and bounced away violently before shattering into violet shards like broken glass. The jagged pieces of light flickered for the briefest moment in the air before winking out of existence. My heart pounded in my ears, and I felt my breath catch in my throat as I continued shooting the anathema until my umbra clicked empty. It's fine, she's okay. She can't die, remember? This was even a contingency, Celine distracting the anathema if I was in trouble. Everything's fine. I told myself those things as I fumbled a new mag into my gun, but something about the words felt hollow. Seeing her cut clean in half, her body parts bouncing like discarded pieces of garbage before vanishing. A tear fell down my cheek, and I screamed as I fished reloading and resumed shooting the anathema. It raised both scythes to block as it reoriented on me, letting out a triumphant hiss. Rude. Celine's voice came to me, and I gasped. It's been getting led around by the nose this whole time, and it's gloating about such a small victory. Unacceptable. I demand satisfaction. Would you do the honors? Even if you did have the mana to remanifest me, I refuse to dirty my fur further with this insect's blood. I blinked in stunned surprise, her words freezing me for a half second. Then, a strained laugh bubbled inside of me, and I hurried to resume my circling maneuver even as I continued firing. The edge of fear in my gut disappeared at Celine's joking tone, and I could suddenly breathe again as I returned my focus to the fight. The arachnomantis and I resumed our dance as it chased me around the pillar, gunshots flashing in the dark room with a thunderous echo. Even as I ran, I realized my ankle wasn't going to hold up. Each step I took sent a barbed trail of agony through my leg, and my limping run began to slow with every movement. As I finished emptying my magazine, one of my shots caused a spray of ichor to erupt from the arachnomantis's stomach, but even then, it was beginning to gain ground on me. I forced myself to think, desperately searching for an answer even as I reloaded. I was down to my last 3 magazines, and between the pain and exertion, I was near my limit. My muscles ached, and I needed to find a way to finish the arachnomantis, or at least slow it down even further. My breaths had become ragged, gasping things, turning to mist in the cold air of the room. My eyes widened, then flicked to the aqua-colored pipes lining the pillars. They had a metal mesh frame boxing them in, and a myriad of symbols covered the pipes, warning me of the same thing Celine had while we'd been planning. One of the reasons the mana generator had to have its own custom-designed room was that producing so much mana also generated a lot of heat. In order to keep the generator from overheating, the room was built especially large with pillars that had cooling pipes along their length. An incredibly cold, Zenith-manufactured gas ran through them, and through heat transfer, the pipes would keep the room cool without directly releasing the gas into the room. The mesh frame around the pillars was there as a safety measure, keeping anybody from accidentally touching the pipes. Celine had warned me to watch my shots, that hitting one of the pipes would cause the pressurized gas to leak into the room. While the gas wasn't toxic, direct exposure to the gas as it escaped the pipe would almost certainly freeze whatever it touched. If one of my bullets punctured the pipe and I happened to be too close. The arachnomantis screeched, gaining more ground on me as it raised a scythe for another attack. As I saw the serrated blade raise like a guillotine, I made my decision. I flicked my gun to point at the pipes and fired, praying my plan would work. The first shot sparked against the mesh and pipe, putting a dent in the metal. The second and third shots both missed as I stepped on my wounded ankle. But the fourth shot hit the pipe and punched a hole clean through. Teal gas sprayed out in an explosive stream directly in the arachnomantis's path, its forward momentum carrying it straight into the gas. The anathema let out a chittering shriek as its full body spasmed, and I stumbled away as quickly as I could manage. Continuing to aim at the pipes, I emptied the rest of my magazine as I cleared the immediate danger zone. More gas streams joined the first, completely engulfing the anathema. It tried to escape, but only ended up falling to the ground as the legs facing the pipe froze in an instant and cracked. The arachnomantis used its arm and legs on its opposite side, dragging itself forward, in a slow, awkward scurry away from the blasting streams of gas. Even with its desperate movements, it moved at an agonizingly slow pace. I slotted in my second-to-last magazine, gasping for breath as I watched the monster. I could barely see it in the misting cloud, so I took a few more steps away while I waited for it to pull itself out. I could feel the air cooling noticeably while I waited, the sensation almost pleasant against my sweat-soaked brow. After almost a full minute, the arachnomantis managed to escape the streams of gas. Frost and ice covered the entirety of one side, its legs broken clean off. It shivered uncontrollably, and even its hissing voice seemed raspy. The anathema looked around, head moving in jerky snaps from side to side until it found me. Then it began dragging itself forward, seemingly undeterred in its pursuit. With only one side working and half of its remaining legs wounded, it could only move forward with the help of its unfrozen arm. It dragged itself in slow, lurching movements that barely resulted in any progress even as its legs pushed awkwardly on the ground. I slowly raised my gun, not bothering to move from my position as I put my sights on the arachnomantis's head. I fired a shot, the bullet smashing into its face. It recoiled slightly from the impact, but pressed on. Taking a second to rest-steady myself, I adjusted my aim and fired again. And again, and again. Some of my shots missed, either because of the erratic dragging movements the Arachnomantis was using, or just because of my terrible, shaky aim. I didn't let it bother me, simply taking time to adjust before firing again. On my 9th shot, I hit it right in the eye. The back of the Arachnomantis's head exploded in a spray of black gore, its entire body flinching as every muscle tensed at the same time. For a moment it remained frozen in that position, but then it slowly slackened, arm and legs going limp as its torso fell backwards onto its own abdomen. Defeated newborn Arachnomantis, level 21. Bonus experience awarded for defeating an enemy more than 15 levels above your own. Reward: 50 points. New point total: 133 points. Congratulations, you've leveled up multiple times. Showing level ups. You are now level 5. You are now level 6. You are now level 7. You are now level 8. Stat points available: 40. Relief and exhaustion washed over me, my muscles turning to jelly as I slowly lowered myself to the ground, drinking in deep breaths of air as I tried to catch my breath. Something warm flickered in my stomach, and it took me a moment to realize what it was. I did it. I won. I beat the Arachnomantis, an anathema 17 levels higher than me, and now Lily and all the other people in the shelter were going to be safe. They were safe. A giddy laugh bubbled from me, and I didn't bother to contain it as relieved, happy tears streamed down my face. My hands were sore. I rubbed at them, shivering in the cold air as the ringing in my ears began to die down. I hadn't noticed it while I was fighting the Arachnomantis, but it turned out shooting so many times in an enclosed room had consequences, even with the silencing enchantment on my gun. My HUD showed my mana bar at about a sixth of the way filled, and I felt myself swallowing. I'd emptied 16 magazines plus another 9 bullets. That added up to 249 bullets, plus the one I'd had chambered at the start for an even 250. Almost 17 points worth of ammunition just to take down that beast. All for 50 points. Between the level difference and me lacking the full bonus of my magical girl powers, it made sense it took so many bullets to kill. But only 50 points. I had expected more from a boss. I shook my head. I was being ridiculous. I just defeated a giant spider mantis centaur with scythed legs and arms, and I was worried about the points. Why did that matter when I'd just saved everyone in the third-floor shelter? Gently, I pressed the sides of my ankle again. Celine had told me to use the rest of the regenerative salve I'd bought earlier, and the swelling had gone down considerably. Apparently the salve was incredibly effective on things like sprains and bruises, especially if applied relatively quickly after getting hurt. My ankle already felt much better, and other than some tenderness, I was pretty sure I would be able to walk and run on it normally. I pushed myself to my feet, groaning as my body reported a whole new set of forming bruises. It was a familiar sensation, though, and I was able to ignore it with a practiced effort of will. My legs and arms felt rubbery, which was a little surprising. I knew I wasn't athletic or anything like that, especially considering I was exempt from most of my gym classes, but the pangs of soreness seemed out of place. Or maybe this was just what an actual fight felt like. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes at most. Were fights really that exhausting? Congratulations, Celine interrupted my thoughts. You've done something that not many would even consider possible. Defeating an anathema 17 levels above you and doing it without your astral shift. Truly, this is an extraordinary accomplishment. An embarrassed blush warmed my cheeks. Thank you, but I really couldn't have done it without you. I'm sorry about what happened to you. I couldn't. Don't worry about it. It was painless. I'm only frustrated that I wasn't able to help you more. That, and my forced to a knife station is going to complicate things. That, however, we can get to in a moment. First, we should focus on shutting off the coolant pipe that was. A hissing sound interrupted Celine, and I jumped as I snapped my gun to aim at the Arachnomantis. It lay unmoving, and I frowned until I realized the gas coming out of the pipe began to thin out as the hissing grew higher in pitch. The second the gas stopped coming from the pipe, the hissing stopped, and I slowly lowered my gun. Well, it is good to know the emergency shut-off systems are still working. Using the pipe to freeze the Arachnomantis was an excellent bit of improvisation, by the way. I was worried how your combat instincts would translate from game to real life, but it seems I was being overly cautious. I gave a shrug, fidgeting. It just felt right at the time. I should have thought about using it during our planning session, though. It would have made things so much easier. Perhaps. At any rate, things went about as well as could be expected. Especially against such a tough opponent. Yeah, I can't believe it was only worth 50 points, though. I know it would have been a lot easier if I was using my astral shift, but it's still not a lot for a boss. A boss? My, that was just a normal anathema. Silence stretched between us, a chill running through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. What? But in rebellion. Oh, I apologize, it seems I wasn't completely clear in my communications. Rebellion uses anathema as a reference for its monsters, but the creatures it chooses to use as bosses are usually just challenging or particularly unsettling anathema. In the real world, the arachnomantis is just another type of anathema that can be encountered, not some special subtype. Oh, I felt my heart fall a little at that. Wait, are there special types of anathema then? Ones that are actually like bosses? Yes, the Guardians of Earth tend to use a different classification system that would take a while to explain, but the Zenith one is split into 4 simple categories. The first are common anathema, which are exactly what they sound like and what you've been facing so far. Next are elite anathema, which are anathema that is a higher level than their type is normally found at. For instance, an elite Fomorian hound would be level 6 or higher. Then there are rare anathema. These are types that are not normally found among the masses, and when they appear, they tend to not have any standardized level. Rare anathema are very dangerous due to their unique abilities and intelligence. They fit the criteria of boss monsters well enough. Celine paused for a moment, almost as if considering her words. Finally, above those are the aberrants. Those would be something even stronger than a boss monster. Aberrants are everything a rare is but worse. They have intelligence that can equal a human's along with powers and magic that can rival a magical girl's. If an aberrant is found, usually multiple squads of guardians are called in to deal with it. Aberrants are some of the most deadly creatures, and where one shows up, disaster usually follows. If you ever encounter an aberrant alone, you run. No exceptions. It doesn't matter what or who you are trying to protect. If you stay to fight an aberrant alone, all you will accomplish is losing your life along with whatever you were fighting for, and the world cannot afford to lose magical girls in hopeless battles. Do you understand? There was an undertone in her words, something that almost sounded desperate, like she was pleading for me to accept. I gave a nod to the empty air, gripping my gun a little tighter as a sliver of fear worked its way into my stomach. That being said, if you are at least 100 levels above an aberrant, you can probably fight on even ground. Besides, aberrants are very rare and can be detected well in advance of their arrival. They aren't something you just stumble into by accident. That made me feel a little better, and I let out a relieved breath of air. Now then, I believe you've recovered enough. We should move on with our mission. Right, I looked around the room. The generator. I started moving, heading to the back of the room. Celine had told me before the fight I didn't have to worry about shooting anything except the pipes because the generator itself was retracted into the floor. It was a security measure to help protect it if the shielding station went offline. All I had to do was use the access panel to get the generator to come back up. Reaching the back of the room, I was greeted with a closed metal box, just like Celine had described to me. There was actually a small dent in it, and I winced as I reached out and pulled open the front panel. Inside was a hand scanner along with what looked like a card reader. I placed my hand against the screen, almost jumping when it lit up blue. After a second it turned green, and a loud mechanical whirring suddenly filled the room. I turned around, looking with wide eyes as the center of the floor simply pulled itself open. A circular portion of the floor indented itself before splitting in half and then sliding away. Once the circular hole was clear, a hum filled the air, and a circular platform slowly rose to replace the flooring. I watched, slowly approaching as the platform settled itself into place, the sound of machinery abruptly coming to an end. The circular platform was made of metal, and there were only 2 objects on it. The first was a cylindrical pedestal indented to allow a perfect sphere to rest on it. Both were made of some kind of reflective silver metal with a hexagon pattern engraved in it. The sphere itself was bigger than my head, and something about the object made me feel uneasy. Something about it was off, like my eyes couldn't quite see it correctly. Try not to stare, Celine advised me. You are looking at an almost perfect sphere. It was created and shaped to the specifications of the first million digits of pi. Your brain is recognizing that it is indeed a sphere, but because it is so much closer to a perfect one, it is causing a psychological reaction. It will pass, but you will probably get a headache before you get used to seeing the shape. I turned away from the alien sphere, blinking my eyes at the sudden strain they felt. Careful to avoid looking directly at it again, I turned to look at the second object in the metal circle. It was a box. Large, made of black metal, and completely featureless except for a cable as thick as my leg attaching the box to the pedestal, and another leading directly into the ground. Judging by the box sporting the same hexagonal pattern as the sphere and pedestal, it was clearly some piece of Zenith technology. What's this? I frowned at the box. I don't know. I blinked. What do you mean you don't know? It's Zenith technology, right? Yes, but there is nothing in my database about it. Is that bad? Not at all, Celine responded cheerily. There is plenty of information that I either do not have access to or simply do not have the memory capacity to hold on to. Because I was designed to fit inside your soul gem, there was a limit to how much data I could take with me. For instance, I only know the first 50 levels worth of anathema creatures, and that list is hardly extensive. Most of my memory is taken up by the vaults, abilities, and skills, but even then it is only the most common items. More specialized or unique equipment would require a search of the arcane system, and with the usurpation zone cutting off access beyond simply buying and receiving things, I'm currently unable to find out what this might be. Oh, but this isn't anything to worry about. I don't believe so. It's Zenith technology hooked up to a mana generator, so it must have a purpose of some sort. It may be some type of booster or possibly a safety device. Although not a standard piece of equipment, a guardian must have purchased and attached it for one reason or another. Once we get back to the shelter, we can ask Error Machina about it if you are still curious. Okay, I stared at the box for another moment before I turned my attention back to the mana generator. So, what do I do now? Before we can continue, we should discuss something. Mainly, what the plan is for our return trip. Right, I checked my mana in the corner of my vision. I'm only at 82 mana right now, so we should wait until I can manifest you again at 220 now that I'm level 8, right? Yes, except for one small caveat. When my physical manifestation gets destroyed, there is a sort of penalty in place for an hour, requiring you to spend double the normal amount. Wait, what? I thought you told me you could be manifested again without any repercussions. Ah, I meant that there would be no lasting damage to myself or you. Truthfully, I didn't mention this penalty earlier because I did not anticipate being dispelled. An anathema would have to be well into the 1 or 200 range to see me, so I assumed I was safe. I did not take into account the idea of me helping you in direct combat at the time. I also did not want to add another thing for you to worry about, especially with the chances of it happening being so low. Apologies. No, I sighed. It's fine, that makes sense, but what do we do now? We can simply wait an hour. That, or you can spend some of your stat points on your willpower and spirit to quickly regenerate the appropriate amount. But that would mean spending more stat points without a plan. I bit my lip, thinking about it. I'd need to spend at least 14 points in willpower to get enough, but it would still take almost 52 minutes to regenerate enough mana. Unless I spent even more in spirit to boost my regeneration. Doing the math in my head, I began to feel uneasy. Sure, it would only take a few points to regenerate my mana back up in 20 minutes or less, but that would mean spending close to half of the stat points I'd just gained. It would get me out of my immediate situation, but what about the future? The more I just spent stat points without developing a proper plan, the more I was going to have to correct in the future and the more at risk I would be while I worked with something suboptimal. I don't want to spend my stat points if I don't have to, I finally said. Not right now. Agreed. Spending them without a plan seems unwise. I suppose we could work on developing one while we are waiting for the manifestation penalty to time out. How much time does the shelter have left before the shield goes down and it opens up? I asked, fidgeting. 3 hours, 16 minutes. They would still have a little over 2 hours of time left even if we waited. I frowned at that. Something about the idea made me feel intensely uncomfortable. Waiting an entire hour, doing nothing felt wrong. The idea of leaving Lily and so many other people in danger any longer than I had to didn't sit well with me. Sure, I'd gone out of my way to defeat a few anathema before reaching the generator, but that was to help ensure I had all the resources I might need to save them. If I had the choice to immediately protect them, shouldn't I take it? Besides, something about the idea of waiting made the back of my mind itch, like I was trying to remember something important. There was something there, that just didn't feel right. When we turn the generator on, will we be able to tell if the shielding station goes online? Not really. There won't be a direct response, but the mana generator control screen will inform us if it is online and sending the mana. That will tell us if the shielding station restarted and is drawing mana as planned. Even if I have limited information on the subject, Error Machina seemed to also believe the shielding station would automatically restart when powered, so there is little doubt about it working. And once it begins restarting, it'll draw the anathema there, right? So won't the path to the shelter be clear if we follow the same path back? There was a moment of silence before Celine responded in a hesitant tone. Yes, it should be, but the safer option would be to wait until I can scout ahead, just in case. Celine, it might be safer for me, but what about everyone in the shelter? I chewed on my lip nervously. I know they'd still have plenty of time, but it just feels wrong. I don't want them to have a doomsday clock ticking down on them any longer than possible. Letting them stay in danger, it just doesn't sit right with me. Also, I trailed off, searching my mind as I tried to root out the nagging sense of worry that was plaguing me. There really shouldn't be a problem with letting the shelter wait another hour, but... I blinked, a shiver running through me as I realized it wasn't Shelter 3 that I had to worry about. What if Jiwoo or Sergeant O'Malley decide to come after us because we're taking too long? We never planned for me being missing for an entire hour. That is very true. They might get worried you failed or were injured and send someone out. In fact, the longer we wait, the more likely that scenario is. You could spend all your points in willpower and spirit to regenerate the necessary mana in only a few minutes, but that would unbalance your stat distribution enough to be detrimental to your future. Celine trailed off, thinking about it for a moment before sighing. Very well, returning immediately without waiting to remanifest me is a course of action I can approve of. The return back to the shelter should be safe, and potentially risking the office's lives or your future growth for a redundant safety measure isn't worth it. Excellent job analyzing the situation and realizing the potential consequences, My shoulder relaxed in relief, cheeks warming at Celine's praise. Alright, what should I do? There is a hand scanner on the pedestal, but you should pick up your magazines and possibly refill them before you set out. We also need to deal with the webbing in front of the door. Oh right, I went to work, collecting my scattered magazines from around the room, storing them in my backpack. Celine helped me find them, using my HUD to highlight them in gold so I was able to see them even in the dim emergency lights. I stopped over one of them, something catching in my throat as I looked at where it had fallen. Celine, what happened to the bodies? I asked quietly, staring at the puddle of blood my empty magazine rested in. I was hoping to avoid this, but the remains of the team previously sent are currently cocooned in the corners of the room, near the ceiling. The arachnomantis eats much like a normal spider does, injecting venom, and well, the specifics don't matter. Oh, I said, staring at my magazine. There was a handgun lying near it, in the same puddle. It was blockier than mine, more square-shaped. But it was still a handgun, lying in a puddle of blood. It had belonged to someone. Someone who tried to use it to protect others. Someone who had friends, family, a dream. And now it was just... I was suddenly reminded of the blood soaking the back of my jeans from when I'd fallen. The blood coating my left hand. My chest felt tight. You don't have to pick up that magazine if you don't want to, Celine told me gently. You can always buy more. Okay, I whispered. I stared at it for another moment, then turned away. Only one of my magazines had fallen in blood, and I had Celine buy me another 3 full mags, bringing me down to 130 points. I could have just bought ammo to refill my empty ones, but I really didn't want to stick around longer than necessary. I had a few empty magazines lying outside the room I'd have to scoop up on my way out, and I made a mental note to do so and also told Celine to remind me just in case. Exhaustion was trying to creep its way back into me now that I was no longer in any direct danger, but the threat of having to go back out was keeping at least a small bit of adrenaline running through me. I stopped in front of the doorway out, sighing as I looked over my task. The webbing the arachnomantis had used to block the way wasn't very thick, and I could make out the door on the other side through the webs. Celine and I had expected the arachnomantis to web the doorway when I started shooting from safety, but our solution to getting back out again was less than ideal. Setting my gun down for a moment, I reached over my shoulder and pulled out my ice axe. It wasn't exactly the best tool for the job, but I would suggest scraping at the sides of the doorframe and working your way along the outside. Following Celine's instructions, I went to work, scratching at the wall and webbing. It went surprisingly well, only taking me a few minutes to clear the way. It did, however, take a lot of muscle power, and by the end of it, my arms were even more sore and I was sweating again. Alright, I gasped when I was finished, pushing the now loose webbing to the side of the door. Anything else to take care of before we go? I do not believe so. Putting my ice axe away and picking up my gun, I blinked as the section of my HUD containing my gun's information reappeared, showing me having only 6 bullets in my current magazine. I swapped it with one of my full ones, then made my way to the pedestal. On one of its sides was a hand scanner and keycard combo, and I pressed my hand to it. A moment later, it turned green, beeped at me, and then a holographic, blue screen suddenly sprang to life in front of my face. I took a step back in surprise, looking over the slew of buttons and information presented before me. Everything looks good, Celine informed me before I could even make sense of the various menus and graphs. All you have to do is push this button, here. Then, we watch the third graph. So long as the line goes up and levels off, it means it is supplying mana. Gold highlights appeared in my vision, marking the appropriate spots. Anxiety suddenly creeped up in my chest, making my heart flutter as I raised my hand to press the button. Please work, please. I pressed the button. More accurately, my finger pressed the holographic interface and then went through it. The button lit up, and I quickly retracted my hand. The display changed to a new sign, and I found myself reading it aloud. Warning: mana generator was shut down due to mana overdraw. Default maximum mana generation is 80%. Attempted draw was 82%. Do you wish to restart the generator without a mana generation maximum? Interesting, Celine remarked. This must be what caused the shutdown. Whoever set up the generator didn't allot enough capacity. This mall is a fairly new building, and the shielding station must have drawn more to power the shelters than was expected. So all of this was just one big accident? I asked incredulously. It would seem that way. As this mall was not part of the original city designed and constructed by the Zenith, it would have been humans in charge of all the calibrations and testing. I suppose someone along the way made a mistake. I will make sure to bring this up with Guardian Command to ensure this doesn't happen again. I'm astonished that the failsafes and testing didn't catch this, but I suppose technology can be fickle, especially when set up by those unfamiliar with it. I frowned, eyeing up the machine in a contemplative silence. Something about that didn't sit right, but maybe I was just reaching for an explanation. Something better than oops, we made a mistake. A lot of people could have died and some people did die trying to fix it. Chalking it up to just an accident was unsatisfying, even if it was true. Why is it set to a 80% maximum anyway? I finally asked. 2 reasons. First, more than 80% shouldn't ever be needed to power everything the shielding station is responsible for. 75% is the most it should ever be generating at one time, even with emergency shields in all the shelters activated, but a 5% margin of error is added just in case. Secondly, the 80% serves as a good way to measure if something is wrong. If the shielding station was damaged and attempted to overdraw power, the limit causes a shutdown until the problem can be addressed. Damage to a shielding station, a powerful piece of Zenith technology that actively turns massive amounts of mana into energy, could have disastrous consequences. So, the limit is put on all generators to prevent any unfortunate accidents. That made sense, but it also meant that this was just the one scenario in which the failsafes had caused a problem instead of preventing one. It wasn't the answer I wanted, but I begrudgingly forced myself to accept it. Are you sure that's what the problem was? As sure as I can be. The mana generator is only equipped with the bare essentials to monitor itself and ensure it is functioning properly. The shielding station, however, is equipped with a much more extensive suite of technology, including security and monitoring equipment. I'm sure the software up there has an extensive error report of what exactly went wrong and why more mana is being required than normal. Why doesn't the mana generator have the same capabilities? Because direct interaction with a mana generator is only supposed to happen while the generator is offline. The extreme amounts of ambient mana contained in the room while the generator is functioning is highly toxic to a normal person. Nobody is supposed to be in the room, thus it makes sense to put the control and monitoring equipment elsewhere. Even turning the generator on directly would be dangerous to a normal human. Only your unique status as a magical girl protects you from mana poisoning. Being mana-born also helps, though to a significantly lesser extent. Oh, so it's like a nuclear reactor, then. You don't put the control and monitoring room right next to the thing generating all the radiation. That works as a comparison, I suppose. The only reason a control panel is installed into the generator at all is for emergency situations such as this. I nodded, satisfied with my answers. Stealing my resolve once again, I placed my finger over the accept button and took a deep breath. Alright, push the button, make sure it's generating mana, wait a minute for the anathema to begin leaving, run out the door, pick up my empty magazines, then run back to the shelter as fast as possible. Am I missing anything? No, I'll highlight your path with the HUD so you do not have to refer to your minimap. Okay, here goes nothing. I pressed the button, doing a better job of interacting with the holographic display this time. The second my finger left the display, a low hum began to emanate from the sphere, in a deep, throaty, bass sound. It began weak at first, then quickly grew in power over the next few seconds until I could feel it in my bones. Blue light suddenly shone from the borders of the hexagonal pattern, and the sphere rose in a gentle motion, suspending itself mid-air over the pedestal. Sapphire light gathered in a nimbus around the orb, shrouding the sphere in a haze of shimmering particles. After a moment, the haze began to fall, funneling into the center of the pedestal where I saw a small hole. The hexagonal pattern on the pedestal lit up this time, and the holographic screen in front of me lit up with new information. A short moment later, the mystery box next to everything lit up with its own light as well. Mana output holding steady, though at significantly reduced levels the shielding station must be drawing a lower amount while it starts back up. It looks like everything is good to go. I nodded, and turned from the display, jogging over to the door. Placing one hand against the handle, I started counting the seconds in my head. I tried to take deep, calming breaths as I waited, but I could feel the steel wires of worry encircling my heart. It was a familiar thing, though, and I quickly grabbed hold of it. It was surprisingly easy, especially if I compared it to the anxiety and fear I'd felt when first entering the shelter. Or even whenever school ended and I hit 60 seconds before I could dwell on the thoughts too much, and without another moment of hesitation, I opened the door. I did a quick scan of the hallways but found nothing but darkness. Working as fast as I could, I crouched, setting my gun down as I took my backpack off and started shoving empty magazines inside. In my haste, one slipped from my grasp, clattering to the hallway loudly, and I winced, throwing another look around. Nothing immediately jumped out at me, so I finished packing the magazines, put my backpack on, grabbed my gun, and set off. Green arrows appeared underneath my feet even as I ran, and I followed them without hesitation. I ran the entire way, stopping only at intersections to do a quick check down the halls before continuing on my path. The entire way was quiet, making my footfalls eerily loud as I hurried. The arrows led me around another corner to a doorway where the door had been broken down, and I carefully stepped onto the door as I continued, aiming my gun in front of me as I began to clear the doorway. Then the lights turned on. 1 minute I was moving through almost complete darkness, the halls illuminated only by the dim red of emergency lights, and the next, there was searing white light. I blinked, blinded by the sudden change even as the low hum of air conditioning suddenly filled the halls. I had to squint to see anything, and even then my vision was limited as I continued stepping through the doorway, gun still aimed forward. "Celine, what? Stop moving now," Celine screamed. Before I could react, a shape whipped out from the corner of my vision, wrapping around my left arm even as more wild, stringy forms reached towards me. A startled yelp escaped me as I tried to throw myself backward on reflex, but whatever was wrapped around my arm tightened, and I began to fall as it yanked me back through the doorway. I took the fall on my right side, landing painfully on my shoulder as I tried to turn my body to face whatever grabbed me. I forced my eyes open despite the brightness, looking to the corner above the doorway. A mass of black vines was knotted together, like some kind of monstrous plant mass stuck to the ceiling. It had shark teeth lining its tendrils, almost like some kind of demented thorns. Worse, in the center of the knotted mass was a giant bloodshot eyeball, quivering uncontrollably as if it was screaming. More vines shot out towards me, and I screamed as they grabbed at my arm, more reaching for my legs. I tried to roll onto my back to get my gun clear from underneath me to shoot at it. Before I could, the tendrils tightened along my left forearm, and then they twisted. Pressure built, something snapped and pain exploded through me, my vision disappearing in a flash of red as agony sharper than anything I'd ever experienced before shot through my bones, lightning lancing up my arm as the pressure reached a limit and then snapped. A scream ripped its way out of my throat as my nerves lit themselves on fire. Every jostle of the vines trying to pull me closer, every spasmodic jerk of my arm, every tiny movement sent what felt like razor blades dancing through my flesh. The vines didn't let up, shifting their grips and tightening as they pulled and continued twisting in violent, jerking motions. Pressure built up in my arm again until another crack sent a second blast of pain through me. The edges of my vision darkened as the process repeated again and again, the vines searching for new grip points before snapping my bones. I would have screamed if I had any breath in my lungs, the jolting movement of the vine monster only sending more waves of shrill agony up my arm. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt, it hurt. It hurt so much more than anything else in my life had ever hurt, and it wouldn't stop. Desperately, I pushed my gun out from underneath me and aimed from underneath my side, across my body. I couldn't see anything through the pain clouding my vision, but I didn't care. Even if my arm was in the way, all I wanted was for the agony to stop. I pulled the trigger again and again, and I didn't stop until the tentacles around my arm finally slackened and my arm fell away from its grasp, falling limply to my side with what felt like a jackhammer blow that loosed another scream from me. Defeated Corpse Blossom, Level 6. Reward, 10 points. New point total, 140 points. I barely registered the kill notification, gasping for breath as pure torment pulsed up my arm in tune with my racing heartbeat. Tears filled my eyes as I blinked, desperately trying to make sense of what was happening. Shadows danced across my vision, turning everything blurry as pain railed against me, trying to overwhelm everything. I need you to listen to me very carefully. You need to stay conscious. Listen to the sound of my voice. Celine's voice was calm and soothing, a cold towel against the agony pounding through me. I latched onto that sound, clinging to it with every ounce of will I could muster. That's it. Good. Keep focusing. Clear your vision. I struggled to follow her instructions, blinking away the blurriness until I could make out my surroundings. I was lying down on the ground, partially on the door. Tendrils of black were still wrapped around my left arm, but they weren't moving. Everything felt far away, realizations and sensations coming to me as if through a tunnel. Everything, that is, except for the pain. Excellent job. I need you to sit up. Let go of your gun, and use your right arm to push yourself upright. Go slowly, and try not to move your left arm. Pushing against the ground, my muscles felt like jelly. Even the small amount of effort sent new bouts of torture through me. I found myself letting out small, whining gasps as I pushed myself upright, my head swimming. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to get myself up, but only by keeping one hand on the ground. Perfect. Now, slide along the ground to your right, away from the anathema. You need to get your arm free from the vines. Your clothes seem to have prevented its teeth from ripping into your flesh, but they might be caught in the fabric. I pushed against the away, the small movements jostling my arm and sending fresh pulses of fire through me. Celine, I whimpered, tears leaking from my eyes. It hurts. I know, I know, and we'll take care of that in just a second, okay? For now, just focus on getting your arm clear. I did as she said, the tendrils falling away from my forearm. Some of them were caught in my sweatshirt, forcing me to stop sliding and pull them out with my right hand. Slowly but surely, I managed to get myself free, and I gasped as I saw my arm. My hand was facing the wrong way. I couldn't see anything beneath the sleeve of my sweatshirt other than odd lumps and shapes, but my hand. Focus. Deep breaths. I'm going to purchase some things to fix you up, okay? It really hurts. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the pain. I know, I know. I just need you to nod your head if I have permission to buy what we need to get you fixed up, alright? I nodded my head, tears flowing freely down my cheeks. Anything to make the pain stop. Purchased. Cloud 9 injection. Minus 30 points. Purchased. Nanomolecular bone saw. Minus 50 points. Purchased. Emergency clot spray. Minus 10 points. Purchased. Greater restoration gum. Minus 20 points. Purchased. MG Biosafe Type A12. Minus 0 points. Remaining points, 30. A large, violet heptagram sprung to life on the floor next to me, flashing with purple light that coalesced into 5 different cases of varying sizes, all with the bunny and moon emblem emblazoned on them except for one. It was long and rectangular, and on it was a red plus sign with the letters MG stenciled on it. First, open the small case closest to you. Following her orders, I pressed on the release latch and flipped open the case. Inside was a long, black metal tube about the size of a syringe. It tapered off on one end into 3 distinct cones placed in a triangular pattern while the other end had a plastic bunny head capping it. Almost there. Now, I need you to pick up the syringe and place the end with the points tightly against your neck. Anywhere will do. Then, use your thumb to push down on the bunny head like you're pressing a button. My first attempt to pick up the device made it slip from my fingers. It took some fumbling, but I finally managed to grasp it and place it against my neck, my hand trembling. Putting my thumb on the bunny head, I pushed. 3 sharp pinpricks poked into my neck, a sensation that barely even registered. Excellent job, Mai. Now give it a few seconds, and you should start feeling much better. An odd, cold sensation started to spread from my neck, quickly working its way through my body. As it went, I noticeably felt my muscles begin to relax, and once the wave of relief hit my arm, it was like a pleasant touch of ice against the burning inferno. The pain receded before the sensation, and my ragged gasps quickly turned into shaky breaths. I blinked a few times as my mind began to clear, only for a new fog to settle in place. This one was gentle, though, like a blanket trying to wrap me up. Shelline, I slurred. Cloud 9 is a powerful pain reliever that should hopefully allow you to retain enough of your mental functions to continue moving, which is what you need to do right now. You aren't out of danger yet. Not if you understand. I did so, glancing around. The hallway was still clear, but when my eyes landed on the mass of black tendrils, I felt fear and nausea spike through me in equal parts. The giant, bloodshot eyeball in its center had popped, sinking into itself from multiple bullet holes. To my side, I saw my gun lying with its slide clicked back into the empty position. Okay, Mai, I need you not to panic at what I'm going to instruct you to do next. I promise you, this can be fixed, but right now this is the only way to save your life. If you understand, open the second case. At first I was confused which case she was talking about, but when she didn't stop me from reaching towards the next closest case, I worked to open it. It was hard with one hand to get the latches, but I somehow managed, pushing open the container. Inside was an object I vaguely recognized, though it was more polished and futuristic looking. It was a vaguely square blade with a curved handle attached to it, the entire thing made of dark metal except for my white bunny emblem on the blade. It was then that the purchase notifications finally clicked into place, and I stopped breathing. Celine, I whispered, my voice hoarse. This is a nanomolecular bone saw. Using your mana, it will create a cutting edge capable of slicing through most materials. Mai, I need you to take this saw and cut off your left arm. Panic exploded through me, my breathing picking up as her words sunk in. What? My voice cracked. I know, Celine, I can't, what are you? Mai, look at your health. My eyes shot to the corner of my HUD and widened. Even as I watched, the red bar was slowly dropping, the number changing to 32% and only staying for a few seconds before losing another whole percent. Mai, the anathema snapped and shattered the bones of your forearm, wrist, and elbow in multiple places. Fragments and edges of those bones have cut into you, and you're bleeding internally faster than you could possibly heal with any of the medicines you have access to. If you do not remove your lower arm, you will bleed out. This can be fixed, I promise, but this is the only way. I watched my health continue dropping as horror grew inside me. 30%. My arm. I had to cut off my arm. 29%. But if I didn't? 28%. There was no time, what was I doing? 27%. I reached for the bone saw. Open the third closest case first, Celine advised as I moved, her voice still impeccably calm. It has the emergency clot spray you used before on your stomach. After the cut, you need to immediately apply it. I followed her instructions, flipping open the third case before picking up the bone saw. It was light, and felt almost flimsy. Holding it in front of my face, I realized the blade had no edge to it whatsoever. Good. Now, raise your left arm. You are going to cut right above your elbow in one clean slicing motion, bringing the bone saw down on it. The saw drains mana at an exorbitant rate, so once you activate it, you will only have a few seconds before you run dry. Activate the saw the same way you would the silencing enchantment on your gun, just like I taught you. I raised my left arm, my eyes glued to it. My left hand was completely limp, and even through the baggy sleeve of my sweatshirt, I could tell that something was wrong with my entire forearm. I raised the bone saw, poising it over my arm. Sweat poured down my brow as terror pounded through me. My heart was racing so fast, it felt like it was going to tear itself apart. Mai, Celine's soothing voice washed through me. You can do this. I believe in you. I nodded and took a deep breath. Reaching out with my thoughts directed at the bone saw, I felt a familiar pull to it, an emptiness that lacked something important. Pulling up the warmth in my heart, I directed the ball of heat I gathered into the saw. Violet light sprang to life along the edge of the saw, letting out a hum, and I gasped in surprise. Now, Mai, now. I swung down without thinking. The saw cut through my arm without resistance. My lower arm fell to the floor. I felt nothing. The violet light on the saw flickered then winked out. I stared at the stump of my arm, a light, floating feeling washing through me as a small stream of blood sprayed out. Scarlet liquid hung in the hair before spattering across the white floor. The clot spray, quickly. Celine's voice snapped me back into action, and I dropped the saw. I grabbed the can and aimed the cone-shaped nozzle at my stump, pushing down the trigger the moment I had it vaguely in place. Gray foam sprayed out, getting everywhere as my arm shook. I managed to get a large glob of it around my stump, my breath catching in my throat as I watched my health in the corner of my eye. 19%. The foam began to tighten around my stump, condensing itself. 18%. The pressure reached a limit, then, as if by some unspoken command, the excess foam began to dissolve away, dripping to the floor and leaving my stump covered in a thick, uneven cast of gray matter. 17%. My health stopped dropping, and I let myself breathe again. Good job, my. Very good job. Now, the fourth case, the one with the red plus sign on it. Open it, and place your left forearm inside. What? I asked, voice shaking. Bringing your left arm back will allow us to reattach it. It is also advisable to not leave magical girl body parts lying around when possible. They are relatively rich in mana density, something that can greatly spur the growth of any anathema who consume them. I looked down at my severed arm, staring at the appendage. It was my arm, my hand. Blood was forming a small pool from where I'd cut it above the elbow. I whipped my head away and vomited all over the floor. It's okay, you're doing great. Let it out. My stomach muscles felt weak by the time I was finished, but the sensation was detached, somehow. I forced myself to keep moving, to not think and just move. Turning to the case with the red plus sign, I unsnapped the latches and opened it. The interior was covered in soft black packing foam, but there was also a square touchscreen on one end. A variety of statistics were displayed, all of them currently reading at 0 except for the battery which displayed at 100%. Then I set my eyes back on my left arm. Revulsion crawled through me as I reached for it. My mind screamed at me, telling me this was wrong, that everything was wrong. I ignored it, grasping my arm. It was so thin, and I could feel bony, sharp objects underneath the skin. I gagged, moving as fast as I could to push the limb into the box. The display inside the case sprang to life immediately, various numbers and diagrams appearing. I tried to read the display, but for some reason, the words didn't sit in my head. I would read them, but the meaning behind them seemed to leave a moment later. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, something to tell me everything was going to be okay, maybe, but all I saw were red numbers and images. Close the case, then take the greater restoration gum in the last box. Afterwards, you need to pack everything up and head back. Slowly. We're over halfway, but we need to be careful of any more surprises. I'll guide you the entire time, just follow my instructions. I nodded, and grabbed the gum. Unwrapping it one-handed was a chore, the difficulty of it making my throat tighten. When I finally got it out, I simply popped it into my mouth and swallowed it whole. Then, I forced myself to stand. A wave of dizziness made me stumble, and I bounced off the wall. Forcing myself to ignore the babbling emotions that grew in my stomach, I started putting everything into my backpack. The case containing my arm was surprisingly heavy, something I tried to ignore. The hardest part was reloading my gun. It took me a while to figure it out, but I managed by keeping it still on the ground with my foot while I slotted in a new mag. During the whole procedure, things felt deeply off. A cloud of fuzziness had descended on my mind, and if that wasn't bad enough, everything I did felt strangely distant. Like I wasn't experiencing it, only watching somebody else go through the motions. Somewhere deep inside me though, I felt a building emotion, one I recognized even through the haze. It clawed at my stomach, trying to force its way up my throat. I pushed it down with fierce practice, even as it screamed at me that my arm was gone. I wanted to cry. Really badly. I didn't let myself. Shouldering my now much heavier backpack, I took a shuddering breath and closed my eyes. Focus. Emotions later, task first. You're drugged, probably in shock. Get to safety first. Always safety first. You know this, same as always. Pain, survive, safety, heal. 4 steps. Just 4 steps. You got this. The thoughts seemed to clear some of the fog in my mind, a steely determination setting into my core. I opened my eyes and raised my gun in a one-handed grip. Get me out of here, I pleaded to Celine, my voice cracking. Arrows appeared along the floor, and I followed them. The rest of the trip back passed in a blur. Celine had me stop at every corner and intersection and look both ways before continuing. Every doorway we passed I now peeked through first, looking at the ceiling for any more of those monsters. We went slowly, methodically, and the path that I could have run in about 2 minutes turned into 10. We made it to the stairwell without incident. Going up the stairs was difficult. My center of balance was off, and without a free hand to grip the railing, I had to move slowly. To open the doors, I had to tuck my gun into the crook of my left arm, using my stump to hold it in place. The reminder of my missing limb sent a pang through me, my storm of emotions in my gut threatening to overflow, and I let out an involuntary whine. Almost there. Just a little more, my. Celine's voice sounded angelic, a constant, unmoving rock in the lashing waves of raw emotion threatening to overflow inside me. I clung to those words, opening the door, and peeking down the shelter's entry corridor. The coast was clear, and I made my way to the shelter door quickly, stumbling and swerving as I made it to the touchscreen and slapped the call button. I needn't have bothered. By the time I'd stumbled to the door, it was already beginning to open. Once the doors had parted enough, I squeezed my way through. Only when the doors closed behind me did I let out my breath. It came out ragged and quick, and I couldn't force it to slow down. Carefully, I made sure the safety of my Umbra was turned on while I waited for the safety scan to complete. I felt myself wavering on my feet, my eyelids getting heavier. When the entry doors finally opened enough for a single person to fit through, I was greeted by the sight of Sergeant O'Malley and Jiwoo looking at me with undisguised horror. "My," she cried out, rushing towards me. I tried to say something as I took a step forward, but I reached my limit. Darkness engulfed me, and I welcomed it. Toe-high water swished around my shoes as I walked through darkness, heading to the black and violet pillar of lightning thorns. The sound of swishing water and humming energy was oddly calming, and the reflected purple light felt welcoming. I made my way to the pillar, an odd sense of nostalgia mingled with comfort washing over me. There was something else under it though, a sharp, pining feeling of shame. Guilt, fear, a mixture of the emotions, maybe, honed into a knife stuck inside the depths of my heart. I swallowed, trying to ignore the feeling as I reached the thorns, marveling once again at the unnatural darkness that made up the core of the lightning, its violet outline glowing in a beautiful accent. A gentle hum emanated from the electricity, soothing the needles of anxiety in my lungs. Once I reached within touching distance, the thorns crackled, shifting to open up a window, revealing a familiar-looking girl covered only by stray strands of the dark and amethyst thorns. She looked up at me, scarlet and azure eyes peering at me with a pleading expression. "Why?" she whispered, her voice soft with an undercurrent of regret. I swallowed the lump in my throat, looking away. I wasn't sure how, just that for some reason, I knew I'd done something bad. Something I shouldn't have. The answer to what she was asking tickled at the back of my mind, teasing me with answers that I couldn't quite grasp. "I don't understand," I finally told her, and she gave me a sad smile. "Why?" she repeated. "Why didn't you wait?" Memories flashed through my mind in a whirlwind of razor blades. Vines, a bloodshot eyeball, the pain. I recoiled, jerking my gaze to my left arm only to find it gone, starting just above my elbow. A panicked cry escaped me as I went to grab my stump, stopping short as I tried to process, to understand. My hand began trembling as I felt myself begin to hyperventilate. My arm. It was gone. I cut it off. It had looked so odd, detached and lying on the ground. It was part of me. Now it wasn't. Shish, the girl shushed me in a soothing, empathetic voice. "It's going to be all right. Like Celine said, it isn't permanent, so just breathe." Her words wrapped around me like a blanket, and suddenly the panic didn't seem important anymore. It was still there, but it wasn't overwhelming, its talons no longer clawing into my heart. The horror and panic became faraway things, something I could still think through. I took the opportunity, falling into my familiar method of calming down. I focused on my heart first, willing it to slow down to a normal pace. I let my racing thoughts melt away, imagining the still water of a pond. Slowly, I began to feel myself relax, my muscles unclenching as my breathing returned to a normal rhythm. "Good. Just like we've done 1,000 times before, but I still need to know, why didn't you wait?" I looked back into her eyes and felt them bore into me. It felt like she already knew that this wasn't really a question, but I knew that only meant answering her correctly was that much more important. It always was when the person wasn't really asking. I swallowed. I thought it would be safe. That it was smart. But why? She asked, voice trembling. Why did you think it would be safe? Error Machina told me it would be. Celine agreed with him. You trusted them, she said with a sad smile, pausing for a moment to tilt her head. Why? I opened my mouth to answer, only to find myself without words. Why wouldn't I have trusted them? They had no reason to betray me, and Celine had always been right before. But I'd still gotten hurt, and that was her point, wasn't it? They had seemed so sure I would be safe on the way back that I'd just trusted them to be right. I assumed and trusted, and now I was missing my arm. You understand, don't you? The girl closed her eyes. Sometimes, it isn't about betrayal. Sometimes, being wrong is enough. But you know this very well already. You just forgot, didn't you? My mouth felt dry, and I settled for just nodding in response. There's more, though, isn't there? She asked, giving me another searching look. There has to be. Why else didn't you wait? As I thought about it, I found myself slowly clenching my teeth, embarrassment and anger burning at my cheeks. I was overconfident, I whispered. Everything was going so well, and all this magical girl stuff, points and stats, it's like a game. I stopped thinking about this like real life. I stopped thinking about what losing would actually mean. Overconfidence, the girl murmured. Perhaps, waiting to manifest Celine would have prevented this, but at the risk of others endangering themselves. Spending your points to renew your mana faster would have fixed things, but at the cost of your future. All for a safety net you shouldn't have needed. I still shouldn't have treated this like a game, I said through clenched teeth. It was stupid. On the contrary, it was right. I looked up in surprise only to see her looking back at me with big eyes. There was still pain and sadness in them, but beneath it all was something desperate. You don't understand yet, but you will. Soon, I think. You should have been right. Safe. You never should have lost that arm. Caught, but not mutilated. Embarrassed, not sundered. I stared at the girl, her words pulling at something at the back of my mind, but whenever I tried to catch the stray thought, it retreated further away. I don't understand, I finally shook my head. You do, just not yet. All the pieces, but no frame to put them in. It's okay. You made assumptions on fragments, thinking they were the whole picture. You'll see, the missing links are all there. Life has just been a little too busy for you to think about it, that's all. The desperate intensity began to drain from her expression, her eyelids drooping as she resumed her sad, almost sleepy expression. She tilted her head, and her smile suddenly became strained. And what's the final reason you rushed into it? Her voice cracked as she asked. The important one you told Celine, the lie that has the painful truth hiding behind it. Her words hit me like a hammer, a wave of pain pulsing through my chest. I didn't want to say the words, to admit it aloud. Yet, somehow, I felt like I owed it to her. I wanted to save Lily and everyone else in the shelter. I just wanted everyone to be safe, and if we waited and the officers came looking for me they might have gotten hurt. I couldn't risk that. It didn't matter if. If you were safe, she finished for me. If you got hurt, if you died, you never even stopped to really consider those things. Because it didn't matter. It never does. I bit down on the inside of my lip, my hand clenching into a fist. I knew she was right, but she didn't know, didn't understand. There was more, so much more to everything than just some stupidly simplistic reason. She didn't know me. Shish, it's okay, she hushed me, her voice growing more tired. I just wanted to make sure you understand, that's all. There's nothing wrong with putting others first, even to that extent, not so long as that's what you really want. What does it matter, getting hurt, if it's the path to your happiness? So long as you understand, we can bear it, just like we always have. I looked up at her in confusion. Her eyes were drooping lower, words coming out even more slowly as she seemed to draw closer to falling asleep. Her body sagged against her bonds, the thorns giving an electric crackle as they pulled tightly against her body. It's almost time for you to wake up, she whispered, and I blinked. Wake up. I looked around, suddenly aware of where I was. Or, more accurately, that I had no idea where I was, or why I was talking to a girl that looked just like me. A girl who was held by solidified lightning in impossible colors. A girl who seemed to know things about me that nobody could. What are you? I asked, my heartbeat picking up as a sense of wrongness swept through me. The girl's eyes fluttered open, locking onto me with renewed vigor. A gentle, regretful smile stretched across her lips, and her next words reverberated through my bones with power. I'm the painful truths you don't want to accept, bound by the lies we spin together to keep you safe. I'm the ever-present thorns imprisoning your heart and the shelter from all the pains you can't bear. I'm the reflection of something shattered and beautiful, something perfect in its brokenness. So breathe, and let me shoulder a share of your burdens, just like I always have. Let me help, and forget, because it's not over yet, and you're running out of time. Before I could ask what she was talking about, the world blurred as a sound filled the space and pushed me out. I opened my eyes and gasped, lifting myself up as information overloaded me. It was bright, and I was lying down somewhere. As I tried to push myself up into a sitting position, my left arm failed to find purchase, and I fell back onto my back. Easy, easy. Celine's voice washed over me. You're safe. You've been asleep for a little less than 2 hours, but you are still far from recovered. Take your time waking up. I groaned, rubbing the sleep from my eyes as I looked around. I was in the Seychelter's infirmary, on one of the beds. An IV was stuck into my right arm, a red liquid flowing through it. The sight sent a flash of memories through my head, and my eyes widened as I whipped my head to look at my left arm. It was a stump, ending just above my elbow. I swallowed, a jittery hysteria bubbling up inside me. I took a deep breath, looking around widely only to find Celine sitting on a table next to me. I mentally latched onto her comforting, plushy-like appearance, and I felt myself calming down as I took her in. Her tails were raised but drooped at the ends, her head bowed towards me. She looked worried, and maybe guilty. My arm, I whispered hoarsely, coughing at the dryness in my throat. How much do you remember? Celine asked. Images flashed through my head, and I felt the horror in my chest try to boil over. To my surprise, it didn't. The emotion felt oddly distant, like I was remembering a nightmare I'd already had time to distance myself from. Or, more accurately, it was like one of the bad memories that I'd had time to push so far away that it took effort to make myself think about it. What I felt was just an echo of the true emotions the experience contained, as if time had blunted its edges. It still hurt, but it was a bitter wave instead of the sharp knife I would have expected. I wasn't sure why the fact I'd just lost my arm felt so watered down. Was it because I lost it fighting the anathema, trying to do the right thing? Had I really subconsciously understood that being maimed as a magical girl was a possibility? Or had I finally reached the point where this was just another drop in the ocean, another bad memory that barely made a ripple in how numb I'd become? Or maybe it was some other reason. Besides, Celine said it isn't permanent, so just breathe. The thought felt oddly out of place, and yet I still found myself calming down with a deep, shuddering breath. That was right. Celine had said that. I was a magical girl, a fighter on the front line of humanity's endless war. I was already acutely aware that healing magic and magitech were things, and it was hard to imagine I wouldn't be able to reattach my limb with both at my disposal. If only that healing technology wasn't so rare. A deeper pang of guilt, shame, and loneliness pulsed through me, and I quickly worked to answer Celine's question before I could fall into that particular line of thought. I remember, I rasped, accepting a cup of water that Celine handed to me with her tails before I continued. It's blurry, but I remember getting back to the shelter and then passing out. Good, Celine nodded, her body relaxing. Though it seems you don't quite remember everything. The officers were unsure what aid to render, and you woke briefly to tell them to just give you a bed and leave you alone. You were fairly out of it at that point, and were only really repeating what I was telling you. When you had enough mana, I manifested and instructed them to give you a blood transfusion to aid in your recovery. I also informed them of everything that happened. Oh, I said, looking away from Celine. I see. Silence stretched between us as I stared at nothing in particular. I heard Celine shift around nervously. What happened? Was my fault, I interrupted her. I was careless. Everything had been going so well, and I just stopped being careful. I should have just spent my points. Maybe, but at the time, I even agreed with your decision. It was a mistake, but it was not yours alone. None of this should ever have happened. I shrugged, the motion making me acutely aware of the weight now missing from my left shoulder. The sensation sent a shiver through me, and my throat tightened. Is my arm. What I said was not merely meant to calm you down, Celine answered, and I turned to face her. Losing your arm is not permanent. Fighting the anathema is dangerous, and losing limbs happens. Thankfully, there are a few answers. Anything from buying a lifelike prosthetic from a vault to using high-level healing magic to regrow the appendage is possible. None of that will be required for you, however, as we were able to safely retain your arm. Even a relatively low-level magical girl will be able to assist you in reattaching it. Honestly, even a normal surgeon with the aid of some Zenith technology would be able to do the procedure. I felt myself relaxing more at Celine's words. Shock and fear still clawed at the insides of my chest, but some of the edge disappeared. The container I bought cost 0 points, I noted almost absently, glancing at my stump before looking away. The bio-safe, yes. There are some items the Zenith deemed too important to the survival or well-being of magical girls to put a price on. One of those is a bio-safe capable of keeping any lost appendages in perfect condition. The case is enchanted with a spell of gentle repose, preventing any degradation or decay. It can last for 3 days unpowered, has a tracker inside it, and can be plugged into any electrical outlet to extend its running life. The case is also armored to keep anathema from opening or destroying it. With your arm being kept in pristine condition while inside, the effort needed to reattach and fix it will be greatly reduced. I shivered, a tingling feeling washing over me as Celine said gentle repose. I wasn't sure how, but I could tell those words held power in them. It raised new questions, but none felt really appropriate for the moment, so I filed it away for later. Okay, I said, more to reorient myself than anything else. So what happened? Why was that anathema there, and why did the lights come back on? Celine shifted uneasily, tails twitching. The full explanation is best given in the control room, perhaps while talking to Error Machina. I woke you up because there are some time-sensitive complications we need to discuss with him. Before we leave to do so, I want to ask, did you happen to have a dream while you were asleep? A dream? I asked frowning. I don't think. Black and violet lightning shaped like thorns. Water tickling against my toes. A familiar-looking girl with a sad smile. Scarlet and azure eyes. Images burst through my skull like an ice pick stabbing into my brain. I winced, raising my hand to my head. What, did I have a dream? It felt like I did, but trying to latch onto the memories only sent them retreating further away. I said. I think so, but I don't remember it. Why? Not quite yet. Then, Celine gave a relieved sigh, her tails relaxing. You just seemed restless as you slept. Anyway, the reason I woke you up, well, Jiwoo wanted you to get as much rest as reasonably possible before we talked, something I agreed with. I can go get Jiwoo now so we can have a discussion, but perhaps you would like to take a shower before you leave. Jiwoo laid out some extra clothes on the nearby bed for you. It only then really hit me I was still in my sweaty clothes, my jeans soaked with blood. I stifled the disgust that rolled through me, forcing myself to shake my head. No, I want answers first. I'll change my clothes, but the shower can wait. Very well, Celine gave me a nod. I will go get Jiwoo while you change. Allow me to remove your IV for you first. I nodded, and Celine's tails quickly wrapped around the line before removing it with a quick pull. It was more of a weird feeling than a painful one, a sharp pressure disappearing from beneath my skin I hadn't registered before. I got to my feet slowly, heading over to the pile of clothes even as Celine hopped away. Closing the dividing curtains around the bed, I went to work. My eye patch was resting on top of the pile even though my backpack was nowhere in sight, and I quickly pulled it on. Changing the rest of my clothes with one hand was difficult. I ignored the clenching feeling in my chest as I focused on my task. With a little creativity, I was able to finish dressing in the gray sweats just as the door to the medical room opened. The last thing I did was roll up my left sleeve so it bunched up at the point where my arm ended. Then I quickly threw my other kathas into a semi-respectable pile before I opened the curtains and stepped out. Jiwoo stood before me, her eyes slightly sunken. She gave me a ghost of a smile, her eyes flicking down to my stump before returning to my face. Hey there, she said softly, her voice soft. How are you doing? Unease washed through me, and I shifted uncomfortably. Okay, I responded. It's not as bad as it looks. Jiwoo flinched at that but quickly nodded. No, of course not, she agreed. I mean, with healing magic you should be right as rain. Still, it must have been hard. You should really talk to someone about it when this is all over. Get things sorted. I know a few therapists or even groups if you ever need anything. Just let me know, okay? I nodded at her, but the thought of talking to someone about what happened practically made me want to vomit. I didn't want to think about it, let alone relive it. It was better staying buried, and I had plenty of practice in doing just that. I cleared my throat. Celine said there was something we needed to talk about. The fake smile melted from Jiwoo's face, and she gave me a nod, gesturing for me to follow. I did, and we quickly made our way through the halls of the shelter straight to the control room. Sergeant O'Malley was in there, and he looked up at me as the door closed behind us. My backpack and gun were on the conference table, looking untouched except for the conspicuous lack of the bio-safe that I'd stuck into my bag. Celine jumped up next to the items as Sergeant O'Malley gave me a deep, respectful nod. "How are you doing?" he asked, his voice subdued. "Okay," I responded. Looking between the two officers, a thought hit me, and a surge of guilt washed through me as I realized why the two seemed so hurt. I'm sorry," I quickly said, looking down. "The other officers who went before me, I'm sorry I couldn't." Jiwoo hurriedly said, sounding shocked. "You have nothing to be sorry about. There was nothing you could have done for them. From what Celine said, they were long gone before you could have even gotten to them." But I struggled. "You must have known them and—" "We only knew them in passing," Sergeant O'Malley interrupted. "Guard duty for each shelter is drawn from multiple precincts, and ours was chosen to stay behind. What happened is awful, but you need to remember they were doing their duty. They volunteered, knowing the risks and even expecting the outcome. They were heroes, and what happened to them has nothing to do with you." His words were strong and resolute, as immutable as a mountain. Some of my guilt melted away, and I gave him a nod. Part of me felt bad that knowing Jiwoo and the other officers hadn't lost anyone they personally knew made me feel better, but well, it did help, in the sense that their pain wasn't as bad as it could have been. That did leave me confused as to what exactly was causing Jiwoo and Sergeant O'Malley's haunted, reserved expressions. There was something we needed to talk about," I asked. "Yes," Sergeant O'Malley sighed. "Celine informed us of what happened, and we came to some conclusions. I think it might be best if we contacted Guardian Command before we continue. Perhaps Error Machina can provide additional insight and assistance." I frowned, doing a quick glance at Celine and Jiwoo. Everyone was being weirdly secretive, and it was starting to scare me. I swallowed down the hesitant, foreboding feeling and simply nodded at them. "Okay." I moved over to the communication console, the officers taking up position behind me as I placed my hand on the appropriate touchscreen. I just want you to know," Jiwoo suddenly said, her words coming out quickly. "That whatever happens, it's your choice. You've done enough, and—" "Officer O," Sergeant O'Malley's voice snapped out like a whip, cutting her off. Before I could ask any questions, the authentication process ended and the screen flickered to show Error Machina in his emerald, futuristic armor. His helmet was already retracted this time, revealing a relieved smile. "There you are. I was getting worried. Things were taking so long and—" He stopped in his tracks, eyes widening as he seemed to notice my arm. The smile on his face disintegrated, replaced with an expression of horror. "My God, what the hell happened?" He trailed off, eyes flicking between my stump and eyes. I struggled to find my words, shifting unconsciously to the side to hide my arm from view. We left for the generator like we planned, but there was a newborn arachnomantis in the generator room." "You fought a newborn arachnomantis?" Error choked out, eyes bulging. He stopped for a moment, closing his eyes as he took a deep breath. "What were you? No, I suppose you probably felt like you didn't have much of a choice." "Damn it, what level was it?" 21, I shrugged, and he let out a bitter bark of laughter. "Jezu, dang. You really don't do things in halves, okay. So you fought the arachnomantis and obviously won. To be honest, I'm surprised you only lost an arm and—" "I didn't," I interrupted softly. He blinked, quickly looking me over again with a confused look. "What? I only got a few bruises on me from the arachnomantis. But after I turned the mana generator on and was running back when a corpse blossom attacked me." "Shit," he winced, letting out a slow breath. "That would do it. Those stalker types. Wait, you said you activated the mana generator. The computer says the shield is still offline, though. We were attacked by the corpse blossom on our return," Celine cut in, just as the lights for the mall turned back on. "That doesn't make sense," Error frowned, fingers moving over a holographic keyboard as he glanced to the side. "No, not unless you take into account that there was an unidentified Magitech box attached to the mana generator." Error blinked. His eyes went from confusion and then to realization. Shock flashed across his face only to disappear as rage pulled his features into a tight sneer. His viridian eyes began to glow, hands clenching tightly against the table as he leaned forward, and I took a step back by reflex. Faint emerald light began to radiate off him as his lips curled back in a snarl. What? He hissed. It was a Magitech device, clearly Guardian bot. With no markings on it, I originally assumed the only logical and reasonable explanation was that the box was some type of booster for the generator. However, if the shield generator hasn't turned on while the mall's lights activated. There was a tense silence as Error stared at Celine with undisguised fury. Slowly, he leaned back into his chair, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. The damage to her arm was significant, Celine said quietly. It cost a lot of points, and even then she had to self-amputate. The silence became strained, lasting only for another few moments before Error shattered it. Fuck, Error slammed his hand onto the table, and I flinched as my whole body went tight with nervous fear. Error seemed to catch the motion, eyes snapping to me, and he quickly held up his hands in a calming motion. The green light that had been coming off him disappeared, his glowing eyes dimming. Sorry, this is dang it, he sighed. I'm sorry this never should have happened to you, and I'm sorry you had to go through this. Did you manage to recover your arm? She made her first 0-point purchase, Celine nodded at him, and he gave a bitter snort. Well, welcome to the club, for what it's worth, he raised an imaginary glass to me, and I furrowed my brow in confusion. It's considered a rite of passage among higher-level guardians, Celine explained. Because most 0-point purchases mean a truly desperate situation, having had to make one as a badge of respect. So at least you have that, Error spat. As for the Magitech box and lights coming on, I can't believe I didn't figure it out before. I never even considered it an option because it's so freaking insane and stupid. I should have seen it, though, or at least realized it was at least a possibility, but... He shook his head. I looked between the grim, Angie expressions on the office's faces and Error's before I decided to speak up. I don't really understand. What does that box have to do with the lights? Error sighed, rubbing his brow. Where to start? Alright, so this whole time, we thought the shield station went down because of some glitch, yeah. That the shelters coming online all at once somehow made the generator think it was compromised because of the sudden draw in power. So it did an emergency shutdown, which caused a burst of mana, and that was what knocked the mall's power offline. That's what we thought happened, right? He waited for me to give a nod before continuing. Well, I assumed this was the case because the other possibility seemed too far-fetched. The possibility that the power supply was tampered with, that some idiot decided to mess with a machine that is literally responsible for keeping thousands of lives safe. Just to confirm my suspicions, when you turned on the generator, what percentage of power draw was displayed? 82% was reported as the amount that caused the shutdown, Celine answered. At the time, I assumed someone had merely made a mistake setting up the generator because, as you said, the other possibility was too unlikely. Error shook his head, eyes again flashing. Insane is the word you are looking for, he spat. Kahai, the reason the lights turned back on was because that mysterious box was leeching power from the mana generator. My guess is it's a mana converter, turning mana into electricity like the shield station is capable of. In other words, the mall was illegally siphoning power from the mana generator. That's why the generator went down, and also why the shield station didn't restart when you turned the generator back on. The shield station has the software and equipment to recognize there actually was tampering, so of course it didn't automatically restart when you turned the mana generator back on. Of course, because the shield station didn't begin restarting, it didn't draw any anathema, and so the corpse blossom was there waiting for you when you tried to run back. It's also why I saw nothing immediately wrong on the readouts once we activated the generator, Celine added. The mana draw was lower than expected because even though the shielding station wasn't activated, the converter was drawing a large amount to reactivate power in the mall. If we had waited longer at the terminal, we would have seen the mana draw lower considerably and realized something was wrong. Error had a sickened expression on his face as he shook his head. Some idiot decided to illegally siphon some power, probably to save the mall money on its electricity bill, and everything that has happened has been because of that. All the lives put in danger, the hole in Arcadia's shield network, all of it. It was all because someone wanted to save some money. I stared at the screen in the silence that followed, my heart pounding as I processed all the information. The shield station, if it hadn't gone down, I would have been able to make it to the shelter with Brian. I would have been safe, never had my guts sucked on, never would have had to fight against monsters. I would be safe right now, and so would the hundreds of people in the shelter. And I never would have had to cut off my own arm. Money. It was all because of money. Oh, I sighed, somehow relieved by the familiar, sick feeling that settled into my gut. Okay, so the shelter on the 3rd floor is still in danger, then. Can I make the shield station restart manually if I go there next? Error and the officers blinked at that, giving me various shocked expressions. Okay, Ji Woo asked, and I felt myself blush. That's all. Why yes, I stuttered, nervously shifting my weight. I guess it just makes more sense than this all being caused by an accident, doesn't it? Ji Woo's face tightened at that, more confusion flashing through her eyes. I felt myself growing increasingly uncomfortable under the worried look she was giving me when Sergeant O'Malley finally cleared his throat, nodding at Error Machina. As a point of note, one of the owners of the mall happened to be visiting when the usurpation started and is in this shelter. He was acting weird from the beginning, trying to put himself in charge of our decision-making and only backed off when we threatened to arrest him. When the familiar was informing us of what happened, we came to the same conclusion you did, so we decided to detain him. Good. Error's eyes narrowed, a thin, bitter smile crossing his lips. It isn't much, but I can at least promise that I will find the people responsible for this. All of them, and when I do, I assure you they will not be seeing the outside of a prison cell for the rest of their lives. The laws regarding tampering with shielding stations are quite clear on that matter. I'm aware, Sergeant O'Malley nodded, pausing for a moment. And I'm also aware that normal attempts to interfere with a mana generator should have been detected. However, if the mana converter was provided and set up by a more legitimate source. I understand what you are implying, Sergeant, Error nodded. And I can assure you, no matter the credentials of who provided the converter, they will be punished. You have my word. As for the shield station, it can be restarted if you go there in person, but... A dark, gloomy look fell over Error's face. He opened his mouth to say something, then paused, made an irritated sound and clicked his teeth together. His eyebrows rose slightly, then he let out an annoyed grunt and shook his head. Error's expressions continued to change at a rapid-fire pace, and it took me a second to realize he must be communicating with his familiar. Is that what I look like when I talk to you? I whispered to Celine, and Ji Woo let out a huff of laughter beside me. No, she whispered back. You have a blank, faraway look that grows more thoughtful. It just looks like you're thinking really hard. My cheeks warmed a little, and Error finally let out an exasperated sigh, looking down at the table in front of him. He looked crestfallen as he slowly shook his head. What I want to tell you is that you can't. His finger started tapping on the table. But I'm sure your familiar would tell you the truth. Look, our options are limited here. The shield station can be restarted with the proper authorization, which you have as a magical girl. The problem is, it requires double confirmation, one to begin the process and one to finalize after checking to make sure all readouts are stable. In other words, once you turned it on, you would have to sit there for the full 5 minutes it takes to start back up before you manually give a second confirmation command. The problem with that is the shield station will be gathering mana the whole time it's restarting, drawing all the anathema in the area. So she can't, Ji Woo hurriedly interrupted. It would be too dangerous. But what if we escorted the people from the shelter instead? If we cleared out the anathema along the path between here and Shelter 3, could we just bring them here once the doors are forced open? Unfortunately, no, Error sighed, not without a lot of them dying, at least. Looking at the map of the mall, there are dozens of passages anathema could wander in from. Even if you manage to clear the immediate area out, escorting that many people would take a long time, and the chances of an anathema stumbling into the area or coming in through a rift during that process are almost guaranteed. Even worse, some anathema have a sort of life force sense, letting them find living things from far away. They might not pick up on a small group, but a few hundred. Anathema with the ability would be able to sense them from the other side of the mall. Hell, I'd be surprised if the anathema didn't just open up a rift and spawn a bunch of monsters right on top of them the second they sensed all the people. What about the mana converter? Ji Woo asked quickly. What if we disconnected it? Would the shield automatically restart then? No, the restart sequence requires double confirmation regardless of the circumstances after detecting an irregularity. Besides, I would not recommend messing with the mana converter. It would take a specialist to safely disconnect it without damaging the generator. Error took in a deep breath, his hands clenching into fists. I'm sorry, but there's only one way to save everyone in that shelter. But she can't do that. Ji Woo growled. You said it yourself. She would have to fight off who knows how many anathema for 5 entire minutes before starting up the shield. Even if she did, there wouldn't be any way for her to escape, not with all the anathema that would be drawn in. It's a suicide mission. Yes, Error replied quietly, looking up and meeting my eye. It is. I stared back into his gaze, my pulse spiking into my throat. It was his eyes, I decided, that sold it to me. There was something in them, a haunted, empty look that was too sharp not to come from somewhere deep. He meant what he said because he had experienced something similar to this. And, I was willing to bet, he was also seeing the same look reflected in my own eyes. The look of someone resigned to their fate. Because the fact of the matter was, I was scared. The idea of dying terrified me. It just didn't scare me as much as knowing that by not going, others would be dying. Other people would die, everyone in the third floor's shelter, all in exchange for my life. Lily would die so I could live. I would be killing my only friend. I decided, and it was easy. Okay, I said, surprised by how collected my voice sounded. I'll do it. You can't. Jiwoo immediately started. I'm the only one who can, I interrupted quietly. And I'm a magical girl. I have a chance. You're a magical girl without access to half of what makes you one, Error snarled, and I recoiled at the venom in his voice. You have no idea how screwed this has already been, how much you've already had to go through just because. He cut himself off, head twitching as his eyes briefly snapped to something I couldn't see. If I don't go, people will die, I whispered. People I know, people I care about. I met Error's stare, and after a minute, he shook his head. Officers, I need a moment with Micah High. Sergeant O'Malley nodded, and while Jiwoo looked torn, she relented and followed O'Malley out. Once the door was closed, Error leaned back in his chair and looked at Celine. A silence passed between them before Error gave Celine a nod. It's time, he said simply. It is. It breaks regulation, but the circumstances warrant it. The rules set by the council have doomed her every step, and I won't have her doing this blind. She at least deserves to know the truth about her astral shift. Error nodded, face curling with disgust, and I looked between the two of them in confusion. What's going on? I asked, and Celine turned to face me. It's time I told you about the things I've kept from you. About the basic section of your status menu, the reason you can't use your astral shift to transform, and about just how different your fights should have gone. What I say next, I will only transmit to you. All I ask is that you can forgive me, because even though you told me I could keep these things from you, what I'm about to say is going to hurt. I felt my breathing pick up a little, and I glanced between the two of them. Error gave a small nod. I'll be here for any questions you might have. He leaned back, turning to look to the side. Take all the time you need. What's going on? I asked, my heart thumping in my chest. It's time you learned your origin, the reason you were chosen to become a magical girl and why that very reason has kept you from accessing your astral shift. I looked between the two of them as my pulse continued to increase. Error wouldn't quite meet my eyes, and Celine's tails were limp, lying lifelessly on the table. I swallowed down my anxiety, steeling my nerves. Tell me, let's look at your status menu first. Status. Name, my karaoke alias, none. Level, 8 points, 30. Health, 65%. Mana, 300 5 min. Basic, origin, hidden aspect, hidden. Class, locked signature, unawakened. Statistics, strength, 10. Dexterity, 25. Vitality, 10. Agility, 25. Willpower, 30. Spirit, 1. 40 stat points available. Skills, abilities. Augments, Demonic Eye of the Sable Waif. Permissions. Vaults Grimoires. First Aid Vault Common Egg G: Efic ESKH Sis ER. Kinetic Handguns Common. Modern Terran Clothing Common. The box appeared in my vision, and I blinked as I ran my eyes over it. I twitched at the fact my health was at 65%. I hadn't bothered taking a close look at my HUD and had completely missed the fact it was so low. Celine had said my previous injuries had reduced my health maximum once already, and I was willing to bet the loss of my arm had reduced it yet again. I shook my head. Now wasn't the time to be falling back down that hole. I turned my focus to Celine, and her tails gave me a flick of acknowledgement. Now let us discuss origins. It is, as the name might suggest, the reason one was chosen to be a magical girl. There are many specific circumstances, but they are divided into 7 basic emotions or themes that the magical girl is said to be a representation of. Each of these origins is also given a color that the magical girl is obligated to use as the primary color in their outfit. Magically speaking, your origin determines what is called your origin bonus, sometimes called your color type bonus. These bonuses are extremely powerful and could be compared to the racial bonuses of a video game. Because of this, it usually helps determine the combat role a guardian takes. Are you following so far? I nodded, and she continued. Good. The first origin, and perhaps the most powerful, is love. Love magical girls are represented by the color pink. Pinks have the desire to help others above all else, the epitome of self-sacrifice. The bonus they have is earning 25% more points and experience from all sources. Roughly 10% of all guardians are pink, and they often take the role of the all-stars or all-rounders. While they may not be masters of any one area, they are exceptional in many, making them ideal for filling in any weakness while having none of their own. My eyes widened. That bonus seemed absurdly powerful. Sure, it didn't help them directly in combat, but they would be able to grow more powerful at a much quicker pace. Not only that, but they would be able to face weaker anathema and still get decent experience and points from them if they wanted. I see you understand the implications, Celine gave a flick of her tail. Pink magical girls are some of the best simply because they get more rewards for the work they put in. They grow so quickly that they outpace their peers and often end up becoming team leaders simply due to the stat and point differences. Pinks also tend to be people with natural charisma, being friendly and compassionate as one would expect from a magical girl who represents love. They are, essentially, the ideal example of a magical girl. I nodded, wondering if Lily would fit that criteria. With how friendly and magnetic her personality was, I could see it. The second origin is adventure, represented by the color red. This color represents those who constantly seek excitement and new challenges from thrills to fights. Reds have a permanent bonus to the effectiveness of their offensive spells, skills, and weapons. It is a percentage bonus that grows as they level. Red magical girls tend to be passionate, excitable, loyal, and sometimes hot-headed. About 20% of guardians have this color, and they often take the role of the warrior. Whether they fight on the front lines as a whirlwind or cast devastating spells from afar, they are unmatched in their destructive potential. I nodded, noting that the bonus would make reds the damage dealers while remaining inclusive enough to make them equally dangerous as close or long-range fighters. The third origin is hope, represented by the color blue. This color represents those who wish to help others, hoping that anyone can be saved and inspiring hope through their caring actions. Blues have a permanent bonus to the effectiveness of their support spells, skills, and weapons. It is a percentage bonus that grows as they level. Blue magical girls tend to be smart, calm, caring, empathetic, and sometimes shy. About 20% of guardians have this color, and they often take the role of healer. Using their support magic, they can bolster their allies and hinder their enemies, all while healing any damage taken. Blue magical girls would definitely be more team-oriented, then. Sure, their support bonus would work on themselves, but it seemed like it would be more effective for them to team them up with other guardians to get the most out of their bonus. The fourth origin is peace, represented by the color green. This color represents those who have a strong desire to protect others, who want normalcy and serenity above all else. Greens have a permanent bonus to the effectiveness of their defensive spells, skills, and weapons. It is a percentage bonus that grows as they level. Green magical girls tend to be determined, stoic, dauntless, and sometimes withdrawn. About 20% of people who become guardians have this color, and they often take the role of defender. Whether fighting on the front lines as an immovable rock or creating impenetrable shields from afar, they are the ones who protect themselves and comrades from any source of harm. I kept my eyes from flicking to Emerald form of Error Machina. With that description, it made sense he was working at Guardian Command to coordinate magical girls, though I wasn't sure exactly how well he could utilize his spells or his other bonuses from behind a computer. The fifth origin is wish, represented by the color yellow. This color represents those who hold a wish inside them, a dream they hold on a pedestal but cannot obtain, and they seek to give others a chance to reach their own wish. Yellows have a two-part bonus, the first being that they often have a very unique signature magic that often breaks the rules of what should be possible with magic in general. The second bonus is that in exchange for becoming a magical guardian, they have their wish granted. I blinked. What? It has to be a wish within reason, and some things are forbidden, of course, Celine quickly amended, her tail swishing in something like amusement. No bringing back the dead, no making somebody fall in love with them, no destroying reality by turning back time, that sort of thing. Also, if their wish would naturally be fulfilled by becoming a magical girl, then they can keep their wish to use later. On that note, one thing that should never be done is asking a yellow what they used their wish on. It is considered highly taboo. I nodded in understanding. Whatever they used their wish on would have to be something highly personal, especially if it was something powerful enough to help make them a magical girl candidate. Asking for them to reveal that would be beyond just being a little rude. Celine seemed pleased with my quick acceptance, and so she continued. Yellows tend to have hyper or quirky personalities, be generally mischievous, fun-loving, and sometimes have a poor sense of boundaries. About 20% of guardians have this color, and they often take the role of rogue. Due to their unpredictable signature magics, they have no single defined combat type, instead specializing in unusual tactics that complement their signature. That made sense. If all of them had widely diverse signatures, it seemed wise for them to be specialists rather than a more standardized role. The sixth origin is dream, represented by the color white. This color represents those who dream of becoming a magical girl in everything it pertains, especially giving others the chance to achieve their own dreams in peace. A white magical girl has a 50% experience bonus. They tend to have a full, unpredictable gambit of personalities. About 7% of guardians have this color, and they often take the role of an ace or master in their chosen field. Because they have such a high experience bonus but no point bonus, they often become hyper-specialized and masters of their chosen path. Celine stopped, and I held my breath. So far, none of the colors had really seemed to represent me. I assumed the personalities weren't set in stone, but even then, none of their reasons for being chosen as a magical girl lined up neatly with my own. Which only meant, what I am about to tell you is something you should keep to yourself, Celine said, her voice serious. The reasons will become obvious, but just know, only magical girls of your origin get the full and truthful explanation. You are free to give this explanation to anyone you wish, but others of your origin would take it poorly. Those who heard the explanation might have an equally unfavorable response for a variety of reasons that will soon be made clear. Do you understand? I nodded, the tension building inside me as Celine took a deep breath. The final origin is dark, represented by the color black. This color represents those who have experienced such darkness in their lives that the anathema seem pale in comparison. Whether it be pain, despair, sadness, or a myriad of other emotions, dark magical girls have no one unifying emotion, just a theme. Dark magical girls have experienced suffering, and in that suffering, have survived. They are chosen not because they wanted to escape their circumstances, but because they instead learned to live despite the shadows. Another interesting point is that every dark magical girl is chosen partially because even though they faced horrors, they had no particular desire to become a magical girl until it was offered. This is mostly due to the fact that dark magical girls never even realized it was an option, thinking themselves unworthy. The truth, however, is that their experiences make them uniquely capable to stare down the worst of the anathema and fight without faltering. In many ways, they represent courage born through suffering. That is why they are chosen. I flinched, taking in shallow, quick breaths as Celine turned her head slightly away from me. I wanted to shake my head, to tell her she was wrong, that my life wasn't like that. Sure, things weren't what I wanted, but there were reasons for that, and I had made my peace with those reasons. Maybe things were dark, but they weren't the worst. It was just how things were. I barely fit into that description, and even then, it was only from someone else's point of view. Right, I wasn't like that. Things weren't that bad. Other people just didn't understand. A dozen more reassurances ran through my mind, and I found myself breathing quicker and quicker. Before I could start hyperventilating, Celine gave a sharp flick of her tails, and my mind instantly cleared, the thoughts disappearing like fog before a strong wind. It was an alien sensation, almost like someone had snapped their fingers directly inside my brain. My attention snapped away from my spiraling thoughts and back to Celine. The bonus dark magical girls start with is threefold and intertwined. Celine began slowly, making sure she had my full attention before continuing. First, they begin with a completely unique grimoire, a powerful type of magic built solely for them. Secondly, their signature magic is also much more powerful than a normal magical girl's and often has a dark spin on it. Finally, their grimoire, signature, and the bonus provided by their aspect are all linked together by some underlying theme and power, giving a dark magical girl a naturally synergistic set of abilities that are not only powerful but completely unique and therefore unpredictable. About 3% of guardians have this color, and they take the role of the trump card. Dark magical girls are unparalleled in single combat due to the unique twists provided by their starting bonuses, and are often relied on as boss killers and duelists. As for their common personality traits, Celine sighed, her tails twisting together nervously. The truth is that they run a full gambit, but other magical girls often categorize them as antisocial, quiet, loners, and unstable. There are a lot of rumors regarding dark magical girls. Many have realized that dark magical girls tend to have something troubling them, something that occasionally causes them to snap. Combining dark magical girls' unpredictable personalities with the power they wield, many think they are simply ticking time bombs. Bombs that are uniquely capable of hurting other magical girls. What? I looked up in confusion. Other magical girls are simply told dark magical girls represent the emotion of courage, to face darkness without wavering. While it is partially true, it is still nowhere near the entirety of it. Just becoming a magical girl doesn't rescue someone from their circumstances. They still have to find a way to deal with it on their own. Worse, the unique abilities dark magical girls have usually make them great at defeating boss-type anathema, but that isn't the only thing they are designed for. Think of it like this. Dark magical girls are often given abilities focused on facing lone creatures, even ones with a range of powerful abilities and magic. Does that description match anything else you can think of? The bottom of my stomach dropped out, eyes widening. Magical girls, I thought to Celine. We're anti-magical girls. Yes, although it is not the main design of your powers, it is not lost on the more experienced magical girls just how dangerous a dark magical girl could be. If you take into account that there is a stigma of dark magical girls being emotionally unstable with troubled pasts while also possessing unnatural magics. But doesn't the contract we made prevent us from abusing our powers? I asked, my mind racing. I didn't know why, but I was desperate to find a reason Celine might be wrong. The question then becomes, what constitutes abuse? How far is too far for one who is defending humanity? The contract guardians make prevents the most heinous of actions, but even then, the rule can sometimes be twisted to prevent automatic punishment. The Zenith believe well, defeating the anathema is their top priority, and it takes a lot to convince them to punish a guardian and deprive humanity of a hyper-capable warrior. In the end, it often comes to the community of magical girls to keep each other in line. In the most extreme cases, force may be necessary, in which case, well, it only makes sense to contact a dark magical girl to help the authorities. I see, I thought to her, a deep, sinking feeling settling into my belly. It doesn't help that some dark magical girls have lashed out, either. It has led to people saying things such as, dark magical girls are unstable. You can't trust them, they only care about themselves. They're crazy and will attack you without warning. Those are just some of the less colorful rumors, but all it takes for some people to believe in them is the slightest bit of confirmation by a dark magical girl having a bad day. And if one rumor is true, then... I looked down at the floor, forcing myself to think things through slowly. So, I was a dark magical girl, an outcast even among magical girls. I was chosen not because I was anything special or heroic like other magical girls, I was just picked because of what I'd gone through. Celine tried to say that courage was part of the reason, but I knew that was her just trying to find a silver lining because I wasn't courageous. Just surviving day to day didn't make me anything special, really. Besides, if courage really was the main reason darks were chosen, then they wouldn't be called darks in the first place. They would have a name referring to their color like every other guardian, wouldn't they? I suppose none of the information was too surprising, especially not the part about how people would react to me. People already thought I was weird, so this was just more of the same, really. I could deal with that. Actually, it might even be easier this way. I wouldn't have known how to handle suddenly being popular. Yeah, it would be fine. I wasn't sure why I felt so crestfallen, or why my heart felt tight, but everything would be fine. Anyway, it's not like all magical girls see dark magical girls this way, Celine hurriedly added. Yes, there's a negative stigma, but due to the positive nature of magical girls, most are able to look past the rumors. Just be aware that some might be hesitant or even outright hostile. Oh, and the public isn't aware of any of this. To them, dark magical girls are simply another type of guardian who happen to dress in black. As a reminder, courage is the emotional aspect focused on for those not in the know. In fact, many people love dark magical girls due to their rarity and mysterious demeanors. So while some of the magical girl community might view you with negative connotations, you have nothing to fear from civilians. Oh, some of the tightness in my chest disappeared. Now that Celine mentioned it, I'd never heard anything bad about dark magical girls before. Though, to be fair, I'd been so uninterested and separated from anything Guardian related that I didn't know much of anything about them. That's not too bad then, I guess. I shrugged weakly. I'm glad you understand, Celine sighed, obviously relieved. Now, I know how much you value your privacy, and the explanation about how dark magical girls are chosen gives others some very personal insight. That is partially why other Guardians are given a more simplistic explanation. It is a policy meant to protect the privacy of dark magical girls, and it is an unspoken rule among them not to tell anyone else the truth. I nodded in understanding. Sure, there might be rumors that there was something wrong with dark magical girls, but outright telling other Guardians the truth. I mean, Guardians were chosen based on the fact they were supposed to help people. If other magical girls learned for a fact that every dark magical girl had either gone through or was going through some kind of darkness, some kind of disturbing personal issue, it was easy to see why that would just be inviting trouble. Every magical girl would rush to find out what was wrong, trying to figure out what the dark magical girl was coping with, and then they would try to solve it. Every dark magical girl would suddenly have to worry about every Guardian they met trying to fix their problems, inserting themselves and trying to play hero. I shook my head. No, it was abundantly clear why the truth was hidden, even if it still led to rumors. I knew I personally wanted nobody interfering in my personal life. It was mine, not theirs, and they had no right to judge or mess with it just because they saw things differently. I didn't want their help. Besides, I didn't need it. Okay, I understand why you kept this part from me. I thought back to Celine. It's a lot, a little frustrating and distracting. But it doesn't explain a few things like my astral shift or... We're almost there. The last thing I wanted to explain before I show you your unredacted status was your aspect. If origin is the reason a person became a magical girl, the aspect is meant to express what part of that origin they express. For example, red magical girls have the origin of adventure, so their aspect might be speed, fighting, exploration, or some other aspect that could be associated with that emotion. As I explained earlier in the day, your aspect gives you a unique bonus at certain milestone levels, and it is what's given you your unique augment. Now, because dark magical girls have an origin that is a theme that combines various things, your aspect is instead the exact emotion that best represents your darkness. With that explained, here is your unredacted basic section. Basic, origin, dark aspect, loneliness. Class, locked. Signature, unawakened. I felt a serrated dagger cut my heart open. That wasn't, that, no, I blinked the box away, and turned back to Celine. I didn't want to think about it. Not right now, not when there were more important things to worry about. Okay, what else? I quickly asked aloud, and Error blinked, turning his attention back to me. Celine looked at me for a long time before giving what felt like a sigh. So, with the knowledge of your origin in mind and the stigma around it, Celine started, pausing as Error raised a hand. Look, he said, his tone clipped. I just want to say, I know the rumors about dark magical girls aren't the whole truth, and I think I have a pretty good idea of what's really going on, but none of that matters to me. I've seen plenty of Guardians of every color, and let me tell you, it doesn't matter. We're all just people, we all have our problems and bad eggs, and stereotyping is definitely not the answer. What matters is what we do, and let me say, you've already been more of a magical girl in these few hours than most are in their lifetime. You've done good, Kahai. Better than anyone else could have in your position. My cheeks warmed, and I looked away. I wasn't sure how to respond to him or the fluttery heat in my chest other than just nod. Yes, you really have done amazingly. Especially considering you've managed all of this without your astral shift. I looked up as Celine's tone changed. I'd heard her worried or nervous before, but even then her tone was always calm, a constant and almost ethereal quality to it. Now, though, it turned into an outright snarl, and it sent a shiver down my spine. Your astral shift. Error spat the words out, but even his venom didn't hold a candle to Celine's. I'm curious. I'm sure your familiar told you that your astral shift is the stereotypical transformation sequence. Bright lights and magical effects envelop you, and then poof, you're wearing your magical girl costume. I'm also sure your familiar told you without your astral shift, you only get a portion of the bonuses provided by your stats. She also probably danced around telling you the exact percentage of the bonuses you retain, am I right? Did you even consider it? I closed my mouth, then shook my head. No, I always just assumed it was low. I did not wish to upset you, and knowing the truth wouldn't have changed anything. Celine looked down with something like shame in her posture. No, it wouldn't have, Error agreed. So, what percentage of your stats do you think you were gaining? I thought about it for a moment. I really had never considered it, but subconsciously. Maybe 50%, I tried, but now I'm thinking less. The corners of Error's lips lifted in the parody of a smile. 10%, I stared at Error. Then I looked at Celine, and she nodded. You might as well not have had any bonuses considering your low level, Error growled, and I closed my eyes. 10% everything I'd done, I assumed I was doing it with at least a slight edge to my physical abilities. Every calculation I made, every reassurance I'd given myself, and the whole time, I'd been working with a 10% bonus of what I should have. Considering I was still low-leveled, Error was right. I might as well not have had any bonus at all. I swallowed down the bile in my throat. I wasn't upset at Celine, because telling me would have just built up my fear and despair. No, I was just upset that I didn't have access to my full stats. So my fights should have been easier. I cleared my throat. But that's not all, Error said, and I looked up in surprise. Your astral shift gives you more than just stats. It gives you protection. Have you ever seen footage of a magical girl fighting and they get thrown through a wall or take what should have been a nasty hit only to come out unscathed? That's part of your astral shift. It gives something like an invisible shield, kind of like a personal force field, and it absorbs a good portion of the damage that should be dealt to you. It's always active, protecting your entire body from harm. That's why magical girls can go into battle in skirts and frills instead of armor. The shield is commonly referred to as your astral barrier, often shortened to just barrier, Celine added, and to put it in perspective of how powerful it can be even at lower levels, if you had your barrier, the corpse blossom would not have done enough damage to warrant cutting off your own arm. At most, you would have had bruises, maybe a broken bone at worst. I stared at the two of them, shock turning me numb. A shield? I should have had a shield. I should have still had my arm. I don't understand, I choked out, trying to fight the wetness coming to my eyes. Why this I could have? Why? Why didn't I have access to my astral shift? Why did all this? I'm sorry, Kahai, Error said softly. But it's because of the same stuff your familiar just told you all about. It's because you're a dark magical girl, and the stupid fucking human clowns in charge decided to make the Zenith impose a new rule. A lot of politicians have bought into the rumors about dark magical girls, and so they decided to make it so no new dark magical girl could use their astral shift without first meeting another guardian in person and getting their permission. A wave of vertigo hit me, and I put my hand against the desk, leaning over it as the sensation washed through me. I closed my eyes, my head pounding as their words nailed themselves through my skull. The official reasoning, Celine explained bitterly, is that it's a measure to prevent potentially unstable candidates from immediately going and abusing the massive amounts of power they are granted. There was an incident, you see, where a dark magical girl's first act after becoming a guardian was to do something terrible. Ever since, all dark magical girls have to receive in-person permission from another guardian before they use their first astral shift. This is a human rule, and although the Zenith argued against it, they believed it would be inappropriate to go against the wishes of humanity's chosen representatives. The numbness inside vanished, leaving behind a cold hollowness as my ears started to ring. All of this, the tampering with the mana generator causing the shielding station to fail, the shelter activating its emergency shield, and now the lack of something that would have helped me fight, that would have protected me. It was all people. Bitterness bubbled up and overflowed in me, a sudden fountain bursting from somewhere deep within. I almost started laughing. It had been, 7 hours? In 7 hours, people had managed to put my life in danger 3 separate times. If the shield never went down, I would have made it to the shelter. If the shelter never had its emergency shield up, I would have been able to get inside safely and not risk my life to save them. If I had my astral shift, I would have been so much safer during my fights and wouldn't have lost my arm. But no, instead, I was half of a magical girl missing half of an arm, and now the only way I could save hundreds of lives was to forfeit my own. All because of people. But wasn't it always? I shouldn't have even been surprised. Maybe it was what I deserved, and this was just karmic balance finally swinging the executioner's axe. My head felt like it was spinning out of control. For the first time in a long time, anger boiled inside me. I had done nothing to these people. I was already trying so hard to do the right things, and this was still how it turned out. And the worst part was that none of what I'd just learned really mattered. It was all just context at this point, but none of it changed what needed to be done. There was still a shelter out there running out of energy, and in that shelter were a lot of people I knew, and a single person I really cared about. I didn't have a choice about what I did next, because there was only one path I could live with. Even if it was the path that ended with me dead. The sound of electricity crackling to life pulled me from my thoughts, and I opened my eyes to see small, jagged arcs of electricity bursting to life around my hand, the energy violet with a black core. It snapped between my fingers where my hand was pressed against the desk, the dark lightning flashing out of existence as shock rolled through me. "I'm sorry," Error suddenly said, making me jump and lift my head back to the screen. "I know it doesn't help, but I am. A lot of guardians warned the councils that they were making a mistake, that something bad might happen. I don't think anybody imagined something as bad as this, but here we are." I blinked a few times, glancing between him and Celine. Error must not have seen the lightning due to the camera angle, but Celine was staring at my hand, her tails all frozen stiff. She slowly looked up at me, and after a moment, her tails returned to gently swaying back and forth. "I'll explain later," Celine whispered into my head. "It's just a small, largely unimportant side effect of your strong emotions. First, we deal with this." I swallowed, looking back down at my hand. For some reason, the oddly colored electricity seemed familiar, but it felt like I'd seen it in a different shape before. When I tried to remember what exactly I was thinking of, it only made my head begin to pound with the beginnings of a headache. I gave up trying to recall, instead giving Celine a small nod before turning my attention back to Error. Whatever those sparks were about, the explanation could wait. The anger that had been in me was gone now, wiped away by the shock of seeing the electrical arcs. In the anger's place was an empty but steadfast numbness. I'd felt it a few times before, a powerful resignation that what was about to happen had to, and so I would face it. Because I simply didn't have any other choice. "Thank you for telling me the truth," I said quietly. "But it doesn't change the fact that people are going to die, and I'm the only one that can help them." "No," Error shook his head, a sickened, solemn look on his face. "No, I guess it really doesn't. Then I'll do it. I'll go to the shield station, begin the restart sequence, fight off the anathema for 5 minutes, and then give the final initiation command." As I said the words out loud, the emptiness inside me began to fill back up. Mostly, it was anxiety digging a razor back into the center of my heart, but to my surprise, there was a flicker of defiance in there too. Everyone seemed to think this was a suicide mission for me, but so what? So what if everyone else seemed to be working against me? This was the right thing to do. I was going to go and save lives. If there was ever something to give my life for, wasn't this it? Wasn't this what it meant to be a magical girl? "What you're doing," Error cleared his throat, looking away, "the system has a name for it. When it hands out quests, there's an estimated difficulty attached. Easy, medium, hard, that sort of thing. But occasionally, there is a need to do something to save lives, even if it means the Guardian might not make it out alive. For that, there's a special name." He turned back to me, meeting my eyes. "It's called a death wish, and it is the duty of any Guardian to hear out the last wishes or requests from the one attempting the mission. Within reason, the Guardians Association will try to fulfill your last wishes. I want you to know that the system has just given me a quest to hear out your death wish, making this official. So, if there is anything you want or any messages to pass on to family and friends, now is the time to tell me." My throat felt suddenly tight, and I took a moment to take in a deep breath. By the end of my exhale, I knew what I wanted. "There's a girl named Lily Parker in my grade," I began quietly. "I want her to know what I did, and I want her to know I always appreciated her going out of her way to be my friend. I know it probably wasn't easy, but it meant a lot to me. Tell her thank you, and I'm sorry. If there's any way you can look out for her, she wants to become a magical soldier. She told me it's a really tough selection process, but..." "Done," Error said with a nod. "I'll personally make sure that she gets the appropriate scholarships and the best training opportunities. I'll purchase her the best Magitech equipment myself if I have to. That is, of course, if you don't want to try to make her a magical girl." "What?" I blinked in surprise. "It's your death wish," Error said gently. "There is a lot you can ask for. If you want, you can request the Zenith to take a serious look at her as a candidate. If she fits the mental profile and is physically compatible with receiving a soul gem, she'll become one. To the Zenith, it's a reasonable request that if they have to lose a magical girl, another might as well be nominated." "Oh then yes, I'd like that." It was easy to imagine Lily as a magical girl. She talked about it a few times, usually in a joking manner, but there was always something in her eyes when she did. A spark of longing and excitement. It was the same look she got when she told me she wanted to be a magical soldier, to become someone who could protect people and make a difference. Knowing I could help her fulfill those dreams sent a flutter of happiness through my stomach. All right, then, Error nodded, she is officially nominated. If she can't become one for some reason, then we'll go with the previous plan. Thank you, I replied, my shoulders loosening a little. Lily had done so much for me, and now I would finally be able to pay her back. I was sure she would be sad I was gone, but she had a lot of other friends and a loving family. She was too caring, so it might take a while, but she would be okay. An awkward silence stretched between us, Error eventually clearing his throat. What else? I hesitated for a second, before shaking my head. That's it. Error stared at me, and I looked down to the ground, unease and anxiety bubbling up in me. No other messages? He asked, his voice subdued. To family or anybody else? I shook my head, ignoring the pounding in my chest. I didn't want him to ask, to pry further, even if there was one other thing I should probably ask for. Helping Lily was the one thing I actually wanted, and there was nobody else. Just her. There was a moment of quiet before Error cleared his throat. All right, Error whispered, I'll make sure it's done. I swear it on my soul gem. I'll also look out for her, no matter what path she ends up on. I promise. Thank you, I said, a wave of relief washing through me. It's the least I can do, Error murmured. If you're going to restart the generator, all I ask is that you don't begin restarting it until there's only 20 minutes left before the third floor shelter loses power. I'm going to do everything I can to find other magical girls who might be able to help you. It's a long shot, especially considering Command won't want to divert resources, but I can at least try. I nodded, looking back up at him and taking in a shuddering breath. I understand. I shifted my weight from one foot to another. About the actual plan. Do you have a map of the top floor? I need to hold out for 5 minutes, and if you have any advice. Right, I'll pull up a map. Why don't you bring in the officers so we can inform them of what's going on? Nodding, I went to the door, thinking about Error's demeanor on the way. When I first met him, he was full of life and energy. It kind of reminded me of how Lily acted when she was hyper. Now, though, he seemed tired. There was no humor in his voice, no teasing. It made sense, given the circumstances, but I wondered how many times he'd done something similar to this to look so haunted. I shook the thought from my head as I opened the door, gesturing for the 2 officers to come in. They followed me back to the console at the end of the room where the display now held a map of the top floor, a small box in the corner of the screen relegated to showing Error. Officers, Error said, his voice crisp. This is a map of TH top floor. As you can see, the central area is a large, circular room with a dome of glass above it. This is where the shielding station is held. Mostly, the area is a garden of sorts with benches, statues, art pieces, and a few informational displays scattered about. There are 4 entrances from the outer ring of stores and offices into the central room, and each has a security door that can be closed. These doors are heavy-duty, made of 6 inches of a silverite alloy. From the shielding station, you can close those doors, but… Excuse me, Ji-woo interrupted. I'm sorry, but if we're talking about this, then… I'm going, I said quietly. Ji-woo snapped around to look at me, and I looked away. I have to, I quickly added. Nobody else can. Ji-woo stared at me for a long moment before finally shaking her head, looking back to the screen. Then I'm going, too. I looked up at her with wide eyes, and she gave me a smile. The plan is to hold out for 5 minutes, right? The more people they're defending, the better the chances. Besides, after the 5 minutes have passed, we'll have to escape by breaking through the anathema. If I go with… No, the word came from me with more force than I expected, but I didn't flinch as I stared at Ji-woo with wide eyes. My heart was racing as I thought of Ji-woo coming with me. The woman who'd brought me hot chocolate, who'd talked to me nicely and hadn't tried to pry. If she came with… An empty handgun sat in the pool of blood next to my empty magazine. It had belonged to someone. Someone who tried to use it to protect others. Someone who had friends, family, a dream. And now it was just… No, it's okay, Ji-woo said. We can… No, I said again. I go alone, nobody else dies. We'll make it out together, Ji-woo assured me, pointing to a portion of the map. Those are elevators right there, on the outer ring of stores. Once the 5 minutes are up, we can make a run for it and take the elevators down a few levels. We'll emergency stop it between floors and wait for rescue. The anathema shouldn't bother us because they'll all be rushing to fan out again after clumping into one spot, and the elevators are reinforced. I doubt any of the tougher ones will take the time to pry them open. I glanced back at the map, thinking her plan over. Considering I didn't have any alternatives, it seemed reasonable. I didn't think it would improve my chances that much, but it at least gave me a small chance of surviving. But I'll do that, then. Alone. I understand you're worried, Jiwoo said gently, but you know I'm right. The more of us that go, the better, and… No, I shouted, panic and anger flashing through me. I have to do this, alone. I won't let anybody else die because of me. Not again. There was a stunned silence in the room, and it took me a second to realize what I said. Horror washed through me, and I felt my cheeks beginning to turn red with embarrassment and shame. I turned from them, looking down at the desk. I stuttered, eyes flicking to the map. I can't do this knowing somebody might die. I just can't. It's okay, Error assured me. I understand. I looked up in surprise to see Error giving me a nod. He turned to look at Jiwoo, his jaw set and eyes steel. Officer, as a magical guardian, I am giving you and every other officer in your shelter a direct order to not go with Micah or attempt to follow her. Jiwoo's eyes widened, but before she could say anything, Error held up a hand. She is a new magical girl, and above all else, a person, Error said, his voice turning soft. If she were to make it out while you didn't, how could she live with herself knowing you sacrificed yourself? She hasn't had any experience in this war and hasn't lost anyone fighting at her side yet. If you really do care for her, then respect her wishes. Believe me, your presence there would only marginally improve the odds, and even then it's not enough to justify losing another person. Trust me, if it was, I would be all for it, but even if all the officers in your shelter went with her, it wouldn't make a difference. Jiwoo looked like someone had punched her in the gut. Her face twisted, and she looked away. Error stared at her for a moment, eyes flicking to Sergeant O'Malley who merely gave him a nod, his face set in a motionless stone. Error returned the motion before shifting his attention back to me. Now, the elevators are a good idea. Here's what I propose. You close all the security doors around the shielding station except for one, and you leave that one partially open. The anathema might try to get through the other doors at first, but when they realize there's an opening, they'll naturally funnel that way instead of breaking down the doors. It will give you a good, single choke point to hold instead of having to worry about holding multiple entrances. Additionally, I know it's taboo to ask, but considering the circumstances I was wondering if you could tell me your fighting style and stats so I can give some advice on how you should approach this fight. I promise on my soul gem not to share this information and to sign a haze after these usurpations as extra insurance. I glanced at Celine, and she simply gave me a nod of assent. I suppose it didn't really matter if Error knew, not with how we were expecting this to end, but it was nice he was trying to make me feel better. Reveal the basic parts of your special augment as well, Celine suddenly added. It will give some context into your proficiency with guns. I'm level 8, 10 strength and vitality, 30 willpower, 1 spirit, 25 dexterity and agility. 40 stat points to spend, 30 points for purchasing things. I use a 9mm handgun and part of my aspect bonus gives me a HUD with a targeting reticle. I have a first aid, kinetic handguns, and an enhanced clothing vault unlocked. He raised his eyebrows letting out a small chuckle, the corner of his mouth raising the slightest bit. Well, that explains some things. A gun user, huh. Rare, and I'm sure it won't make people happy considering you're already a dark magical girl, but in this case, it works out very well. You'll be able to shoot the anathema as they squeeze through the doors. But with one arm to reload. Celine can slot in my magazines, I quickly added, feeling an idea beginning to form in my head. She handed me them during the fight with the Arachnomantis, but this could work, too. It might be slower and more awkward, though. I'd imagine so, Error nodded. Regardless, it's the best option. Alright, my advice. Dump your stat points evenly into agility and dexterity. It's only a small bonus, but better than the alternatives. So long as your familiar focuses on dodging if she gets noticed, you won't have to worry about remanifesting her. As for your other points, which we call gate points by the way, you don't have many. However, I expect the central room containing the shielding station will have some anathema to clear out. Probably not a lot, but it should give enough to buy you some ammunition, first aid, and protective clothes. Don't expect those clothes to defend against much, but they're certainly better than nothing. I agree with the assessment, Celine's tails flicked. We already have some protective clothes we can reuse, though a quick wash might be in order. Good. Now, after the 5-minute startup is over and the shielding station has fully activated, I would open the security door opposite of the one you left open. Hopefully, all the anathema will have been drawn to the already open side and you can make a run to the elevators. Other than that, I'm not sure I have anything to add. I bit on my lip, thinking over the plan as everyone else seemed to fall into a contemplative silence. The plan was actually decent, but how high level are the anathema I'm going to be fighting? I asked, and Error winced. At the start, I'm guessing fairly low levels. I'd guess the max would be around low 20s, if the arachnomantis was any sort of indication. The higher level ones have spread out towards the perimeter and are trying to break through our containment, so they'll have to run the entire way and probably won't make it, but they're around level 100 with pockets of even higher. In the 5 minutes the anathema will have to get to the shield generator, I'm guessing maybe the level 50s will get there. I nodded, unfazed. They'd said from the beginning this was a suicide mission, and I'd refused to let any hope kindle inside me. The plan wasn't really to help me escape, it was to keep me alive for 5 minutes so I could give the final confirmation command. Anything else was, well, hopeful thinking, really. Okay, if it gets bad, I'll have Celine close all the doors to make sure I can at least get the shielding station activated. Error's jaw clenched tight, and he dipped his head in acknowledgement. I thought about it some more, thinking what else I could add to the idea. I would have a door with a small opening to fire at the anathema as they came through. With the door already somewhat open, it would probably be easier for them to smash open further for their bigger variants, and I was sure I would be fighting around the shield station in a running sort of fight, like when I'd cleared out the first floor's main area to get to the shelter. 2 ideas bloomed to life, and I looked up at Error sharply. You said I should wait until there were only 20 minutes left to start the process. I glanced at Celine. How much time does the shelter have left before it runs out of power? 1 hour, 2 minutes, Celine responded. So I had about 40 minutes to get up to the top floor and clear the anathema in the shielding station's room. Call it a generous 10 minutes to sneak there, 5 to fight what few might be in the room that could work. 20 minutes, I said, looking back at Error. At exactly 20 minutes left, I'll start the process. I'll get other supplies on the way. What were you thinking? Error asked. Alcohol, I told him. And points from whatever low level and lone anathema I can shoot. He gave me an inquisitive look, his eyebrow quirking upwards. Okay, setting aside the alcohol for a moment, what were you thinking of spending your points on? My lips quivered slightly as a memory sparked equal parts warmth and longing in my heart. Guns, I told him. Lots of guns. In the command and control room of Arcadia's Guardian Spire, Magical Guardian Error Machina's eyes flicked across the 5 monitors on his desk as he soaked in the information displayed in front of him. The command room itself was huge, designed like a theater with dozens of rows gently leading down to a massive screen spanning the entirety of the opposite wall. Each of the rows held desks of sleek metal containing sharp-angled computers, monitors, and other Magitech devices. The lights were dim, giving way to the brightness of the monitors for the hundreds of operators working to save Arcadia from the unprecedented anathema attack taking place. Error thought about that title, Operator, while he adjusted the deployment orders for the Arcadian police forces around Usurpation Zone 0306. Handler might have been a better name considering what they did, coordinating the various guardians, magical soldiers, and police forces. Dispatcher would even work, though operators were expected to be able to do more than just direct forces. Research, analysis, drone support, and even acting as a communications network between teams all fell under the duties expected of an operator. And for the few operators like himself who were magical guardians, there was only more responsibility and work to be done. Error sighed as an alert popped up onto his screen, quickly tapping a button to engage the privacy field around his workstation. He was the lead operator of a team consisting of 10 other people, putting his desk a row above theirs and giving him space from any of the other team leaders, but he still enjoyed using the noise-canceling dome of energy to help him focus when he had to take a call. The field itself appeared little more than a fuzzy orb around him, cutting the sound and vision of his surroundings, and once it was fully activated, he took the call. Operator, Error immediately replied as the line opened up. Yo man, it's breakdance, a man's voice said through Error's earpiece. I'm done with that apartment building. Nothing more than a few 30s. Good, Error forced himself not to sigh. What about the next apartment on the block? Ah, man, come on, don't do me like this, Breakdance said teasingly. There's gotta be something a little higher level out there. At least give me some 40s. Breakdance, that's not how this works. Error closed his eyes, trying to keep his urge to strangle the boy from his voice. You get what you get. You're not cleared for level parity work, and we have reports of 50s showing up in some of the 40 zones. Dude, the whole city's on fire. Breakdance yelled. Now's not the time to be following some stupid rules. We all need to be doing whatever we can, man. Breakdance, you are free to deviate from your contract with Guardian Command, Error replied, his voice turning sickly sweet. However, that will render the bonus points you've been promised null and void. If you want to risk your life in unscouted territory, go ahead. Just don't expect a medevac, reinforcements, magical support, or sponsored time with our contracted healers when you inevitably get hurt biting off more than you can chew. It took a moment for a response to come, Breakdance evidently surprised by the thin, strained tone underpinning Error's words. Error knew he was going too far, that his anger and frustration were getting the better of him, but at this point, he just didn't care. Geez, man, Breakdance finally replied, dropping the whimsy from his tone. Don't gotta be rude. You know I'm just playing. Now is not the time for fooling around, Breakdance, Error snapped back. We already have one death wish on the table, and we're nowhere close to solving this mess. There was a stunned silence on the other end of the line before Error heard Breakdance clear his throat. Ah, sorry man, I didn't know, Breakdance mumbled. There hasn't been a notice yet, so is there anything I can do? No, Error sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Not unless you can stand up to a horde ranging up to level 150. Another quiet ensued, and Error heard something like a slap. Right, I'll get on those apartments. The block will be cleared in the next call at 15 minutes. Don't push yourself, Error warned him. It took you 5 just to clear that one building. Yeah, Breakdance growled, but that was before I knew we were losing someone. Is it anybody I know? Error closed his eyes. No, Error whispered. Complete newbie. She just contracted today. Fuck me. Make it 10 minutes. Breakdance out. The line disconnected with a beep, and Error deactivated the privacy field, the murmur of hundreds of operators communicating returning to him. If it wasn't for the silencing runes built into the room to divide specific areas, the sound would be overwhelming. As it was, he could only really make out the conversations of his team below, and even those were mostly tuned out unless he deactivated the specific enchantment. Error's eyes flicked back to the main display, the big screen that made up the wall on the far end of the room. Currently, it showed a complete map of the city of Arcadia. Symbols marked various squads of magical soldiers, police, EMs, and guardians as they worked their way across the city. Most of the symbols were clustered around the circles of red marking the usurpation zones, with only the guardians venturing inside. Well, them and a few wardens, the elites of the magical soldiers. Of the many red circles, only one stood out to him above the rest. UZ-1501. It was the first zone to officially appear on the island due to the shield generator responsible for that section failing, and it was also currently the biggest. The shield giving way had let the anathema turn the outer perimeter of the zone into virtual fortress, scattering all kinds of high-level and dangerous anathema to prevent guardians from getting deeper inside. And it was in that incredibly fortified zone where his newest Kahai was currently heading to her death. A flicker of motion stole Error's attention as his familiar moved across his desk, a green turtle whose shell looked like it was made from hexagonal LED screens. The familiar wore a top hat, a monocle, and an impeccably curled mustache adorned his face like it was the most natural thing in the world. Sir, you seem to be letting yourself get distracted, the British voice of Error's familiar observed. You have 2 requests for electronic support that came in 16 seconds ago. Error bit back a curse, and he called up his magic. With a flick of his will, a holographic keyboard appeared in front of him. The mouse on his computer's screen responded to his thoughts, leaving his hand free to type away as he opened the various requests. The first request was for a camera view inside a store, and the other was for supplies. He chose the camera request first, noting the address deep into his mind before he called up his mana and began shaping it. Find, connect, Error cast the spells in rapid order, magic pouring from him into his Magitech computer, a focus item he'd spent more than 10,000 points purchasing to help empower his spells. What would have taken a normal operator several minutes to accomplish was executed in seconds as his magic worked through the Arcadia network and accessed his target through the usurpation zone's usual communications barrier. A half-dozen camera feeds popped into life across Error's monitors, and he found himself frowning at them. The feeds showed the inside of a gas station, but the lights were out, making it hard for him to see anything. Observe, Error added, and one of the cameras suddenly shifted, a highlight appearing over a dark mass. A moment later, a second camera did the same. Noting their locations, Error quickly contacted the request owner. Fortune's fool, a girl responded in a calm, smooth voice. Fortune, I have 2 confirmed targets on the cameras. First appears to be a Winterbane fiend hiding behind the counter, second is a Florin deceiver near the fountain drinks. No view of the back room, and the cooler camera is hazy. Estimated level range is in the 60s. Copy, operator. We'll clear the store. No further assistance required. Fortune out. The line went dead, and Error closed the camera feeds before moving on to the supply request. The request stated that a team of guardians needed him to open up some vending machine. Error opened the details and found it came from Team Magical Cakes, a B-rank group of guardians belonging to the Guild of Guardians known as Maid Cafe. Checking on their operating time, he winced before calling up his magic again and began casting, silently incanting the spell names in his head. Find, hack, override, infect local. He didn't bother casting them higher than their tier 2 adept variant, and the low mana cost of the basic spells was almost instantaneously recovered by his nearly 59 mana regeneration per second. Congratulations! Your augment digital magic affinity has leveled up to 44. Error blinked the notification from his vision with a snort. In the past 7 hours he'd cast more spells than in the entirety of the last 3 months combined. The level up was early, but not particularly surprising. With a quick thought directed to silencing further notifications, he pressed the button to call the team leader of Magical Cakes. Cutie Pie, an out-of-breath girl answered a moment later. Cutie, I just opened all the vending machines in your food court. You should also take a break, though, you've been at this for 7 hours straight. Caffeine and junk food isn't going to keep you fighting forever. Thanks, Error, Cutie replied, taking a deep breath. But no can do, not when there's so much work to be done. Error winced. Maid Cafe was one of the top magical girl guilds for a reason, recruiting only the most dedicated and passionate of teams into their ranks. Of the bigger guilds, it was also probably the one with the best reputation. Error was pretty sure he'd never heard anything bad about them except for how hard their members tended to push themselves. Regardless, cleaning up the city is going to take a couple days, Error responded. Don't push yourself. Some of the other backline guardians and I have already had to step in to save some teams who didn't know their limits. Roger that, Error. Maid Cafe already told us they're pulling us out in another 5 hours by force if we don't take a prolonged rest before then, but... Cutie trailed off, a tense silence coming between the two. Our guild contacted us and said a death wish is on the table, she said, her voice thick with emotion. From a complete newbie, that the only reason Guardian Command hasn't sent out the notice is they don't want anybody getting reckless. There was a pause, as if she was seeking confirmation, and Error swallowed the bile in his throat. You heard correctly, Error replied, doing his best to keep his emotions from spilling into his tone. Command doesn't want people knowing, not when the worst we've had is some severe injuries requiring a month of healing. They're afraid sending out the notice might well, you know. I've been ordered not to send out the alert, but I won't lie to anybody who's already found out. Words and meanings passed unsaid in the quiet that followed. It was a conversation in itself, both guardians struggling with what felt right and what they knew would happen. It gave Error a savage, bitter flash of triumph to know the death wish had already leaked to a few guardians, but... in all honesty, Guardian Command wasn't completely in the wrong. Error had seen it himself with Breakdance how the guardians would react as a whole. They'd managed to avoid any deaths among guardians so far, but it had been an extremely close thing. If word went widespread about the death wish and its circumstances, guardians all over Arcadia would start pushing themselves to their limits. After all, losing a guardian was already horrible enough, but hearing it was for a death wish from a complete newbie. A girl with no combat experience, no training, and no reason to give her life except that it was to save others. It would be a reminder to every guardian about their first day contracting, about the joy and excitement they got to experience as a whole new world opened up to them. It was a dream made manifest, the chance to be a hero and the ability to use magic. It was the day their future opened up before them, and a future that was bright. For many Guardians, contracting had saved them in more than one sense, giving them a chance to live a life filled with meaning. But not for this girl. Not for a girl who had been given power only to be told to die with it all in the same day. She hadn't been saved, she'd been condemned. Hearing about the day one death wish wouldn't just spark a fire in most of the Guardians fighting, it would ignite their souls. What was happening was the complete antithesis of what a contract should be, and at an instinctual level, it burned. Cutie interrupted his ruminations, her voice quiet. It's not my place to decide what we do, but I don't think it's Guardian commands either. Being a magical girl, a Guardian, is doing what we think is right. That's part of the reason why we were chosen, isn't it? Because each of us has something special inside that pushes us to be more than just smart or strong. It pushes us to be good, even if it is dangerous or scary. If the alert went out, maybe some Guardians would push themselves too far. Maybe they will get themselves hurt or worse, but the thing is, none of that is on you or anyone else. It's our choice what we fight for, and nobody gets to decide that but us. Air's throat felt tight as a flame lit up in his chest, burning away his weariness and replacing it with a strong, determined warmth. He knew it was probably more than just her words, that she probably had a skill of some sort at work, but that didn't mean that Cutie was any less right. Thank you, Cutie Pie, he breathed out. I needed that. You really are a pink, aren't you? A pure tone of laughter echoed on the other side of the line, bringing a smile to Air's face. Yeah, I guess so, she giggled. But somebody has to be. We all know how you greens get if you're left alone to brood too long. Air barked out a short laugh, shaking his head. Fair enough. Still, even if I send out the alert, I expect you and your team to take a break soon, okay? No funny business. Of course, Cutie replied with exaggerated innocence. Unlike some people, I wouldn't dream of going against what Guardian Command says. Cutie out. The call dropped before Air could retort, and he chuckled as his gaze turned back to his display. The amusement inside him began melting away, his smile dropping as his eyes turned back to UZ-1501. Cutie's words had done a lot to push away the feeling of despair that had grown inside Air, but in the end, it still didn't change the situation. Air called upon his magic, creating his holographic keyboard in front of him even as he used his thoughts to flick through a few of the different windows displayed on his monitors. He checked the displays for what felt like the 100th time, letting out a frustrated growl as he got the same answer back. Sir, his familiar said. You already have alerts in place to immediately contact you should the situation change. You are allowing yourself to become too distracted. I don't know what else to do, Cypher. Air threw up his hands in exasperation. We have hundreds of Guardians fighting across the island, but nobody who could go and rescue her. We don't have anyone available whose level is high enough to do it alone, and the strike teams are all radio silent while they're inside the high-level usurpation zones. The only chance that girl has is if a strike team manages to finish clearing their zone in the next 20 minutes. Even then, I'll still have to convince them to go against command's orders, mess up the official battle plan, and risk their lives fighting a horde of anathema to save a completely new dark magical girl. I understand the situation, sir, Cypher responded politely. And I also understand that there is only really one strike team who you think would be up for the task. I am merely suggesting you refocus your efforts on what you can affect. I'm trying, Air growled, leaning back in his chair. But I just can't get her face out of my head. Her expressions, Cypher, it's like Zero all over again. His familiar was quiet for a moment before letting out a huff of air. Right then, if you can't get her out of your mind, then perhaps you can at least work to help her as much as possible in the meantime. Air frowned at that, straightening his posture as he frowned at his familiar. What do you mean? There is a pending censorship request regarding the young miss, Cypher said, his voice quiet, and Air felt his blood freeze. A censorship request came directly from the Zenith when they found media of a Guardian's real-life identity that would prove harmful or humiliating. The Zenith's rationale was that a Guardian already had enough to deal with in their lives, and they hardly needed somebody making more trouble for them. With their advanced magitech, it was child's play for the Zenith to observe and pick out anything that might cause trouble. However, as a concession to humanity, they had made a two-step system where the Zenith only identified the problematic media before passing it to a human operator to make a final judgment on. Mostly, the two-step system was in place because humanity wanted to be certain the requests weren't abused for Guardians who got caught doing something troubling themselves. The requests the Zenith sent through, more often than not, had to do with sensitive photos or videos taken or shared without the Guardian's consent. In the age where everybody had a camera and easy access to the internet, it was hardly surprising some people lacked common sense or decency in regards to other people. Sometimes the request the Zenith sent through was something more than embarrassing or humiliating. Sometimes, it was something bad, something that needed to be deleted. And if a dark magical girl was involved, Error knew all too well how bad some of the censorship requests could be. This video was caught during her vetting process, Cypher explained gently. Seeing as you have already seen her personal identity, the Zenith think it would be best if you dealt with it. The less people involved, the better. Error clenched his teeth, but nodded slowly. Whenever a censorship request was processed, the Guardian involved was always informed of the fact a troubling piece of media had been reviewed. The operator responsible for the review was required to sign a hayas not to reveal anything about what they'd seen or who was involved, but well, it didn't really help the fact that somebody had still seen something they weren't supposed to. How bad? Error asked. On the scale, no need for the whiskey, I should think. While the video is disturbing and disheartening, it is mostly due to the implications, not the content. Error felt himself relax as some of the tension left him. Not as bad as some, then. It was a bitter consolation, but it was better than nothing. Error did a quick check to make sure he had no more requests pending before he reactivated the privacy field around his desk. Then he took a deep breath and steeled his will. Show me. His screen flickered and the video played. Error watched as the cell phone footage began to play out before him. At first, Error was confused as to what he was watching, but then a familiar girl walked into frame in the distance. The camera zoomed in on her as she stopped moving near an object, and then what felt like a knife slipped through Error's ribs, and he sucked in a breath, his mind racing as a half-dozen realizations came to him at once as he watched the scene unfold. The video continued as the person filming stayed back for another minute before rushing closer to the girl, and several mocking voices began throwing insults and accusations. The girl tried to get away, and Error's heart leapt into his throat as things briefly became physical. After some struggling and more insults, the girl managed to slip free, running away while the person recording laughed. The video ended a second later. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes long, and yet it still had stolen Error's breath away. He stared at the screen for a long moment, forcing himself to just breathe as his heart pounded. How widespread is this? Error asked, his voice dry. It is remarkably contained. It has yet to be uploaded anywhere, and the file only resides on one cell phone and a computer. The video has been played 6 times, however, meaning others may have been shown the footage. I want the file corrupted, not deleted, Error told his familiar. Send out the usual announcement after these usurpations that an Arcadian security update may have corrupted some files. That should provide some cover. Of course, sir. The computer file we can corrupt immediately, as it is outside any of the ongoing usurpations. The cell phone, however, is within one, and Cypher trailed off, and Error raised an eyebrow at his familiar. What is it? By all accounts, his familiar sighed. The owner of the cell phone and chief antagonist of the footage is currently in the shelter our young guardian is giving her life for. Error's hands clenched into fists, fury flashing through him. Of course they were. Why would the universe have it any other way? Fine. Error shook his head in disgust. Just get to the file the second they get out and have an internet connection. Of course, sir. A silence fell over the two of them, and Error found himself thinking back on the girl, how she had accepted the death wish so easily. After what he'd just seen her final requests, it pulled at his heart. Onda couldn't help but think of his own sister. Just imagining her being put in the same position this girl had. Cypher, remind me to give my little sis a big hug when all this is over, Error said, bowing his head over his desk in exhaustion. With the way you dote on her, I hardly think the reminder will be necessary, sir. Error let out an amused snort. How are the defenses around her looking, anyway? It's been a bit since I resummoned any of the conjurations. About that, sir, perhaps now is not the best time to inform you, but she left your house a few hours ago. What? Error's head snapped to Cypher. Why didn't you tell me? Where is she now? Sir, Cypher said carefully, his tone calm. I didn't tell you because I knew this would be your reaction, and she is currently extremely safe. You have multiple conjured creatures guarding her in case of another sudden set of usurpations, though the likelihood of that happening and her not being able to get to another shelter in time is extremely low. Not only that, but she went to one of the field hospitals the magical soldiers set up to work as a volunteer. As far as safe places go, there are few better currently in the city. Error's racing heartbeat began to slow, and he took a deep, calming breath. Volunteering at a field hospital. That did sound like something she would do, even if she would be her usual shy, stammering mess while she helped. She had a good heart, but her nerves and anxiety, they just didn't always cooperate. It was part of what made Error so protective of her, but he couldn't coddle her forever, could he? Okay, Error breathed out, settling back into his chair. I see your point. Still, don't hide something like that from me again, Cypher. And let me know when the conjurations need to be refreshed. I'll double the guard, just in case. Of course, sir. It just seemed you had enough on your plate. Another distraction seemed unwise. Error grunted, waving a hand in a vague concession. Cypher wasn't exactly wrong, and Error was all too aware he needed to give his sister space to grow into her own person. He couldn't always be there to protect her. But, these days, it seemed he couldn't be around to protect a lot of people. Error looked back to his monitors, focusing on the display with the names of the various strike teams. Timers ticked next to each name, marking how long they'd been inside their assigned usurpation zones and out of contact. The communication blackout was annoying but absolutely necessary. The Magitech communicators capable of piercing an usurpation zone's interference field used small bursts of mana to contact the outside world. The only problem was that some specialized anathema were capable of sensing those bursts of mana and could track down the source. Hence the communications blackout. It was the only way to be sure the guardians inside the zone weren't being tracked. Error's eyes flicked to another monitor, displaying the names and status of other high-level guardians who weren't affiliated with Arcadia's strike teams. Most of them were in dangerous areas of their own and following the same protocol, but a lot weren't even in Arcadia. The highest-level guardians were actually holding back and defending the mainlands, just in case the attack on Arcadia was some sort of diversion. Strategically, Error knew it was the right call. It just also meant there was nobody he could beg for help. So once again, Error felt his eyes go back to the list of strike teams, stopping on one team in particular. They had been in their zone for almost the entirety of the usurpation, which was unsurprising considering the miasma levels they'd detected. Worse, it was over a fairly large area, meaning the strike team had a lot of ground to cover and dangerous anathema to face. Still, Error knew of all the teams out there, this one was his best hope. Come on, Fantasy Fatale, Error Machina whispered. Where are you? Night had begun to fall on Arcadia, and in the growing darkness, a magical girl stood atop the traffic lights of a four-way stop deep within the city. She looked to be in her late teens or early 20s, wearing brown, tight-fitting leather armor over dark green clothes. An emerald cloak wrapped around her, the hood pulled over her head. Her attire was reminiscent of a fantasy ranger's except for the glaive she had resting across her shoulders. The pole of the glaive was made from an immaculately smooth, dark wood that led up to the wicked, single-edged blade at its far end. The silver metal of the blade shone like liquid, an engraving of flowers delicately etched onto its otherwise unblemished surface. Magical Girl Everglaive suppressed a sigh as she watched the battle taking place below her, her team member and friend dodging back from her opponent as she prepared her next spell. The anathema she faced was easily 10 feet tall and mostly humanoid-looking. It had a muscular frame and black, oily skin with 4 tentacles writhing behind its back. The monster's face was smooth and featureless with no eyes or nose, only a large, grinning mouth filled with pointed teeth that matched the claws on its overly large hands. The anathema let out a roar deep enough that Everglaive felt it in her bones, and then it charged once again, going after its nimble prey. Although she kept an eye on her teammate, Everglaive was fairly sure the fight was as good as over. The creature's once immaculate skin was covered in dozens of wounds oozing black blood, and its movements had slowed considerably as the nearly 30-minute battle had waged onward. 3 of its 4 tentacles had been severed, and barring any critical mistakes, Everglaive doubted she would have to step in. Down one of the other streets, a flash of scarlet lightning bloomed into existence followed by a thundercrack that echoed in the night. Idly noting the position of the lightning, Everglaive guessed her other teammate had finally finished her own prey. Normally she would have chastised her for using such a loud spell now that the sun had fallen, but with most of the city in lockdown and dozens of such displays happening regularly across the city, Everglaive figured she could let it slide this time. As she continued watching the anathema below her rampage, her earpiece suddenly beeped to life, the Manhwa's radio communications activating as one of her teammates contacted her. I've got the last one above your location. Looks like it's about to dive bomb straight at you, a man's deep, bass voice rumbled in her ear. That would explain why my danger sense has been tingling for the past 5 minutes, Ever murmured back, not bothering to look up. Looks like he's a real admirer, the voice chuckled. You want this one? No, Everglade said. You can do the honors. You know, if you keep letting us take all the experience, the rest of us are going to catch up to you soon. No, Ever replied, looking up as her danger sense augment began to scream in the back of her mind. You won't. In the darkened sky of Arcadia, Ever was barely able to make out a form diving toward her at speeds that made the object more of a blur than a shape. If it was the same as the other flying creatures they'd dealt with in their zone, it would be another titicaler siren, a half-human and half-fish with long wings growing from its lower back. Everglade watched the shape approach her at what most would have found to be an alarming speed, and sighed as she saw a glint of golden light shine from a nearby rooftop. A moment later, a golden bolt of light streaked through the sky, intercepting the monster with perfect precision and halting its momentum completely. The siren gasped in shock 100 feet above Everglade, briefly suspended in the air as it looked down at the arrow of golden energy sticking through its chest. Before the siren could react, the arrow exploded in a brilliant flash of yellow light that gave off the clear tone of a bell chime. The explosion of energy disintegrated the siren's entire midsection, killing the anathema instantly and sending its remains into freefall. The two halves fell to either side of the traffic pole Ever stood on without touching her, crashing to the ground with wet, squelching thumps. Ever suppressed a snort at her teammates' show of control and power, turning back to the battle on the ground. She'd never truly shifted her complete attention from it, not when it was the lowest-level member of her team facing against a seed-bearer. She needn't have worried, however. The anathema was currently suspended mid-leap, 4 hovering orbs of water engulfing its hands and feet to keep it floating above the ground. The severed stumps of the monster's back tentacles flailed uselessly as it struggled to move, yet the effort proved futile. Down on the road, Ever's teammate strode towards the creature. She looked to be in her late teens with a slender, delicate build. Her skin was a pale blue color, and white cloth with intricate aqua-colored embroidery wrapped around her in a short, toga-style dress. Her aqua hair was long and unbound, gently flowing like gentle waves of water as she moved, a trident of blue crystal clutched in her hand. Each of her steps made the short skirt of her dress flutter with a gentle grace around her long legs, the leather sandals that laced up all the way to her thighs only emphasizing her delicate beauty. Ever's teammate was breathing heavily as she closed to within 10 feet of the anathema, raising a slim hand to point at the monster. A teal-colored magic circle bloomed to light beneath her, the circle's design made from curling lines that gave the impression of a dozen intersecting whirlpools. Everglade felt the buildup of mana from where she watched, and she gave a silent nod as she judged the spell level to be just strong enough to finish off the creature. 3 seconds later, the magic circle vanished beneath her teammate only to reappear directly underneath the suspended anathema. From the center of the circle, a geyser of water erupted in a pressurized beam as thick as a telephone pole, splitting the anathema from groin to head in an instant. The geyser lasted only for a handful of seconds before dissipating, the monster falling to the ground in 2 halves along with the orbs of water that had been holding it in place. Ever adjusted the hood of her cloak as it began to rain, and she very carefully did not wonder if it was water or anathema blood falling on her. The briefest of moments later, a snap echoed through reality. The air around her suddenly felt clearer, and the slight, tingling tension in her muscles dissolved as the usurpation zone blinked out of existence. Quest completed. Defense of Arcadia, Usurpation Zone U-1901. Description: dozens of usurpation zones have appeared throughout the city of Arcadia. Work with Guardian Command to clear out the worst of the zones, beginning with U-1901. This is part of a multi-stage, cooperative quest. Each objective cleared will contribute to the main Defense of Arcadia quest line, resulting in additional rewards once the situation is cleared. Difficulty: medium. Reward: 5,000 points. New point total: 11,670. The quest notification popped into her vision and was quickly dismissed. It was a decent chunk of points for the relative ease with which they'd completed the zone. Sure, it had taken them well over 7 hours, but that was with them being methodical and careful in their mission. Even though some of her teammates would have preferred to rush things, Ever had found the slower, safer route tended to pay off in the long run. Reaching up to her earpiece, she sent a spark of mana into the device to reconnect it to the main communications network. Hopefully Guardian Command would let them get a rest in before. Guardian Everglade, a woman's voice instantly said into her earpiece as a call was instantly forced through. Please listen carefully and don't accept any. A burst of static cut the call off, only for the chime of another call being accepted to come through. Ever, it's Error, a familiar voice rasped. I need your help. Ever paused for a moment, glancing up as the rain from her teammate's geyser finally started to slow down. The fact that Command had tried to instantly contact her only to be cut off didn't bode well. Worse, she'd known Error for almost 6 years now. He didn't ask for help lightly, and the way he sounded it reminded her of times she would rather forget. She considered her options for a moment before making her decision. I see, Everglade murmured. How bad? It's a death wish. The air left Ever's lungs, her muscles clenching instantly. Had the battle for Arcadia truly gotten so desperate? The briefing had said Arcadia was covered in usurpation zones, but the vast majority of them were relatively low level. The familiars, Zenith, and Council had developed a battle plan that seemed like it would progress the defense of the island at a relatively safe and steady pace, but if a death wish was on the table, it only meant something had gone very, very wrong. Hold, Ever ordered, and using her mana, switched her communication channel. Team, form up on me, priority orders incoming, she ordered calmly before switching channels again. Whiplash, spool up and land on a building near my position, prepare for priority orders. Roger that, Everglade, show us 3 minutes out, her strike team's helicopter pilot instantly replied, and she switched channels back to Error. All right, Error, Ever said, keeping her voice smooth and cold. You have 3 minutes, what's our status? Retaking of the city is progressing smoothly, no fatalities, but do you remember that usurpation zone that showed up way before the others because of the shield failure? Affirmative. Well, long story short, the shield failure happened because someone was siphoning power from the mana generator. When the shelters started coming online and drawing power, the shielding station detected the tampering, and that's what caused the shutdown. Everglade frowned, absently noting the two shapes blurring towards her position as her team reformed. Her third teammate was already waiting beneath the traffic light Ever stood upon, leaning against it as she regained her breath. I see. How are we aware of this information? There was silence on the other line before a sigh finally broke through. In that zone, a girl got caught outside the shelter trying to save a kid when the shield went down. Turns out she was a candidate, and she fought off an anathema but had to do an emergency contract afterwards. She got to the shelter and contacted us. Ever felt an eyebrow raise. Fighting off an anathema as a civilian was no small feat, but it made sense that someone capable of doing that would have already been a magical girl candidate. The emergency contract implied she'd been injured pretty badly, but that wasn't very surprising either. What worried Ever was she was being told all of this in the context of Error explaining the death wish. A pit had already formed in her stomach, but she refused to let the emotion rule her thoughts. Continue, Ever said, thankful that Error seemed to be giving her time to process. Ever, she was on the 3rd floor but ended up having to go to the 1st floor shelter because the one on hers activated its emergency shield. She had to escort the kid she originally went out to save the entire way, too. Everglade's gut twisted further. That sounded like a nightmare, contracting and being forced to immediately fight for not only your survival, but also that of a child without any training. Ever wasn't sure how. Wait, Ever said, her eyes twitching as a realization sent a cold shiver down her spine. If the shelter activated their emergency shield, they have no way to get power with the shielding station down, Error confirmed her fears, his voice increasing in pace to a frantic babble. This girl's entire class is trapped in that shelter. They were on a field trip to the mall when this all went down, or something. Anyway, this new girl and I didn't realize the power supply being tampered with was what caused the shield to go down. So, she went down to the mana generator and restarted it. It was only after that we realized what the real problem was, and if she wanted to save everyone in that shelter, she would have to go directly to the shield station. But restarting the station requires a manual activation to start the sequence and a second at the end, and with the station drawing up that much mana. She'll be lighting a beacon, Everglade murmured, dread curling inside her. All the anathema in the zone will be drawn to her. Yes, it's a death wish level quest, Ever, and there's nobody else I can turn to. Command doesn't want to risk any forces for one girl, not when the city is already under siege. They won't even let me send out the death wish notification. I'm begging you, Ever, help her. You and your team are the only ones who are strong enough, and... He trailed off, and Ever realized her heart rate was beginning to race. She hadn't heard her friend this panicked in a long time. She understood he was upset and desperate, anyone with half a heart would be given the circumstances, but... Error, what aren't you telling me? Ever asked calmly, leaning into her leadership augment to keep her composure. Error cleared his throat, his next words coming out with a dry rasp. She's a dark, Ever. She did all this without her astral shift. She defeated a fucking level 21 arachnomantis guarding the mana generator. She lost her arm on the way back to the shelter because the shield station didn't restart and clear her path, and now she's walking to her death. To top it all off, Command won't even let anybody even know what's happening. Ever, if you heard what her last wishes were. Air's voice cut off as he choked up, and Everglade felt herself close her eyes as she processed the information, a surge of emotions drowning out the world around her. So, it was a new dark magical girl. Her first day. She already fought something that should have killed her. She lost her arm, and now she was going to sacrifice herself with no hope of surviving. The memory of Ever's first day as a magical girl flashed through her mind. Before the contract, she had always been tense. It was the tension to always be perfect, to be in control. She'd watched and reacted to things with care and planning, striving to never make a mistake. Every step was delicately placed, and every breath she took was always shallow. Then a hummingbird made of wood and metal had shown up, and everything changed. By the end of her first day as a magical girl, after the explanations and first steps, she felt like the world had opened up. No longer was it pushing against her, trapping her into being the essence of perfection. The constant tension wrapping around her muscles had disappeared, and she'd learned it was possible to just relax and breathe. Ever's first day changed everything for her, and she often felt like it was that day her life truly began. This girl's first day would change nothing for her, and it would be the day her life ended. Ever's mixture of emotions and racing thoughts coalesced, fury and revulsion snapping into existence inside her, cold and sharp as it froze the blood in her veins. Her mana reacted, exploding in a shockwave of green light from her before she could regain control. She opened her eyes, forcing herself to resume breathing as she reined in her magic. She only vaguely noticed her teammate below reacting, each of them snapping into a combat stance on pure reflex, and a flicker of shame washed through Ever that she'd lost her composure. "I see," Everglade finally said, struggling to keep the emotion from her voice. "I know I'm asking a lot," Error cleared his throat. "Surviving the horde that will come your way won't be easy even with your levels, and—" "Error, stop wasting time," Everglade murmured, her words frost on a midnight wind. "Tell me where she is and how much time I have." There was a startled silence, but Ever didn't regret her tone. There was only so much she could take, and between this poor girl's circumstances and hearing her friend like this again she needed Error to focus. Not just for his well-being, but for the girl they both needed to save. He wasn't the only one with regrets, and this time, things would be different. "I just sent the coordinates to your helicopter," Error replied. "If you went straight there, you would make it just before she's scheduled to start the shield generator, but we'd be intercepted the moment we entered the zone," Ever nodded. "Flying anathema would swarm us. We'll have to fly over the zone and drop down. It won't give the flying types any time to intercept us, and all the anti-air anathema that would normally keep us from using this strategy will have been pulled out of position by the shielding station's startup sequence. But then you won't make it in time. You'll have to fly over 10,000 feet high, and descending down will take too long." "Only if we take the helicopter," Ever said calmly. "We'll combat drop. It shouldn't take us more than 50 seconds to reach her. Less if we use magic to fall faster the entire way. From 10,000 feet, Ever, that's the only way we have a chance of saving her, if we really are that short on time," Ever told him. "We can manage, between our stats and support magic, especially with our blue. Don't worry about us. Just focus on what you need to do." Error went quiet for a moment, and Ever began to hear the faint hum of her team's helicopter drawing closer. "Okay," Error finally sighed. "Are you sure your team will be up for this, though?" "Error, you know them," Ever chided him softly. "My team consists of a battle maniac, a guy with a heart of gold, and one of the most blue magical girls a blue can be. The danger isn't the issue, not when it's for something like this." "No, I suppose it isn't," Error took a deep breath. "Okay then, I need to do one quick thing. I'll contact you again in a minute, and we can form a more detailed plan while you're en route." "Agreed," Ever nodded, and the line went quiet with a click. New subquest, Defense of Arcadia, Death Wish Rescue. Description: a new guardian has been tasked with a death wish. Work together with Error Machina and any other forces to rescue her as she restarts a shielding station. The thickness and potency of miasma in the usurpation zone suggests there are many anathema but none higher than level 150. Defend her from the oncoming horde and extract her from the area. Difficulty: very hard. Reward: 20,000 points. Everglade blinked at the point reward before dismissing the notification from her sight. It was the single largest quest reward she'd ever personally seen, and she was pretty sure the only thing preventing it from being higher was her level. It was a nice incentive, but she hardly needed it. Not when a life was at stake, and not when the person in danger was so willing to sacrifice her own life to save others. Ever shifted her balance and was about to jump down from her perch on top of the traffic lights when she felt a wave of mana wash over her. It was a tingly sensation, like that of static electricity forming, and a moment later, the emergency loudspeakers scattered about the city squealed to life. "Attention all guardians of Arcadia, this is Error Machina," her friend's voice echoed through the city. "This is the official notification that a death wish has been issued." A silence fell over the city. The distant sounds of spell detonations, and even the gunfire from magical soldiers quieted as the city held its breath. Death notifications were usually delivered through the Magitech communicators, but by hacking directly into the city's emergency loudspeakers, he'd made sure every guardian, magical soldier, police officer, and any citizen outside of a shelter knew what was happening. And the death of a guardian was always a big deal, maybe now more so than ever. Every year since the beginning of the Anathema War, humanity had lost less and less magical guardians, growing stronger and more proficient at keeping the monsters at bay. Last year, only 173 guardians had lost their lives. That amounted to about 14 per month by the entire world. And with a death wish, one of those 14 for this month had all but just been confirmed. A strike team is attempting to rescue her, but by the time they get there, it may already be too late. Ever's hand clenched around her glaive hard enough that the enchanted wooden pole creaked. Whether they made it in time or not was the only thing she couldn't control. But if the girl managed to just hold on, if Ever could reach her, she would live. Of that, there was no doubt in Ever's mind. Her name is unknown. She never got a chance to pick one because today is her first day. The silence in the city became palpable, and Ever closed her eyes. For a shocked moment, nothing happened. Then, below her, 3 different bursts of mana exploded into existence. The first mana signature felt like a whirlpool opening up in an endless, beckoning maw that stretched to the bottom of the ocean itself. The second felt like the low growl of an ancient and massive creature awakening, its predatory eyes opening as it searched for what had disturbed its slumber. The third and last burst of mana felt like a storm breaking open the sky, the heavens themselves ripping apart in a web of endless, crackling lightning. As quickly as the bursts of mana came, they disappeared, vanishing from existence as the owners of the mana reigned in their emotions and magic. The air itself seemed to ripple for a moment before settling, and Ever imagined other guardians were having similar reactions across the city. She could hardly criticize their lack of control when she herself had reacted the same way. "What more needs to be said?" Error's voice echoed through the city. "Just know that while you are fighting out there, the least of us has been asked to do what only the best of us could, and she did not hesitate. Not even for a second. Error Machina out." The loudspeakers went dead, and before Everglade could consciously place what she was doing, she had raised her hand upwards. She gathered her mana and cast a spell as the pressure in her chest built around her heart. A flare of green light shot from her hand, rocketing up into Arcadia's sky. Only when it had reached far above Arcadia's skyline did the simple spell explode, turning into a glowing star of emerald light. A second later, 3 more flares shot up from under her. Red, yellow, and blue flashes joined her own. Then a purple flare from across the city went up. Then a pink and a white. Then more. Then dozens. Flares went up from across Arcadia as guardians sent up their own signals in a seemingly endless stream, and soon the darkness had all but disappeared. 1075 stars hung over Arcadia in defiance, and Everglade swallowed down the surge of pride and pain that washed through her at the tribute. Knowing that her helicopter would be in position to pick her up soon and that she still needed to brief her team, Ever forced herself to close her hand and release the spell. Her emerald star winked out of existence, and almost in unison, every other star flare followed suit. The light of 1,000 stars died, and in that moment, the defense of Arcadia ended. And the war to retake it began. Most of the mall's top floor was dedicated to the huge, circular room that held the shielding station, and it was beautiful. The room was designed like an outdoor garden with high, towering walls, and most of the floor consisted of a mixture of grass, flower beds, and stone paths. Small hedges and marble half-walls partitioned off the various areas, and a smattering of benches and tables gave plenty of areas for people to relax and enjoy the sights. Statues, dozens of them, were scattered across the room, all of different magical girls in heroic-looking poses. Adding to the atmosphere was the glass dome that made up the room's ceiling, and I was sure on a night with stars showing, the room would look otherworldly. Of course, while all of it looked nice, what really put the room together was the shielding station. Or, rather, it was what was housing the technology that created the shield. A giant aquamarine crystal rose from the ground in the direct center of the room. It was easily 20 feet tall, and was wide as a bus at the base before gradually tapering off to a point at its peak. The crystal's edges were rough and unevenly cut, giving it a natural, asymmetrical look. Combined with the glass dome ceiling, I was sure the crystal was dazzling during the day with the sun shining down on it. As it was, it merely glittered from the various lights hanging around the room, which might have been for the best. As distracting as the crystal already was, I didn't need more light reflecting off it while I was fighting. I sighed, glancing around the room once again. Taking the area from the few anathema guarding it had been easy, but stressful. Celine had gone ahead of me to the main security room and closed all 4 of the thick security doors leading into the room except for one that she'd left only slightly open. With the doors sliding shut from either end of a wall, it left a narrow opening that I'd been able to shoot through as they came at me. Most had died on the run up to the door as they funneled towards me and made themselves easy targets, and the ones that hadn't had either perished trying to squeeze through the door or on the retreat back when they realized they weren't going to make it through. Between that fight, clearing my way to the shielding station, and taking out a few anathema patrols as I gathered the supplies I needed, I'd taken out 12 more anathema. 5 Fomorian hounds, 3 Forsaken ghouls, 2 giant cavern wasps, and 2 new types I hadn't seen before. The first was a Fomorian spinathrower, a creature resembling a hedgehog with a back covered in spines, 4 long, serrated tails, and a turtle-like head. Each of the tails ended with a dozen of thin, finger-length tendrils that Celine told me the creature used to pull out and throw the spines growing from its back. I'd not experienced it personally because I'd ambushed and killed the monster before it could do much more than spin around to face me, netting me a nice 20 points. The second new anathema I'd faced was a lesser lashbat. It was little more than a ribcage with wings and a tail that ended in a blade. It reminded me a lot of a manta ray, just with bone spikes sticking under its body. Apparently, its preferred tactic was to dive bomb its prey and whip its bladed tail at someone as it flew past. That, or it latched onto their face with its protruding ribcage. Again, I hadn't had to experience it. The lashbat had been in the shielding station room, and I'd shot it down from behind the door the second I saw it coming at me. A single lucky hit had been enough to ground it, the bullet shredding through the meat of one wing and rendering it basically immobile. After I dealt with the rest of the anathema charging the door, I'd gone and finished it off for 15 points. In total, I'd earned 125 points. Before I'd left the shelter, I'd spent 20 points of my 30 on 300 rounds of ammunition and an additional 5 magazines, bringing me down to 10 points. Adding the points I'd earned from the anathema on the way up, that gave me 135 to work with, and I'd spent every last one buying only what I absolutely needed. 20 points had been spent on a Zenith enhanced shirt and leggings for more protection, and I was wearing my old enhanced clothing over them even though I hadn't wasted any time washing out the blood soaking my jeans. I wanted every second I could to get my preparations in order for the battle to come. The battle. I shivered, and Celine glanced up at me from the bench we sat at. The center of the room was slightly raised in a circular shape, and a half-wall helped divide the central area from the artful garden around it. We sat at one of the many benches that had been placed along the dividing wall so people could sit and look at the dazzling gem. Interestingly enough, the crystal technically wasn't the shielding station, it was merely a defensive barrier and conduit for the magitech held deep inside of it. The crystal was supposed to be hyper-durable, capable of withstanding damage from all but the strongest of anathema. Is there something wrong? Celine asked me, and I shook my head. No, I was just thinking, do you think we can really hold out for 5 minutes? Using the strategy we developed with Error Machina? Yes. After personally examining the security doors, however, I'm afraid I would have to agree with his worst-case assessment. If we simply close them, they would only be able to withstand anathema below level 50. Anything higher would be able to damage them significantly, and level 100s would not face much issue tearing them down. The doors are built 2 inches thinner than regulation, I'm afraid. Though, I find it hardly surprising considering the other corners the mall's management decided to cut. The stump of my left arm itched, and I resisted the urge to scratch at it, or even let myself think about it too hard. Will the anathema be smart enough to go for the door we leave opened, though? I asked, trying to distract myself. They haven't seemed that smart so far. Why wouldn't they just attack the doors? They might at the beginning, but once they hear the gunshots and notice other anathema heading in one direction, they will follow suit. At lower levels, they may be rigid and unimpressive in their tactics, but they still have a base, animalistic instinct they follow. Part of that is to go through the path of least resistance. Even when a higher level anathema is acting as a coordinator or commander, it is the behavior they immediately turn to. Okay, I looked down at my umbra sitting in my lap and ran my thumb idly over its side. A tense quiet settled between us, and I found myself fidgeting. There was a pressure in my chest, a tightness that wouldn't go away whenever I looked at Celine. It had been building ever since we left on our mission, getting worse and worse with each passing moment. I knew I had to say something, but I wasn't sure there was anything I could say. Not to make things better, at any rate. Which meant there was only one option left. Celine, I whispered, voice cracking. I'm sorry, that you're stuck here with me, and that you have to die, too. Celine's head snapped to me, her body freezing, and I suppressed a flinch. She stared at me for a long moment, and I found it hard to breathe. The pressure in the air felt exactly the same as just before I'd left the shelter, when Officer O and Sergeant O'Malley had helped me refill all my empty magazines with the ammo I'd purchased. The atmosphere had been stifling. While Sergeant O'Malley had simply seemed subdued, Jiwoo had been strained. She'd been overly nice whenever she was talking to me, but her voice had always had a thin, thready undertone to it, like she was one wrong step away from snapping. It had made the hurried few moments I spent in the shelter almost unbearably tense. Even her words as I left still made me shiver. I'll see you when this is all over, all right. I'd only nodded in response, even though I was pretty sure we both knew how this was going to end. I knew I should have said something else, to make it easier on her, but I hadn't been able to find any words or the courage to say them. It was that same pressure I felt now, and as I saw Celine's tails begin to resume their gentle swaying, I took a deep breath and braced myself. Whatever Celine wanted to say, I would hear it. She'd been bound to me, after all. It hadn't been her choice to do this, and if she had gotten any other girl as her guardian, she would probably have had a good chance of escaping with them. Instead, she'd gotten me, a dark magical girl who couldn't even use her astral shift. She'd gotten the worst luck being assigned to me. So I looked down at the floor, hunching into myself with the knowledge that I was the one who doomed her. It was my biggest regret about all of this, and no matter her response, I would hear it. I owed her that much. There are two things I would like to say, Celine began, her voice calm and oddly analytical. First, even should you die, I will still most likely survive. I snapped my head up in shock, meeting Celine's gaze with wide eyes. I am a magical construct housed in your soul gem, and it is almost completely indestructible to everything but the highest levels of magic or anathema. Even if you were to die, there is one last contingency that takes place. I would first manifest a physical form with your soul gem inside of me. From there, I would have 1 hour to reach another source of mana to sustain myself. Barring any unfortunate encounters with a powerful anathema capable of seeing through the stealth magics protecting me, I would almost certainly be able to make it to Guardian Command and continue living as an untethered familiar. I closed my eyes as relief flooded through me. No, it was something more powerful than simple relief. Inside of me, it felt like a throbbing wound of guilt and shame had just been closed. I hadn't even known Celine for an entire day, and she'd helped me with such kindness and patience. She'd had my back the entire time, never judging, never prying, and the knowledge that I was repaying her by getting her killed had been eating me up the past hour. A deep, stuttering exhale escaped me, and I felt my muscles relaxing as all the built-up tension left my body. The second thing I wish to say, Celine continued, drawing my attention back to her, is that there is no other magical girl I would rather be with right now, even if it meant making my demise a certainty. In these short hours we have been together, you have been nothing less than the embodiment of selflessness and courage. You have fought with all your heart, and I am proud to call myself your familiar. I have no regrets, my Kuroki, except that you were denied the full extent of the powers you so rightfully deserve. My vision blurred, and I turned away from Celine even as warmth flooded my chest and turned my cheeks red. I tried to say something, to tell her that nothing I'd done was that special, that anybody given the same powers I had would do the same. Instead, I only managed a vague, incoherent noise. She was kind, even if she was over-embellishing my actions. She made what I'd done sound all noble and heroic, but all of it was just simple math and common sense. If a kid was in danger, you tried to help them. If hundreds were going to die, you risked the one life that could protect them. If your friend was in danger, you tried to save them. And if you did something horrible, something you could never make right, you spent your life trying to make up for it anyway. In any case, Celine continued, do not give up just yet, my. There's still hope. After the 5 minutes are up and the shield is restarted, all you have to do is run. Escape through the doors opposite the one we're leaving open, and run into the elevator. I'll stay behind and close the shielding station's doors behind you, preventing any anathema from following. The elevator doors are reinforced, and even if they try to pry them open, you can always run and hide on another floor. It's a good plan. I wiped at the dampness around my eyes, and nodded even though I didn't really believe her. The plan only worked assuming 1,000 little things went exactly perfect. For instance, the plan assumed all the anathema would be drawn away from the door I was escaping from. If my escape route opened and there were any waiting for me, I would have to fight through a swarm to make it to the elevators. For that matter, the plan also assumed I would be in decent enough shape to make the run after 5 minutes of fighting. I had no illusions about my physical abilities, and the two best adjectives that described them would be weak and frail. More than that, fighting for 5 minutes straight was a long time. I'd read about that somewhere, that even just a few minutes of life or death physical exertion was enough to exhaust even a seasoned fighter. Sure, I had read it in a fantasy book, but I already knew from experience how accurate it still was. After my fight with the Arachnomantis, I had been absolutely exhausted. I wasn't sure how long it had actually taken, but it couldn't have been much longer than 2 minutes. The only saving grace I had was that I was using a gun, and theoretically, I wouldn't be moving nearly as much as a melee weapon would require. Combined with the fact that the first minute would probably only be a few anathema arriving in a slow trickle, and I was only looking at 4 minutes of heavy exertion maximum. But once the higher level anathemas reached me in the last minute or so, it would all come down to stalling them as long as possible, and ideally, with the plan we'd put together, they wouldn't even make it inside the shielding room with me. But that all relied on assumptions. Lots of them. Maybe if this was a game where the enemies were controlled by a predictable AI, this plan had a chance of working. As it was, with all the variables and things that could go wrong. I took in a deep, steadying breath as a pang of fear echoed through me, and I pushed it down furiously. Honestly, I was just surprised how little I'd felt leading up to this moment. Maybe it was because deep down, I knew this was going to be it, that the sliver of hope to escape was nothing more than a daydream. Maybe I'd just come to accept what was going to happen. Or maybe it was because this was just what needed to be done. Even if this entire situation was screwed up, going through with this was still my choice. Something about that gave me a place to anchor myself, and when the panicky fear pulsed through me at the thought of how this was going to end, I was able to hold firm in the knowledge that what I was doing would save people's lives. It would save Lily's life, and the lives of all her friends. And maybe all those things put together was enough. Not enough to make me some fearless hero like Celine seemed to think I was, but enough to keep me moving forward. And, hopefully, that was all I needed. Is there anything else we can do to prepare? I asked Celine, looking back up at the towering crystal. You might want to silence your kill notifications other than the chime that plays when you successfully defeat an anathema. For that matter, doing the same for your level ups would be wisest. You can also make it so your stat points automatically assign themselves whenever you gain any. Oh, that sounds good. How do I? Think what you want with some measure of will, and it will happen. You should hear a sound if the change is successfully applied. I scrunched my face in focus as I focused on my thoughts and was quickly rewarded with a small bell-like tone. I decided to split any stat points I gained from leveling up evenly between dexterity and agility. Sure, it wouldn't do much, but I needed every advantage I could get. That seems to have worked. Other than those measures, I believe there is little else we can accomplish in the few minutes we have left. A few minutes I swallowed down the spike of anxiety crawling up my throat. As the time passed, it was getting harder and harder to ignore. I needed to keep myself distracted. What was with that electricity earlier? I asked, fumbling with my words as I grasped onto the sudden thought. The black and purple lightning around my hand. You said it had to do with my emotions. Ah, yes, you may have noticed something similar happening to Error when he got emotional, a green light appearing around him and his eyes glowing. This is a side effect of being able to use magic. At its essence, magic is the metaphysical and conceptual given form. Emotions themselves have strong roots in both of those realms as well, which ties them strongly together with magic. Because of this, when one gets emotional, it tends to make their mana, their magical energy, fluctuate and leak out. This often causes a magical girl's eyes to begin glowing, and sometimes causes what is referred to as aural bursts. It can take different appearances depending on the magical girl and how set they are in the magic they use. However, the generic apparition is just that of a glow around their body and eyes, especially if the guardian is attempting to control their mana from leaking out. Glowing eyes, is that why a manaborn's eyes naturally seem so vibrant? I asked. Indeed, Celine nodded, her tail swishing excitedly. After all, being manaborn simply means you were exposed to mana at a young age or during your fetal stage. Being manaborn gives you a much higher natural amount of mana in your body than a normal human, causing the vibrant eyes and sometimes different hair colors. The eyes are the window to the soul, as it were, so a person with more magical energy in them would naturally have different eyes due to the conceptual link. For a magical girl, even gathering mana for a spell is enough to make their eyes glow slightly. Okay, I said, nodding along as I internalized all the information. But back to that aural burst. Why was mine that violet and black lightning instead of just a glow? It most likely has to do with you being a dark magical girl. You already have a unique grimoire as well as a special aspect in signature magic. With them all being linked together, it makes sense your mana already has a strong conceptual image of what it should look like. Sparks and lightning are also fairly common appearances, but why that specific color, I am unsure. With there being literally endless types of magic, there are also many varying colors of lightning, all of which mean different things. We can look up its proper name when this is all over, though, and get some clues as to what it could mean. It should give us some early insight into your grimoire and signature before you even unlock them. I swallowed down the bile building in my throat. Celine, I started, only to be silenced as her tails gave a violent, swishing motion. I know that you have prepared yourself for the worst, but I ask that you do not give up hope. Hope, I whispered. I don't know if I can do that. Even saying the word tasted funny. After all the odds that had been stacked against me leading up to this moment, it felt ridiculous. Besides, what had hope ever done for me? Things were what they were, and wishing for something to be better didn't make it so. What was so wrong with just accepting what was and continuing to move forward? And it hurt a lot less that way, rather than constantly getting your hopes up only to have them ripped apart. Do not discount hope, Celine murmured, her voice soft as clouds. There is a reason it is one of the quintessential emotions of a magical girl. To be a magical girl is to be the bringer and very essence of hope. To those that have lost everything or fallen to fear, hope shows them the path forward, freeing them from the barbed shackles of despair. It is more than just a salve to the broken, it is a fire, a burning desire that spreads through them and gives them strength to stride forward, a hand reaching to grasp the light they have been shown. To hope is to not just survive, but to live and defy. So don't give up just yet. You're a magical girl, and sometimes, all it takes is a little hope to turn magic into a miracle. Before I could respond, light blossomed down on us. I jumped up in surprise, looking up through the glass dome as flares of light began to shoot up into the night sky, glowing like multicolored stars. Red, blue, green, yellow, white, pink, and purple. Hundreds of stars flew into the night sky and shone down on us, their light reflecting off the crystal in a rainbow of colors that painted the room. I stared up in wonder at the sight for a moment before the shock wore off. Celine, I asked, my hand gripping tighter around my gun. Those are emergency flares from the spell Star Flare, Celine whispered in something like reverence. It is a common spell, one every guardian is urged to take in case of emergency. All it does is send a flare of light into the sky, moving through even solid surfaces unhindered. It's normally used by guardians to signal an emergency and need backup. It can also be used as a signal for other things, of course, but this. What? I asked, shifting my weight nervously as Celine went silent. What does it mean? Is Error trying to tell us something? I don't think so, Celine shook her head. I think the guardians of Arcadia are trying to say that even if you are alone, they stand with you. An alert must have been sent out about your death wish. I believe that this is their response. That even if you fight alone, they will still be standing with you. They know what you are doing, and you are honored for it. I blinked up at the lights, a numb warmth spreading through me. That was no, they didn't even know me. Why would they even care? I was just some nameless girl doing what any one of them would, so why? Why would they go out of their way to do something like this? I was nothing to them. So why would they do something so beautiful? Here the first half of this story ended. Very soon we serve you next half of this manhwa. Till then subscribe us and enjoy more recaps just like this one.